Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Sacred Soul. In the realm of Douluo Continent, within the Fasnuo province of the Tiando Empire, lies a quaint little village known as Sacred Soul Village. Despite its resounding name, it appears rather unremarkable. As dawn approached, the first light of day broke, accompanied by the cheerful crowing of roosters, while the crescent moon gradually faded from the horizon. On the rooftop of a courtyard, a small boy, seemingly around 5 or 6 years of age, reclined lazily, his lavender-hued eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and anticipation. It has been 6 years. I wonder if this year will be the time for Su Yuntao to awaken his martial soul, the boy murmured to himself. His name is Luoya, and from a young age, he was unlike the other children of his age. Both his body and soul hailed from a cerulean planet. For reasons unknown, he was abandoned at the entrance of Sacred Soul Village shortly after birth, until the village elder, Jack, took pity on him and took him in. When he turned 3, a middle-aged man claiming to be a blacksmith arrived in the village with an infant in tow. However, this ruse could not deceive Luoya, a traveler from another world. Indeed, the blacksmith was none other than Tang Hao, the Hao Qiandao who had vanished from the world of spirit masters 3 years prior, and the infant he cradled was none other than Tang San, the future sea god. Luoya never imagined that he would arrive in this realm 3 years earlier than the Child of Destiny, sharing the same age as Dai Mubai. Yet, unlike them, Luoya possessed extraordinary physical prowess from a young age, particularly in speed, outclassing even some of the more cumbersome defensive spirit masters. He paid little heed to this, for even Tang San, who traversed worlds, arrived equipped with his past memories and the skills of the Tang sect. Why should he not possess some unique talent of his own? Little Luo, come down. Grandpa is here to pick you up, a slightly aged voice called from below the rooftop. Luoya leaned over to see Elder Jack, surrounded by a dozen or so children around 6 years old. "I'm coming," Luoya replied with a smile, and then leaped down from the rooftop, a height of 5 or 6 meters, landing without a scratch. "Grandpa Jack, which master is coming to awaken our martial souls today?" Luoya inquired cautiously. Elder Jack nodded and said, "This year, it is the esteemed Su Yuntao who will be arriving shortly." "Ah, so it really is that blind," Luoya thought to himself, stifling a chuckle. On the way to the spirit hall, Luoya's gaze wandered as he took in the surroundings. He paused briefly at a blacksmith shop, realizing that Tang San was still too young to awaken his spirit, as he should be honing his purple extreme magic eyes on some distant hill. Retracting his gaze, Luoya hurried toward the village center, arriving first. Elder Jack shook his head slightly behind him. This child is still so impatient. Yet, who wouldn't wish for a powerful martial soul? Though referred to as the spirit hall, it was merely a slightly larger wooden structure. In previous years, Luoya had observed the martial soul awakening ceremonies from a distance, filled with immense envy. Now, it was finally his turn. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not excited. He had often fantasized about what extraordinary martial soul he might possess, for as a traveler, if he awakened something as mundane as a scythe or a mace, it would be quite embarrassing. Could I be a spirit cat of the underworld, given my natural speed? No, I certainly do not wish to be associated with the Star Luo Empire. Perhaps a Gale demon wolf? That could be plausible, as Feng Xiaotian was quite formidable before encountering Tang San in the original story. Could it possibly be a mecha or a lightsaber akin to some sci-fi weapon? Now that would be incredibly cool. As Luoya indulged in these fanciful thoughts about his martial soul, a large hand silently descended upon his head, gently caressing it. Luoya looked up to find a young man in his 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, strikingly handsome. Clad in a white uniform, a spirit emblem the size of a fist adorned the center of his chest, marking him as a standard member of the spirit hall. This attire indicates he must be the one known as the blind Douluo, Su Yuntao. Luoya silently chuckled to himself. "You're quite impressive, little fellow," Su Yuntao remarked with a slight smile. He had been observing Luoya's speed, which surpassed that of ordinary individuals even before awakening his martial soul, and he had already formed a high opinion of the boy, anticipating that he would surely possess spirit power upon awakening. "Greetings, esteemed battle spirit master." Elder Jack arrived with the children, bowing respectfully to the young man. Su Yuntao then lifted his gaze, a hint of pride flickering in his expression as he offered a slight bow in return. "I have little time, let us commence." Elder Jack replied, "Very well. Children, this is the battle spirit master from Nodding City. He will guide you in awakening your martial souls. Be sure to cooperate with him during the process. Your grandfather hopes to see some of you become spirit masters." Su Yuntao addressed Elder Jack. "All right, I shall begin now. Please step aside, village chief." Elder Jack nodded hastily and exited the wooden house, watching expectantly from outside. Children, believe in yourselves. Your grandfather hopes that some of you will become spirit masters. Though Elder Jack understood that in a small village like this, the chances of any child awakening spirit power were slim, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. After all, as humans, one must always hold on to dreams. Chapter 2, Awakening. Once Elder Jack stepped outside, Su Yuntao retrieved 6 black stones and a glittering blue crystal ball from his pack. His gaze fell upon the 8 children before him. Children, line up. As he spoke, Su Yuntao arranged the 6 black stones into a hexagon on the ground and gestured for the first child on the right to step into the formation. Do not be afraid, simply close your eyes and feel carefully, he instructed. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's eyes illuminated, and amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he completed the martial soul possession. Independent wolf possession. In an instant, Su Yuntao's hair turned gray and rapidly lengthened, while his physique seemed to swell with muscle. Except for Luo Ye, the remaining children trembled in fear. The first child tightly closed his eyes, unaware of Su Yuntao's terrifying transformation. Su Yuntao felt satisfied as long as the first child could awaken smoothly. The rest would likely follow suit without fear. He continued his actions, activating the formation on the ground, and an array of golden light points floated out from the black stones. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao said gently. The boy instinctively extended his right hand, and a scythe began to coalesce before him. Seeing this, Su Yuntao felt a tinge of disappointment. While a scythe could serve as a weapon, he had never heard of a powerful scythe spirit master. This martial soul would likely only be useful for farming. He took the crystal ball to test the child's spirit power, and the result deepened his disappointment. The crystal ball remained dull and lifeless, indicating that this child could not cultivate. Next, one after another, the subsequent awakenings of 8 children yielded only ordinary farming tools, leaving Su Yuntao utterly disheartened. Yet, his gaze shifted toward Luo Ye. Little fellow, do not let me down. Su Yuntao silently encouraged Luo Ye within his heart. Without needing any prompting from Su Yuntao, Luo Ye had already stepped into the awakening formation. Seeing Luo Ye's expectant demeanor, Su Yuntao, who had begun to grow impatient, suddenly became serious. He had a premonition that this child was extraordinary. Close your eyes and feel carefully. Luo Ye obediently closed his eyes and began to sense his martial soul. In the next moment, waves of golden light surged within the formation, merging into Luo Ye's being. Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face betraying the thrill of anticipation. Such a grand display might herald the emergence of an unprecedentedly powerful martial soul. Do not stop, immerse yourself in the sensation, Su Yuntao commanded loudly. At that moment, however, Luo Ye heard no sound, for his consciousness had plunged into a realm of dark purple. Minutes passed, and as Luo Ye opened his eyes, Su Yuntao was astonished to find that Luo Ye's pupils had transformed from their original black to a striking purple gold. Amidst his excitement, Su Yuntao also felt a wave of anxiety. He had encountered this phenomenon before. Certain beast martial souls could alter a person's physical characteristics upon possession, much like his own independent wolf. Could it be that this child possesses a mutated martial soul? Su Yuntao pondered, a hint of worry creeping in. Mutated martial souls could become immensely powerful, yet they could also be as weak as an ant. An example of the former was the Gale Demon Wolf, while a counterexample was a certain theoretically invincible figure. Before he could contemplate further, a strange laughter jolted him back to reality. His expression shifted as he witnessed all 6 of the black energy stones shatter, followed by a surge of golden light erupting forth, flooding into Luo Ye's being. That moment, a bizarre, oddly shaped sphere materialized behind Luo, predominantly golden in hue, with 8 purple spikes protruding from it, adorned with blue streaks that embellished its surface, and at its center lay an object resembling an eye. Immediately, the entire scene within the wooden house began to warp, an eerie purple hue enveloping the room. Su Yuntao's heart raced wildly, an indescribable sense of oppression engulfing him. What kind of martial soul could exert such pressure? Even he, a level 26 soul master, felt an overwhelming constraint from its mere awakening. Luo Ye stood in a daze, while the peculiar sphere began to rotate swiftly, coalescing a beam of white light that pierced into his forehead. Suddenly, an immense torrent of memories surged into Luo Ye's mind, vast and boundless, as if spanning thousands of years. The overwhelming influx of such colossal memories invaded his soul, and at the instant the agonizing pain struck, he let out a harrowing scream. Luo Ye clutched his head, trembling uncontrollably, his cherubic face contorting into a shape resembling twisted dough. Luoya felt as though he had just emerged from a lengthy dream, where he witnessed a 50-meter humanoid monster engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal being of light. The monster and the giant traversed a star system until they passed a blazing red star. The giant of light hurled the monstrous beast into the sun, igniting a blinding radiance that consumed everything in its vicinity. The vision shifted, and a sphere erupted from the sun, hurtling towards a cerulean planet. The humanoid monster reappeared, decisively overwhelming the giant and another azure beast. Yet, just before the giant's defeat, it wielded a peculiar blade of light that temporarily nullified the monster's extraordinary powers. Subsequently, the monster devoured numerous puppets brimming with immense energy, undergoing a transformation. However, the giant broke free from the monster's grasp, enveloped in armor, ultimately vanquishing the creature, reducing it to ashes, leaving behind only a purple orb. The purple orb fled into the vastness of the cosmos, traversing countless dimensions while seeking hosts. Yet, without exception, all perished. Until, by a twist of fate, it found another Earth, snatching away a hapless young man on the brink of adulthood, ultimately expending its energy and descending into Douluo Continent, transforming into a newborn infant. Chapter 3. Fragmented Soul. Like parting the clouds to reveal the azure sky, Luoya experienced a sudden epiphany, finally comprehending why he had arrived in Douluo Continent. It turned out that the light he believed in was indeed real. That monster was none other than Glyza, the fearsome void beast that instilled terror throughout the universe. It had not perished in the narrative, but rather escaped, taking itself along in the process. Just as Luoya stood in stunned silence, a cold yet slightly mocking voice abruptly echoed in his mind, nearly causing him to leap in fright. Ha ha ha! Human, I know exactly what you are thinking. Upon hearing this voice, Luoya's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately began to scan his surroundings. The laughter bore an uncanny resemblance to Glyza's, yet intertwined with comprehensible human language. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao and the other children transitioned from initial terror to concern, ultimately settling into confusion. What was happening? Just moments ago, they were screaming in horror, and now he was peering around curiously. Could this martial soul truly exert control over one's consciousness? Did I mishear? Luoya hastily grounded himself in reality, turning to regard Glyza's shadowy form behind him. Truly deserving of its reputation as a BOS-level creature, even in its initial form. The sense of oppression is formidable, Luoya mused inwardly. Su Yuntao, too, regained his composure, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Although he was unaware of the nature of this martial soul, the sheer aura it exuded appeared remarkably potent. The bizarre laughter and the strange phenomena within the room vividly etched in his memory. At that moment, he had entirely forgotten the sorrow over his awakening tool's damage, his entire being now brimming with exhilaration. Child, what is the name of your martial soul? Su Yuntao inquired, striving to temper his enthusiasm. Convincing Luoya to join the Martial Soul Hall could yield significant rewards for him. After a moment of contemplation, Luoya replied, "It is called Glyza, a spatial-type beast martial soul." Glyza? A spatial martial soul? Excellent, excellent. Let me assess your soul power. Su Yuntao's face radiated with delight. Though he was unfamiliar with Glyza, martial souls possessing elemental powers were exceedingly rare in Douluo Continent, let alone a spatial type. In his eyes, it was already a certainty that Luoya possessed soul power now. It was merely a matter of discerning the extent of the child's talent. Luoya's excitement rivaled Su Yuntao's. He pressed his hand against the crystal ball, and an immense suction emanated from it, drawing his soul power into the orb with fervor. As the crystal ball absorbed the soul power, it erupted into a dazzling blue light, bathing the entire room in a sea of azure. It's actually innate full soul power. How wonderful. I finally caught a break. Su Yuntao laughed maniacally, nearly unhinged with joy. Including Holy Soul Village, this was the 7th village he had traversed, and finally, someone possessed soul power, and not just any soul power, but innate full soul power. Little one, what is your name? Su Yuntao asked gently, his demeanor reminiscent of a figure Luoya had once encountered. My name is Luoya, the child adopted by Elder Jack, the village chief, Luoya responded, retracting his hand behind his back. For reasons unknown, a more terrifying force had been stirring within him, and had he not swiftly withdrawn his hand, it was likely his consciousness would have been consumed. Would you be willing to join the powerful Martial Soul Hall? With your talent, perhaps Holy Soul Village could be renamed Douluo Village. Su Yuntao emphasized the name of Holy Soul Village with subtle intent, prompting Elder Jack outside to eavesdrop eagerly. Moreover, the Martial Soul Hall Academy boasts the finest teachers, the most comprehensive simulated training grounds. There are no tuition fees, and you would receive monthly stipends of gold soul coins exclusive to soul masters. Su Yuntao continued to entice. I am willing, great soul master, but may I have a day to prepare? Luoya replied with a smile. Every boy harbors a dream of reaching the pinnacle of the world, possessing what they desire, and living the life they cherish. Luoya was no exception. He yearned to depart from Holy Soul Village, to explore the vastness of the universe, empowered by the strength bestowed upon him by Glyza, standing atop Douluo Continent. Yet, Luoya had a more pressing matter at hand. He needed to unravel the mystery behind the voice he had just heard. Indeed, little Luoya, go back and prepare well with the village chief. Tomorrow at this time, I shall return to find you. Su Yuntao remained unhurried, elegantly gesturing with a wave of his hand. Thus, amidst the envious gazes of numerous children, Luoya stepped through the doorway, where old Jack scooped him up, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, little Lu. The master said that the one who possesses soul power is you, isn't it? Luoya sighed helplessly and nodded. Ha ha ha, splendid. Come along, my dear boy, let us return and gather your belongings. Tomorrow, you shall report to the spirit hall with the master. Old Jack, brimming with enthusiasm, trembled as he leaned on his cane, leading Luoya swiftly back to his residence. In a short while, they arrived at the doorstep, where old Jack incessantly reminded Luoya to be cautious and to study diligently. Luoya felt overwhelmed by the barrage of advice. Indeed, as one ages, while wisdom may flourish, verbosity often accompanies it. Grandfather, I can return to my room on my own. You may step outside now. Old Jack nodded and went out to gather the essentials for Luoya's daily life. Once he confirmed that old Jack had left, Luoya let out a sigh of relief and quickly focused his mental energy to explore his consciousness. Do not inquire why he was able to comprehend this without a master. It is merely due to the deliberate allure of a certain wandering spirit. Who? Was that you speaking just now? Ha ha ha, mortal, your yearning for power has reached my ears, and thus, I have chosen you. Upon hearing that somewhat eerie voice, Luoya pondered for a moment and inquired, are you the true essence of Glyza? Ha ha. I preserved the last remnants of my energy instinctively before my demise, and over the ages, I have evolved consciousness. Regrettably, you are not my first host. Many have come before you, yet none could withstand my power and met their demise. After assimilating the information from Glyza's lingering spirit, Luoya began to contemplate. In the original narrative, Glyza fell victim to a plot due to its overwhelming abilities. Had it possessed even a modicum of intelligence? Or if AI Kasi had emerged a day later, it would have been invincible. Wait, this Douluo realm, to put it bluntly, is so fragile that even a missile could obliterate it. How could Glyza, even as a remnant soul, choose to manifest here? I am aware of your thoughts, for I have already taken residence within you. Ha ha ha, curious, are you not? The reason for selecting you is simply that you are to my liking. As for why I chose this lowly martial world, it is due to my energy being depleted over an extended period without replenishment. Glyza's lingering spirit provided an explanation for Luoya's inner turmoil and proceeded to unveil many unsettling secrets. Mortal, I can reveal to you now that had my energy not diminished to the point where I can only converse with you, I would have long since taken over your being. Ha ha ha, should you triumph over this fragment of my soul in the future, you shall become the new void. Thus, you have two choices. Either you may opt not to cultivate in this world, leaving me without the means to regain energy, resulting in our mutual demise. Or you may continue to grow stronger, allowing my power to recover. On the day I regain the ability to move, should you prevail, you will become the new void. And I shall dissipate, granting you all that I possess. Should I prevail, I will seize your being and resurrect once more. However, I must caution you that due to my protracted escape and lack of energy, even this ethereal form cannot be fully maintained. Should you encounter an opponent of overwhelming strength, this ephemeral form will falter. To completely restore my void form, it requires, at the very least, divine energy, as per the standards of this planet. Ha 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 now. Reveal to me your choice. Chapter 4, Preparation. After hearing Glyza's lingering spirit, Luoya fell into silence. However, it was not long before he declared, I choose to cultivate. One day, I will surpass you. Yet, if you wish to replenish your energy, you must first inform me. Will it be through devouring, or through ordinary cultivation? At this moment, Luoya could not help but ponder a significant dilemma, the ability of Glyza to consume. In the narrative of Yax, Glyza attained a formidable third form through the consumption of numerous beasts. If his own Glyza spirit could only cultivate by devouring the soul power and soul rings of others, how would that differ from the malevolent soul masters of 10,000 years hence? Furthermore, should others become aware of this, it would not take an hour before the spirit hall dispatched Soul Douluo or even title Douluo to eliminate him or consign him to the city of slaughter to fend for himself. Humans are quite clever indeed. You may proceed as you wish, but should you choose to plunder, it is undoubtedly swifter than conventional cultivation. However, I possess great patience. Having endured millennia of cosmic evasion, a mere few decades on this trivial planet is of no concern. Moreover, Glyza's residual soul suddenly emitted a sly chuckle. Throughout my millennia of flight, I have resided within many hosts, each imparting fragments of their memories. Thus, should you satisfy me, I may choose to share their memories with you. Even, do you covet the techniques and weapons of the great celestial bodies? Let us proceed. Luo Yu readily acquiesced. Very well, my ninth host. According to tradition, you shall receive a welcoming gift. Cherish it well, for I eagerly anticipate the manner in which you shall one day defeat me. I shall take a brief slumber now. With a flash of white light, it fused into Luo Yu's mind, while a surge of black radiance flickered in his right hand, coalescing into a purple-black bracelet. After a moment, Luo Yu opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he clenched his fist, breathing somewhat hastily. The Void Fist is Glyza's innate technique, yet it disregards defense. Mastering it could even shatter space. How formidable that is. Furthermore, this bracelet, by the standards of the Douluo realm, could be classified as a storage soul guide. Astonishingly, it contained a vial of potion, said to restore one's physical condition to its peak, regardless of the injury sustained, a trump card for survival in dire circumstances. Little Luo. How are you? A knock echoed, and old Jack's voice resounded from outside. I've prepared everything for you. Yes, Grandpa, I'm fine. There's no need to rush. The steward will come for me tomorrow, Luo Yu replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Old Jack seemed unwilling to wait a moment longer, as if fearing he might change his mind. However, he understood old Jack's sentiment. After all, this was akin to a child from his previous home receiving an acceptance letter from a prestigious school. The entire family swelled with pride for their child's accomplishments. I should take a stroll since I'll be leaving tomorrow, Luo Yu mused, rising to climb out the window. Yet, fortuitously, he scarcely took a few steps before encountering a small boy descending from the mountain. Brother Luo, good morning. Tang San greeted him with a smile. Oh, it's you. Xiao San. What a coincidence, Luo Yu responded with a light chuckle. Brother Luo, you're going to awaken your martial soul today, right? Tang San inquired curiously. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he was deeply fascinated by concealed weapons, yet his understanding of the rules of the Douluo Continent remained somewhat vague. With a newly awakened martial soul older brother before him, Tang San seized the opportunity to gather information. Indeed, and I possess soul power, which means I can become a soul master in the future, Luo Yu nodded, smiling. Congratulations. By the way, what is your martial soul, Brother Luo? Tang San pressed on with his inquiries. It is a beast martial soul, Luo Yu contemplated briefly before answering. He did not wish to reveal his innate full soul power talent, nor did he want to disclose his intentions to study at the Spirit Hall, lest Tang San relay this information to his inebriated father, potentially causing significant trouble. Perhaps Tang Hao, as a titled Douluo, would disdain to act against a mere 6-year-old child. But Luo Yu was unwilling to take that gamble, for he currently lacked the means to do so. I'll be leaving tomorrow, little Tang San. Work hard. Perhaps in 3 years, your martial soul will also possess soul power. Luo Yu cast a complex glance at Tang San before continuing his stroll. Having chosen the Spirit Hall, he must prepare for a future confrontation with this child of the plain. Tang San gazed at Luo Yu's swiftly receding figure, feeling a pang of reluctance. Since he could walk, Luo Yu had been his soul companion. Moreover, as a transmigrator, Tang San was intrigued by Luo Yu's innate swiftness, so they often engaged in friendly races. Their time together had been rather harmonious. Martial souls and soul power seem to hold great importance in this world. Perhaps they can be combined with the techniques of the Xiantian treasure record. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and old Jack accompanied Luo Yu, who carried a small bundle, to the village entrance. Siyu Tao had been waiting for some time, a carriage stationed behind him. Upon seeing the grandfather and grandson, he greeted them with a smile. Master, I entrust this child, Luo Yu, to you. Rest assured, village chief, upon Luo Yu's arrival at the Spirit Hall, he will receive the finest education. Goodbye, Grandpa Jack. Sitting in the carriage, Luo Yu watched old Jack's diminishing figure with a touch of sorrow. Had it not been for old Jack rescuing him, he might have met his end at the jaws of a beast long ago. Steward, how long until we reach the Spirit Hall? Luo Yu turned back to Siyu Tao, inquiring. Not long. It won't take more than half a month. I have already relayed your circumstances to the higher-ups at the Spirit Hall. Once we arrive in Spirit City, other high-ranking soul masters will come to escort you to the academy. Siyu now patiently explained to Luo Yu. By the way, from now on, we are all part of the same family. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Yuntao. Okay, Brother Yuntao, Luo Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. It seemed that the efficiency of the Spirit Hall was indeed remarkable, despite the several hundred miles from the remote Holy Soul Village to Spirit City. In just a day, his information had already been transmitted back. He wondered how long it would take for his records to find their way to the desk of Pope Bibi Dong. With Glyza being an unprecedented spatial martial soul and his innate full soul power, Luo Yu harbored considerable confidence in his talents. Furthermore, a life-and-death battle awaited him with the true soul of this formidable martial soul. TSK, what is this human constantly thinking about? Does he have such an affinity for that angelic woman? Residing within Luo Yu's mind, Glyza's residual soul was acutely aware of his innermost thoughts. Chapter 5. Moonlight taking advantage of the carriage ride, Luoya asked, Brother Yutao, could you tell me about the spirit hall? Very well, I shall enlighten you. Perhaps due to the lack of significant tasks or his optimism regarding Luoya's talents, Su Yuntao was particularly forthcoming. The spirit hall is primarily categorized into 6 levels. The lowest is the spirit branch hall, followed by the sub-hall. Above that is the main hall, then the spirit sacred hall, of which there is one in each of the 2 imperial capitals. Finally, the Pope's Hall and the Douluo Hall reside within Spirit City, with the highest Douluo Hall accessible only to those of title Douluo rank and above, regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of all soul masters on the continent. Given your innate full soul power talent, should you diligently cultivate, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to enter the Douluo Hall or the Pope's Hall in the future. At last, Su Yuntao's gaze shifted towards Luoya, his eyes reflecting a hint of envy. The Papal Palace, was it? Luoya clenched his small fist, his heart brimming with determination. He would inevitably set foot in this place. He was also quite eager to meet the enigmatic demon Pope. Judging by your expression, it seems you are quite keen to encounter the legendary Pope, Su Yuntao remarked, his face radiating admiration when the Pope was mentioned, revealing him to be an ardent devotee. Bibi Dong, as the most capable Pope in the history of the Spirit Hall, indeed commanded a forceful and inscrutable presence. Undeniably, under her leadership, the Spirit Hall has achieved rapid development, and at present, it stands poised to rival the 2 great empires. Luoya gazed at the fervor etched upon Su Yuntao's face and could not help but let out a sigh. The Spirit Hall commanded over 60% of the soul masters within the realm, and apart from the top 3 sects, the remaining 4 had all submitted to its authority. It stood as the most formidable force in the continent, boasting a multitude of title Douluo among its ranks. The fact that such a powerful entity faced defeat in the original narrative is nothing short of astonishing, suggesting an encounter with an exceptionally gifted Tang San, leaving no room for contention. By the time he leapt from the cliff, Tang San had perished 3 times, only to resurrect and ascend to divinity, ultimately achieving the extraordinary state of dual deities, the supreme sea god and the foremost of the 3 law gods. The Shura god, such potent divine positions indeed highlight Tang San's remarkable advantages. The continent, which could have unified long ago, remained divided even after a millennium, particularly the Tiando Empire, which ultimately fractured into 2 nations, only to be consumed by the later formed Sun-Moon Empire. This is utterly preposterous. Tang San's actions are not as righteous as they may appear. They are primarily driven by a desire for vengeance. After all, the Spirit Hall had slain his mother and Xiao Wu's mother, and his quest for retribution is entirely justifiable. Conversely, the Spirit Hall bears no fault. It is only natural for humanity to hunt soul beasts to enhance their strength. The absence of soul spirits in the Douluo realm means that reconciling such contradictions is virtually impossible. Even Tang San himself cannot claim innocence. Has he not hunted soul beasts to obtain soul rings? What nonsense! Were the ghost vine, the abyssal spider, and the titan ant merely ornamental? The existence of the Spirit Hall holds significant importance for the entire Douluo Continent, and its contributions are indelible. It provides free assistance for commoners to awaken their potential, allowing them the opportunity to become soul masters, and distributes gold soul coins to increase their numbers, thus inspiring the ordinary populace to strive for greatness. Across the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, which other force prioritizes the welfare of common soul masters? Even the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I dare assert, would likely refrain from recruiting foreign soul masters if their tower possessed combat capability. Sects always prioritize the inheritance of noble bloodlines, whereas only the Spirit Hall treats common soul masters equally. Moreover, the Spirit Hall has effectively maintained order within the realm of soul masters. Without its presence, one can only speculate how many commoners might suffer at the hands of soul masters. As Ning Fingji once remarked in the original text during his youth, the soul master world was rife with turbulence and conflict. Yet, since Bibi Dong ascended to power, such strife has nearly vanished, rendering the continent as tranquil as a placid lake. This indirectly attests to Bibi Dong's adept management of the Spirit Hall. Although it is true that subsequent events spiraled into a degree of madness, akin to societal retribution, some may argue that many soul masters under the Spirit Hall oppressed the common folk, exemplified by characters like Myers. However, this is quite ordinary in a vast forest. One encounters all manner of creatures. Can one realistically assure that the soul masters of the top 3 sects have never oppressed the populace? Such a notion is impractical. In fact, it is the various nobles and disciples of the empire who, believing themselves to be of exceptional birth, regard themselves as superior, thus intensifying their oppression of the common people. Luoya pondered extensively, harboring no prejudice against the Spirit Hall. To blindly label it as malevolent based solely on the influence of the original work seemed utterly distasteful. At the very least, in comparison to the 2 great empires, Luoya held a more favorable view of the Spirit Hall. Admittedly, a significant portion of this sentiment, perhaps 50%, was attributed to the angelic woman, wasn't it? A sudden thought jolted Luoya, causing him to shiver. which Su Yuntao mistakenly interpreted as a reaction to the cold. Never mind, master, please continue. Finally arriving at Spirit City, as Luo Yu remained lost in thought, a cascade of golden petals unexpectedly swept before his eyes. Su Yuntao, sensing the change, hastily instructed the coachman to halt. The carriage was entirely enclosed, and the windows had never been opened, leading to the sole conclusion that a powerful individual had orchestrated this event. Upon disembarking, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in golden armor gracefully descending from the sky, surrounded by the same golden petals that vanished upon touching the ground. The golden flowers and armor, the ability to fly, and the rank of title Douluo indicated that he was indeed Moonlight, one of the dual Douluo under the command of the Pope, Bibi Dong. Luo Yu swiftly identified the visitor in his mind, as Moonlight served as a prominent figure of the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao naturally recognized him and promptly approached with a respectful bow. Elder Jiao, have you come to escort this child? Moonlight responded with a subtle acknowledgement, retrieving a silver token from his soul guide and presenting it to Su Yuntao. I have come at the behest of Her Holiness the Pope. This child is now under my care. Take this token. It will grant you access to the Spirit Hall's treasury, where you may collect 200,000 gold soul coins and 10 chosen millennium treasures. Furthermore, from this moment forth, you shall be the master of the Spirit Sub-Hall in Notting City. Thank you, Elder. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, his fingers trembling with excitement. He struggled to contain his exhilaration, fearing he might lose composure, and hurriedly accepted the token that Moonlight extended. Before departing, Su Yuntao cast one last glance at Luo Yu, filled with envy and encouragement. The personal reception by a title Douluo was a privilege not bestowed upon everyone. Luo Yu watched as Su Yuntao departed, while Yu Guan turned his gaze toward Luo Yu, offering a gentle smile. He bent down to take the little one's hand and began walking toward the city. You are Luo Yu, correct? Welcome to the Spirit Hall, he said warmly. Chapter 6. A new arrival. Uncle, Brother Yuntao mentioned that someone would escort me to the Spirit Hall Academy. That would be you, right? Luo Yu inquired, his large, innocent eyes glistening as he looked up at Zhu Douluo. Seeing the adorable visage of Luo Yu, Yu Guan couldn't help but smile. He gently ruffled the boy's hair and replied, Indeed, you shall soon be a member of the Spirit Hall Academy. Now, let me see your spirit. Is it as extraordinary as described in the letter? Luo Yu nodded in agreement, then summoned the soul power within him, uttering a low command. Martial Soul Manifest. The spectral image of Glyza's first form reappeared behind him, accompanied by an eerie laughter, as the space around him began to warp and distort. Though I have never witnessed it before, it is indeed a spatial type martial soul and possesses innate full soul power. Upon seeing Luo Yu's martial soul, Yu Guan couldn't help but express admiration. You must train diligently, otherwise, the potential of your innate full soul power will be squandered. At this juncture, Yu Guan's expression turned somewhat serious. His implication was clear. Innate full soul power does not equate to completeness. Even a martial soul of exceptional quality requires more. To ascend to greatness, one must possess not only talent but also character, diligence, and even a touch of fortune. And now, he must commit himself to the efforts and actions required for such advancement. Luo Yu nodded in agreement, and then followed Zhu Douluo into the Spirit City. They soon arrived at the grand entrance of the academy, where the guards, well acquainted with Zhu Douluo, respectfully stepped aside. After locating the teacher responsible for the management of new students and entrusting Luo Yu to him, Yu Guan took his leave. Little Luo Yu, put forth your utmost effort. I eagerly anticipate the day you become a title Douluo, were the parting words left by Yu Guan. Ah, what a waste. Without that spirit, he is nothing, Glyza mused. Having accessed Luo Yu's memories and comprehending Yu Guan's general strength, my esteemed brother from the void, I acknowledge your prowess, but might you refrain from your incessant comments? Luo Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed. No, human, mind your demeanor. Luo Yu's eyelids flickered slightly as he attempted to temporarily seal his hearing with a faint surge of soul power. It seemed prudent not to engage with this individual for the time being. Luo Yu, here are your school uniform and dormitory key. You should head to your dormitory and rest for now, said the teacher responsible for welcoming new students, handing Luo Yu a set of clothing and a set of keys before departing to attend to other newcomers. Thank you. The dormitories of the Martial Soul Hall Academy were quite distinctive, and Luo Yu found his room within a few minutes. Upon entering, he gazed at the academy uniform in his hands, and without hesitation, he swiftly changed. His flowing silver hair and amethyst eyes shone, while the grayish-white attire exuded a touch of nobility. In mere moments, Luo Yu appeared transformed. Standing before the mirror, he admired his reflection with satisfaction. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, diverting Luo Yu's attention as he eagerly anticipated the identity of his roommate. The arrangement of the student dormitories at the Martial Soul Hall Academy was notably unique, with each room accommodating one new student and one senior student. Luo Yu found this method of allocation quite commendable, as it served as a long-term assessment by the academy of the new student's character and abilities, which would be documented by the seniors and reported to the higher-ups for tailored education. The newcomer was a young man, approximately 1.6 meters tall, also clad in the grayish-white uniform of the Martial Soul Hall Academy. However, he bore a black medal on the left side of his chest. His neatly styled black hair stood erect like steel needles, and his calm demeanor exuded an intangible pressure merely by his presence. Greetings, senior. My name is Loya, a newcomer this year. Loya initiated a respectful greeting. Recognizing that he would be cohabiting with the senior for at least 3 years and wishing to make a good first impression. Hello, junior. I am Xiaoyu. The senior replied with a slight nod, and they exchanged a handshake. Please take care of me in the future, Senior Xia, Loya said with a smile, stepping aside to allow Xiaoyu to enter. However, he was inwardly astonished. Was this luck a blessing or a curse? He had unexpectedly drawn the grand prize upon arriving. His roommate was none other than Huliana's elder brother, Xiaoyu. Junior, may I inquire about your martial soul and your soul power? Xiaoyu asked casually. My martial soul is named Glyza, a beast-type soul of the spatial category. As for my soul power, I possess innate full soul power. Upon hearing the name Glyza, Xiaoyu appeared puzzled, but when Loya mentioned he possessed innate full soul power, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. You possess innate full soul power? That is truly remarkable. However, I must admit I have never heard of a beast soul called Glyza. After expressing his admiration, Xiaoyu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Aren't martial souls known for their variety? Senior, it's unlikely you would know them all, right? Loya countered. Indeed, with so many martial souls across the continent, it would be impossible for me to know them all, Xiaoyu chuckled softly. Yet he inwardly resolved to report Loya's martial soul to the elders of the Martial Soul Hall. With their extensive knowledge, they might recognize Glyza. And if all else fails, Lyena's teacher was the current pope. A simple request to Lyena could suffice. Well, since you possess innate full soul power, why not seek out a teacher tomorrow to hunt a soul beast and obtain your soul ring? Xiaoyu suggested. Is it really possible to request a teacher to hunt a soul beast right after enrollment? Loya asked, surprised. Xiaoyu nodded, a hint of pride on his face. The Martial Soul Hall Academy is unlike other Soul Master Academies. We are never short of Soul Masters. Once you break through a threshold, simply report it. And a teacher will accompany you to the Soul Hunting Forest. Never short of Soul Masters, indeed. It seems the Martial Soul Hall is quite affluent, boasting multiple titled douluos. However, it sounds quite feasible, Loya mused. Let us do this. I will take you to the teacher in charge of the hunting team. With my recommendation, I believe there will be no issues, Xiaoyu proposed after a moment of contemplation. Loya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately set out with Xiaoyu, heading south towards the academy. Indeed, having a support system during the developmental stage is of paramount importance. Buzz, is this really your idea of support? Human, your perspective is rather limited. I implore you to cease your incessant chatter. It is truly more unbearable than the incessant nagging of Village Chief Jack. At the age of 20, Loya found herself utterly exasperated by Glyza's frequent murmurs in her ear, especially since she currently lacked the ability to block them out. Chapter 7. The evolution of martial souls. The construction of the Martial Soul Hall Academy is nothing short of magnificent, with 4 grand gates, each overseen by a different instructor. The instructor responsible for the soul hunting teams can be found on the southern side. Loya and Xiaoyu journeyed from the north to the south, where every wandering teacher and student greeted Xiaoyu with either a respectful bow or a friendly salutation. Standing guard at the southern gate was a rather handsome middle-aged instructor, flanked by 2 young men in their 20s. Upon noticing Xiaoyu approaching with Loya, the middle-aged teacher was somewhat taken aback. Had not Xiaoyu just recently acquired his second soul ring? Who, then, was this 6-year-old child? Although puzzled, the middle-aged teacher approached them and inquired, Xiaoyu, did you not just obtain your second soul ring a few days ago? Who is this child? Xiaoyu glanced at him and explained. I brought this little one specifically to acquire a soul ring. His name is Loya, and he possesses the rare innate full soul power talent. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, both the middle-aged teacher and the 2 young men displayed expressions of astonishment. Ha ha ha, truly, heroes emerge from the youth. It seems our spirit hall may soon gain another title Douluo. The middle-aged teacher responded first, regarding Loya with eyes that sparkled as if he were a precious treasure. Loya smiled broadly, scratching his head as he said, hee, thank you for your praise, teacher. My surname is Xia, so you may call me Teacher Xia. Alright, Teacher Xia. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu continued to introduce Loya, explaining that Loya's martial soul belonged to the space-type beast martial souls, which piqued my curiosity. Upon hearing this, Teacher Xia immediately turned to the 2 young men and instructed, Xiaoyu, and I will take this child to acquire a soul ring. You shall manage things here. Yes, teacher. As they journeyed, Teacher Xia and Xiaoyu incessantly imparted knowledge about soul beasts to Loya. While conversing, the trio arrived at the entrance of the soul hunting forest, where the soul hall kept their soul beasts. The captain of the soldiers responsible for checking the hand orders, upon seeing Xiaoyu and Teacher Xia, instantly displayed a look of respect, hastily commanding his men to clear a path, without even inquiring why such a young child as Loya was permitted to enter the forest. Upon passing through the iron gate into the forest, all the clamor seemed to vanish, and the air became refreshingly pure, offering a sense of tranquility. Once inside the forest, Teacher Xia did not hasten to have Xiaoyu lead Loya forward. Instead, he began to observe his surroundings attentively. The Soul Hall indeed raised some space-type soul beasts, albeit they were rather rare. Among them were the flying-type skywing eagles and the insect-type blade mantis. Little Loya, which type do you prefer? Teacher Xia inquired, acknowledging the importance of respecting Loya's opinion in the matter of absorbing a soul ring. Teacher Xia, are there any lion-tiger-type soul beasts? Loya pondered for a moment before expressing his thoughts. Currently, Gryza was only in its first form, lacking any offensive capabilities. Choosing the skywing eagle might result in a deficiency in attack power. Furthermore, Gryza inherently possessed extraordinary speed. Otherwise, it would not have been able to traverse half a planet in mere minutes during the events of the X storyline. Are you intending to pursue a path of brute strength with a large ferocious beast? However, isn't the space-type martial soul more suited for agility-focused combat? Teacher Xia inquired. Somewhat perplexed, Loya cast a resolute gaze, assuring, rest assured, teacher, my martial spirit inherently possesses extraordinary speed. To be candid, even before awakening my martial spirit, my speed surpassed that of some cumbersome first-ring spirit masters. Therefore, what I now require is a means for direct combat. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, stating, I concur with Loya's perspective. Even amongst similar types of martial spirits, one cannot be rigidly confined to a single path. Much like the wind, it can choose to stir the heavens or strike unseen. Listening to the two's analysis, Teacher Xia smiled wryly. It seems I have indeed fallen behind. A martial spirit's development should not be bound by convention. Just like fire, it can scorch the skies and boil the seas, yet also shine like the sun, bringing warmth and light. Adjusting himself, Teacher Xia led Loya and Xiaoyu deeper into the forest. Within this forest lurked a formidable beast-type soul beast, a variant of the ghost tiger, aged 900 years, nearing the threshold of a millennium. We refer to it as the ghost shadow demon tiger. This mutant soul beast not only possesses incredible speed, but also immense strength, embodying the dual characteristics of both fierce offense and agile strikes. Teacher Xia relayed his knowledge to Loya. All right, I shall claim it. Loya's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed the ideal soul ring he had envisioned. The ability to domesticate mutant soul beasts speaks volumes of the martial spirit hall's prowess. Loya, are you certain? As far as I know, it is advisable for the first soul ring to not exceed 500 years of age, or you risk catastrophic consequences. Xiaoyu interjected. It's fine, brother Xiaoyu. Trust me, didn't I mention before that my physical constitution has always been far superior to that of ordinary individuals? Furthermore, I am eager to test the endurance of my martial spirit. Loya waved dismissively, indicating there was no cause for concern. What a jest. Gryza, as the void's predator, is renowned for its essence of nothingness and devouring. How could a mere nearly 1,000-year-old large cat be compared to the beasts of the void? Teacher Xia was somewhat troubled, and Loya's words stirred a flicker of doubt within him. Very well, I choose to trust you. Let us proceed. Whether as your elder roommate or out of respect for a prodigy, I sincerely hope you can succeed and survive. Xiaoyu affirmed, his expression serious as he cautioned Loya. Indeed. Loya nodded emphatically, his resolve unwavering. Alas, it seems your mind is set. I shall not dissuade you further. Let us go to the heart of the forest. Teacher Xia sighed and continued to lead the way. After about 10 minutes of trekking, a low, rumbling roar accompanied by a faint metallic scent wafted through the air. The trees to the left swayed, as if stirred by a violent wind. Chapter 8. Ghost Shadow Demon Tiger. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. It must be a tiger-type soul beast. Exercise caution, Teacher Xia calmly deduced. No sooner had he spoken than a jet-black tiger leapt from the thicket. This creature was entirely ebony, save for a purple kingly insignia upon its forehead, measuring over 2 meters in length. Strangely, 3 blue spines, each about a meter long, protruded from its back. Despite its massive size, it exhibited remarkable agility. Teacher Xia recognized it at once, a smile gracing his lips. What a fortuitous encounter. It has come to us. Loya, this is the Ghost Shadow Demon Tiger. Be wary. If you cannot defeat it, do not hesitate to flee. This beast can teleport short distances. Let's take action. Xiaoyu shouted, summoning 2 crescent blades into his hands as 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath him. The ghost tiger was already notorious for its terrifying speed and ferocity. Moreover, this variant had touched upon spatial abilities, making it even more formidable. Teacher Xia let out a fierce cry, transforming his hands into claws, black wings sprouting from his back, his pupils turning orange. 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, manifested beneath him. This is my martial spirit, the black-winged bird. 3rd soul skill, black featherblade. With a flurry, countless razor-sharp black feathers shot forth from Teacher Xia's wings, aimed directly at the Ghost Shadow Demon Tiger. The Ghost Shadow Demon Tiger displayed evident fear in its eyes, letting out a low growl as it split into 2 shadows, darting in opposing directions to evade the incoming black feathers. It's a clone. I'll handle it. Xiaoyu leapt from the ground, his 2nd soul ring flashing as he hurled 2 crescent blades, glowing faintly red, towards the 2 demon tigers. 2nd soul skill, Crescent Moon Slash. Seeing no way to evade, the Ghost Shadow Demon Tiger retracted its clones, pivoting to unleash its claws against the crescent blades. A faint blue light flickered across its paw as Xiaoyu's blades were unexpectedly deflected off course. Excellent. This is precisely the ability I require. In Luo Ya's gaze burned in intense fervor, for the Glyza martial soul endowed him with formidable perceptive abilities. Just moments ago, the azure light emanating from the claws of the phantom shadow demon tiger unmistakably signified the power of space. It manipulated spatial energy, forcibly distorting the trajectory of the moonblade, thereby narrowly evading capture. Luo Yu ceased his passive observation, unleashing the formidable Grisea martial soul in a breathtaking fusion. Loya was immediately enveloped by a strange purple light, and an eerie laughter escaped his lips. Behind him, the phantom of Glyza's first form began to swirl, exuding an unsettling aura. It was also the first time Xiaoyu had encountered Loya's martial spirit, and his curious gaze roamed up and down Loya, filled with a desire to explore. This martial spirit was indeed peculiar. Even teacher Xia was taken aback. She had never heard of any beast martial spirit that was spherical in shape and emitted such a chilling laughter. However, the spatial energy that permeated the surroundings was undeniably real. Loya said little more, exerting himself to leap upwards and accelerate. In midair, he pursued the shadow demon tiger, moving so swiftly that he left behind a blur. Both Xiaoyu and teacher Xia were taken aback. Loya's martial spirit could actually soar, and at such an astonishing speed. It was likely that even a spirit master with a soul ring in the agile attack category could not rival him. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. They needed to catch up, as Loya still lacked a soul ring and could not possibly confront the shadow demon tiger alone. Don't let it escape. Loya quickly caught up to the shadow demon tiger, descending from above to intercept its path. To him, the shadow demon tiger appeared merely as a walking soul ring. With a ferocious roar, the shadow demon tiger lunged, baring its fangs in a bid to strike. How dare a mere human without a soul ring provoke it, so ignorant of its own limitations? Watch out, Loya! Teacher Xia and Xiaoyu shouted in unison. Loya stood less than 3 meters from the tiger, and they could not reach him in time. The thought of such a prodigious talent perishing was unbearable. Yet, Loya seemed oblivious, remaining motionless, while the purple light surrounding him intensified, rendering him almost ethereal. The shadow demon tiger, undeterred, snapped its jaws, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Loya. However, at the moment its sharp teeth made contact, they passed right through him, biting nothing but air. Loya remained unscathed. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. What had he just witnessed? The shadow demon tiger had missed entirely, its fangs piercing through Loya as if he were nothing more than a mirage. Observing the furious and astonished shadow demon tiger, Loya emitted an unsettling laughter, as if mocking its naivety. This was the innate ability of Glyza, an incorporeal body. Though he could not yet fully harness complete immunity, it was more than sufficient to contend with a century-old soul beast. Without affording the shadow demon tiger a moment to react, Loya propelled himself into action, his body moving with an uncanny fluidity, and delivered a merciless punch to its forehead. The tiger let out a pained cry, crashing into a sturdy tree, collapsing to the ground while groaning in agony. What immense power! This was teacher Xia's immediate reaction. His gaze towards Loya now tinged with fervor. The Glyza martial spirit was astonishingly formidable. It disregarded physical attacks while simultaneously embodying both strength and speed. He was truly a little monster. Just imagine, if Loya were to cultivate to the rank of title Douluo, who could possibly harm him? The thought of being unable to strike back while the opponent had myriad means to attack must be infuriating. Teacher Xia, brother Xiaoyu, I'm going to absorb the soul ring. Please protect me, Loya declared, having claimed the life of the shadow demon tiger. A soul ring, shimmering with a faint purple light, began to emerge from its lifeless body. Oh, splendid. Go for it, little genius. Teacher Xia nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed intently on Loya. He was eager to see if this little monster could truly absorb the nearly 1,000-year-old soul ring and what martial soul abilities it would bestow upon him. Luo Yu sat cross-legged, his palm grasping at the void as the soul ring of the shadow phantom tiger flew above his head. A surge of powerful and violent energy continuously poured into his body from above, causing his meridians to throb with discomfort. I wasn't afraid of you when you were alive. How could I fear a mere soul ring now? With a hardened resolve, Luo Yu forcefully channeled the soul power of Grisea within him and began devouring the energy of the soul ring. The shadow phantom tiger, a mutated form of the ghost tiger, could brush against the fabric of spatial energy. Its strength was naturally tyrannical. Yet Grisea was a void monster, possessing the power to reduce all to nothingness. No martial soul in this world could compare. The shadow phantom tiger had died with deep resentment, leaving behind a lingering malice that greatly increased the difficulty of Luo Yu absorbing its soul ring. Within the realm of Luo Yu's soul sea, Glyza's initial form emanated a blinding purple light that enveloped a formidable black tiger. The tiger's powerful physique gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. Meanwhile, Glyza's spherical shape began to undergo a profound transformation. Despite the formidable resentment of the ghost shadow demon tiger, Luo Yu, as a transcender, possessed a soul force that far surpassed that of his peers. Coupled with Glyza's formidable devouring ability, the resentment of the ghost shadow demon tiger ultimately began to wane with the passage of time. The absorption of the soul ring had reached a critical juncture. Ah, human. Your first offering to me is quite satisfactory. Observing Luo Ye's condition stabilize, Teacher Xia and Xiaoyu silently breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that there seemed to be no cause for concern. Chapter 9. The first soul skill. As dusk gradually descended, Luo Ye continued to absorb the soul ring. Teacher Xia and Xiaoyu took turns guarding him throughout the night. The sound of cicadas resonated amidst the thickets, and a crescent moon had unknowingly ascended into the sky. Within the sea of consciousness of Luo Ye, the first form of Glyza accelerated in its rotation, generating a formidable suction that wholly engulfed the phantom demonic tiger. At that moment, Luo Ye, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. As his eyes burst forth, the violet irises shimmered with a hint of golden light, transforming his previously gentle gaze into one of icy coldness. As his eyes closed once more, an enigmatic aura manifested in its entirety. Ha 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 ha. Luo rose, suspended in midair, as the phantom of Glyza behind him twisted and contorted. The soul ring beneath his feet began to rise. The spherical form gradually sprouted limbs, taking on a humanoid shape, adorned with intricate patterns of black, purple, and blue. The figure emanated a palpable aura of power that sent ripples of disturbance through the soul beast of the soul-hunting forest. Glyza's second transformation had awakened. Luo Ye stretched lazily, the golden hue in his eyes gradually fading. The soul ring retracted, and the phantom of Glyza slowly dissipated as he descended to the ground. How do you feel, Luo Ye? Xiaoyu inquired eagerly. Luo Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, I feel exceptionally well. My speed has once again surged, and my mastery over spatial power has been enhanced. The ghost shadow demon tiger was inherently skilled in speed, so the augmentation of spatial power was indeed anticipated. I wonder, what is your first soul skill? Inquired Teacher Xia. Luo Ye smiled and said, my first soul skill is called Void Claw. This skill increases power by 100% and speed by 50%. Furthermore, it is imbued with the tearing force of spatial energy, allowing it to disregard half of the opponent's defensive capabilities. To disregard half of the defense is truly overbearing, exclaimed Xiaoyu, astonished. Indeed, Luo Ye nodded. Although Void Claw is primarily an offensive soul skill, it also enhances speed and strength. This is not only due to the formidable nature of the Glyza spirit, but also the influence of the ghost shadow demon tiger. As a variant of the ghost tiger, its ability to create clones has been retained, and the amplification of spatial energy makes this attack exceedingly difficult to counter. Teacher Xia was somewhat taken aback. Void Claw is evidently an offensive soul skill, yet it possesses the effects of a status-altering skill. This is simply unprecedented. Is this peculiar spirit truly that powerful? May I witness its effects? Of course. Glyza, manifest. The ethereal form of Glyza reappeared, but this time as a humanoid second form. A chilling laughter emanated from within Luo Ye, as a faint golden light illuminated his forehead, and an eerie purple glow enveloped his body. A soul ring of yellow tinged with hints of purple materialized beneath Luo Ye's feet. Finding a robust tree with a trunk over 10 meters thick, Luo Ye raised his right hand, claw-like, and unleashed his first soul skill, Void Claw. The purple radiance coalesced on Luo Ye's palm, and the spectral image of a claw took shape upon his fingers. Luo Ye's claw plunged deeply into the trunk. With a piercing sound, the claw met the tree. As Luo Ye swiftly retracted his claw, the towering tree, over 10 meters high, crashed to the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Goodness! Teacher Xia stepped forward to carefully examine the severed trunk on the naturally. Luo Ye had no objections and tidied up his belongings before returning to the academy alongside the two individuals. The night had deepened, yet Xiaoyu remained awake. Seated on a wooden chair, he cast a glance at the slumbering Luo Ye on the bed, retrieved paper and pen from a nearby drawer, and began to write. Nana. Today on the first day of school, I encountered a most intriguing young fellow. He is my roommate, merely 6 years old, named Luo Ye. Chapter 10. First encounter with Hulina. Time passed swiftly in slumber, and before long, morning arrived. Luo Ye rubbed his drowsy eyes, rose to wash and dress. For Xie, you had already departed to report earlier. The class schedule at the Wuhuan Temple Academy commenced earlier than at other institutions, and has prodigious talents from various backgrounds. Diligence was paramount. Due to Luo Ye's innate full soul power, he was assigned to the elite class 1, where none of the students possessed innate soul power below level 7. However, the high entrance threshold for the elite class meant that typically, only one new student would be welcomed every 2 semesters. Classmates, today we have a new student joining our elite class. Please welcome him with applause. Young man, would you kindly introduce yourself? The homeroom teacher of class 1, a female instructor and a 6-ring soul emperor, addressed the eager students, who curiously gazed towards the entrance at Luo Ye, as it had been 3 semesters since a new student had joined. Luo Ye ascended the podium, surveying the diverse assembly of children below. In a clear voice, he proclaimed, Greetings, everyone. My name is Luo Ye. I am 6 years old, possessing innate soul power, with a spatial martial spirit. As Luo Ye's voice faded, the children below began to murmur softly among themselves. Wow, a full innate soul power at such a tender age. No wonder he can join the elite class at just 6 years old. The spatial martial spirit is quite rare. Hiki, this little fellow is rather handsome. The female teacher pressed her finger downwards, signaling for silence, and the students quickly settled down. Indeed, a rare genius, she smiled and said, Luoya. Please find a seat for yourself. Luoya cast a swift glance and soon located Xieyu, settling down at an adjacent empty table. Brother Xie, you arrived quite early. Luoya greeted with a smile. The morning is vital to a day's plan. One must not be lax in their training, Xieyu replied nonchalantly. Very well. Let us commence today's lesson. Time swiftly elapsed, and after the class concluded, many children clustered in small groups, engaged in animated discussions. Luoya, oblivious to their conversation, took out a piece of paper and began to write. At that moment, Xieyu returned to his seat, accompanied by a girl. Noticing Luoya's earnest scribbling, curiosity compelled him to steal a few glances. He discerned that Luoya was writing about martial spirits, which piqued his interest. It was indeed rare for a 6-year-old to delve into such topics. The girl beside Xieyu inquired, Brother, is he the Luoya you mentioned? Yes. I took him to seek Teacher Xia yesterday to acquire his first soul ring, a soul ring over 900 years old, and he successfully absorbed it. Xieyu remarked with admiration. Is that so? It seems his prowess is quite remarkable. The violet-haired girl's large eyes twinkled with intrigue. Indeed, Xieyu paused and stated, his strength is formidable. Recalling the scene where Luoya severed a large tree with a single claw, a flicker of battle intent crossed Xieyu's eyes. Hee. Let us see what this little fellow is writing. The violet-haired girl bent down, stealthily peering at Luoya's writing. Luoya is now entirely focused, diligently wielding a pencil to inscribe and illustrate his research on the innate abilities of the Glyza martial soul. He is acutely aware that Glyza possesses more than just the void body ability showcased in the drama X. From his recollections alone, he can recall 3 distinct techniques, the dual helix of Glyza, the dark thunderstorm energy, and the Glyza sound wave. Luoya harbors the notion of cultivating his abilities independently, without relying on the absorption of soul rings. In the parlance of Douluo Continent, this equates to the creation of unique soul skills. For instance, the Glyza sound wave can be simply understood as a form of mental assault, and notably, it possesses a wide-ranging effect. Coincidentally, with some leisure time at hand, Luoya seizes the opportunity to contemplate how to develop these skills. His fragmented soul has not divulged the means to acquire such powers in the future. Relying on the mountains may lead to their collapse, and depending on others may result in disappointment. Thus, it is far more prudent to rely on himself to ponder these abilities in advance, ensuring a greater chance of success when facing adversaries in the future. Armed with a pencil, Luoya scribbles and sketches on his desk, at times furrowing his brow in concentration and at other moments smiling with satisfaction. However, the nearby Xieyu and the purple-haired girl are utterly baffled by Luoya's writings and illustrations. Surely, the spiral beams of spatial energy are comprehensible. But what are the other two? Range-based mental attacks? Are you a martial artist specializing in offense? Dark thunderstorm? Does your martial spirit inherently possess both dark and lightning attributes? Furthermore, enhancing others? That is a capability associated with support-type abilities, my friend. Soon enough, after a span of mere minutes, Luoya concludes his writing and drawing, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He resolves to practice the Glyza skills in accordance with the methods he has devised. As Luoya emerged from a state of deep concentration, he discovered 2 reflections on his desk, likely a man and a woman. Turning his head, he found it was Xieyu, accompanied by a young girl. This girl was strikingly beautiful, prompting Luoya to take a closer look. With her sleek purple hair, porcelain complexion, and exquisite features, her elongated eyes radiated an enchanting allure. Her every smile and frown tugged at the heartstrings, undeniably marking her as a natural seductress. Given her stunning appearance and her association with Xieyu, Luoya deduced that she must be Hulaina. Internally, he confirmed her identity. Nonetheless, he needed to maintain his composure. Is there something you need, Brother Xie? Luoya inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. His large, innocent eyes paired with his puzzled expression elicited a sense of delightful contrast in Hulaina. Had it not been for my brother's description of your martial soul transformation, I might have been deceived, Hulaina mused silently. Oh, it's nothing. Nana and I were just discussing a few matters. I noticed you were quite engrossed earlier. What were you writing? Xieyu inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luoya realized that his attempts to create a unique soul technique had been observed by the siblings. Brother Xie, did you both see that? He sought to confirm. At that moment, Hulaina chuckled softly. Indeed. I didn't expect someone your age to be so eager to develop your own soul technique. I must admit, I'm a bit surprised. Little Luo, this is my sister, Hulaina, a level 19 control system soul master, Xieyu introduced. Hello, Senior Hu, Luoya greeted politely. Hello, little Luoya. As noon approaches, would you like to join us for lunch? Hulaina offered with a smile. Of course, Luoya readily accepted. Chapter 11, the Academy's Disciple Ranking Tournament. As Luoya followed the Xieyu siblings into the grand hall of the cafeteria on the first floor, every person who caught sight of them greeted with respectful bows. Some, upon spotting Hulaina, had their eyes light up with admiration, their gazes unwavering and unabashed. It appears that my senior is quite popular, Luoya chuckled, offering a playful compliment. At least you know how to flatter, Hulaina replied with a satisfied smile. Nana, Xieyu, you have arrived. At that moment, a resonant voice drew the attention of the trio. Luoya turned his head to see a boy around 9 years old, whose fervent gaze toward Hulaina was utterly unconcealed. The lad was tall in stature, though his features were rather plain, with fiery red short hair cascading down his back and even his irises a deep crimson. Like the previous youth, he exuded an intangible aura. Red hair. Similar age, this must be Yin, Hulaina's infamous devoted follower in the original story. Drawing from his knowledge of the plot and analyzing the characteristics, Luoya confirmed the newcomer's identity. Upon spotting Yin, Xiaoyu stepped forward, and the two exchanged a forearm bump in greeting. As brothers forged in the crucible of the same elite training camp, a year of life and death battles had solidified their bond. Yin, perfect timing. Let's go together, Xiaoyu said with a light chuckle. By the way, who's that kid next to Nana? Yin suddenly asked as they walked. Oh, that's my roommate for the next 3 years. He's in our class, Xiaoyu replied instinctively. Is that so? To be in the same class as you two. His talent must be remarkable, then? Yin relaxed slightly, curiosity about Luoya stirring within him. Back when his martial soul awakened, Yin had fallen short by a single level of innate soul power, barring him from sharing a class with Hulaina. Nevertheless, as a product of the elite training camp, he reigned unchallenged as the top student in class 2. Let's grab a meal first, then talk in detail. Xiaoyu shook his head, patting Yan's shoulder before turning back. Seated together at the dining table, Luoya and Yan's gazes intermittently met. Yan wondered what capabilities this 6-year-old child possessed to warrant placement in elite class 1, and sharing a dorm with Xiaoyu, no less. As for Luoya, he was puzzled as to why Yan kept stealing glances at him, his eyes flickering between combativeness and wariness. Had he not known the original plot, he might have suspected the boy had unconventional inclinations. Luoya, I heard you possess innate full soul power and even obtained your first soul ring yesterday? That's correct, Brother Yin. Any interest in participating in the upcoming Academy Disciple Ranking Tournament? The top prize is quite substantial. Yin pressed further. Oh, Brother Xie. Was this what everyone was discussing earlier? Luoya's interest peaked slightly as he turned to Xiaoyu for confirmation. Xiaoyu nodded. Indeed. To be frank, the 3 of us have already signed up. After contemplating for a moment, Luoya inquired, Brother Xie, could you enlighten me on the rules? It is quite simple. Xiaoyu replied. It is a duel. You may challenge any opponent of the same rank. The last one standing will be crowned the champion. Beside them, Hulaina added. Of course, if you believe yourself to be exceptionally strong, you may opt for a challenge against a higher rank. The rewards for victory will be doubled. I see. Luoya began to respond, but at that moment, the voice of the lingering soul of Glyza echoed in his mind. Youngster, seize the championship. Then defeat the human beside you. This will allow me to ascertain whether I have chosen wisely. Fear not, I shall not let you toil in vain. I possess a portion of the memories of the previous host, which includes information on 3 types of elixirs. The sudden voice momentarily startled Luoya, and he cast a complex glance at Xiaoyu. Not only was he to claim the championship, but he also had to challenge and defeat his roommate. However, Xiaoyu's moon blade belonged to a weapon spirit, primarily utilized for physical attacks. Although he was elevated by a significant rank, Glyza's ethereal form could still withstand 50% of the damage, coupled with the ability to inflict harm with the Void Claw. He was certainly capable of putting up a fight. Luoya? What is the matter? Xiaoyu asked, puzzled by Luoya's sudden distraction and the peculiar look in his eyes. Oh, it's nothing, Brother Xie. I also wish to participate, Luoya quickly replied, regaining his composure. Following this, after a hearty meal, the 4 returned to their dormitories to cultivate. Seated upon his bed, Luoya appeared to be in a state of meditation, yet he was truly engaged in a dialogue with the remnants of his true essence. Glyza, what are those elixirs? Pray, enlighten me. They are known as Foundation Establishment Pill, Soul Restoration Pill, and Soul Shattering Pill. One nourishes the meridians of humanity, enhancing potential and accelerating cultivation speed. The Soul Restoration Pill serves to replenish and augment spiritual strength. In your world, it remains effective even at the 6th ring. The Soul Shattering Pill ensures the safety of ascension in realms. Are humans prepared for this? Will they proceed? Indeed. As Glyza's spectral essence elucidated the properties of the potions, Luoya's eyes sparkled with interest. Aside from the Foundation Establishment Pill, these elixirs were precisely what he sought. In the Douluo Continent, individuals predominantly relied on martial souls and soul skills, with soul bones being a rare addition. The realm of potions was nearly untouched. Even the modest efficacy of these 3 foundational elixirs starkly contrasted with the shoddy concoctions prevalent in Douluo. The Soul Restoration Pill could assist and rejuvenate during the cultivation of sound waves. After all, spiritual attacks remained rather scarce in the current continent. The Soul Shattering Pill, owing to his innate full soul power, was of no personal use, yet he could administer it to others. Presently, apart from the sinister moon, he was devoid of connections and wealth. Securing these elixirs could garner him support from others, along with a chance to earn some coin. Though wealth is but a worldly possession, it cannot be entirely disregarded. Given his current lack of strength, a measure of security was indeed necessary. Contemplating this, Luoya wore a smile of cunning triumph. were it not for the presence of the sinister moon also engrossed in cultivation. He might have been taken to the infirmary to ascertain if he had succumbed to madness. Luo Yi opened his eyes and raised his hand, fiercely grasping at the void before him. I shall secure the first place in the Academy's disciple ranking competition, he declared with conviction. Not even the soul Douluo can impede my ascent. Confidence is the pinnacle, he coughed, acknowledging that the substantial power granted by his residual soul played a significant role in his confidence. Chapter 12. The manifestation of the void. Time passed swiftly. And 3 days later, approximately 200 students gathered in the plaza of the Wuhan Hall Academy. Their eyes brimmed with fighting spirit as they gazed at the arena above. At that moment, several golden petals floated down from the sky, and a golden silhouette flashed by as Ju Douluo Yueguan appeared on the stage. Greetings, Elder Ju. The 200 students bowed in unison. Yueguan nodded indifferently and then spoke, his voice resonating in the ears of each student. Today, I shall serve as both the host and judge of this disciple ranking competition. I look forward to witnessing your displayed prowess. After a brief pause, Yueguan continued. Those without soul rings, please stand on the left, those with 1 ring, on the right, and those with 2 or more rings, in the center. The students obediently organized themselves into their respective positions. Yueguan then gathered a sphere of golden light in his right hand and tossed it into the air, where over 200 golden petals accurately descended into the hands of each student, each inscribed with a number. Number 1 against number 2, number 3 against number 4, and so forth. Let the competition commence. Loya, Helena, and Yin were all first-ring students, assigned to the right side, while only Xie Yue stood alone in the center of the square, as a newcomer to the Soul Master realm, accompanied by but a few. I am number 100. Is anyone here number 99? Loya inquired, glancing at his own number and addressing his fellow classmates. However, the responses he received were all in the negative. At that moment, a warm hand, imbued with a slight heat, landed on his shoulder. Turning around, Loya was surprised to find it was Yin. Yin waved the number 99, displayed on a petal in his hand, before Loya, chuckling, "Don't worry, little Loya, I will go easy on you." Yet, Loya said nothing in return, merely rolling his eyes at Yin. What a predicament, facing this guy in the very first match. Is this a game orchestrated by Ju Douluo? In the 50th round, Loya was to battle Yin. Step onto the stage, commanded Ju Douluo Yueguan, reclining in his chair, his gaze fixed on Loya. Eager to witness the capabilities of the young talent he had personally mentored, Luo Yi stepped onto the arena with measured grace, his gaze settling upon the fiery figure opposite him. Brother Yin, he began with composed dignity. Shall we commence? Humph. Such audacity, young one. Very well. Yin growled in response, his body erupting in scorching flames. His muscles swelled like granite formations, his stature expanding beyond 2 meters as a yellow centennial soul ring materialized beneath his feet. Martial Soul, Flame Sovereign. Level 18 Assault Type Battle Soul Master. Loya smiled with a hint of malice and said, My martial spirit is Glyza, a level 13 Assault Type Spirit Master. Glyza? Such a martial spirit was unfamiliar to me, yet your cultivation is indeed commendable. Although Yin was perplexed, he dared not underestimate his opponent. Who among those with innate full soul power is not formidable? That is merely your ignorance. Come forth. You are my first adversary. Loya made a provocative gesture, a smirk playing on his lips. Arrogant brat. Upon hearing Loya's words, Yin bellowed, the first soul ring on his body shining fiercely. Hell's magma eruption. Instantly, a pillar of fire erupted from the arena's ground, enveloping Loya within, making it seem as though he had been consumed by magma. Humph. Easily defeated. Yin scoffed, believing that he had sent Loya flying with his strike, then turned his gaze towards Hulaina, attempting a gesture he deemed impressive. However, both the esteemed Ju Douluo in the stands and Hulaina below shook their heads, their expressions clearly displaying their unfamiliarity with him. Yin remained bewildered until Xie Yu pointed behind him. Before he could comprehend the situation, a purple claw had already pierced his throat, and Loya's ghostly laughter echoed in his ears. Brother Yin, you have lost. Yin turned in disbelief, exclaiming, Impossible. Even a second-ring agile attack-type spirit master could not achieve such speed. The Ju Douluo, Yuguan, displayed a flicker of surprise as well, with his cultivation. He could discern Loya's movements, yet he had not anticipated that Loya would leave no afterimage while instantly sealing Yan's throat. One might say, truly, a spatial martial spirit? This child, I believe the old ghost would appreciate him. A martial spirit that combines both attack and speed. Indeed, I am tempted to take him as a disciple. As Ju Douluo marveled inwardly, thoughts of introducing Loya to his old companion began to form. You are too slow, Loya remarked with a dismissive pout, releasing his hand and pushing Yin off the arena. After all, it was merely a competition among peers. There was no need for lethal force. Had it not been for the sharpness of the void claw, Yin would have been severed in too long ago. I have one, Loya stated coolly, retracting his Glyza martial spirit and returning to the viewing area. Match 50, Loya wins, Ju Douluo announced leisurely. Yin, having been knocked off the stage, felt a chill run down his back, his expression dark and sullen. The sight of Loya sealing his throat would likely haunt him for a lifetime. Such speed. Xie Yu remarked, Are you certain he is an assault-type spirit master? He sighed, nodding, His soul rings were all absorbed by my guardian. Could it be false? Hulaina, listening to her brother, turned her fox-like eyes and said, "Brother, do you think we should inform Elder Ghost about this? His martial spirit is also quite peculiar. And given that Loya possesses such speed even at the first ring, I believe he would certainly take an interest." Xiaoyu fell silent upon hearing Hulaina's words, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he chuckled bitterly. Indeed, such a talent deserves recognition. However, with Elder Ju present today, I believe we need not make an additional trip. In truth, Xiaoyu was somewhat hesitant. After all, he harbored thoughts of taking Elder Ghost as his master. Being intercepted by Loya left him feeling quite unsatisfied. Yet, for the sake of the Spirit Hall, the home that had nurtured him and Laina, what was one small sacrifice? Furthermore, the Spirit Hall had no shortage of titled Douluo. With so many elders, he could hardly believe that none would appreciate him. "Brother, stop overthinking. Let us continue watching the matches." Hulaina comforted him with a gentle embrace. She understood her brother's desire to take Elder Ghost as his master, and her suggestion to introduce Loya to the Elder would undoubtedly strike a blow to her brother's ambitions. "Rest assured, my capacity for such matters is ample," Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Yet, as he gazed at Loya in the viewing area, his left hand, hidden beneath his robe, clenched tightly, his eyes betraying a fierce determination. "I acknowledge your strength, but I shall never relinquish what I could rightfully claim. Loya, I hope you dare to face me in the finals." Chapter 13. Hulaina's challenge. The battles of first-ring spirit masters are typically swift, devoid of the complexities found in higher-tier contests. In a single morning, the initial round was completed. From the original 200 participants, only 8 advanced to the semifinals. This exemplifies the competitiveness of the Spirit Hall Academy. Pressure serves as motivation, and of course, the ultimate reward is an additional incentive. It is noon. Let us return to rest. This afternoon, we shall select our opponents for the semifinals. Douluo glanced at the blazing sun overhead, waved his hand, and with a flash of golden light, vanished from the stands. "Farewell, Douluo." The teachers and students below bowed deeply in respect as they dispersed. Yet, Loya had no intention of resting. He sought a quiet space to cultivate Glyce's innate abilities. As the foremost academy on the continent, the Spirit Hall Academy naturally offered various rental training platforms and practice rooms beyond the main square. Loya casually located a training platform and took out the cultivation diagram he had created during his leisure time, beginning to ponder over it. If Glyce's memory serves him well, this technique is the simplest. He shall proceed with it. However, a name change is in order. From now on, it shall be called Void Flash. Luoya made up his mind. He put away the cultivation diagram and released his martial soul, levitating in midair as he gathered the soul power within his body. Gently closing his eyes, he crossed his arms over his chest. The phantom of Griza mirrored his movements, though its distorted silhouette appeared rather incongruous. A faint golden light began coalescing before Luoya. As time passed, the radiance intensified until it formed a luminous sphere the size of a clenched fist. Luoya opened his amethyst eyes, his arms abruptly spreading outward as the golden orb trembled violently. "Explode!" Luoya let out a resounding shout as the luminous sphere abruptly exploded, scattering countless points of light in all directions, striking the ground and walls. Fortunately, the training chamber of the Spirit Hall Academy was constructed from superior materials, resulting in mere energy fluctuations rather than damage. "Excellent." A flicker of exhilaration danced across Luoya's face. This was precisely the effect he had envisioned. Void Flash, an omnidirectional, inescapable area attack. Though his current spirit power was insufficient to perfect it, leaving the technique in its embryonic stage, it was more than adequate for combat within his tier. This could already be considered a self-created soul skill. In the Douluo Continent, those capable of forging their own soul techniques were rare prodigies, 1 in 10,000. Aside from that anomaly Tang San, Luoya knew of only 4 factions possessing such skills: the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan's split mind control technique, Feng Xiaoyan's 36 strikes, the Clear Sky Clan's ancestral chaotic wind hammer art, and Xiaoyu's full moon. Moreover, the lowest among them had only mastered their techniques at the 4-ring level. Yet here he was, achieving it with a single ring, and with more to come. Such talent, who could rival it, save for Tang San, the child of destiny? But Luoya's ambition stretched far beyond merely matching Tang San. Since he, too, had crossed into this world, the fate of the Spirit Hall and this continent would inevitably be rewritten. You arrived with the 6 great secret skills of the Tang sect and memories of your past life. Why shouldn't I surpass you? Void Flash, Griza Shatter, Griza Sonic Wave, Double Helix Beam, Dark Thunderstorm Energy. Once these techniques were mastered, how could they possibly lose to the meager relics of a mere martial world? With these thoughts, Luoya's resolve solidified further. The conditions set by Griza's true form no longer troubled him. He was already confident. Still, even when facing Xiaoyu, he would avoid using Void Flash unless absolutely necessary. Drawing too much attention too soon could invite unnecessary complications. The tallest tree catches the fiercest wind. Until his safety was fully secured, Luoya could not afford to reveal certain things recklessly. Withdrawing his thoughts, he resumed his training with Void Flash. Time flowed swiftly, and soon the afternoon semifinals were upon them. Seated languidly in the central seat of the viewing platform, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan lightly closed his eyes and murmured, All present? Then let us begin. A middle-aged instructor beside him bowed slightly before addressing the 8 youths standing in the arena. You 8 are the fresh blood of our Spirit Hall Academy. Thus, in the coming matches, I expect restraint, no bloodshed. Cease at the decisive moment. Opponents may be freely chosen. The 4 victors will advance to the finals, a free-for-all among the quartet. Of course, should any among the final 4 wish to challenge a higher tier and emerge victorious, they shall claim the championship outright. Understood? Understood. Luoya and the 7 others responded in unison, their gazes sweeping across one another. Luoya, how about a match with your elder sister? Hulaina chose him without hesitation. Luoya blinked, half expecting a jest. Ahem, senior sister, if you lose, will brother Xie come after me? Hulaina giggled, then cast him a coquettish glance. Relax, my brother won't say a word. Though I doubt you'll win. Very well. Luoya conceded with a wry smile. Soon, the remaining 6 selected their opponents. By lot, Hulaina and Luoya were slated for the first match. Nana is a control-type spirit master with psychic abilities. No matter how fast this brat is, once ensnared by her soul skill, you want to break free. Yin inwardly rejoiced, eager for Hulaina to avenge him. Begin. At the referee's command, Luoya and Hulaina simultaneously unleashed their spirits, their eyes locking in mutual combativeness. Hulaina's short violet hair sprouted delicate pink fox ears. Her figure near perfection. With her spirit released, a fluffy tail unfurled behind her, enhancing her allure further. Whoosh. Luoya's form blurred like a specter as he flashed before Hulaina, fist raised to strike. Yet she merely curved her lips, meeting his gaze head-on. Little one, could you truly bring yourself to strike me? First soul skill, enchanting fox's allure. Luoya found himself momentarily entranced, having succumbed to an ethereal illusion. Within this dreamlike realm, Hulaina approached him, her attire in disarray, exuding a dangerously seductive allure, while her enchanting whispers caressed his ears incessantly. Luoya's speed visibly dwindled, and his raised fist unconsciously relaxed. Hulaina stifled a chuckle before swiftly turning around, her delicate pink fox tail aimed directly at Luoya, intending to swat him away. Senior sister, your alluring abilities are indeed formidable, but do you believe this will have any effect on me? Luoya's dreamy gaze instantly regained clarity as he flashed a mischievous smile at Hulaina, reaching out to grasp the tail she had swung towards him. Hulaina's face flushed a shade of crimson upon suddenly being seized by her foxtail. With her back to Luoya, she tugged vigorously, attempting to reclaim her tail. Her foxtail was undoubtedly one of her most intimate attributes. The thought of it being forcefully held by a mere child was something she had never dared to imagine. You, let go. Hulaina exclaimed, a mixture of embarrassment and anger coloring her voice, which had taken on a somewhat sultry tone. Remembering the audience surrounding them, her face reddened further, as though it might bleed. Meanwhile, Yin, observing the scene below, felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him, his gaze fixated intensely on Luoya. Stop with the pointless chatter, senior sister. You have lost. Luoya chuckled lightly, motioning for Hulaina to look downward, catching a glimpse from the corner of her eye. Hulaina was suddenly gripped by fear, cold sweat trickling down her brow as she lost her balance and fell. Luoya's void claw had already positioned itself against her abdomen. Had he wished, her body could have been pierced in an instant. The first match of the semifinals goes to Luoya, the referee announced loudly. Upon hearing the referee's voice, Hulaina, who lay on the ground, was jolted from her daze. Her fox ears drooped, and a hint of mist glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Senior sister, are you all right? Don't worry, I merely intended to frighten you, Luoya said with a smile, extending his hand to help Hulaina to her feet. Chapter 14. The champion you have won, Hulaina remarked, casting a complex glance at Luoya before turning away as she descended from the battle stage. Luoya returned to the observation area, settling into his solitary corner where he sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his facade. He focused his mental energy within, gradually calming the tumultuous waves of his psyche, which allowed his complexion to improve slightly. Although he had indeed escaped the enchanting grip of Hulaina's captivating fox charm, it had come at a considerable cost. He had yet to master the art of Greise's sound waves, and in matters of mental prowess, he still fell short compared to the cunning little fox, Hulaina. While his ethereal form granted him immunity to physical and energy assaults, it was not impervious to mental attacks. Luoya is a person, as long as one is human. They possess their own thoughts and consciousness. He is not a true Greise, entirely driven by instinct, devoid of rationality. It seems I am still lacking. Luoya thought to himself with a bitter smile, secretly resolving to delve into the malevolent essence of Greise once he masters the Void Flash technique. The feeling of mental fog is exceedingly uncomfortable. You 4 have performed admirably, advancing to the finals, Douluo Yueguan remarked, regarding the remaining quartet with a nod. The final round will be a chaotic battle. Among the 4 of you, there can only be one victor. Of course, does anyone dare to challenge beyond their rank? Should you succeed, you could directly claim the championship. Luoya's lips curled into a smile, eagerly anticipating the words from Yueguan. Elder Ju, I am willing. I wish to challenge Senior Xie Yue, Luoya proclaimed without hesitation. Beside them, Xie Yue was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Luoya with a profound gaze, his fist clenched tightly. Oh, little one, you wish to challenge Xie Yue? Are you certain? Elder Ju inquired. To everyone's astonishment, Luoya boldly chose to challenge an opponent of a higher rank, demonstrating a remarkable audacity for someone of his age. The disparity in soul power between soul masters, particularly when exceeding 5 levels, leaves little room for victory. The difference of a single soul ring is even more pronounced. Unless one possesses a supportive spirit or a soul that counters the adversary, triumph is nearly impossible. A certain titled Douluo once remarked that upon reaching the 90th level, each level of difference feels as vast as the heavens and the earth. Of course, if your surname is Tang, one might choose to disregard that statement. However, since Luoya has arrived on this continent, the fate of the Spirit Hall is poised to be rewritten by him. Having chosen the Spirit Hall, Luoya is determined to ascend to the highest throne for his own sake. The first step is to earn the respect of all. Defeating Xiaoyu will serve as his proof. Very well, I accept Luoya's challenge. Elder Ju, please commence. Before Yu Guan could announce it from the stage, Xiaoyu eagerly accepted Luoya's challenge. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Guan declared, "You two may begin. Everyone else, step back." The remaining 2 students promptly exited the stage, leaving the center for Xiaoyu and Luoya. Their gazes locked in a fierce collision, as if sparks might ignite from their intensity. Jelly Za manifest. Moonblade, arise. Luoya hovered gracefully in midair, while the ethereal figure of Glyza materialized behind him. A soul ring, infused with a hue of yellow and purple, ascended beneath his feet, casting an eerie glow that accentuated the peculiar nature of his martial spirit. With a flick of his wrists, the sinister Yu summoned 2 blood-red crescent blades, which coalesced in his grasp. 2 yellow soul rings emerged from beneath him, their brilliance illuminating the razor-sharp tips of the moon blades with a dazzling chill. Luoya, undeterred, prepared to challenge the formidable Yu, and with the referee's command, both combatants sprang into action almost simultaneously. On the palm of Luoya's right hand, a violet light coalesced, swiftly taking the form of a claw as he lashed it forward. In response, Xiaoyu brandished 2 crescent blades, radiating a vivid crimson glow as they struck towards Luoya. First soul skill, Void Claw. First soul skill, Crescent Blade Slash. Clang. The sound of blades colliding resonated, and amidst the convergence of red and purple light, a figure was propelled backward, retreating several steps before hovering in midair, unscathed. It was Luoya. To everyone's astonishment, he was the one who emerged unscathed. Did their initial clash indeed favor Xiaoyu? Luoya descended from the sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stood still. Suddenly, before the radiance dissipated, 2 blood moons shot forth, flanking him on either side. As he beheld the approaching crescent blades, Luoya smiled faintly, and with a flicker of purple light emanating from his hands, he extended his claws outward, seizing both blades with a firm grip. A surge of force reverberated through him. Yet he merely staggered back a few steps, firmly clutching the crescent blades. How can this be? The spectators below were left in disbelief, particularly Yin, who was on the verge of existential crisis. He was well aware of the might of the evil moon's crescent blades, even with his dual attribute fire and earth martial soul. Boasting exceptional defensive capabilities, he could only manage a feeble resistance against the razor-sharp blades of the evil moon. Yet now, the second soul skill of the evil moon, the whirling moon slash, was being effortlessly grasped by a mere first-ring novice with lower soul power, appearing utterly unfazed. The figure of the evil moon materialized, staring incredulously at Luoya, who held his crescent blades. However, he quickly regained composure and, with a mental command, reached toward the blades in the air. Luoya felt the blades tremble in his grip before swiftly breaking free, merging midair into a singular entity. This was the true whirling moon slash. The evil moon bellowed, swinging his arm forward. The united crescent blades hurtled towards Luoya once more, but this time, a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. He could not afford to catch the blades barehanded again. Enveloped by a peculiar white light, Luoya shielded his chest with his arms, a nearly transparent barrier materializing to intercept the blades. No, the power of the crescent blades is far beyond this. I have not relinquished my hold. The evil moon, witnessing his blades halted by the translucent barrier, was perplexed. It was not that his defense was overly strong, but rather that the strength of my crescent blades had been diminished. The evil moon soon recalled yesterday's encounter with the phantom shadow demon tiger, where the same white light had penetrated yet left him unscathed. This was the innate ability of his martial soul. Now is the moment. A smirk graced Luoya's lips as dark blue light slowly coalesced around his arms, and with a forceful tremor, he exclaimed, boom. Upon contact with the dark blue light, the crescent blades were sent spiraling uncontrollably backward, embedding themselves into the ground and carving deep grooves. Space distortion. The audience gasped as the esteemed Douluo Yueguan exclaimed. Others may not have perceived it, but as a titled Douluo, Yueguan had a modicum of comprehension regarding spatial abilities. Among the 7 elements, wind, earth, water, fire, light, dark, and space, the power of the space element is the most enigmatic. To comprehend spatial distortion at the first ring undoubtedly indicated that this child, Luoya, possessed the potential for a title. Yueguan's gaze toward Luoya grew increasingly fervent, for he believed it was merely a matter of time before Luoya claimed victory. The evil moon, watching his blades rebound, felt a chill of terror. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Indeed, during the hunt for the phantom shadow demon tiger yesterday, That beast had also sent his crescent blades flying with a mysterious pale blue light. Just as the evil moon intended to strike again, Yueg-wan appeared on the arena. Enough. Cease your attacks. Evil moon, you are not his match. The esteemed Douluo gestured dismissively, advising him. Why? Elder Yu, I have not yet lost. The evil moon furrowed his brow, speaking with a hint of defiance. Just now, Loya deflected your martial soul skill using spatial distortion, as long as he possesses soul power. You cannot harm him, Yueg-wan replied calmly. Spatial distortion? The evil moon was taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. Loya had perfectly inherited the skill of the phantom shadow demon tiger. Was this the mark of a true genius? I concede. The evil moon clasped his fist toward Loya before stepping down from the arena. Very well. I hereby declare that the champion of this year's Academy Disciple Ranking Tournament is Loya. For the next year, Loya shall be your senior brother and chief disciple. Do you understand? Elder Yu's voice resonated with a hint of soul power, ensuring all could hear. Soon, some began to respond, bowing slightly to Loya. We greet the senior brother. With a leader, hundreds of disciples echoed in unison. Loya's heart swelled with excitement, his smile unrestrained. Chapter 15. A nightly encounter with Qianrenshua. Ha ha ha. Young human, I begrudgingly acknowledge your strength. These insights are what I promised you. Cherish them. Ha ha ha. The voice of Glyce's remnant soul echoed, and a stream of information flowed into Loya's mind. He sighed in relief, planning to return to his dormitory to further digest the information regarding the elixir. At that moment, a large hand silently landed on his shoulder. Loya looked up to see Yueg-wan, whose expression was grave. Loya, remember, your position as chief disciple can only be upheld for a year. If someone manages to defeat you next year, your place will be usurped. Whether you can retain your status and training resources depends solely on you. Luo Yu nodded solemnly, committing Yueg-wan's words to memory. Though the night was deep, a dim glow emanated from within an opulent cultivation chamber. An eerie violet light suffused the room as a young boy gazed intently at a massive cauldron engulfed in flames. Ding! A delicate crystalline chime resonated from the vessel, reminiscent of freshly frozen ice. Success! Luo Yu sprang to his feet in exhilaration. With a sweeping gesture, the cauldron's lid lifted as 3 luminous pills, white, gold, and violet, soared forth to alight upon his palm. Examining the Foundation Establishment pill, Soul Revival pill, and Breakthrough Sovereign pill now resting in his hand, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Though his current single-ring cultivation made the refinement process arduous, the results proved sufficient. The resources provided by Spirit Hall Academy were unparalleled across the continent, and his current status ensured easy access to rare medicinal herbs. Yet due to this world's inherent limitations, the elixir's potency might prove somewhat lacking. The Foundation Establishment pill shall be gifted to Brother Xie as a token of camaraderie between roommates, he mused. The Soul Revival pill must be preserved for future cultivation of the Glitza Soundwave technique. As for the Breakthrough pill, his fingers closed around the violet orb. This shall serve as a goodwill offering when the occasion arises. Determined, Luo Yu began to gather his belongings, preparing to return to his dormitory for some rest. The training room was not particularly distant from the student dormitories, just a few hundred meters away, allowing for a swift arrival. However, counting this visit, Luo Yu had only been to the training room twice, both times at night, causing many areas of the academy to appear strikingly similar. As he walked, he soon found himself lost. The path seemed familiar, yet as he continued, it felt as if he was drifting further away, ultimately losing all sense of his whereabouts. Perhaps it was a mistake to venture out at this late hour, he mused with a wry smile, realizing it was already past midnight. With a shake of his head, he activated his spiritual energy to scan the surroundings, hoping to identify some iconic structures that would guide him back to his dormitory. At that moment, a faint golden light emanated from the left front, startling Luo Yu. Is someone practicing at this hour? He pondered, intrigued by the notion of encountering a fellow cultivator. Initially, he merely wished to return to his dormitory for sleep, yet the somewhat blinding golden radiance in the darkness beckoned him with an irresistible allure. Go take a look. Who else in the Spirit Hall Academy could be so diligent? The golden light, it seemed, was not a capacity of the Golden Generation trio. Though it was not proper to spy on others' training, curiosity got the better of Luo Yu. Even if discovered, he was the Academy's senior brother. The worst outcome would be a series of questions and some reprimands. Light on his feet, he glided through the shadows, drawing closer to the source of the golden glow. Upon passing through an archway, he entered an unfamiliar training ground, concealing his presence as he quietly observed a figure engaged in soul technique practice. Before him stood a girl, appearing around 9 years of age, with cascading golden hair that fell to her shoulders. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her exquisite features resembled those of an angel. The budding beauty of her form hinted at her potential to become a stunning woman, while the golden light that enveloped her added an air of divine nobility. She wore a form-fitting golden outfit, and to Luo Yu's astonishment, she bore 3 soul rings. From her back, her garment was torn, revealing a pair of immaculate white wings that extended gracefully. Behind her, a colossal golden humanoid shadow emerged, its face obscured. Yet unlike the girl, the shadow's wings consisted of 3 pairs. Is this the 6-winged angel martial soul? Could she be Qianrenshua? As Luo Yu marveled, he felt a mixture of shock, relief, and admiration. A 9-year-old soul sovereign, possessing extraordinary talent, diligently practicing at midnight. This only underscored her remarkable work ethic. As Loya stood quietly at the doorway, observing Qianren as she practiced her cultivation, he felt no concern about being discovered, as he held a fair degree of confidence in Glyza's stealth abilities. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable, just as Qianren was diligently engrossed in her training. Her third soul ring suddenly glimmered, and a dazzling golden light, far more brilliant than before, radiated from the wings on her back. Angelic radiance. The intense shockwave, coupled with the blinding golden light, compelled Loya to shield his eyes with his hand, inadvertently exclaiming aloud. This, without a doubt, revealed his presence. Who is it? Qianren, having just retracted her soul skill, felt a sudden shift in her expression. She turned swiftly towards the doorway. And in the fleeting moment before the golden light vanished, Loya's form emerged from the shadows. Upon recognizing him as an unfamiliar young boy, Qianren's brow furrowed slightly. With a powerful flap of her wings, she swiftly soared to stand before Loya, golden light coalescing in her palm as she regarded him with a chilling gaze. Who are you? What brings you here at this late hour? Loya, with a playful glint in her eyes, feigned an adorable demeanor and inquired, Sister, could you please tell me how to get to the academy dormitory? I seem to have lost my way. Qianren cast a brief glance at Loya, and upon confirming her affiliation with the Spirit Hall Academy, her expression softened slightly. Nevertheless, the fist she had raised remained poised, showing no intention of being lowered. What are you doing wandering around the academy at this late hour? Are you up to no good? The last 3 words fell from her lips as Qianren advanced step by step towards Loya. Loya's expression shifted, unable to restrain himself from retreating, ultimately gritting his teeth and declaring, I am the chief disciple of this academy. Qianren momentarily paused her steps, her gaze sharpening with a cold intensity as she replied. Is that so? I've heard your martial spirit is also humanoid, something like Glyza. Before she could finish her sentence, Qianren's speed surged, her fist descending violently upon Loya. I am quite eager to witness this. What is happening? Is she attacking simply because of a disagreement? Loya hastily turned and fled. With Qianren's soul master cultivation, her ethereal form not yet fully restored, and the vast disparity in soul power, he knew he was no match for her. As Loya dashed towards the archway, Qianren's beautiful eyes gleamed with golden light, her second soul ring illuminating as her pristine wings transformed into an ethereal apparition, enhancing her speed to a new level. Feeling the intense surge of soul power behind him and glancing at the doorway merely a few meters away, Loya realized escape was futile. No matter how swift Glyza might be, it could not surpass the 6-winged angel of the third ring. In a moment of desperation, Loya executed a sharp turn, pushing his speed to its utmost limit, searching for any alternative exits in the training grounds. Interesting, a combination of speed and offense, is it? The golden light in Qianren's eyes intensified, nearly blinding Loya as they locked gazes. Then show me your attack. Chapter 16, Glyza vs. 6-winged angel. With a surge of acceleration, Qianren delivered a merciless punch to Loya's chest. Bang! Loya, caught off guard, was propelled backward by the force, rolling on the ground until he faced Qianren once more. He groaned, realizing that Qianren's soul technique had a dissolving effect on soul power, permeating his body and swiftly eroding his own soul energy. Loya pressed her left hand against her chest, the pain above almost unbearable, while a surge of anger welled up within her. 6-winged angels are truly remarkable, aren't they? Even though I, a creature of the void, may currently find myself in a precarious position, I am not to be trifled with. As Luoya's 5 fingers coalesced with a purple luminescence, he propelled himself upwards from the ground, launching directly towards Qianren, his claws poised for a fierce strike. The first soul skill, Void Claw, unyielding. Qianren summoned the golden radiance on her fists once more and retaliated against Luoya. The first soul skill, Angel Assault, with a resounding clash in midair. The two engaged in a direct confrontation. Luoya's sharp claws met Qianren's fists, and the swirling hues of purple and gold danced vibrantly around their hands. While it appeared to be a stalemate, Luoya was acutely aware that this equilibrium was merely ephemeral. Though his void claw could withstand the might of a soul sovereign, Qianren's superior cultivation implied she possessed a greater reservoir of soul power. Ultimately, with prolonged engagement, defeat was inevitable for Luoya. In a decisive moment, he activated Void Body once again, striving to withstand the onslaught of Qianren's soul power. With a vigorous thrust of his arms, he managed to force Qianren back. A wave of astonishment surged through her. Although she had yet to unleash her full potential, the fact that Luoya could repel her was indeed unexpected. He possessed considerable prowess, and her estimation of him rose significantly. With newfound seriousness, this marked the first occasion since her ascension as a soul master that she had exerted her true capabilities against someone of lower cultivation. The third purple millennium soul ring shimmered, and the golden light emanating from her wings erupted once more as she aimed to unleash angel radiance again. Yet, Luoya would not acquiesce to her desires. The dark blue ethereal glow enveloped his left arm as he retracted his void claw, clenched his fist tightly, and charged once more towards Qianrenxue. Void fist. Luo Ye moved with such astonishing swiftness that afterimages trailed in his wake. Qianrenxue had no time to unleash her soul skill, and could only retract the golden radiance from her wings. Her first soul ring shimmered as she met Luo Ye's fist with her own. Boom. Their fists collided, but this time, it was Qianrenxue who was sent flying backward, while Luo Ye merely staggered a few steps. Stabilizing herself midair with great difficulty, Qianrenxue stared at Luo Ye in disbelief, her left fist still numb from the impact. He didn't even use a soul skill. How could he repel me, a three-ringed soul elder? Meanwhile, Luo Ye, standing firmly on the ground, gazed up at her with a faint smirk, the azure glow around his left fist dissipating. Without hesitation, he resumed his escape, darting swiftly toward the training grounds above. Don't even think of fleeing. Qianrenxue's delicate face hardened with frosty determination. With a graceful flap of her wings, two pristine feathers materialized from the void, their razor-sharp tips hurtling toward Luo Ye. Oh, come on. Luo Ye was on the verge of losing his patience. Why is she so relentless? They say women hold grudges. Today, he was witnessing it firsthand. Veering sharply to evade the feather projectiles, Luo Ye halted midair as the phantom silhouette of Griza began to distort around him. Giving up already? Qianrenxue paused momentarily before ascending to meet him, her captivating eyes locking onto his. Luo Ye paid her no heed, letting out a cold snort as he crossed his arms over his chest. A sphere of golden light, the size of a fist, took shape from the gathering radiance. This was a self-created soul skill. Qianrenxue's pupils constricted, and her gaze turned fierce as she looked at Luo Ye. Truly a little monster. Upon witnessing Luo Ye reveal his trump card, Qianrenxue withheld nothing further. Her third soul ring illuminated, and the golden light upon her wings coalesced once more. The void shimmered. An angelic brilliance erupted. With a resounding roar, two intense beams of golden light burst forth, colliding violently and nearly transforming the inky blackness of the night into blinding daylight. The energy storm generated by their soul power caused the surrounding walls to heat up, and the ground of the entire martial field trembled slightly. Luo Ye's arms felt somewhat numb, and with a moment of instability, he nearly tumbled to the ground. His soul power was almost entirely depleted, leaving him devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain upright. Under the cover of the luminous barrier, he swiftly leaped over the iron walls of the arena. A fleeting blue light shimmered as Gliza's phantom passed by, vanishing into the vastness of the night. In the shadows, an aged figure cloaked in dark crimson witnessed this scene and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This young man had actually mastered his own soul technique, and its potency rivaled that of the young lady's angelic radiance. It seemed prudent to report this to the Grand Patron. The strength of a mere first ring could contend with the young lady. This youth's talent was indeed formidable. A flicker of red light flashed, and the elder's figure disappeared without a trace. Approximately 10 seconds later, the brilliance faded, and Qianrenxue had descended to the ground, her delicate face slightly pale. It was evident that the recent clash of soul techniques had taken a significant toll on her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized that Luo Ye had slipped away. With a dissatisfied snort, Qianrenxue unfurled her wings and also took flight from the arena. Luo Ye, what happened to you? Where did you go last night? Xiaoyu inquired, observing Luo Ye seated on the bed, recovering his soul power, a hint of confusion in her voice. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Luo Ye opened his eyes and replied with a wry smile. I encountered a remarkably formidable opponent last night, though fortunately, she did not employ lethal force. Was this formidable opponent a soul sovereign? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before asking. It was evident that if even she, a grand soul master, was no match for Luo Ye, the adversary he spoke of must indeed be of the soul sovereign caliber. Luo Ye nodded slightly, then rose to wash up with Xiaoyu before heading to class. Although Xiaoyu was quite astonished that Luo Ye would venture out on such a dull night, especially to encounter a soul master of near-graduation caliber, he refrained from asking too many questions, recognizing that it was best not to meddle in others' affairs. At that moment, in a grand hall deep within the spirit hall, a man clad in a golden robe, appearing to be in his 30s, gazed upward at the immense statue of a six-winged angel. The man was strikingly handsome, with golden hair cascading over his shoulders, his hands clasped behind his back, an imperceptible aura swirling around him. Below him, on the steps, two elderly men bowed respectfully, engaged in conversation. Great offering, this is the situation. What do you think of Schwer's attitude towards him? One elder remarked. The man did not turn around, but merely inquired in a calm tone. What is the name of that young man? His name is Luo Ye, a new student this year. His martial soul is a humanoid space type, known as Gliza, replied another elder candidly. At 6 years old, he has attained the first ring, indicating innate full soul power. I have never heard of Gliza, and he has already developed a unique soul technique at such a young age, the man mused softly. Let Schwer attempt to engage with him, but ensure she does not reveal that it is intentional, he instructed. Understood, the two elders replied, bowing once more before taking their leave. Wait, the man called out after a moment's thought. What further instructions do you have, great offering? Do not let that woman know of this matter just yet. Yes, we shall take our leave, they echoed in unison. Chapter 17. An encounter without conflict. Little Luo, are you serious? This elixir is truly miraculous? Xiaoyu looked at the foundation-building pill Loya had handed him, incredulous. Brother Xie, would I deceive you? Loya shook his head, countering the question. Ultimately, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, swallowing the foundation-building pill in one go and beginning to adjust his internal soul power to enhance the pill's effects. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu opened his eyes, his face illuminated with unrestrained joy, and his aura significantly heightened. What an extraordinary substance. It has remarkably elevated my soul power by 2 levels. I am now at level 23. Loya, no, senior brother, thank you. After his excitement, Xiaoyu bowed deeply in gratitude to Loya. Loya smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was nothing of great importance. Oh, by the way, do you still have that elixir? I smiled at Nana and Yin Xiaoyu, asking with a hint of boldness. Well, I have only refined one at the moment, and if I were to refine another, it would take some time, Loya replied. Somewhat conflicted, Xiaoyu felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly regained her smile and said, no worries, how long will you need? After pondering for a moment, Loya replied. 3 days, shall we? Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, then patted Loya's shoulder, saying, Loya, you still do not have a mentor, do you? Loya felt a twinge of confusion, yet nodded in agreement. Indeed, it had been less than a month since I awakened my martial spirit. How could I possibly have a mentor? What do you think of the elder ghost from the spirit hall? Ghost Douluo? Loya paused for a moment, then smiled as if a realization dawned upon him. It seemed that Xiaoyu intended to introduce himself to Guei as a disciple. However, after some contemplation, Loya shook his head and remarked, while the esteemed ghost Douluo possesses formidable strength, I am merely a one-ringed spirit master and perhaps do not warrant his attention. Xiaoyu wished to persuade him further, but Loya already gestured for him to stop. Very well, let us reconsider this when your cultivation advances further. After finishing their lunch, the two sought out separate training rooms to hone their skills. The afternoon hours at the Spirit Hall Academy were reserved for students to manage their own schedules, fostering a sense of self-discipline among the learners. Loya found the finest cultivation chamber and continued practicing Void Flash. He reflected deeply on last night's battle with Qianrenxue, facing an opponent 2 major realms above him. His still recovering void body proved nearly useless. It was only through Grease's phantom-like speed and the formidable offensive power of Void Claws that he managed to hold his own. The Void Fist technique, awakened alongside his martial soul, had served as an unexpected trump card, combined with the still nascent Void Flash. These allowed him to retreat unscathed from Qianrenxue's assault. To his surprise, the Void Flash unleashed with just a single soul ring had matched the might of the 6-winged angel's 3rd soul skill. A faint smile touched Loya's lips as he meticulously recalled the encounter. If he possessed 3 soul rings, Qianrenxue's strikes would have been utterly ineffective, and the power of Void Flash would have soared dramatically. If he still lost under such circumstances, he might as well discard his martial soul and return to farming in Holy Soul Village. With this thought, his mood lightened slightly, and he resumed his focused training. As his soul power grew, Void Flash's potency had already surpassed its initial form. The condensed orb of light swelled larger, and the casting time shortened. Time flowed swiftly, and before he knew it, the afternoon had passed. At last, he withdrew his martial soul, exhaled slowly, and rose to leave. Clap, clap, clap. A slow applause echoed through the chamber. Loya turned, his gaze flickering toward the source. Then his pupils constricted sharply, his expression hardening with wariness. There, leaning gracefully against the doorway with an amused smile, stood none other than Qianrenxue, the very woman who had forced him into retreat the night before. Loya endeavored to maintain his composure, stepping back with his left leg as he inquired in a low voice, might I ask, dear sister, are you still unwilling to let me go? He was acutely aware that he was no match for Qianrenxue at present, although he harbored affection for her. That did not imply he relished the idea of being struck. Qianrenxue let out a light laugh and replied, what is your name? Shouldn't one introduce themselves before inquiring about another? Qianrenxue, she stated. Loya. Qianrenxue's expression returned to calm as she casually selected a chair to sit down. Her gaze towards Loya tinged with a hint of regret. Please, take a seat. I apologize for striking you indiscriminately yesterday. Loya was taken aback. Would Qianrenxue actually apologize? Such a proud girl offering an apology? When had she become so accommodating? Nevertheless, if this were the case, future interactions would undoubtedly be far more manageable. Regaining her composure, Loya sat opposite Qianrenxue with an air of tranquility. She waved her hand dismissively and remarked, it's nothing. In fact, I have yet to utilize my self-created soul skill. So I should thank you for providing me the opportunity to test its power. You truly are a prodigy. May I inquire about the nature of your martial soul? After all, battling a rank 1 with a rank 3 is akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. Luo retorted with irritation, sister, are you not aware that you are taking advantage of the weak? Qianrenxue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I apologize, dear sister. I was merely in a foul mood yesterday. Loya shook his head and smiled broadly, saying, I'm perfectly fine. It was merely the considerable depletion of my soul energy during my escape. You fled so swiftly last night. I am curious about the nature of your martial soul, Qian Rengshu replied with a smile. Glyza, a spatial-type martial soul. You witnessed its capabilities last night, Loya answered. Spatial type, Qian Rengshu exclaimed in surprise, followed by a hint of confusion. Yet, I have never heard of a beast martial soul called Glyza. That is a name I assigned. Initially, I too was unaware of what kind of martial soul it was. Loya chuckled. Indeed, names are merely labels. Qian Rengshu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. She then sat quietly, her gaze fixed upon Loya, observing him intently. I didn't notice last night. This little fellow is rather adorable, she mused. Sister, why are you staring at me like that? Loya asked, his lips twitching. He genuinely feared that Qian Rengshu might suddenly leap up and deliver him a punch. Well, little Loya, I find myself quite intrigued by you. Defeating an opponent despite the disparity of 2 soul rings is exceedingly rare in the realm of soul masters, Qian Rengshu remarked with a smile. Hee, it was merely luck. Loya quickly waved his hand dismissively. In front of Qian Rengshu, it was wise to refrain from excessive self-adulation. He needed to garner some favorable impressions if he wished to pursue her in the future. Ahem, I digress. So, does this mean we have become acquainted through combat? Loya smiled. Qian Rengshu beamed back at him, causing Loya to momentarily lose his composure. Oh, by the way, our duel from last night is far from concluded, is it? Qian Rengshu said with a playful smile, her 3 soul rings shimmering once more. No way, are you serious? Loya exclaimed in alarm. Quickly activating his martial soul and attempting to flee towards the door, but Qian Rengshu would not grant him such an opportunity. Sister, spare me. Thus, a cacophony of pitiful cries echoed from the training room. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the Martial Soul Hall's training facilities was excellent. Otherwise, the other students might have thought someone was slaughtering pigs within the academy. Predictably, Loya emerged with a bruised visage, his expression one of utter despair. However, he wore a mask upon exiting. After all, he was the academy's top disciple, and being so severely beaten could not be seen by others. That would be utterly embarrassing. Chapter 18. Farewell, little Loya. What happened? Why are you wearing a mask? Shi Yue inquired, observing Loya's furtive movements upon his return to the dormitory, feeling somewhat perplexed. Is there something about the academy's senior disciple that warrants such secrecy? Shouldn't you be walking with your head held high? Loya touched his swollen face and smiled wryly, saying, It's nothing. I am simply outmatched. There was no alternative. At present, his strength was vastly inferior to that of Qian Renshue. Loya could have barely contended with his powers through the Void Claw, yet as soon as Qian Renshue arrived, she unleashed the angelic domain to suppress him, rendering him incapable of demonstrating his full strength. The disparity between their 2 soul rings left him in a state of despair. He was either fleeing or in the midst of an escape. He maneuvered around the pillar, employing various evasive techniques. Yet he refrained from utilizing the Ghost Shadow Perplexing track from Tang San's Shintian treasure record. Once my strength increases, I shall see how this girl will resist my conquest. Loya silently scoffed. Qian Renshue was the girl he was determined to pursue. And the first step was undoubtedly enhancing his prowess. No matter how proud a girl might be, once subdued, negotiations would be much easier. He resolved to work doubly hard, convinced that Qian Renshue would eventually regard him with newfound admiration. However, the current relationship between Qian Renshue and his mother, Bai Dong, was far from amicable. If it were when she was 6, it might have been more manageable, but now, with plans to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire next year, this chapter of history was immutable. Nevertheless, since he could not mend the rift between mother and daughter all at once, he could take his time. After all, at this moment, Tang San had yet to awaken his martial soul. There was ample time for affection to develop gradually. Resolving firmly, a faint smile graced Loya's lips as he settled down to recover from his injuries and replenish his soul power. Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, Loya had been at the Spirit Hall for a year. At the age of 7, he had cultivated to the 19th level, with a breakthrough to Great Soul Master imminent within a month. Moreover, he still held the position of the Academy's top disciple, firmly and unwaveringly. Throughout this past year, Qian Renshue would occasionally seek him out, whether for sparring or engaging in conversation. Initially, Luoya believed that Qian Renshue's interest in him was merely a fleeting whim. However, as time passed, he came to realize that their news had likely reached the Hall of Worship, perhaps even the ears of the angelic representative. This was why Qian Renshue continued to seek his company, a spatial martial soul comparable to a 6-winged angel. Managing to withdraw unscathed despite the significant disparity of their soul rings was indeed worthy of attention. During this year, the remnants of Glyza's soul had not compelled him to undertake any tasks, allowing Luoya to feel a sense of relief. His daily life had become both fulfilling and orderly. He attended classes in the morning, practiced his soul power, and developed his own soul skills after lunch. And in the evenings, he would either train with Qian Renshue, should she come to find him, or engage in alchemy if she did not. He had crafted 2 foundational pills, which he entrusted to Xiaoyu for Yin and Hulaina, as they were the strongest in the academy aside from himself. Thus, The four had managed to cultivate a decent camaraderie over the year. On a night approaching the midnight hour, Luo Ye arrived at the training room as per usual, only to find Qian Rinxue already waiting for him, a smile gracing her lips. "You have arrived," she greeted. "Are we still to spar today?" Luo Ye inquired, a smile lighting up his face as he beheld the exquisite beauty before him. Their year of acquaintance had fostered a profound understanding and a solid friendship between them. "No. I have come to share something important with you," Qian Rinxue replied, shaking her head, her gaze lingering on Luo Ye, tinged with a hint of reluctance. "What is it?" Luo Ye asked, a note of confusion evident as he stepped closer to her. "I will be leaving Wuhuan City tomorrow," Qian Rinxue said softly. "Ah?" Luo Ye was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, fixing a penetrating gaze upon her. "When will you return?" he asked earnestly, his expression revealing the depth of his reluctance. He refrained from inquiring about her destination, knowing it was likely to be the Heavendou Empire, where she would undertake the mission of impersonating Xue Qinghe to seize power. A warmth spread through Qian Rinxue's heart, and a smile blossomed on her face. She had not expected the 7-year-old boy to care for her so deeply, having grown up with a lack of affection. Her encounters with Luo Ye had provided her with meticulous care and attention. She felt a peculiar connection to him, one she could not quite define. Yet it brought her joy and relaxation. Qian Rinxue shook her head. "I cannot be certain. It could be a few years, or even a decade." "And what if I miss you?" Luo Ye blurted out, unable to contain his feelings. Qian Rinxue lowered her head in silence for a moment. She, too, found it difficult to part from Luo Ye, but for the grand plans of the Spirit Hall and to earn that woman's respect, she had to go. After a pause, she whispered, "Once you become strong enough, come to the Heavendou Empire to find me." Upon hearing this, Luo Ye nodded vigorously and said, "Rest assured, I will definitely come to find you." Qian Rinxue smiled as she embraced Luo Ye, saying, "No matter what, you are my best and only friend. So, please do not make me worry, understood?" Luo Ye lay enveloped in the soft embrace of Qian Rinxue, and in this moment of parting, he did not shy away. Upon hearing her words, he gently nodded, a profound sense of happiness coursing through him. "She cares for me. When are you leaving tomorrow? Allow me to see you off," he offered. Qian Rinxue shook her head and replied, "You cannot accompany me. This journey is confidential, and no unrelated individuals must be informed." "Very well," Luo Ye conceded. Stepping away from her embrace, his gaze tender as he looked at her, as if wishing to etch her visage into his memory forever. Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head aside, yet her heart fluttered with sweetness. As dawn broke, Luo Ye ultimately bid farewell to Qian Rinxue. He realized that, whether in the past or present, he had completely fallen for this girl who appeared so strong yet was profoundly fragile within. Luo Ye sat cross-legged on his bed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, a clear indication of his night-long meditation. Xue had departed, and he felt an urgent need to grow stronger. By the time he turned 9, he believed his cultivation would be nearing that of a soul master. "Just wait for me. Ha ha ha. You little rascal still have the leisure to ponder such trivial matters?" The mocking voice of Glyza's remnant soul echoed in Luo Ye's mind. "Human emotions, what do you truly understand?" Luo Ye shot at a discreet glare. "I have developed a semblance of self-awareness. How could I possibly be ignorant?" The lingering spirit sneered. "Without me, what are you?" Luo Ye retorted mercilessly. "You. TSK, humans are indeed all silver-tongued. You are just like those hosts I encountered in the past. And yet, you dare claim to understand human emotions?" Luo Ye suddenly recalled a phrase uttered by a certain delinquent from M78. "Grizza, if you are fortunate enough to encounter something or someone worthy of your cherishing and protection, then speak this line again. Ah, young human, your preachy demeanor makes me question whether you have ever encountered a luminous giant adorned with 2 ears atop its head." 2 years later, on the Academy's arena, a young man stood, surrounded by an extraordinary aura of 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. He wore a joyful expression, raising his left fist triumphantly. Congratulations to Luo Ye for successfully being re-elected as the Academy's chief disciple for the 3rd consecutive term. Duke Ju rose from the stands, nodding appreciatively at Luo Ye. "Congratulations, senior brother. At the age of 9, he has achieved the remarkable rank of 26, a 2nd ring after a millennium. A true prodigy." The chorus of congratulations and praises from fellow students filled the air, with some female students even confessing their feelings on the spot, causing Luo Ye's lips to twitch in response. After finally escaping the throng of admirers, Luo Ye sighed in relief in a secluded alley. "Good heavens. I once thought the wrath of a titled Douluo was the most terrifying thing. It seems now that women are far more formidable." Once he calmed himself, Luo Ye stepped out of the alley when suddenly, a graceful figure materialized behind him, a delicate hand resting on his shoulder. "Master Luo Ye, whom did you just claim to be the most fearsome?" The bewitching voice reached Luo Ye's ears. He turned to find Hu Laina, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a hint of purple, gazing intently at him. "Ahem, it's nothing, Sister Nana. You must have misheard," Luo Ye stammered, suppressing the unusual feelings rising within him and forcing a sheepish smile. This little vixen, born with an innate charm, was now nearly resting her head on his shoulder, making it quite challenging for him to maintain composure. "Hiki, master brother, why is your face so flushed?" Hulaina smiled seductively again, causing Loya's blood to surge, nearly overwhelming him. I must flee. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. Loya accelerated to his utmost limit, leaving behind fleeting shadows, ultimately vanishing from sight. Moments later, Hulaina retracted her second soul skill and muttered to herself, "Little Loya, I managed to break free from my allure 3 years ago. Why is he so afraid of me now?" Adel Loya took several deep breaths, finally managing to suppress his anger, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He had not anticipated that Hulaina's charm, after her second ring breakthrough, would be so tormenting. The purple light in her eyes had clearly been the effect of a soul skill, and he had nearly succumbed to it. Shaking his head, he silently pondered about Qian Rinxue as he exited the alley, making his way to the place where they had previously encountered each other. It had been 2 years since he last saw Qian Rinxue, and he felt a deep longing in his heart. As he gazed upon the vast training ground, he found it eerily empty, devoid of any presence. Memories of the days spent with Qian Rinxue here brought a smile to his lips. Those were truly beautiful reminiscences. If only I were powerful enough, perhaps I could seek her out now, Loya thought with a sense of yearning, eager to strengthen himself. Lowering his gaze to his palms, he contemplated for a while. After a moment, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination, and clenched his fists as if he had made a significant decision. I must fully master the power of Glyza. He retrieved his cultivation notes, refined and revised over 3 years, meticulously searching for something. I have decided. It is you. Withdrawing his notes, Loya unleashed his martial soul, which floated in midair. Strands of purple and golden light erupted from his arms. Fixing his gaze upon these luminous energies, he took another deep breath, gritted his teeth, and channeled the 2 waves of ferocious energy before him. This was undoubtedly a reckless experiment, with a high likelihood of spiraling out of control. However, should he succeed, he would wield a formidable skill that could instill fear in the soul sect. The energy contained within Glyza was overwhelmingly potent. If Loya so desired, he could elevate his soul power through soul rings to control even greater forces in the future. Yet, he was unwilling to wait, for someone awaited him. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated from the center where the purple and golden energies converged, trembling violently upon contact. With Loya's soul power at merely 26, he could no longer contain the primal force of Glyza, and signs of impending chaos were unmistakable. Damn it, stabilize now. Loya bit his tongue, forcing his mind to sharpen. Controlling such immense energy was beyond his current mental capacity. As time progressed, the agitation of Glyza's primal energy intensified, even threatening to leak out. No, I cannot give up now. I must make it spin. Loya roared inwardly, his eyes tinged with crimson, enduring the excruciating pain. He commanded the 2 energies to whirl incessantly. As the purple and golden energies gradually intertwined, the Glyza phantom behind him grew increasingly solid, distorting the surrounding space. Due to his intense concentration, Loya was entirely oblivious to the world around him. Unbeknownst to him, perched atop a towering wall was an elderly man with white hair. His eyes fixed intently upon the boy in the training ground. Clad in a golden robe, the elder appeared aged, yet his gaze was piercing as he observed the youth. His heart stirred by the inconceivable energy coalescing before Loya, something he had never seen before. At a certain moment, it seemed as though the world fell into silence. Even the wind ceased to blow. The expression in Loya's eyes shifted from stubbornness to astonishment, and ultimately to a mix of joy and concern. The purple and golden light in his chest had completely fused, spiraling like a vortex, its speed increasing to a point where it seemed on the verge of bursting. No matter, before that happens, let us test her might. Gritting his teeth, Loya summoned his final reserves of strength, pushing his hands forward with force. The purple-golden spiral erupted instantly, shooting forth a beam of light as thick as a cement column. Bloom, Glyza's dual spiral. Boom. In the astonished gaze of the elder atop the wall, the moment the purple-golden spiral beam struck the training ground's wall, a massive spiderweb-like crack appeared. In merely 3 breaths, the iron wall, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from the soul sect, suddenly exploded, leaving behind a gaping hole 5 or 6 meters high. The elder, though shocked, swiftly waved his hand to conjure a barrier of soul power, halting the spiral beam's advance. Soon, the spiral beam dissipated upon colliding with the barrier. Yet the lingering spatial turbulence left the elder feeling unsettled. While his cultivation made it easy to shake the space, this child, a mere great soul master, had managed to achieve such a feat. What a domineering power and monstrous talent. The elder retracted his hand, casting his gaze upon the unconscious Loya, now profoundly intrigued by him. With a swift motion, Loya's body floated into the elder's grasp, who cradled him with one arm and soared toward the soul palace. Let us take him back to allow him to recuperate. The mess here can be handled by a few Earth-type soul masters. TSK. If this lad possesses a beast martial soul of strength, I would truly wish to take him as my disciple. What a pity. But my elder brother should find him intriguing. In the heart of the Soul Palace, within the main hall, the elder who had carried Loya appeared. Jean Crocodile. What is the situation with this child? A flash of golden light heralded the arrival of a strikingly handsome young man in golden robes. Jean Crocodile Douluo gazed at the still unconscious Loya, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Haha, brother, I believe I have stumbled upon a remarkable talent. And he seems to share a good rapport with the young lady. Oh? The golden-haired man's curiosity was piqued by Jean Crocodile Douluo's words. To be recognized by a peak Douluo of level 98 and have some connection to his granddaughter. Could it be Chapter 20? The Pope's interest. What is this child's name? Before arriving, I looked it up. His name is Loya, possessing a spatial martial soul, which is exceedingly rare in the Soul Master world. So it's him. The golden-haired man mused for a moment before smiling. Brother, it seems you were already aware of him? Jean Crocodile Douluo queried, puzzled. Having been in seclusion, he was largely unaware of external affairs. For Super Douluos, a period of seclusion could last decades, even as short as 7 or 8 years. So he was oblivious to Loya and Qian Rinshua's relationship. The golden-haired man smiled slightly and recounted the events between Loya and Qian Rinshua from 3 years prior. Upon hearing this, Jean Crocodile Douluo's expression turned astonished as he gazed at Loya, and after a long moment, he sighed deeply. What a remarkable new generation pushing the old. This child has even created his second soul skill, truly a prodigious talent. With that, Jean Crocodile Douluo gently waved his hand, releasing an invisible wave of soul power that flowed into Loya's body. Feeling the surging soul power revitalizing him, Loya gradually awakened. Where am I? Oh right. The dual spiral went out of control. Struggling to recall the events, Loya slowly stood up, though his head still felt hazy. Human, you've awakened? There are 2 rather powerful humans observing you. You should rouse yourself quickly. The voice of the remnant soul invigorated Loya's spirit considerably. Little one, you're awake? It was I who brought you here, Jean Crocodile Douluo said with a smile. Thank you, senior. May I ask where this is? Loya respectfully saluted the golden crocodile Douluo, then inquired, is this the worship hall of the spirit hall? It was the golden crocodile who brought me here. The man beside the golden crocodile Douluo responded first. The worship hall? Golden crocodile? Loya's heart surged with astonishment. He had been brought here by none other than the esteemed second elder of the spirit hall, the golden crocodile Douluo. Moreover, the figure beside him appeared even more inscrutable. Senior, might you be the esteemed second elder, His Excellency Golden Crocodile of the Spirit Hall? Loya asked. Oh, a mere child under 10 recognizes me? Golden Crocodile Douluo replied with surprise. It was rare for anyone in the current Spirit Master community to know him. Aside from the more seasoned elders within the Spirit Hall and the renowned titled Douluos of the top 3 sections. Earlier, that esteemed elder mentioned this is the Worship Hall, which only the 7 esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall have the privilege to enter. Since you are referred to as Golden Crocodile, I ventured to make an educated guess. Loya smiled, confidently voicing his conjecture. He could hardly admit to having read the script, nor could he deduce the identity of the other party solely based on a title. Ha ha ha, not only gifted but also astute. The Spirit Hall has promising successors. Golden Crocodile Douluo chuckled softly, expressing his admiration. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Loya replied with a grin. By the way, how did you find yourself in that training ground? That is the private training ground of our Spirit Hall's young master. Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired with a smile. Actually, I know that elder sister. I haven't seen her in 3 years and felt a bit nostalgic, so I came to visit. Loya stated without hesitation. He understood that intruding upon someone else's space was somewhat unjustifiable, so he disclosed his connection with Qian Ringshu. Upon hearing Loya's response, Golden Crocodile Douluo reflected on what his elder brother had previously mentioned, and his expression softened. I didn't realize you were friends with the young lady. I've been in seclusion for the past decade, so I'm unaware of current events. Oh, this is the young lady's grandfather. You may address him as the Great Elder. Golden Crocodile Douluo gestured towards the blonde man beside him. Indeed, the only individual who could be on such familiar terms with Golden Crocodile Douluo was none other than Qian Douluo, one of the 3 supreme Douluos of the era and the Great Elder of the Spirit Hall. Youth, I pay my respects to the Great Elder. Loya bowed deeply to Qian Douluo. Very well, child, let us sit over there and converse, Qian Douluo said, regarding Loya with appreciation and nodding. The 2 elders and a youth settled into a secluded chamber. I heard that 3 years ago, the Spirit Hall admitted a student with innate full spirit power, who has consecutively ranked as the top disciple of the Academy for 3 terms. That would be you, correct? Qian Douluo inquired. Yes, Great Elder. Loya answered obediently with a nod. How could he not be compliant? He intended to pursue the Great Elder's granddaughter, and if he could earn some goodwill from her grandfather, it would certainly facilitate his endeavors. You must have been only 6 when you joined the Spirit Hall. How did you come to know the young lady? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked first. My relationship with Sister Schwerer began rather unexpectedly. One night, after I had finished cultivating my self-created soul skill and was preparing to return to rest. Meanwhile, in the Pope's hall, a woman reclined languidly on the throne above, adorned with a 9-curved purple gold crown and holding a 2-meter-long purple scepter. Her noble aura was unmistakable, inspiring a feeling of reverence. Your Holiness, according to my investigation, the energy disturbance emanated from the young lady's private training ground. Furthermore, a wall capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a soul zone was blasted open. A middle-aged man enveloped in dark mist spoke in a hoarse voice from below the steps. Upon hearing this, the woman on the throne furrowed her brows. momentarily closing her weary eyes, before inquiring further, did she not go to the Heaven-Do Empire? Who could possibly intrude upon her training grounds? Her voice was soft and melodious, yet exuded an air of nobility that commanded respect. Your Holiness, I am unaware of the specifics. However, before my investigation, I sensed that the golden crocodile had been there, perhaps having just departed. The man, known as Ghostly Charm, replied. What? The Pope's eyes widened at the mention of golden crocodile, as she stood abruptly. A palpable aura emanating from her that caused the middle-aged man to break into a cold sweat. Ghostly Charm, are you certain of what you say? The Pope's voice was icy, tinged with anger. Your Holiness, I assure you, every word is true. It is indeed the aura of golden crocodile. Ghostly Charm managed to utter. Albeit with difficulty, the Pope resumed her seat, retracting the aura she had unintentionally released, and pondered for a moment. There are only 3 scenarios that could cause such spatial disruption. The first is that a sole Douluo level bishop is attempting to break through to the title Douluo rank and has succeeded. The second is that 2 super Douluo level powerhouses are engaged in a fierce battle. As for the third, I deem it the least likely. However, there have been no reports of a bishop from the Holy Hall in seclusion within the Spirit Hall recently. Furthermore, which 2 super Douluos would engage in combat without cause? Especially within Qian Ringshu's training ground? Thus, we are left with only one possibility. Ghostly Charm. Did Yueguan bring an innate full spirit power child to the Spirit Hall 3 years ago? The Pope inquired coolly. Yes. That child is named Loya and possesses a spatial type martial soul. Your Holiness, do you suspect? Ghostly Charm answered, though his tone grew uncertain. Indeed. If it is this child who caused the disturbance, you and Yueguan must bring him to see me. The Pope commanded with a hint of urgency. Allowing the esteemed elders to seize this opportunity would be of no benefit to her. Understood. I shall take my leave, Ghostly Charm stated before vanishing into the shadows. The Pope gripped her scepter tightly, murmuring to herself, innate full spirit power, spatial type martial soul, in such a young age to wield the ability to disrupt space. Child, I find you exceedingly intriguing. At that moment, in the worship hall, Loya was engaged in lively conversation with Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Douluo. He recounted his experiences from his first day at the academy up until 2 years ago when Qian Ringshu departed. Who would have thought you were directionally challenged, young man? I hope Shuya did not hurt you, Qian Douluo chuckled after hearing Loya's story. Hee, not to the point of injury, I managed to escape. However, later, Sister Shuya came to find me and left me looking like a pig's head, Loya replied, his tone somewhat aggrieved. Striving to present himself as a youth of his age before Qian Douluo. Ha ha ha. After all, the young lady is a bit temperamental. Do not take it to heart, child. Golden Crocodile Douluo said, stroking his white beard with amusement. Very well, it bodes well for the future of our Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo added with a hearty laugh. Luoya's eyes twinkled as she casually inquired, great offering, where has Sister Shuya gone? I miss her dearly. Qian Douluo momentarily paused. And then a hint of longing appeared on his face. Indeed, it had been 3 years since he last saw his granddaughter. With a gentle sigh, Qian Douluo replied. Shuya has ventured to a distant place. It may be quite some time before you can see her again. Loya wore a look of regret, tinged with sadness as she spoke. Sister Shuya is so beautiful and powerful. I admire her greatly. Rest assured, as long as you dedicate yourself to training, I may consider allowing you to meet her, came the response. Upon hearing Loya's words, Qian Douluo revealed a mysterious smile. In the innocence of youth, Qian Douluo believed Loya's sentiments were mere childish affection. However, he could not help but entertain a particular thought. Given Loya's extraordinary talent, she might indeed be worthy of his granddaughter. As the second individual to possess a divine humanoid martial spirit since the six-winged angel, and having achieved the remarkable second ring at merely 9 years of age, she had already comprehended 2 self-created soul skills. Such talent could only be described as that of a peerless genius. Really? Thank you, esteemed elder. Loya beamed with joy. By the way, child, I noticed you practicing that self-created soul skill. How do you manipulate space? The Golden Crocodile Douluo finally voiced his initial curiosity. Although the energy had spiraled out of control in the end, he still held high hopes for Loya. Everyone encounters difficulties at times, especially with skills cultivated entirely through personal exploration. Not to mention, this self-created soul skill was exceptionally powerful. Any non-defensive soul master struck by it would either perish or suffer grave injury. Well, Sister Shuya mentioned that once I become stronger, I could seek her out. However, the pace of meditative training is ultimately insufficient, so I wish to create another soul skill to expedite my growth. Loya patiently explained. Child, before I brought you here, I inquired about you. Your name is Loya, correct? The Golden Crocodile Douluo pondered for a moment before asking. Yes, esteemed elder. You may call me Xiao Luo, Loya replied with a smile. Indeed, Xiao Luo, both I and the esteemed elder recognize your determination to grow stronger. But some matters cannot be rushed. Do you understand? The Golden Crocodile Douluo spoke in a tone of wisdom. What you say is true. Thankfully, with you present today, otherwise, your soul skill's loss of control could have caused collateral damage. Qian Douluo nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand, Senior, Loya said, cupping her hands in salute. Very well. Remain here to cultivate for the morning. I have already made arrangements with the Martial Soul Hall Academy on your behalf. Ah, if that is the case. Loya replied somewhat helplessly. It seemed these two great beings wished to witness her martial spirit and self-created soul skill firsthand. Feeling the inquisitive gazes of a limit Douluo and a peak Douluo upon her, Loya had no choice but to sit down, release her martial spirit, and enter a meditative state. As she cultivated, the Gryza martial spirit manifested automatically, its eerie, distorted shadow accompanied by a chilling laughter. Astonishing these two titans of the soul master world. Although Xiao Luo's martial spirit appeared somewhat bizarre, it exuded no malevolent or dark aura. Indeed, it is the second ring of a millennium. Brother, why not take him as a disciple? No, Xiao Luo's martial spirit is of the spatial type. I am ill-equipped to teach, for I possess little experience, came the reply. Ah, he's about to use his self-created soul skill again. Brother, quick, look. Loya had long lost track of how much time he had spent in cultivation, yet the rumbling of his stomach informed him that it was already noon. As he was still in the midst of his growth, it was imperative that he replenished his nutrients. Ahem, esteemed sirs, I must return for my meal, he announced. At that moment, Qian Daolu, deep in contemplation, waved his hand dismissively. Very well, young Loya, do visit us often in the future, he replied. The golden crocodile Douluo smiled, his gaze following Loya as he departed from the worship hall. Fearing a change of heart from the two deities, Loya activated his martial soul and swiftly made his exit. Upon returning to his dormitory, Loya took a moment to adjust his mindset and soul power. The elder generation of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu and the Golden Crocodile, had formed a favorable rapport with Loya during their first encounter. Loya's aspirations extend beyond merely targeting Qian Rengshu. He also covets the position of the Holy Sun. Should he secure the support of the Offering Hall, he would possess considerable confidence for the future. As Loya sat in tranquil meditation, the sudden sound of knocking disrupted his peace, prompting him to open his eyes with mild irritation and rise to answer the door. Is this Elder Jew? Loya inquired, taken aback upon seeing the visitor. Indeed, young one, come with me, Yueguan replied with a smile, taking Loya's hand and swiftly leading him outside. Loya's mouth twitched, caught in a blend of tears and laughter. What was one to feel in such a moment? Having just visited the Shrine of Offerings, he found himself in the papal chamber once more, sensing something amiss. Your Holiness, the person has arrived. A fierce wind howled past his ears, and after a tumultuous journey through the clouds, Loya finally returned to the long-forgotten ground, nearly stumbling in his unsteady gait. Though Glyza possessed the ability to fly, none could match the swiftness of Yueguan at this moment. Ah, thank you for your efforts, Elder Jew. Loya shook her head, dispelling the sensation of vertigo, and then cast her gaze around before locking her eyes upon the resplendent figure seated upon the throne above in the grand hall. The ethereal silhouette, draped in soft lavender, occupied the papal seat that symbolized supreme authority. A hint of aloofness lingered in her brow, her skin as pristine as jade, her beauty so exquisite that it seemed otherworldly. She is none other than the Pope, Bibi Dong. Loya's pupils constricted, and he instinctively took a step back. The intensity of that gaze felt as if it were stripping away his very soul. His heart raced. Just a single glance exchanged with the female Pope left him somewhat overwhelmed. Douluo Yueguan offered a slight bow to Bibi Dong, shimmering with golden light, and then took his position at her left side, while another man clad in black stood to the right of the Pope. The expression of the black-clad man was indifferent, with dark magical patterns etched upon his cheeks, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yueguan. Gue Douluo Gueme. Although it was their first encounter, Loya had already discerned the identity of this man. Only these two could stand alongside Yueguan and accompany Bibi Dong. Ah, humans. This woman possesses a divine power that transcends the mortals of this planet. You should find a way to ingratiate yourself with her, perhaps, in the future. You might receive a fragment of divine strength to restore your ethereal form. Gryza, are you jesting? She is the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. So what? More funds are required. An offer emerged, revealing information about a weapon from another high-tech world. Deal. Chapter 22. The formative domain, how audacious. To show disrespect to Her Holiness the Pope, Gueme's brow furrowed, noticing Loya appeared dazed, with a fierce roar akin to a wailing specter. A chilling aura intertwined with a terrifying pressure was unleashed. As the oppressive force descended, Loya snapped back to reality, acutely aware that the air around him seemed to solidify. A tremendous wave of soul power surged forth, rendering his body immobile. Clenching his fists, he straightened, resisting the pressure without unleashing his martial soul. The cold smile of Gueme, releasing the pressure, resembled that of a ravenous wolf, while the Pope's expression exuded curiosity. Ah, a test? Then let it commence. Loya smiled faintly, raising his head high to meet the gaze of the stunning Pope at the center. Increase to level 5, an unyielding voice commanded. As Bibi Dong ordered Gueme to amplify the pressure, eager to witness Loya's true limits. Understood. Gueme's 5 fingers slightly converged, and an even greater weight descended, slicing through the air like a blade. Loya's body trembled, and a flicker of purple light flashed in his eyes. A dark blue halo emanated from him, effortlessly dissipating Gueme's oppressive force amidst the astonished gazes of the 3 formidable beings present. To utilize spatial distortion to nullify Gueme's pressure is quite clever, Bibidong acknowledged, elevating her assessment of Luoya. Increase again. Her voice remained as calm as still water. Yes. Guamei's expression shifted as he regarded Luoya, gradually raising the release pressure, which tested the Soul Master's control over their soul power. 26, 27, 28. The dark blue aura enveloping Luoya acted like armor, distorting the surrounding space to withstand the pressure. However, as Guamei intensified the force, the halo began to waver, and beads of sweat appeared on Luoya's forehead. This child possesses an astonishing array of abilities, nearing the limits of a great soul master, yet his martial soul remains unprovoked. Your Holiness, level 29, and his martial soul has yet to be unleashed. Guamei slightly tilted his head, seeking Bibidong's guidance. Level 32. A subtle shift occurred in Bibidong's expression, accompanied by a faint smile. Guamei hesitated momentarily before executing the command, his fingers fully closing as the pressure surged to level 32. Ha ha ha. An eerie laughter erupted from within Luoya, as Gryza's martial soul instinctively protected its master. Manifesting behind him with two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, surprising both Guamei and Bibidong. Yuegwan nodded in satisfaction, recalling that Luoya's 1,000-year second ring was acquired with his assistance, and the obtained soul skill was remarkably potent. Truly, he was unrivaled within his realm. Back then, this boy had been obstinate, refusing to settle for anything less than 100 years, yet he had achieved his goal. Gazing at Luoya beneath Gryza's ethereal form, Bibidong's deep purple eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured, such an extraordinary humanoid martial soul. Guamei, level 35. Bibidong's lips parted, and she rose to her feet, fixing her gaze intently on Luoya. Yes. Guamei hesitated longer this time, having developed an appreciation for talent. A sudden 3-level increase, especially across realms, could overwhelm Luoya. Boom. In an instant, Luoya's knees buckled, and he nearly collapsed, his youthful, handsome visage betraying a hint of agony, teetering on the brink of yielding. But just then, an unexpected transformation occurred. Ah! A glimmer of golden light flickered in Luoya's purple eyes as he couldn't help but shout. Ha ha ha. Gryza emitted another bizarre laugh. But this time, his form visibly began to ascend. 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. The enormous figure radiated light, enveloping the entire hall, reminiscent of his initial martial soul awakening. Yet, during that moment, Gryza had merely manifested his first form, lacking any unsettling aura. Now, a towering 10-meter second form, coupled with the chaotic space within the hall, significantly heightened the sense of pressure it exerted. What does it feel like when a 10-meter-tall specter suddenly materializes before you? In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Even Douluo instinctively took a step back, the pressure bearing down on Luoya suddenly diminishing. Only Bibidong remained relatively composed, though her tightly gripped Pope's scepter and the evident excitement in her eyes betrayed her. This is a domain. Bibidong was utterly astonished that Luoya had comprehended a domain amidst Guamei's oppressive force. Or perhaps, Gryza's martial soul inherently possessed a primal domain, which had only been fully activated under the weight of the pressure. With a casual wave of her scepter, a faint golden light flickered, instantly dispelling Guamei's pressure, while the colossal Gryza illusion behind Luoya began to shrink, ultimately retracting into his being. Luoya had reached his limit, bending slightly at the waist, panting heavily, with beads of sweat nearly cascading from his forehead, his face reflecting a sense of relief. In alignment with Bibidong's conjecture, Gryza's innate domain had autonomously shielded its master at the moment when Luoya could no longer endure. Well done, child. Bibidong approached with her long legs, gently stroking Luoya's head. A cool and gentle force emanated from her palm, coursing into Luoya's body, mending his injuries and replenishing his expended soul power. Thank you, Your Holiness. Luoya exhaled in relief, bowing in gratitude. Luoya, Bibidong spoke again, her voice cold yet authoritative resonating in Luoya's ears. You have demonstrated your worth through your talent and willpower. From this moment until your graduation, no one aside from me has the authority to alter your position as the chief disciple of the Academy. Additionally, I wish to pose a question to you. Please. Your Holiness, go ahead, Luoya replied promptly. Would you be willing to be my disciple? Bibidong's previously frigid tone softened slightly, her gaze towards Luoya growing increasingly approving. Upon hearing this, Luoya's expression was one of sheer astonishment. To have the opportunity to be mentored by the most exceptional pope in the history of the Spirit Hall, while also gaining access to technological insights from other realms, was truly a remarkable dual benefit. I am willing. Wait. Before Luoya could finish speaking, a glimmer of golden light flickered, and 2 slightly aged figures silently appeared within the Pope's chamber. Instantly, Bibidong's brows furrowed, her displeasure evident as she addressed them. High Priest. Second Priest, what brings you to my papal sanctum? Chapter 23. The choice observing the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Luoya felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, should a conflict arise. It would be an unwise endeavor. I, along with the golden crocodile, have come here for Luoya. The High Priest interjected, please, have some decorum. This child has already expressed his desire to take me as his master. The Pope replied, order of arrival matters. This child was brought to the sanctuary by me first. Oh, yet this emperor had dispatched Yuguan to bring him to the Spirit Hall Academy 3 years ago. Second Priest, who do you believe arrived first? Did Luoya meet you first? Or did he meet me and the elder brother first? Loya, concealing his face in despair, was on the verge of tears, wishing to interject as a mediator, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ahem, Elder Ju, Elder Gui, what shall we do? In his helplessness, Loya turned to Yueguan and Guei for assistance. The two elders exchanged glances, and Guei spoke first. It is evident that both the Grand Offering and His Holiness the Pope are vying for your favor, and we cannot interfere. TSK. Two of the most prominent figures in the Spirit Hall are competing for you. Shouldn't you feel honored, young one? Yueguan remarked with a hint of jest. Loya was about to articulate his thoughts when two voices simultaneously interrupted him. Loya, will you choose the Papal Hall or the Offering Hall? The emotionless and impatient voice of Glyza echoed in his mind. Human, choose that woman. This is an order. After a brief silence, Loya took a deep breath and replied, I apologize, great offerer, but I choose Her Holiness the Pope. After much contemplation, he deemed Glyza's demands and offerings to be of utmost importance. Furthermore, if he wished to alter the relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxua, this was indeed the most prudent choice. Upon hearing his declaration, disappointment washed over the faces of Qian Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo. Qian Douluo sighed softly, saying, very well, as long as you remain a member of the Spirit Hall, that is sufficient. Golden Crocodile Douluo seemed poised to voice his thoughts, but seeing his elder brother concede, he too chose to relent. After all, the three of them had only recently met Loya. It would be unreasonable to impose demands upon him. Though he had opted for the Papal Hall, he remained fundamentally a member of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, considering his connection with the young lady, it was believed that even if Bibi Dong were to undertake certain actions in the future, Loya would not disregard the lady's sentiments. Bibi Dong gazed at Loya with a gentle, yet somewhat triumphant expression. Very well, Loya, this is a wise decision. Master above, please accept Loya's words momentarily astonished both Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong. After a brief pause, Qian Douluo finally departed, while Bibi Dong, feeling somewhat conflicted, sighed softly before returning to her seat on the papal throne. All right, little Loya, now that you have become my disciple, I have two matters to impart to you. Listen carefully. Please proceed. Master, Loya replied, lowering his head slightly. First, I will set aside time to instruct you and Nana individually. You must come to the Papal Hall every day at the hour of the unknown. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Secondly, your status as my disciple is to remain confidential for the time being. Apart from those present today and your senior sister, do not disclose it to anyone else. It seems the aura of this human woman is also linked to the ability to devour, Loya mused. Human lad, you have indeed chosen the right mentor this time. Nevertheless, he continued, let me clarify that considering the technological advancements and extraction methods in this realm, creating those high-tech weapons will be quite challenging. The voice of the remnants of Glyza echoed once more. However, in front of Bibi Dong, he maintained his composure, the smile on his face slightly fading. After bidding farewell to Bibi Dong, Loya returned to his dormitory. Once he confirmed he was alone, he delved into his consciousness to communicate with the remnants of Glyza. You actually visited that world, Glyza? Surprised. Are you, human lad? Glyza chuckled. It is indeed formidable, yet the creation seems exceedingly difficult. What are you worried about? Even if we cannot produce a perfect set, a prototype will suffice. I cannot believe anyone on this planet could withstand a strike from such a weapon. You make a compelling point. I find myself at a loss for words, Loya conceded. Let me think further. Human lad, you have feelings for that girl named Qian Renxua, do you not? Glyza, what do you mean? I find it hard to believe she would refuse such offerings. For they are genuine creations of angels. Loya reflected. I suppose I must find time to journey to Gingxing City. Otherwise, where will I procure the iron or to forge these devices? Having made up his mind, Loya continued. Glyza, during the test conducted by the ghost Douluo today, it seemed you suddenly took control of my consciousness. That human's martial soul is indeed enigmatic. I borrowed his power to regain a semblance of my own, Glyza replied. According to the standards of this planet, my domain ability has been restored to a small extent. Consider it a nascent form. Then why was it that when my martial soul awakened, I was first startled and then felt a sense of confusion? Loya inquired. First, I had only just been awakened. And you were rather weak at the time, making it easy for things to spiral out of control, much like my dual helix. Upon hearing Glyza's cold reminder, Loya's lips twitched, followed by a resigned sigh. Indeed, the power of the void beasts is not easily mastered, reminiscent of the former king of gods, the dragon god. Possessing the four distinct powers of good, evil, life, and death, it was inevitable that one would lose control over time. Even a super god king would not be exempt. However, this could be considered good news. It provided him with an additional trump card for the future. Moreover, the realization of his domain ability would likely have been recognized solely by Bibi Dong at that moment. The Void Fist, Void Flash, and Dual Helix. Along with the nascent Void Zero domain, Little Tangsan, you must have just awakened your martial soul, correct? Thinking of his friend far away in the Holy Soul Village, Loya could not help but reveal a charming smile. Chapter 24, 12 years old. 1 against 3 years later, in the papal hall. A boy and a girl stood at the foot of the steps. Bibi Dong, seated on the papal throne, wore a satisfied expression, particularly as she gazed upon the young boy who led the duo, feeling a sense of pride. The boy was strikingly handsome, perpetually adorned with a faint smile, while his dark purple eyes resembled bottomless black holes, exuding an aura of depth and mystery. The girl beside him was tall, approximately 1.67 meters, with a delicate face and shoulder-length purple hair that danced in the wind. Her large, fox-like eyes seemed capable of ensnaring one's soul. Nana, you have both worked diligently during this period, and I am pleased with your progress. Especially you, little Loya, at just 12 years old, you have reached level 34, with your third soul ring being from a 4,000-year-old soul beast. Thank you for your praise, teacher. Hulaina and Loya chimed in unison. Now that you are both 12, I present you with 2 choices, Bibi Dong continued after a brief pause. First, you may continue your studies at the academy and undertake the imperial trials to obtain the purple record medal. Second, you may venture out into the world for a few years. However, you must not return until you reach level 48. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's options, Loya pondered for a moment. At 12, it would be fitting for me to go to Shrek Academy, but little Tang San is only 9. I won't encounter him yet. The most I might find are that sausage uncle and the colorful chicken, perhaps even a flirtatious tiger. Should I go or not? Haha, human lad. I sense that the fated ones in this realm are beginning to emerge. I suggest you go and see. Glyza's remnants echoed in Loya's mind. See. How do I do that? Can you really devour fate? Indeed, as long as you continuously interact with him, challenge, and even defeat him, I shall be able to consume his fate. Without hesitation, Luoya declared, Teacher, I have decided to venture out into the world. Oh, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback before casting an approving glance his way. To think that young Luo, at merely 12 years of age, possesses such courage. Teacher, junior brother is only 12, isn't this far too dangerous? Just as Bibi Dong was about to agree, Hulaina's urgent voice interrupted her. Senior sister, what is there to worry about? Have you forgotten that if I fight with my full strength, I can rival a Soul King? Luoya shot Hulaina a sidelong glance. Bibi Dong tapped the armrest of her throne thoughtfully. Luoya's strength indeed cannot be measured by ordinary Soul Master standards. However, Nana's concerns are not without merit. Very well, Nana, summon your brother and Yen. The 3 of you shall face him together. If Luoya emerges victorious, he may embark on his journey. Understood, teacher. I shall fetch them at once. Hulaina smiled before swiftly departing the Pope's Hall, heading straight for the academy. Ahem. Teacher, should I perhaps hold back? Luoya coughed lightly, his tone playful. Bibi Dong found his confidence amusing. You sound rather certain of defeating all 3 of them? Nana and Xieyu's spirit fusion technique has reached Soul King level. And with Yan's dual element fire and earth top-tier martial soul, even a 52nd rank Soul King might struggle against them. Heh, rest assured, teacher. Luoya merely chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Bibi Dong's warning. For he was not being arrogant. He simply had absolute confidence in his abilities. Moments later, at the Spirit Hall's training grounds, Loya and the trio of the Golden Generation stood in opposition, flanked by Bibi Dong and the formidable Zhuge Dua. Sister, unleash your full power. The brash Yen, unable to tolerate Loya's nonchalant demeanor, was the first to issue a fierce retort. I concede that individually, none of us can match your strength, but should we join forces? Your defeat is inevitable. Enough with the empty boasts. Let us see for ourselves. Loya replied coolly. Let the battle commence. Remember to hold back. Bibi Dong casually seated herself nearby, declaring the start of the confrontation. With her command, the 4 of them simultaneously activated their martial spirits. On the side of the Golden Generation, 3 Soul Emperors emerged, adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Loya, the Soul Master, bore a soul ring of 1 yellow and 2 purple hues. Let us commence. I am pressed for time, he declared, fixing his gaze intensely upon Yen, clearly addressing him. Such audacity. Upon hearing Loya's words, Yen, consumed by fury, found his right arm enveloped in molten lava, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch. Second soul skill, Granite of the Earth. A peculiar smile crept upon Luoya's lips as his right hand subtly curved, the claws of the void poised for action. Oh, dear junior disciple, do you find me enchanting? A voice, alluring and electrifying, resonated within Luoya's mind, as Hulaina's large, fox-like eyes sparkled with a soft blush. Fixed intently upon him. The second soul skill, Fox Charm. Luoya involuntarily locked eyes with Hulaina, the soul power gathering in his hands on the verge of dissipating. Haha, perfect opportunity. You're finished. Yen let out a boisterous laugh, immediately accelerating his charge. He could already envision the scene. Luoya sent flying by his punch. As Yan's fist closed in, Luoya remained motionless, as though rooted to the spot. Something feels off. Hulaina, as the caster of the soul skill, was the first to sense something amiss. Yen, retreat now. But Yan's fist had already descended, as if deaf to her warning. Boom. The impact sent tremors through the training ground. The the floor nearly cracking under the force. TCH. That's it. One punch was all it took. Yin scoffed, convinced Luo Ye had been knocked down for good. However, brawn over brains. The eerie laughter of Griza echoed as Luo Ye's figure phased through like a ghost, bypassing Yin entirely. With Void Claw activated, he lunged straight for Xiaoyu. His target had never been the reckless brute with negative intellect. It was Xiaoyu, the core of their martial soul fusion skill. No. Impossible. Yin roared in humiliation, realizing he'd been played for a fool. Brother, watch out. Hu Laiina shouted in warning, but Luo Ye was faster. Third soul skill, Crescent Moonblade. Xiaoyu hastily unleashed his strongest technique. Well aware of the devastating power behind Luo Ye's Void Claw. Clang. The metallic clash lasted but a moment before Xiaoyu was sent flying by a single swipe. Xiaoyu eliminated. BB Dong's indifferent voice announced, marking the first loss for the Golden Generation. You damn brat. Yin bellowed, igniting his third soul ring. Twin fireballs of molten rock coalesced in his palms before he hurled them with all his might at Luo Ye. Luo Ye retracted his claws and smirked disdainfully at the two molten orbs Yin hurled towards him. Standing motionless, his body became ethereal as it was enveloped by a nearly translucent violet glow. Thud, thud. The searing fireballs passed straight through Luo Ye's form, crashing into the granite wall behind him. Has the fire scorched your mind? Or have you forgotten the humiliating defeat of years past? In a tone tinged with sarcasm, Luo Ye's gaze sharpened suddenly as he clenched his right fist and vanished from sight. Yin had yet to react when a fist, the size of a sandbag, struck his face with astonishing speed. The three titled Douluos observing were inwardly amazed. This velocity surpassed that of a sensitive attack-type soul master, with formidable mental prowess. Hu Laiina unleashed her first soul skill, Enchanting Fox, just before Luo Ye's blow connected. The pink hearts in her beautiful eyes shimmered slightly. Yet Luo Ye remained impervious to this mental assault, instead accelerating the speed of his strike. Void fist, shattering void. The piercing sound of air being torn apart echoed ominously. With a swift arc, Yin was sent flying by a single punch, the pain in his nasal bone causing a wave of dizziness. He coughed up blood, barely lifting his head to gaze at Luo Ye with terror. As a dual attribute soul master of fire and earth, he possessed a degree of defensive capability, confident that even a powerful attack-type soul master could not defeat him in one blow. Yet, Luo Ye had knocked him aside with a mere punch, without even employing a soul skill, and their soul power levels were relatively equal, with Luo Ye only a minor rank above him. This was simply inconceivable. Is that all? Just a punch? Luo Ye mocked, echoing Yan's earlier words. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yan pounded the ground in anger and frustration, only to cough up more blood before losing consciousness. With a flick of his left hand and a twist of his right wrist, Luo Ye turned his unkind gaze toward the remaining Hu Laiina. Chapter 25. Being outnumbered and defeated. Will they train? Hu Laiina prepared to unleash her strongest alluring soul skill, but at that moment, BB Dong spoke again. Enough, Nana, you have lost. Look behind you. Initially puzzled by BB Dong's voice, Hu Laiina turned, only to be left dumbfounded, gasping in shock. Once again, just as 3 years prior, Luo Ye's claws were aimed at her abdomen, his wicked smile resurrecting the fear she had endured under his control over the past 3 years. Master, I'm sorry. We have disappointed you. Accepting her fate, Hu Laiina bowed slightly, her eyes filled with regret as they met BB Dong's. BB Dong approached, gently patting Hu Laiina's shoulder, channeling her soul power to replenish Hu Laiina's energy. Turning to Luo Ye, she waved her hand, saying, Little Luo, you have won. Retract your soul skill. Yes, master. Luo Ye nodded, smiling as he withdrew his martial soul, while behind Hu Laiina, Luo Ye's form shifted and then dissipated into motes of white light. You used a soul skill for a clone? Hu Laiina exclaimed, astonished and momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Ye nodded and introduced the second soul skill, Void Mirage. It creates illusions using spatial energy. Unless one's mental strength exceeds mine by at least double, one cannot discern the true body. It possesses half the power of my original form. This statement pleased BB Dong immensely. Nana, your defeat this time was not due to a disparity in soul power or soul rings, but rather a lack of practical experience and the finesse in utilizing soul skills. Guimei spoke with a chilling admonition. Elder Guimei speaks the truth. Xiaoyu rose from the side, clasping his fists in salute. In this failure, all three of you must reflect deeply, especially that brutish fellow still lying on the ground asleep. You didn't even force out Xiao Luo's third soul skill or his self-created soul skill, which indicates he has yet to unleash his full potential. To be outnumbered 3-1 and still be defeated, do you even train? Listening intently, Guimei continued. Before that child Xiao Luo returns from his training, you must complete the first task assigned by His Holiness the Pope, obtain the purple record medal. Do you understand? Yes. Helena and her brother nodded vigorously. Helena glanced up at BB Dong, noticing her teacher's serene expression, which signaled tacit approval of Guimei's reprimand. This soul ring was acquired with Elder Ju's assistance. He deserves half the credit, Luo Ye chuckled, appropriately seeking recognition from Yueguan. Upon hearing Loya's words, Yueguan cast a grateful glance at him. This little rascal is worth the trouble. Bibi Dong regarded Zhu De Yueguan with a knowing look before clearing her throat and stating, "Well, since you have such a close relationship with Elder Zhu, he shall be responsible for your safety during your training trip." Huh. Loya was momentarily bewildered. The narrative was veering off track. Yueguan, though surprised, quickly regained his composure. Being an exceptional individual who had reached the rank of Super Douluo. "Fear not, Your Holiness. This matter is in my hands." Bibi Dong, seemingly reluctant to linger, turned and departed alongside Gueme. Her voice echoed from a distance. "If Xiao Luo can meet my expectations within 5 years, I shall reward each of you with a soul bone." In the Tiando Empire, Balik Kingdom. A carriage emblazoned with the emblem of the Spirit Hall slowly approached a grand city. On the towering walls, numerous armored soldiers stood guard, their resolute gazes fixed ahead, illuminated by the morning sun. Above, 3 bold characters were inscribed at the center of the Azure Wall, Soto City. After a considerable time, the carriage came to a halt. "Let us go, Xiao Luo. We have arrived." Yueguan, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally opened them and spoke softly. Loya nodded, disembarking from the carriage alongside Yueguan, gazing longingly at the bustling and vibrant streets illuminated by flickering lights. After a week of travel, he finally had a moment to rest. Stretching languidly, he strolled into the city. Yueguan, observing him, chuckled softly, remarking that he was merely a 12-year-old child, bound by the Pope's command to ensure Loya's safety at all times. Concealed in the shadows, Yueguan followed Loya discreetly, probing the city with his spiritual energy to assess the presence of high-ranking soul masters. He detected 3 soul saints, 2 soul emperors, 2 soul kings, and 1 soul ancestor, hardly a matter of concern. Despite it being daylight, Soto City remained a hub of activity, with throngs of people bustling through the streets, and vendors offering an array of delectable foods and fruits. In a short while, Loya found himself clutching a bounty of treats, strolling confidently through the city. Accustomed to the offerings of the Spirit Hall, he found his first visit to the Heaven Do Empire quite delightful. Just as he savored a bite of the local fruit, he abruptly halted, narrowing his eyes at a dimly lit alleyway. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing within the shadows of the alley. There, he encountered a lecherous man, tall yet with a sharply pointed face, his tongue flicking about incessantly. The man was rubbing his hands eagerly in front of a girl with a single ponytail, dressed in a striking red dress, who appeared to be around Loya's age. She exuded a faint aura of soul power, suggesting she was around level 30, yet she lay helplessly on the ground, gazing up at the approaching man with despair. With a determined closure of her eyes, tears brimmed in her lashes. Just as the man's filthy hands reached for her, a slender wooden stick shot forth with lightning speed, piercing his palm. He howled in agony, spinning around, blood streaming from his hand, and screamed into the air, demanding to know who dared to ambush him. Before he could finish his tirade, a saucy fruit, smeared with chili sauce, struck his left eye with pinpoint accuracy. The man howled again, dropping to his knees, clutching his injured eye, leaving the girl in a state of bewilderment. Who was it that saved her from the darkness? A youthful voice urged her to run and report to the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team. "Thank you, young hero, for your rescue," she exclaimed gratefully, seizing the moment to escape while the man was distracted. "Get out here, you bastard!" The lecherous man roared, summoning his martial spirit. From the void emerged a pair of pitch-black claws that hovered behind him, revealing 4 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple. A languid yawn echoed from above. It was Loya, perched atop a rooftop, lazily munching on a colorful fruit, his gaze filled with disdain as he regarded the lecherous man. Recognizing the peculiar figure before him as the notorious Buell, Loya pondered whether he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck or misfortune. "You little brat. Was it you who attacked me?" Buell snarled furiously. "You think you can flaunt your martial spirit without consequence? You are nothing but a rat ruining Soto City." Loya took a casual bite of his fruit, his tone dripping with mockery. Buell, feeling deeply insulted, activated his second spirit ring, and his black hands grew larger as they lunged toward Loya. In Soto City, he had always acted with impunity, and no one dared to challenge him. How could he tolerate being provoked by a mere child? At that moment, Loya chuckled lightly, bending his arm slightly, mirroring Buell's attack with a claw of his own, albeit without releasing his martial spirit. With a single swipe, Buell's black hand was sent flying back, blood splattering as it retreated. The damage to his martial spirit left Buell in excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground and wailing. The force of Loya's strike had been nothing more than a casual blow. Buell, having just ascended to Soul Ancestor, was hardly a match for him. It was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Shaking his head in disdain, Loya turned to leave, only to furrow his brow and swiftly pivot as a blue weapon sailed toward him. More accomplices? He mused, recalling that in the original story, Buell had 2 Soul King level allies. "Old goose, Tianya, save me!" Buell shouted in desperation upon seeing the weapon. 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerged before him. The shorter one retrieved the weapon from the ground, casting a cold glare at Loya. "Whoever you are, You will pay for striking our comrade. The tall figure threatened ominously. Observing from the shadows, Yueguan furrowed his brow, quietly conjuring a golden petal-shaped flying knife. Are you not only bullying the weak, but also planning to gang up on me? Loya retorted, unafraid in the face of two soul kings, tilting his head in mockery. Sorry. But why engage in a fair fight when we can have a group brawl? The shorter soul king brandished a knife, advancing menacingly toward Loya. You're calling for help, aren't you? But it's not just you who can summon allies, Loya scoffed, stepping aside to clear the alley's exit. Buell, Tianya, and Goose, you three, as soul masters, are bullying the common folk and abducting innocent girls. The evidence is right here. Come with us. A tall, middle-aged man clad in the spirit hall's uniform addressed the trio, his gaze stern. Behind him stood a dozen guards, their auras radiating power above soul respect. The girl Loya had saved stood behind the captain, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she gazed at the lecherous trio. Upon seeing this, the three men instinctively took a step back, fear etched on their faces. It's over. We're done for, they thought, realizing they had been caught red-handed. Before they could protest, the captain of the enforcement team lifted Buell effortlessly with his soul power, while two guards seized Tianya and Goose. The trio, ashen-faced, succumbed to their fate, allowing themselves to be taken away without a struggle. Resistance? That was out of the question. They faced a soul emperor and numerous elite guards. Enduring further punishment was not a risk they were willing to take. Thank you, young friend, for ridding Soto City of this menace. We lacked sufficient evidence before to apprehend them. The enforcement captain acknowledged Loya with a nod of appreciation as he departed. It was but a trivial matter, Loya replied nonchalantly, dismissing the praise from the soul emperor. May I know the name of the gallant hero who saved me? The red-haired girl expressed her gratitude, watching the three being led away. It is nothing, merely a case of standing up against injustice. My name is Loya. Loya waved his hand somewhat awkwardly, urging the young girl not to take it to heart, and then turned to leave. For some inexplicable reason, he found the 13-year-old girl somewhat familiar. Concealed in the shadows, Yueguan observed as the trio was taken away by the enforcement team. He dispersed the petals of his flying daggers, feeling a sense of relief while nodding in acknowledgement towards Loya. This child, unflinching in the face of danger, possessed both subtlety and intelligence. After dealing with the three individuals, Loya continued to meander through the streets of Soto City. Suddenly, Yueguan's voice reached his ears. Little Luo, there is a slightly stronger ant following behind you. Upon hearing Yueguan's words, Luoya's footsteps momentarily paused as contemplation enveloped his mind. In the realm beneath the title, all are but mere ants. Within the city of Soto, there exists no soul Douluo-level soul masters, leaving only the soul saints. At Shrek Academy, there are Zhao Wujin and Flinder, two soul saints, along with a third who specializes in culinary arts. Thus, only these three remain, excluding the culinary soul saint. It leads to the conclusion that it must be either Flinder or Zhao Wujin. With this thought, Luoya halted, calling out softly, "Come forth. What is your purpose in following me?" "Oh, young man, how did you uncover my presence?" A hoarse voice responded as a middle-aged man emerged from the shadows. Sporting glasses and a scruffy beard, his face bore a sunken appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at Luoya, a hint of perplexity flickering in his expression. It is inconceivable that Luoya would have been informed by Yueguan. With a faint smile, he remarked, "My martial spirit possesses a formidable sense of perception, hence I naturally discerned it." The man let out a hearty laugh, and then introduced himself, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our esteemed institution." Loya's eyelid twitched slightly as he cast a brief glance at Flander, neither hastily agreeing nor rejecting. I pondered for a moment. Loya stood in place, deep in contemplation, pondering whether to venture to Shrek at that very moment. "How many students does Shrek have?" he inquired casually. Currently there are 3. "Young man, if you wish to join us, you would be the 4th, Flanders replied with a smile, adjusting his spectacles. 3. "It seems that Flirtatious Tiger has already arrived," Loya remarked. "Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look." He nodded in agreement. "Xiao Luo, I have never even heard of this Shrek Academy, and with so few individuals. Be careful not to be deceived." The voice of Yueguan echoed in Loya's mind, offering a cautionary reminder. Uncertain of Zhu Doluo's whereabouts, Luoya could only slightly tilt his head, casting a reassuring glance behind him. "We have arrived," he said with a chuckle. "Alas, the academy is experiencing some financial constraints, so please bear with us." At the entrance of a modest village, the words Shrek Academy were inscribed on a sign, albeit in a rather crooked manner. A stool and a chair were positioned at the entrance, upon which sat an elderly man with flowing white hair. Loya followed Flandra to the village entrance, glancing back to see a dozen or so individuals behind him, most of whom were parents. The elderly man, with his eyes gently closed, gradually opened them. Upon recognizing Flandra, he immediately rose and bowed, exclaiming, "Director, you have returned." "Yes, Teacher Lee, I have brought back a promising talent. There is no need for testing. Simply allow him to proceed to the 4th trial." "Ah, Li Yusong, responsible for admissions, felt a touch of bewilderment. The director was usually one to be discerning. So why was he showing such keen interest in a child who appeared to be merely 12 years old? This boy hasn't even utilized his soul skills. Yet he managed to severely injure a soul master. Moreover, his sensitivity to martial spirits is remarkable. He was able to detect my covert following. Do you think he is unworthy? Flandre stated, directly revealing the facts he had witnessed when he sensed Li Yusong's skepticism. With these words, not only was Li Yusong taken aback, but the children accompanied by their parents also found it hard to believe. They were all soul masters of similar ages. How could one possibly defeat a soul master without employing any soul skills? Who would believe such a tale? Is that even possible? No matter how exceptional your talent, it's implausible to surpass an entire realm, let alone win. One boy sneered at Loya. Once someone initiated doubt, others naturally followed suit, all expressing disbelief in Loya's abilities. Loya said nothing, his expression indifferent as he directly activated his martial soul. The ethereal figure of Glyza hovered behind him, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rising in succession. Loya, at the tender age of 12, was a formidable rank 34 assault system soul master. The atmosphere was thick with silence, akin to death itself, as everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Li Yusong regarded Loya as one mighty monster, while even Flandre stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Although aware of the child's exceptional talent and powerful martial soul, this was simply outrageous. A 12-year-old at rank 34 was, without a doubt, the youngest soul master anyone present had ever encountered. A second ring after a millennium. This was utterly beyond reason. Is there a problem? Loya inquired, retracting his martial soul, his tone nonchalant. The crowd collectively shook their heads, clearly still in shock. Haha, come along, little monster, let us introduce you to your classmates, Flandre boomed with laughter, seizing Loya's hand as they entered the academy. Crossing a patch of grass, Flandre led Loya to a small clearing where 4 figures stood, 3 young men and a middle-aged man. The latter was of modest height, with a somewhat fierce countenance, clad in a brown leather coat, arms crossed before him, resembling a slumbering brown bear. The 3 young men, 2 tall and 1 stout, were engaged in lively conversation, with the taller pair boasting handsome features, golden hair, and striking heterochromia, exuding a sense of resolute vigor. The third, dressed in a long gray robe, with large, curious peach blossom eyes, fixed his gaze intently on Loya. Principal, who is this child? The middle-aged man inquired, glancing at Flandre. Haha, Wujin, today I am making an exception, and this child surpasses Mubai and the others by a considerable margin, Flandre replied with a grin, not forgetting to praise Loya. Ahem, Loya, allow me to introduce you. This is our academy's vice principal, teacher Zhao Wujin, and these 3 are your seniors, Ma Hongjun, my direct disciple, Oscar, an innate full soul power food system soul master, and Dai Mubai, with a martial soul of the white tiger, at 12 years of age with a rank of 25. Ah, and by the way, apart from Mubai, he has just enrolled, so you are on equal footing. Flandre introduced each individual to Loya. Hello, teacher Zhao, greetings to my seniors, Loya greeted politely. In the shadows, Ju Douluo listened to Flandre's introduction. Upon hearing that Oscar was an innate full soul power master, he was somewhat taken aback and quickly released a thread of soul power to examine the 3 young men. Goodness, what a shocking revelation. An exquisite mutated martial soul, the Phoenix. An innate full soul power food system soul master. A top-tier martial soul, the evil eye white tiger. At 12 years of age, rank 25. Such talent would be unmatched even within the Martial Soul Hall Academy, rivaling the Golden Generations trio. Chapter 27. Battle against Zhao Wujin. Did the principal just say you are far superior to us? Dai Mubai fixed his gaze on Loya, his expression tinged with hostility as he spoke in a low voice. The principal's words were not mere self-praise. Loya shrugged innocently. Dai Mubai snorted coldly, flanked by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. He was eager to see what this boy could possibly do to withstand teacher Zhao for half a stick of incense. Well, child, I am your examiner. If you can endure my attack for half a stick of incense, you pass. Is that a problem? Zhao Wujin assessed Loya for a moment before speaking. No problem. Let us begin. Loya nodded, stepping back a few paces to distance himself from Zhao Wujin, roaring with laughter. Glyza's martial soul instantly fused with Loya, the distorted shadow manifesting as an eerie laughter echoed around, with strange purple light enveloping him. The sight of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings once again struck the onlookers with a powerful visual impact. What? Ma Hongjun, with a blade of grass in his mouth, gaped in astonishment, feeling as though his worldview had been overturned. Oscar and Dai Mubai shared similar expressions, with Dai Mubai's previously mocking demeanor morphing into envy and resentment. Why was this boy, seemingly of similar age, endowed with a second ring after a millennium, and possessing 3 rings at such a young age? Your aura, your rank is 34. Zhao Wujin couldn't help but take a small step forward, his expression filled with shock and admiration, unlike Dai Mubai's jealousy. Indeed, Loya acknowledged, then turned to Zhao Wujin with a gaze filled with combat spirit. Teacher Zhao, Let the assessment Luo Yu's martial arts just now were evidently devoid of the luminous aura of a soul ring. Yet he was able to engage in a fierce contest with teacher Zhao. This is truly astonishing. What an intriguing little enigma. Zhao Wujie narrowed his eyes. Yet his thoughts grew considerably more serious. Although he had not exerted his full strength in that previous strike, given Luo Yu's current prowess, should he refrain from employing his soul skills, he might indeed encounter unexpected difficulties. Luo rubbed his somewhat numb right fist, and a glimmer of golden light flashed through his violet pupils. He soared into the sky, once again invoking the claws of the void, but this time with both hands. With a powerful push from his feet, he descended like a swift arrow. Zhao Wujie, whose martial spirit was the mighty golden bear, possessed formidable defense and strength. Yet his speed was his Achilles heel. Coincidentally, Glyzo excelled in speed. To Luoya's astonishment, he could even fly. Ma Hongjun gasped in admiration, his gaze shifting to Luoya with a hint of envy. His own martial spirit was a phoenix, yet due to his low soul power, he lacked the ability to fly, while Luoya, at merely the third ring, had already achieved this feat, stirring a sense of jealousy within Ma Hongjun. First soul skill, unmoving king body. Zhao Wujie bellowed, golden radiance surging around him as an invisible wave of energy burst forth from within. Humph. The dual claws were obstructed by this energy wave, but Luoya remained undeterred. With a snort, he spread his hands outward, slowly tearing apart the protective wave surrounding Zhao Wujie. Such overwhelming offensive power. Zhao Wujie was taken aback. The sharpness of the claws of the void exceeded his expectations, and he sensed the faint signs of his defense being breached. He could never have imagined that Luoya's claws possessed the ability to disturb space itself, and combined with merely the first soul skill's defense. It was only a matter of time before it broke through. Crack. In mere seconds, the claws of the void pierced through Zhao Wujie's defenses, making contact with his body. The once invulnerable unmoving king body was shattered by a mere first soul skill from a soul master. In pain, Zhao Wujie unleashed his second soul skill, the golden bear palm, directing his energy-laden hand towards Luoya. Void. Luoya swiftly evaded, a faint white glow surrounding him as he retracted his arms and retreated several meters, his form floating gracefully in the air, narrowly avoiding Zhao Wujie's fierce strike. Bring it on. Luoya shouted, activating his second soul ring, which heightened Zhao Wujie's vigilance. He was eager to witness the power of the 1,000-year second ring. Good challenge. Zhao Wujie swung his palm again towards Luoya. Humph. Too slow. Luoya split into two, encircling Zhao Wujie with both figures moving rapidly, making it nearly impossible for him to discern which was real. Clone soul skill? Zhao Wujie seized the moment and struck out at one of the figures, which shattered into purple light, dissipating into nothingness. Haha, it seems this one is the true body. Zhao Wujie thought to himself, activating his third soul ring to enhance gravity. As he stomped down, the immense pressure cracked the ground beneath him, sending forth waves of soul power that knocked the last Luoya away. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this figure too vanished into purple light without a trace. Another illusion? Zhao Wujie was astonished. He never expected to be outmaneuvered by a mere 12-year-old after years of navigating the Soul Master realm. He had discovered the truth too late. In the air, the genuine Luoya uttered a low growl, the energy in his hands ready to unleash its fury. Third soul skill. Void Thunder. As his voice fell, Luoya thrust his hands forward, unleashing a formidable purple-black thunderbolt towards Zhao Wujie. The thunder from the void carried with it a destructive energy that made Zhao Wujie's heart race. He was certain that if he did not respond adequately, he might be reduced to cinders. Unmoving king body, gravity compression. In a flurry, Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth, illuminating his first and fifth soul rings. A fist-sized black hole began to expand, attempting to devour the raging thunder, while layers of golden light enveloped his arms to shield his head as a secondary defense. One was a terrifying soul skill from a god-level martial spirit, and the other was the fifth soul skill of a level 76 soul sage. Which would prove to be stronger? The two energies clashed, each striving to overpower the other, until ultimately, the void thunder broke through the gravitational compression, striking Zhao Wujie's body directly. Boom. Dust soared into the air, and as the smoke cleared, Zhao Wujie's form was buried into the ground. His arms tingling and showing signs of charred blackness, Luoya executed a backflip with grace, landing lightly a short distance from Zhao Wujie. In unison, 3 exclamations of astonishment echoed through the air, their gazes fixed on Luoya as if he were an extraordinary prodigy. Nearby, the incense had already burned down significantly. With unwavering focus on Zhao Wujie, Luoya understood that despite the disarray wrought by his attack, Zhao remained largely unscathed. The skin of a powerful assault-type soul sage was not easily penetrated, had Zhao not afforded him the time to gather his strength. Breaching his defenses with merely a third spirit skill would have been no simple feat. Zhao Wujie rose from the pit, dust coating his face, his eyes flickering with a hint of anger that swiftly transformed into admiration and amusement. Well done, young lad, you have triumphed. Zhao's words were gentle, yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable astonishment. This young fellow, standing before him, possessed a strength that could rival a soul king, particularly with that void thunder. Its destructive power surpassed the full force of a seasoned assault-type soul master. Thank you, Teacher Zhao, Luoya responded, nodding slightly, his complexion pale from the excessive consumption of soul power. He was left with approximately 20% of his energy, while the Void Thunder was formidable. Its cost was second only to his ultimate technique, the Double Helix. Naturally, the Double Helix was his trump card for survival. Not to be employed lightly in what was merely an entrance examination. Did I really win? Dai Mubai's eyes were momentarily vacant, astonished by Luoya's prowess that far exceeded his expectations. The fact that Teacher Zhao had unleashed his fifth spirit skill and still failed to withstand the attack was staggering. When he had faced Zhao, he had only managed to provoke the third spirit skill, ultimately scraping by with a narrow victory. Alas, it seems my position as leader is in jeopardy, Dai Mubai sighed, fully convinced of Luoya's strength, tinged with a hint of envy. If only he too could wield such power, would he still consider fleeing? Oh my goodness, this new junior is remarkable, Oscar exclaimed, his admiration palpable. He seems to be a year older than you. Do you dare call him junior? Ma Hongjun inquired. If not junior, what do you propose to call him? Oscar asked curiously. Why, of course, I call him boss. With him watching my back, Dai Mubai, no, I mean, Boss Dai, would never dare bully me again. Ha ha, Ma Hongjun chuckled, his eyes narrowing mischievously. You shameless glutton, a mere fair-weather friend. Oscar's voice dripped with disdain. Perched upon a concealed tree, Douluo Yueguan observed Luoya's victory over a soul sage. A smile playing on his lips before he vanished from sight. He intended to report the developments here to His Holiness the Pope with utmost urgency. A faint smile graced Luoya's lips, for this battle had invigorated him immensely. Engaging in such a thrilling and exhilarating conflict was indeed a source of great joy. Alas, his prowess was formidable. Since his debut, he had found no rivals among his peers. What? You mentioned Qianren Xue? Well, that is a different matter altogether. Not only is she 3 years his senior, but her martial soul is of divine quality, and she possesses 2 additional soul rings. Even if he were to exert his utmost effort, victory over her would be uncertain. However, Qianren Xue is the girl he holds dear. He could hardly bear to inflict pain upon her, let alone engage in combat. Sigh, invincibility can indeed be a lonely existence at times. As Luoya quietly reflected, the voice of Zhao Wuji resonated. Dai Mubai, stop idly standing by and take Luoya to his room. With Zhao Wuji's commanding shout, Dai Mubai promptly approached. Let us go, he said in a calm tone, though a hint of suppressed frustration lingered in his eyes. The path to the dormitory was not far. And with nothing pressing to occupy his mind, Luoya struck up a conversation with Dai Mubai. Teacher Zhao just called you Dai Mubai. And you seem to be the leader of the other two, correct? Dai Mubai nodded slightly, curiosity piquing as he inquired, your earlier display of strength surprised me. May I ask what your martial soul is? Glyza, Luoya replied nonchalantly. Dai Mubai's eyes darted about, despite his status as a prince of the empire. He had never heard of such a martial soul. By the way, what is your martial soul? The White Tiger, Dai Mubai declared without hesitation. A white tiger? You hail from the Star Luo Empire, then? Luoya feigned astonishment, yet his words caused Dai Mubai to stiffen, his expression darkening. You are mistaken, Dai Mubai retorted before continuing to lead Luoya forward, his pace quickening. Do not try to conceal it, with the surname Dai. Should I be more precise about the White Tiger martial soul? Luoya chuckled softly, unraveling Dai Mubai's pretense. Luoya had made his point abundantly clear, and Dai Mubai no longer concealed his intentions, his gaze sharp as he demanded, Are you sent by Davis to capture me? No, I do not know Davis. It is merely that you have revealed a flaw, Luoya replied, shaking his head lightly before continuing, however. It appears you are quite familiar with the Prince of Star Luo. Heh, Davis is my elder brother, and I am, in fact, also a Prince of Star Luo. Yet, even if I possess the greatest talent, he is 6 years my senior. How could I possibly defeat him? Dai Mubai scoffed at himself, his tightly clenched fist trembling with frustration. Is this your reason for fleeing to the Heaven Do Empire? Luoya sneered, then pressed further. As far as I know, the Star Luo royal family has historically allied with the Yuming family. Surely you have a fiancée? Why did you not take her with you? Because I truly lack the ability to ensure her survival, Dai Mubai growled defiantly, his fist clenching even tighter. What kind of man does that make you? Luoya, overwhelmed by emotion, seized Dai Mubai by the collar. Recognizing his own fault, Dai Mubai did not resist, allowing Luoya to grip him. Now, let me enlighten you on what it means to be a true man, Luoya said slowly, locking eyes with Dai Mubai. In this world, while strength is indeed significant, soul power does not encompass everything. Age is merely a matter of time. Remember, as a man, you must grow strong for the sake of others. No matter the hardships faced, you must grit your teeth and persevere. Once you have made a decision, see it through to the end. Even if you fall, it matters not. Rise again and continue forward. This is all there is to it. If you can achieve this, then you are a true man, a genuine hero. Boom. As he listened to Luoya's words, Dai Mubai's expression faltered, his clenched fist gradually relaxing as he mulled over Luoya's message. To grow strong for others. To persist unwaveringly, to rise after each fall. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and replied, Thank you, Luoya. I need some time to reflect. I hope you can come to understand. Luoya claims to prefer tranquility, thus Bei Mubai took him to a somewhat secluded dormitory, slightly distanced from their own room. In truth, he merely wished to practice and refine alchemy at night without interruption. Late into the night, Luo Yu sat on his bed, diligently cultivating his soul power. When suddenly, a gust of cold wind flung open the window to his left. A familiar fluctuation of soul power enveloped him, prompting him to open his eyes and release his own soul energy in response. Xiao Luo, you performed admirably today, despite facing an opponent several levels above you. You maintained your composure and ultimately deciphered his fifth soul skill. Such an achievement is indeed a source of pride. Luo smiled gently and said, Elder Ju, your visit at this late hour must not merely be to offer me a few compliments, is it? Certainly not, Elder Ju replied. While this academy may be somewhat dilapidated, these children are indeed exceptional talents. I have already conveyed the situation here to His Holiness the Pope, and I believe it will not be long before she is informed. Luo pondered for a moment before speaking. Elder Ju, among these three individuals, we must not act lightly against Dai Mubai, as you are undoubtedly aware. He is the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Furthermore, I will be in their company for at least 3 years, during which I kindly request that you inform our teacher to refrain from excessive interference. I have my own methods. Tomorrow, I shall first test the depths of these three, and additionally, observe the educational capabilities of this academy. This approach seems prudent. With that, the window closed, and the voice of Yu Guan faded into silence. Hey, human. Is it truly necessary for you to meddle? Just as Yu Guan departed, the voice of Glyza echoed in Loya's mind. It's nothing. I merely wish to see if I can steer him back on course. After all, do we not have just one enemy at present? I don't see the necessity. Glyza scoffed, revealing its characteristic laugh. Listen to me. From now on, you should strike T. Loya nodded in acknowledgement, awaiting Flander's continuation. Today, there are 2 classes. The first begins now, while the second will take place in the evening. Now, Loya, step forward. Loya nodded, taking a step forward, a smile lingering on his lips. You are the strongest among the present students. Now, can you confidently defeat Dai Mubai and the other 2 in succession? This will be a test of endurance. Loya waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Dean, there's no need for such complexity. Let the 3 of them face me together. Flinder was momentarily taken aback, but soon acquiesced. Very well, I respect your choice. The trio of Dai Mubai, standing behind, initially felt displeased at Loa's audacity to challenge them simultaneously. Yet they quickly came to terms with it. His arrogance was indeed striking, however. Possessing the ability to shatter a soul saint's 5th soul skill was a testament to his confidence. Come on, Loa, I shall not concede easily. Dai Mubai's sinister eyes gradually turned crimson, and he dared not underestimate Loa. Unbeknownst to them, this contest would become an indelible nightmare in their lives. Fatty boss, you take the lead in the offense. I shall provide you with support. Oscar proposed. Agreed. From beginning to end, Luo Yu remained composed. Yet he could distinctly sense the top muscles of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. The tiger and the phoenix, both possessing supreme beast martial souls, combined with an exceptional food-type martial soul. 3 formidable soul masters engaged in combat against a 3-ring soul venerable, who was truly stronger. Flander observed the 4, their fighting spirits soaring. And with a slight smile, he leaped gracefully to a rooftop, announcing, let the battle commence. White tiger, phoenix, possession. The roars of the tiger and the cries of the phoenix erupted as pale and purple-red lights suddenly flared from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended simultaneously from beneath their feet. With a wicked smile, Luo Yu activated his martial soul, suspending himself in mid-air, his form becoming ethereal. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun quickly arranged themselves, their expressions grave, positioning themselves on either side to protect Oscar securely in the center. Faced with Luo Yu, whose speed surpassed that of a sensitive attack-type soul master and who possessed the ability to fly, they could not afford to be careless. How about I allow you 3 moves first? Luo Yu teased, sensing the tension in the air. Dai Mubai felt a surge of anger at Luo Yu's provocative words. His tiger claws trembling with rage. How arrogant. So what if he was a 2nd-ring soul master for a millennium? What of a 3-ring soul venerable? White tiger's radiant wave. With a roar, Dai Mubai unleashed a white sphere of light from his mouth as his 2nd soul ring illuminated. Phoenix flame line. Ma Hongjun, unwilling to be outdone, activated his 1st soul skill, unleashing a stream of purple-red flames towards Luo Yu. They were not foolish enough to be incited to madness by Luo Yu's taunt. Perhaps it was merely a tactic to provoke them. The white sphere and the purple-red flames were launched simultaneously, attempting to seal off Luo Yu's escape routes. However, Luo Yu faced their seemingly harmonious assault without a hint of panic. With a mere extension of his hand and a subtle movement of his lips, he uttered a single word, twist. A beam of white light erupted from his palm, vanishing in an instant, yet the distorted space before him attested to its power. At the moment the white tiger's radiant wave and the phoenix flame encountered the warped space, it was as if they had slammed on the brakes, abruptly halting. Then reversing direction, exploding in the sky. What? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were once again astonished. How had Luo Yu managed to alter the trajectory of their soul skills? To achieve such a feat, unless he was 2 major realms above them. There was only one possibility, spatial distortion. From his vantage point on the rooftop, Flander, with his keen observational skills, gasped in admiration. His gaze toward Luo Yu intensifying with fervor. What a clever lad. He actually held back during yesterday's battle with old Zhao. Damn it. Then let's compare strength. Daimubai cursed under his breath, instructing Ma Hongjun to protect Oscar as he stepped forward to compete with Luoya in a test of strength. Super recovery, big sausage. Oscar chanted a soul incantation, tossing a red sausage towards Dai Mubai's retreating figure. Without looking back, Dai Mubai caught it and swallowed it whole, feeling his soul power rapidly replenish. No longer holding back, he activated his first soul ring and launched a powerful punch at Luoya. As Luoya beheld the fist poised to descend upon his face, a barely perceptible sneer graced his lips, and he was soon enveloped in a shimmering violet light, rendering his form increasingly ethereal. Glyza's phantom echoed with a series of eerie laughs, as if mocking Daimubai's audacity. With a resounding thud, Daimubai swung at nothing but air, his fist passing through Luoya's incorporeal body, causing him to stumble perilously close to a large stone. What on earth? Am I hallucinating? Ma Hongjun rubbed his eyes, still incredulous at the bizarre scene that had unfolded. Little chubby, do you have numerous questions? Luoya inquired, standing resolutely as he rotated his wrist, the soul power within his grasp beginning to coalesce. I refuse to be daunted. Dai Mubai seethed with indignation, feeling a deep sense of insult. He charged forth, continuing to strike at the void. Indeed, he could not lay a finger on Luoya's true form, landing several punches against mere air. 10 seconds elapsed. Faced with Dai Mubai's impotent fury, Luoya grew impatient, raising his hand to seize the impending 31st punch. After such a prolonged exchange, isn't it time for my turn? Like a devil's whisper, Luoya's frigid voice sent a shiver down Dai Mubai's spine, who instinctively sought to withdraw his arm, only to realize he was held firmly in place. Haha. Glyza's sinister laughter reverberated throughout the surroundings. Before long, the Academy Square had become enveloped in layers of blue and violet auras, the space contained within beginning to distort dramatically. With the activation of his second soul ring, 2 clones erupted from within Luoya, while Glyza's phantom behind him began to ascend, the clones mirroring this growth. Haha. Within the eerie space, 3 versions of Luoya moved slowly, their forms occasionally warping, cold gazes fixated upon Dai Mubai and his companions. The towering Glyza phantom, standing 20 meters tall, emitted a chilling laughter that echoed throughout the space. Despair. At this moment, these 2 words epitomized the emotions of Dai Mubai and his companions, trapped within an enigmatic realm. The indescribable distortions, the colossal humanoid monstrosity, and the incessant, ghostly laughter bore down upon them. The oppressive presence of Glyza was palpably manifested through Luoya's grip. The trio, encircled and on the brink of collapse, trembled as their legs quaked, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, even the soul power sustaining their martial spirits showing signs of waning. I can't continue. I can't continue. Spare me. Ma Hongjun was the first to reach his breaking point. His legs buckling, he squatted down, clutching his head and shouting, the flames of his phoenix spirit extinguished. I can't take it anymore. I concede. I concede. Oscar quickly followed suit, collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless, appearing as if he had been struck dumb with terror. I too concede. Daimubai ultimately succumbed, his knees buckling as he nearly fell to the ground. The dual assault on his mind and vision threatened to drive him to madness. This profound sense of helplessness and despair was a sensation he had never experienced, even when faced alone with Davis. Unbeknownst to them, Luoya had infused Glyza's laughter with a touch of spiritual energy, which was the root of their profound discomfort. Luoya simply wished to observe the efficacy of the Glyza sound waves he had studied for so long. I boldly chose the 3 of you as subjects for a practical test. Yet remarkably, no one seemed to notice. Chapter 30, The Arena of Souls. Ha ha ha. Young human, quite impressive indeed. How is it that I had never realized before that I appeared so terrifying in the eyes of you insignificant mortals? Perhaps it was because you lacked self-awareness in those days. After a moment of banter, Luoya smiled faintly, retracting his clones and domain, embracing himself as he gazed at the 3 individuals who were rendered completely disoriented with fear. As the bluish-purple aura dissipated, Flanders hurriedly approached the fallen Ma Hongjun, concerned for his well-being. As he continuously infused soul power, Flanders felt his own anxious heart begin to settle. Realizing that Ma was merely shaken and had suffered a mental shock, a period of rest would suffice. Ahem, Luoya, let us conclude the class. This evening, accompany me to the lecture venue. Flanders coughed lightly, summoning several teachers to assist in carrying Daimubai and the others back to their quarters for treatment. Healing from psychological trauma is no simple task. Ultimately, it hinges on the injured party's ability to recuperate. Luoya had returned to his chamber, seated cross-legged upon the bed, replenishing the soul power he had expended. The injuries of Dai Mubai and his companions were of no concern to him, as long as they were not delayed until evening. He felt no obligation to intervene. Even without Flender's explicit words, he could surmise the plan. They were to participate in the Soul Arena competition at Soto. To speak candidly, prior to the arrival of Yu Xiaojiang, Shrek Academy's pedagogical approach could be distilled into 3 primary methods: physical training through auxiliary systems, engagement in soul battles, and, inevitably, instigating trouble. Indeed, in Flender's eyes, a soul master who refrained from causing discord was deemed inept. To Luoya, This implied teaching students to bully the weak and fear the strong, essentially, a recipe for self-destruction. One might wonder, with such a penchant for provoking conflict, why they had not dared to confront a tidal Douluo. Surely, if they were to encounter one, they would find themselves in dire straits. Far too late to lament their folly, let alone engage in a duel. Before Tang San's arrival, Dai Mubai and his companions, with the exception of Oscar, could be bluntly described as two somewhat formidable ruffians, one a fickle-hearted playboy, and the other a lecherous youth unable to contain his fiery passions. Thus, Loya felt no need to concern himself with their fates. They were destined to become true adversaries, though the time for confrontation was not yet at hand. What was Loya's purpose in coming to Shrek? It was merely to await Tang San's arrival and seize his fortune. Once he broke through to the Soul Master rank and graduated from here, the timing would align perfectly with the commencement of the Soul Master competition. When the Shrek 7 were destined to cross paths, he would seize the opportunity to indulge himself. Though he mused whether Tang San would still recognize him after nearly a decade apart, as long as he remained. Even if the Shrek 7 were united as one, they would grow as they did in the original tale, ultimately falling to his hands, a confidence he held firmly. Dark Thunderstorm energy, Void Devouring, Glyza Shattering, and the abilities of Devouring and Replication. Along with the complete form of the Void Zero domain and the yet unawakened third form, these were the powers he must acquire for his future. Moreover, the advanced technological marvels bestowed upon him by Glyza had sparked a brilliant idea in Loya's mind. Though the sky had darkened, Soto City awakened with a vibrancy that surpassed the daytime hustle. The streets were aglow, every shop illuminated with brilliant lights. The four teachers and students halted before a colossal structure, towering nearly 100 meters high, its immense presence casting a profound silhouette against the night sky. Loya smiled and said, "Principal, are we going to attend classes at the Grand Soul Arena?" Flinder nodded slightly and replied indifferently, "You are all extraordinary beings, not mere mortals. As such, your training must reflect your unique nature." He paused for a moment, then added solemnly, "For a Soul Master, the most crucial aspect is practical combat experience. Among individuals of the same rank and power, the amount of practical experience will ultimately determine the outcome of battles. Only through continuous real combat can you enhance your adaptability in warfare." At this point, Flinder's gaze swept across the four individuals before him. "Moreover, your graduation requirement is to obtain at least a Silver Soul badge." Flinder looked at Loya and smiled. "Certainly, Loya, with your strength. I believe you're unmatched beneath the Spirit Sect. As for Hongjun, please share your recent achievements." Ma Hongjun's eyes revealed a sense of helplessness. "Teacher." This ISN Loya's face twitched slightly, and he promptly inquired of Flandra, "Director, where do I register?" Flandra gestured toward a particular reception desk and advised, "You need only to provide your martial soul and cultivation information. As for your name, you may choose to remain anonymous if you wish." Upon hearing this, Luoya let out a light chuckle and proceeded to register for the soul duel. The registration fee amounted to 10 gold soul coins, which he generously tossed to the front desk attendant. Name, martial spirit, cultivation level. The attendant's voice was somewhat frosty, maintaining a strictly businesslike demeanor. "My name is Void Demon. My martial spirit is Glyza, and I am a 34th level Assault Soul Master. Next match, Void Demon versus Rampaging Rhino. Please welcome the contestants." The announcement echoed through the arena, and Luoya, seated in the waiting area, smiled before swiftly entering the duel arena. His opponent was a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, an exceedingly robust man who appeared to be in his 30s, his bare torso displaying exaggeratedly dark muscles. "Ah, so it is you." Luoya mused, finally recalling this individual. He was the captain of the Berserker squad in the original narrative, wielding the martial spirit of a rhino. He had not anticipated encountering him so soon. As both competitors made their entrances, the audience erupted in fervor, raucous cheers reverberating throughout the venue. Shouts of "tear him apart" and "kill him" not only created immense pressure but also ignited the bloodlust of the spectators. "Kid, attending a soul duel at such a tender age, does your mother know?" Rampaging Rhino scoffed, looking down at his opponent, who appeared to be merely a teenager. "I'm in a hurry," Luoya replied, casually twisting his right wrist with his left hand, his tone unperturbed. "Humph, you will suffer greatly," Rampaging Rhino retorted with a cold snort, channeling his soul power as he ceased further banter. Both contestants were participating in a soul duel for the first time. What kind of surprises might this encounter bring us? "Prepare, soul duel begin." The host's words had barely left his lips when Rampaging Rhino let out a low roar, stomping the ground. 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, rose around him, and his already formidable physique was now adorned with scales, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. While a 1 centimeter long rhino horn on his forehead radiated a chilling aura, Loya disdainfully curled his lips. He preferred not to reveal his 2,000-year soul rings, lest he attract the attention of others. The raging rhinoceros before him was hardly a worthy opponent. Observing Loya's reluctance to unleash his martial soul, the raging rhinoceros questioned, "Hey, the soul battle has commenced. Are you not planning to release your martial soul? Or do you intend to concede?" Loya cast a casual glance at the furious rhinoceros and remarked, "There is no need for me to unleash my soul rings to deal with you." At this, the rhinoceros seethed with rage, glaring menacingly at Loya, determined to teach him a lesson about the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Second soul skill, barbaric charge. The rhino silhouette behind him grew solid, radiating a crimson glow as it let out a fierce roar and charged towards Loya. Loya's lips curled slightly as he took a graceful step forward, causing the void before him to distort. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the terrified crazy rhinoceros. Too slow. Loya's violet pupils glimmered momentarily before he unleashed a punch imbued with a faint purple glow toward the creature's head. The Void Fist Technique, Shatter. Chapter 31, Invitation Bang. A parabolic arc fell through the air as crazy rhinoceros plummeted, crashing into the ground of the battle arena and creating a small crater. Clumsily, he rose to his feet, only to find that the horn on his forehead had broken off. With just a single strike, Loya had inflicted irreparable damage to crazy rhinoceros's martial soul. The audience erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, their eyes fixated on Loya. The majority of those present were well-versed in the ways of soul masters. To dominate an opponent of the same rank without even utilizing one's martial soul seemed nearly impossible, even with the absolute suppression afforded by a martial soul and level. One could not simply eliminate an opponent without employing their own martial soul. Among the throng of spectators, a heavily adorned woman in purple gazed at Loya as he sent crazy rhinoceros flying. Initially stunned, she soon lowered her head in contemplation. Do you wish to continue? Loya inquired nonchalantly, lightly shaking his hand. Cough. No, I concede. Crazy rhinoceros spat a mouthful of blood, hastily shaking his head. Though brash, he was not foolish. His opponent had not even unleashed their martial soul and had still severely injured him with a mere punch. It was wise to recognize the tides of fortune. The host, witnessing crazy rhinoceros's concession, brightened and proclaimed loudly, "The battle is concluded." The Void Demon contestant emerges victorious, earning 1 point. Cheers erupted once more from the audience. This time in celebration of Loya, they had witnessed the birth of a new star in the arena. Many female soul masters in attendance gazed at Loya's composed demeanor, their eyes seemingly entranced and unable to look away, sparkling with admiration. Loya returned to the lounge, where Flander had been waiting for him. Beside him stood a captivating woman, her beauty both mature and enchanting. Strands of silvery hair cascaded elegantly over her delicate shoulders, while her mesmerizing crimson eyes held an irresistible allure. Her attire was audacious, revealing expanse of tender, fair skin. Director, she greeted Loya, who had first acknowledged Flander before turning his attention to the woman. Ah, little Loya. She has come to seek you. Please take your time to converse. Hongjun and the others have yet to finish. Flander said with a gentle cough before departing from the lounge. Loya turned around and glanced at the alluring woman, a hint of perplexity in his voice as he inquired. Dear sister, what brings you to seek my presence? Greetings, Void Demon God. My name is Lin Yao, and I wish to discuss certain matters with you, the woman replied, offering a slight bow in self-introduction. Despite her age allowing her to be considered Loya's elder sister, such formalities were unnecessary. Yet, in the realm of soul masters, respect for the powerful was customary, a mere expression of reverence. What is it that you wish to discuss? Loya casually retrieved a fruit from his soul guide and began to nibble on it. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Berserker squad. Lin Yao's tone was respectful, yet imbued with sincerity. Loya was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Yao with a look of astonishment. Could this woman be the only female spirit master of the crazy battle team? Having just dispatched the crazy rhinoceros with a single punch. The vice captain had now sought him out, and judging by her demeanor, it seemed she was prepared to abandon the crazy rhinoceros. The crazy battle team? Loya did not hasten to decline but continued to inquire. Shall we converse elsewhere? Lin Yao suggested with a smile. Very well, he replied. In a luxurious private box within the Grand Soul Arena, Loya and Lin Yu sat opposite each other, the fragrant aroma of tea wafting from the table. You may speak now, Loya gestured, inviting Lin Yao to begin. With a sigh, Lin Yao's tone turned earnest. To be frank, your previous punch has severely injured the crazy rhinoceros, and he will not recover for several months. Moreover, the crazy battle team has only just been established, and he is our captain. Tomorrow marks our very first team battle. Loya's lips twitched slightly, a cold smile escaping her. What concern is your team as fighting spirit to me? Besides, soul skills are blind, considering I did not eliminate him on the spot. I have shown considerable restraint. Lin Yao clenched her silver teeth and continued. The Berserk squad has just been established and has yet to be officially registered. Today's battle was a collective endeavor for each of us, merely to test the waters and leave room for maneuver. Luoya shifted into a more comfortable position, reclining slightly as he remarked, since your intentions are sincere, why not elaborate on the benefits I would gain from joining the Berserker team? The future of the Berserker team will be guided by your will, and I can personally allocate half of the gold soul coins won in team competitions to you. Luoya pondered for a moment before inquiring, tell me, what is the quickest way to accumulate fighting spirit points? Lin Yao reflected briefly and replied. A competitor may partake in a maximum of 3 battles each day, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team skirmishes. However, should one achieve consecutive victories, both the fighting spirit points and the gold soul currency rewards can be significantly multiplied. Loya nodded gently, took a sip of tea, and smiled as she said, I can agree to your terms, but I require 60% of the golden soul coins. It's a deal. Lin Yao's face lit up with joy as she promptly extended her hand to shake Luoya's, regardless of the fact that Luo Yu claims a 60% reward. Associating with him will undoubtedly yield an abundance of golden soul coins. Henceforth, you shall be our captain, demon god? Lin Yao chuckled softly, casting a flirtatious glance at Luo Yu. Brothers, come in and meet your new captain. With a flourish of her hand, Lin Yao called out to those outside the private room. The door swung open, and the other 5 members of the Berserker team entered. Captain. The 5 bowed respectfully to Luo Yu. Luo Yu waved his hand and inquired, did you overhear my conversation with your deputy just now? I trust you have no objections? None whatsoever. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction and promptly retrieved the soul badge from his storage soul guide, handing it to Lin Yao. He had no inclination to deal with the formalities, as it was merely a collaboration with the frenzied battle team. Once the opportune moment arrived, he would inevitably depart. As for whether the frenzied battle team would wish to accompany him thereafter, that was entirely up to them. After conversing for a while longer, Luo Yu returned to the rest area. Xiao Luo, what did that woman discuss with you? Flanders inquired straightforwardly upon Luo Yu's return. Nothing significant. They formed a battle team and wished to invite me to be their captain. Joining the frenzied battle team was not a clandestine affair, especially since there would be soul battles in the future. Whether he revealed it sooner or later was inconsequential. Oh, a battle team? Do tell me more. Flanders expressed his interest. He harbored no objections to Luo Yu joining the team, as Shrek currently had only 4 students and could not yet participate in group soul battles. Luo Yu's earlier engagement in team combat would be advantageous for his future growth. The team is called the Frenzied Battle Team. The person I previously defeated was their former captain. And then their vice-captain approached me to recount the entire incident in detail, Luo Yu explained. After pondering for a brief moment, Flanders replied with a smile, that sounds promising. Furthermore, this will allow you to accumulate soul battle points more swiftly. Yes, Daimubai and the others should have finished their matches by now. Let's head back for today. My team battle is tomorrow, Luo Yu suggested. Very well, I shall call them to join us for a viewing when the time comes. It will broaden their horizons, Flanders agreed. Chapter 32, a fateful reunion the following night, at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Luo Yu sat languidly in the lounge, observing the fierce battle of soul spirits below. I remarked to Lin Yao, aren't the battles between the 2 rams and the 2 monkeys rather sluggish? Lin Yao replied with a wry smile, it is unavoidable. Although their soul power exceeds that of their opponents, their soul ring configuration pales in comparison, and thus, a decisive victor cannot be determined in the short term. Luo Yu could only nod helplessly in understanding. It seemed he would have to demonstrate some genuine capability during this period. Otherwise, accumulating enough points and golden soul coins would take an eternity. After the match concluded with great difficulty, they emerged victorious. Let's go. The team battle is in 2 hours, Lin Yu said, her willow leaf eyebrows finally relaxing after confirming all her teammates had won. 2 hours? Isn't that excessively long? Luo Yu frowned slightly, a trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. What can we do? The other teams need time to prepare as well, Lin Yao shrugged, feigning innocence. Luo Yu tapped his head with his fingers and then inquired, shall we partake in a 2-on-2 match to pass the time? Huh? Well, I suppose that could work. Lin Yu replied, momentarily taken aback, forcing a faint smile. It was indeed a novel notion to regard a 2-on-2 soul battle merely as a means to occupy time. And Luo Yu was the first to articulate such a sentiment. Let us proceed to register, he said, leading the way to the front desk, with Lin Yao closely following him. Greetings, I would like to register a 2-on-2 team at the Soul Master level. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Please provide the name of your team. The staff member stated matter-of-factly. Thanks to the Iron Soul Badge, which recorded their names, aliases, martial souls, and soul power, no cumbersome procedures were necessary. The staff merely outlined the rules to the 2 individuals and collected the registration fee in a professional manner. Luo Yu and Lin Yao exchanged a glance, each recognizing the inquiry reflected in the other's eyes. Lin Yu smiled charmingly and proactively said, Demon God, I shall heed your wishes. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with inspiration. Let us call ourselves the Spider God Dual Demons. His own title, the Void Demon God, and Lin Yao's martial soul, the Abyssal Spider, merged seamlessly. Demon Spider, Demon God, the Dual Demons united. With satisfaction, he completed the registration. Shortly, they would face a match. The staff returned their Iron Soul Badge, now adorned with the gleaming words Spider God Dual Demons. A flicker of pride crossed Luo Yu's eyes at the sight. His naming skills were rather commendable. Oh, I didn't expect our captain to be so poetic. Lin Yao playfully teased him. It's just a small matter. Let us go. They said we have a match soon, so we should prepare. Half an hour later, at the 5th competition venue. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight you will witness a thrilling 2v2 soul battle. Let us welcome the first duo, the reigning champions with a 4-match winning streak, the Heavenly Dance Duo. Their remarkable synergy and powerful martial souls had brought them tremendous success at the Soul Master level. Would they secure an impressive 5th victory tonight? A wave of applause erupted as a man and woman ascended the battle platform from the left side. The host gestured to the right, further energizing the crowd. Standing in their way towards a 5th consecutive win is a fresh duo, the Spider God Dual Demons. The members of the spider god dual demons comprise the void demon god and the spider demoness. Some spectators may have already heard of the void demon god's reputation, having easily dispatched a powerful soul master with a single blow in his debut match, emerging as a formidable newcomer. The enthusiasm in the audience surged once more, with most gazes fixated on Luoya. Tonight, would the heavenly dance duo triumph over the spider god dual demons to continue their glory? Or would the dual demons overturn the dance duo and forge their own legend? Let us wait and see. As both teams took the stage, the red-haired female soul master of the heavenly dance duo exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Luoya, "It's you." Luoya gazed at the woman, a moment of recollection washing over him, and he realized that she was none other than the girl he had rescued upon his arrival in Soto City. Luoya chuckled. "What a coincidence. You two have come to the Soul Arena." However, at that moment, their companions felt a sense of surprise. The companion of the red-haired girl was a youth who appeared slightly older than Luoya. His face bore a hint of youthful innocence, yet he was undeniably handsome. With silver hair cropped short and clad in a smart azure outfit, he exuded boundless energy. His light purple eyes regarded Luoya with a trace of subtle hostility. "Sister Huowu, who is he? Do you know him?" The red-haired girl cast a disdainful glance at the young soul master and replied coolly, "Feng Xiaodian, don't overthink it. I secretly came here to participate in the Soul Arena and encountered a rogue. He was the one who saved me." Huowu, Feng Xiaodian. As Luoya listened to their conversation, he could no longer maintain his composure. What a twist of fate. The original text had never mentioned that Feng Xiaodian and Huowu shared such a past. It was unexpected to encounter it himself. Upon hearing Huowu's words, Feng Xiaodian immediately felt a sense of relief, realizing that she was not a rival, but rather a benefactor. "I am deeply grateful to you for saving Huowu," Feng Xiaodian expressed, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Luoya. "It was merely a trifling effort. Let us begin the soul battle." Luoya waved his hand with a smile. "Very well, I welcome your guidance." Feng Xiaodian's eyes brimmed with combat spirit. He was eager to ascertain the true strength of the one rumored to be capable of defeating power-type soul masters with a single punch. The soul battle commenced. With a sharp howl, Feng Xiaodian let out a piercing cry, unleashing a faint azure light that surged from within him, tinting his short hair a striking blue. From his shoulders emerged two wolf heads. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized, the azure wolf heads gazing menacingly at Luoya, emanating an icy aura. The Swift Wind two-headed wolf, a mutated variant of the Swift Wind demon wolf, was an absolute top-tier martial soul, rivaling even the renowned Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. On Huowu's side, a red glow began to radiate from her shadow, and a flame-like silhouette, equal in size to her own, floated behind her, sparks flying. She too bore the same configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Her martial soul, the Fire Shadow, was among the rarest in the Do-E world. Linyu had also summoned her abyssal demon spider martial soul, her gaze fixed with solemnity upon Feng Xiaodian and Huowu. Luoya, however, cast a meaningful glance at the two before breaking into a smile. "In that case, allow me to reveal my martial soul." "Impossible." The onlookers could only think these 4 words, gazing at Luoya as if he were a monster. Feng Xiaodian felt an immense weight in his heart, akin to a boulder pressing down, not merely from the sheer terror of Luoya's soul ring configuration. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Glizza martial soul, he realized that his own martial soul was involuntarily retracting, a clear indication of absolute suppression. Demon god Linya watched Luoya beside her, her emotions shifting from shock to joy, then to admiration. It seemed she had indeed found the right person. The names of the Mad War team and the Void Demon God would undoubtedly echo throughout the Soto Great Soul Arena in the future. "Come, we shall not concede defeat." Without waiting for Feng Xiaodian to react, Huowu boldly stepped forward. "Now this is the spirit and pride that a genius should possess," Luoya softly praised, then turned his gaze directly at Feng Xiaodian, signaling him with a gesture. "As a man, let us engage in a duel." Chapter 33, The Gale, Unceasing. Feng Xiaodian shook his head, forcibly suppressing the agitation of his martial soul, and faced Luoya head-on. "Then as you wish." Feng Xiaodian howled like a wolf, and in that instant, his first soul ring illuminated. Sharp wolf claws sprang forth from his palms, his piercing gaze locked onto Luoya as 5 semicircular wind blades, accompanied by a deafening whoosh, surged towards him. First soul skill, Wine Blade Array. Luoya let out a light laugh, his feet shifting gracefully as he soared into the air, weaving effortlessly among the 5 blades of wind. He had no intention of employing his ethereal form just yet. He wished to engage in a playful duel with Feng Xiaodian. In that fleeting moment when Luoya's afterimage flickered, Feng Xiaodian was astonished to realize that he could not pinpoint Luoya's presence. The violet luminescence danced among the wind blades, and to his disbelief, the seemingly unavoidable gusts were effortlessly traversed by Luoya, leaving him unscathed. Luoya burst through the encircling wind blades, his left palm already charged with the void claw. The two were now less than 5 meters apart. At such close quarters, there was only room for a single maneuver. Close combat, is it? Then come at me. Second soul skill, Twin Wolf's Possession. Feng Xiaodian's aura surged dramatically as a phantom image of a cyan-colored swift-wind twin-headed wolf materialized behind him, with a deft twist of his wrist. His razor-sharp wolf claws clashed against Luoya's void claw. Yet, the moment their palms truly collided, Feng Xiaotian realized something was amiss. Though the void claw of Luoya may lack the elemental wind attacks of his wolf claw, its sharpness surpasses all expectations. In the instant the two claws clashed, the very air warped around them. The pain from the recoil of the wolf claw sent a chill through Feng Xiaotian, a seasoned warrior with extensive combat experience who immediately retreated several meters without hesitation. The correctness of Feng Xiaotian's choice was soon evident. Luoya's void claw could even shake the fabric of space itself. Had he hesitated any longer, that hand would have surely been rendered useless. Indeed, in a fleeting moment, Luoya's gaze sharpened, retracting his claws and transforming them into a fist as he lunged toward Feng Xiaotian with remarkable speed. After a brief test, Feng Xiaotian realized he could no longer afford to engage Luoya in close quarters. It was time to create distance and employ a strategy akin to kite flying. Thus, as he retreated, the first soul ring upon him illuminated once more. "Receive my strike," Feng Xiaotian called out as he conjured a flurry of wind blades. This time summoning no less than 25. A quintuple array of wind blades. Faced with the onslaught of the wind blades, Luoya merely snorted. His fist enveloped in a layer of azure light, enhancing his speed slightly. Void fist, shatter. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound of air shattering echoed deafeningly as Feng Xiaotian's 25 wind blades proved utterly futile against Luoya, all disintegrated by what seemed to be an ordinary punch. Nearby, Huo Wu, locked in a fierce struggle with Lin Yao, glanced over with concern upon witnessing Feng Xiaotian's soul skill so effortlessly dismantled by Luoya. Devil God, the end is not yet upon us. Feng Xiaotian roared, propelling himself into the air with a somersault, landing deftly above Luoya. I shall ride the winds and break the waves. In his hands, he once again gathered 2 wind blades, now larger than before, and brought them crashing down toward Luoya with tremendous force. A peculiar smile curled at the corners of Luoya's mouth as he watched Feng Xiaotian engage him in close combat with a wind blade. A sight that almost made him wish to swallow his own words. It reminded him of a certain being of light. His opponent was devoid of any sensation of pain. Should Feng Xiaotian utter such a phrase again, it might genuinely evoke that sentiment. However, it seemed that his Glyze truly lacked the ability to feel pain. Ahem. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Tilting his head slightly, Luoya was enveloped in a shroud of white light, swiftly creating 2 doppelgangers to evade Feng Xiaotian's fierce attack. Was this the soul skill of the second ring after a millennium? As Feng Xiaotian's soul skill missed its target, he gazed at the 3 Luoyas surrounding him, his expression grave to the utmost degree. Without further hesitation, he activated his 3rd soul ring, and a pair of magnificent azure wings unfurled from his back, propelling him skyward, harnessing the winds of the air. Feng Xiaotian soared upward with remarkable grace. Luoya watched as Feng Xiaotian ascended into the sky and retracted his clones. Knowing this movement signified Feng Xiaotian was about to reveal his trump card. With his twin wings gracefully unfurled in the air, Feng Xiaotian gazed down at Luoya below. Demon God, you are far stronger than I imagined. Yet even so, I shall defeat you. Allow me to show you my self-created soul skill, one I have never truly unleashed in battle. The phantom of the Gale twin-headed wolf behind him gradually merged with his body. The enhancement from his 2 soul skills had elevated his condition to its peak. With a furious roar, Feng Xiaotian moved. His body descended like a meteor streaking across the moon, the razor-sharp edges of his wings gleaming with an eerie cyan hue under the sunlight. At this moment, he resembled a fierce eagle swooping down upon its prey. Gale Demon Wolf, 36 consecutive strikes. Unwavering and unstoppable, he plunged downward, stirring a tempest in his wake, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. His speed had nearly reached the current limits of what even the formidable Geyser could achieve. Luoya narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his hands outward, releasing a dark blue halo of light from his body. Space distortion shield. With a resounding boom, Feng Xiaotian's wings were halted by the luminous barrier, unable to advance even an inch. Before he could even marvel at the sheer resilience of Luoya's defense, Feng Xiaotian's wings flickered rapidly in midair, altering their trajectory continuously as he sought the weakest point in this bizarre radiance. Yet reality was cruel. The distorted space effortlessly dispersed the force of every strike. After all, the sharpness of wind alone could hardly rend the fabric of space. Boom. Feng Xiaotian was violently repelled back into the air by the tremendous recoil, the bone-deep pain disrupting his breath. No matter where he struck, his gale wings could not even slightly shake the strange glow surrounding Luoya. Forcing himself to stabilize, he spiraled downward once more, the faint howl of a wolf accompanying his descent as his wings slashed viciously again. But it was all in vain. Feng Xiaotian coughed up a mist of blood and was sent flying once more. Save your strength. Without the power of a soul ancestor, you cannot break my spatial barrier, Luoya advised, unable to bear watching Feng Xiaotian's futile persistence. Ignoring Luoya's words, Feng Xiaotian continued his relentless assault, strike after strike, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Yet the blood at the corner of his lips and the cracks spreading across his wings betrayed his condition. Final strike. Demonstrating the peerless brilliance of a true prodigy, Feng Xiaotian unleashed the last of his 36 consecutive strikes. With a piercing cry, cyan light surged wildly across his body. Gale, never ceasing, His twin wings merged into one, transforming into a colossal cyan blade. Feng Xiaotian roared with all his might. A deafening explosion followed, accompanied by a series of shattering sounds. Before the shockwaves of soul power could dissipate, fragments of cyan scattered through the air, the remnants of Feng Xiaotian's final, desperate blade. The fragments dispersed like a storm, obscuring the spectator's view. Everyone widened their eyes, awaiting the conclusion of this battle. Feng Xiaotian, Wu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Reacting swiftly, she leaped forward to catch him, having overcome Lin Yao by exploiting the elemental advantage of her martial soul. She turned just in time to see Feng Xiaotian hurtling out of the arena, heading straight toward a spiked statue. Chapter 34, The Undefeated Demon God Have I Lost? Gazing at Luoya, who remained standing unscathed, Feng Xiaotian's vision blurred. Blood streamed down his arms from his wounded shoulders. He willed himself to move, but his body had no strength left. Luoya gazed at the shattered spatial barrier before him, then turned his attention to the crimson figure plummeting towards the ground. A flicker of astonishment igniting in his eyes, quickly followed by a resigned sigh. He raised his hand, grasping at the air, and a soft luminescent glow enveloped Feng Xiaotian's body, halting its descent and gently lowering it to the edge of the battle soul platform. Feng Xiaotian, are you all right? Please, do not succumb. Fire Dance exclaimed as she rushed down, her face etched with concern, completely disregarding the outcome of the battle. I have never bested her. Lin Yao murmured as she returned to Luoya's side. You should leave now. I will handle things here. Luoya gestured for her to depart. Lin Yao nodded eagerly, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, and made her way off the stage. She had feared Luoya would blame her for her lack of strength. I must concede, you have accomplished it. Among your peers, you are the first to breach my spatial distortion, Luoya remarked with a tone that carried a hint of appreciation. Truly, he was the most formidable genius outside of the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall depicted in the original narrative. Though, it must be said, he had allowed Feng Xiaotian to unleash a full attack upon him without retaliation. Cough. And yet, what does it matter? I have still been defeated by you. Feng Xiaotian coughed up blood, offering a self-deprecating smile. Luoya turned to the stunned host and said gravely, you may announce the results now. Awakened by Luoya's reminder, the host quickly adjusted his spirit energy and proclaimed loudly, the soul battle has concluded, and the spider god duo has emerged victorious. The audience erupted into applause. But Luoya did not relish in this fleeting glory. He walked steadily towards Feng and Hua. From his spirit guiding device, he retrieved 4 medicinal pills and extended them towards Huowu. Have him take these. He will recover swiftly. Huowu gazed at the pills in Luoya's palm, instinctively accepting them, yet she hesitated, regarding the pills with a hint of disbelief. Could these few capsules truly heal the injuries of a soul sovereign? Luoya paid no heed to Huowu's inquiries and instead began to expound on the effects of the elixirs. The revitalizing pill aids in the restoration of soul power and healing of injuries, while the foundation establishment pill enhances potential and accelerates the cultivation process. What? Huowu felt as though she had misheard. While she might entertain the notion of recovering from injuries, the idea of hastening one's cultivation seemed rather extravagant. Whether one believed it or not, it wouldn't be fatal to consume. Luoya curled her lip dismissively, ignoring Huowu further as she turned to leave. Upon returning to the resting area, the 6 members of the frenzied battle team had been waiting for some time. Upon Luoya's return, they all rushed forward, asking, Captain, how are you? Captain, the team battle is about to begin. Are you all right? Luoya's gaze swept over the 6 individuals as he remarked indifferently. What could possibly be the matter? Make haste with your preparations. Remember, conclude the battle with utmost swiftness. Understood. The victor of this team battle goes to the Mad Fighters. A thunderous uproar erupted from the audience below, their fervent cheers nearly lifting the makeshift roof of the sub-arena with sheer volume. Luoya retracted the swirling purple lightning that had caused chaos, casting a final glance at the 7 fallen figures on the stage before departing without a backward glance. Prior to the match, he had resolved to achieve a swift victory. Thus he opted to allow his teammates to buy time while he charged a formidable void thunder, which subsequently sent all adversaries crashing off the platform. In the lounge, the smiles on the faces of the twin monkeys and twin sheep belied their weakened state as they exuberantly celebrated the hero of the day. After this team battle, they wholeheartedly acknowledged Luoya's prowess. Captain, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, it's astonishing. You can eliminate opponents in a single blow even without a berserk support. Captain, are you really a soul master? Luoya cleared his throat, signaling them to be silent. The 6 members of the frenzy team immediately understood and ceased their flattery, awaiting his words. Don't celebrate too soon. We've only won 1 match. From now on, in every team battle, as long as I stand, we must not lose. Understood? Understood. A faint smile graced Luoya's lips as he turned to relay some matters to Lin Yao before hastily making his way back to the academy. It was now evening, and Oscar was out running laps, while the colorful grass chicken and the flirtatious tiger had ventured out for unknown pursuits, leaving only Flander to greet him upon his return. Welcome back. Today, you certainly made quite an impression, Flander remarked with a grin. Nothing worth mentioning, Luoya replied, shaking his head, and then produced 2 small bags of gold soul coins, tossing them to Flander. 1 bag contains 200, that totals 400. It should sustain the academy for a while, don't you think? Flanders stared at the gold soul coins Luoya had thrown, his eyes wide with astonishment. Unable to tear his gaze away. Ah, haha, this is more than sufficient. You truly are a great benefactor of the academy, little monster. Luoya cast a fleeting glance at Flander before retreating to his dormitory to immerse himself in training. Thereafter, Luoya returned to the academy each night, often burdened with several bags or even a crate of gold soul coins. The duration of each team battle in the Grand Soul Arena seldom exceeded 2 minutes. And even though Luoya employed the Void Thunder at most, it proved to be entirely sufficient. Amidst a relentless series of victories, Luoya's points soared rapidly by the 5th day. He commenced a streak of 10 consecutive wins, with each triumph yielding 10 points. Thanks to Luoya's remarkable winning streak, coupled with his charming visage and formidable prowess, he swiftly ascended to the status of a star player in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena within a mere month, earning the moniker of the Invincible Demon God. Initially, the members of the Frenzied Battle team were taken aback by Luoya's astonishing achievements, but they gradually acclimated to the phenomenon. With Luoya produced a purple card and casually tossed it to Flander. Ha ha ha, thanks to you, little Luoya, Shrek can now sustain itself for at least 5 years. Flander remarked as he received the purple card, handling it with great affection. Luoya no longer paid any heed to Flander and returned to his dormitory to continue his training. He had merely come to deliver financial support. After all, despite Flander's somewhat avaricious nature, he was fundamentally a person of integrity. His willingness to step back from personal feelings to support his friends, as well as his readiness to endure humiliation for the sake of his students, renders him a commendable dean. Luoya returned to his dormitory, retrieving a golden card and a larger sack from his storage soul guide. He sat down, contemplating the various uses for the amassed soul coins. Over the past 2 months, the gold coins he had contributed to Flander represented at most a mere 20% of his earnings, while a staggering 60% of the profits garnered by the Frenzy Brigade remained in his possession. This golden card held a substantial sum of 1 million soul coins. Chapter 35. Sending a letter. Soul Sect Little Luoya, what occupies your thoughts? Just as Luoya was lost in contemplation, a somewhat effeminate voice drifted into his ear. Without a doubt, it belonged to the moon Douluo, Yueguan. However, there was an unusual hint of bloodlust emanating from him. Another fool seeking death? Luoya thought nothing of it. During this period, his brilliance had attracted the attention of many factions, including the nobility of the Ballot Kingdom. Come one, come all. I shall slay as many as dare approach. They shall serve as excellent nourishment for my flourishing garden. Yueguan's expression was one of disdain, accompanied by a cold chuckle. Ha! I appreciate Elder Ju's diligent efforts in ensuring my safety, Luoya replied with timely gratitude. Well then, how do you intend to manage these soul coins? The Spirit Hall is not in want of funds. These belong to your private estate. Luoya contemplated for a moment before arriving at a significant decision. It was time for the cosmic technology from that world to manifest in this humble Douluo plane. Elder Ju, you need not worry. I have my own methods. However, I would appreciate it if you could make a trip to Gengshin City. Gengshin City? Elder Ju was momentarily taken aback, then inquired with curiosity. I require some iron blocks, and I would be grateful if you could take this money for the journey. Luoya said, handing a gold card to Yueguan. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, I shall go nonetheless. Yueguan mused for a moment before consenting. However, even at my fastest pace, a trip to Gengshin City will take at least half a month. During this time, you should maintain a low profile. Understood. I will be discreet. Could you please deliver this letter to my teacher as well? Luoya produced an envelope from his pocket. Yueguan nodded and took the envelope without opening it. After all, it was a correspondence meant for the Pope, and it would be somewhat disrespectful to read it in front of him. 5 days later, within the Pope's chamber, Yueguan stood respectfully below, while Bibi Dong, seated in the elevated position, gazed at the letter in her hands, a smile gracing her lips, one that was truly enchanting. The letter was precisely what Luoya had instructed Yueguan to bring back, and Yueguan had hastened back to the Pope's chamber with the speed befitting a titled Douluo, swiftly delivering it to Bibi Dong. Upon seeing Yueguan's return, Bibi Dong felt a flicker of curiosity. Was he meant to ensure Luoya's safety? Why then was he returning with a letter? Did something happen? Yet, as Bibi Dong opened the letter and perused its contents, her pupils slightly contracted, and a rare smile emerged on her lips. Your Holiness, what did Luoya write? Ghostly, standing beside Bibi Dong, mustered the courage to inquire. You may read it for yourselves. Bibi Dong used her soul power to levitate the envelope back to Yueguan, and Ghostly swiftly moved alongside him, both examining the letter closely. They exchanged a glance, shock evident on their faces as they looked up at Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, is this true? Yueguan asked excitedly, seeking affirmation from Bibi Dong. Ghostly remained silent, but the fingers hidden beneath his dark armor trembled incessantly. Whether it is true or not will be revealed upon Luoya's return. Bibi Dong's smile was unrestrained as she became a blur, vanishing from the Grand Hall. Her disciple had indeed stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the center of Shrek Academy's plaza, Luoya levitated in midair, seated in meditation, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. Glyza's ethereal form flickered in and out of sight, surrounded by a violet aura, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Loya strolled down the street, a fruit in hand, leisurely savoring each bite. A sigh escaped his lips as he pondered the well-being of Shue'er in Heavendoe City. It had been 9 years, and the memory of Qianren Shue's exquisite smile lingered in his mind. If I have not ascended to the spirit master level by the age of 15, she may harbor some disappointment. Our first encounter was when I was merely a 9-year-old spirit sovereign, and now, she is likely approaching the rank of spirit king. These thoughts weighed heavily on Loya, casting a shadow of melancholy as he wandered aimlessly through the streets. By chance, he found himself outside a somewhat dilapidated shop, and upon looking up, he realized it was the merchant shop of his own academy's dean. Ah, I recall that Flander had a piece of crystal in his store. Perhaps it could be worth trying to use this item to forge a silver wing. Loya pondered for a moment and resolved to acquire the crystal. A casual glance would suffice. If he desired it, he would simply pay. Flander reclined in his chair, his voice languid. Director, it's me. Loya rolled his eyes and replied. Oh, little Loya, what brings you to Soto City at this hour? Shouldn't you be cultivating? Upon recognizing Loya's voice, Flander straightened up, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Nothing much. I've just broken through to level 40, feeling rather good. So I thought I'd take a stroll and check out our director's rather dubious shop. Loya's lips curled into a slight smirk, but his tone turned slightly teasing by the end. Oh, level 40 already? Ha ha ha, splendid. Once the recruitment event at Shrek concludes, I shall personally assist you in acquiring your soul ring. Flander exclaimed joyfully, his face lighting up with a smile. Cough, cough, but what do you mean by dubious shop? What do you know, you rascal? Flander coughed again, tilting his head slightly. Money isn't everything, but without it, you can't do anything. Hearing Flander's words, Loya's lips twitched as he struggled to suppress the urge to confront Flandra. Indeed, one cannot conduct business without some cunning. Director, I recall you have a piece of semi-transparent crystal in your shop. Could you possibly part with it? Loya, unable to counter Flandra's reasoning, decided to shift the topic. Oh, that trinket isn't expensive, just 100 gold soul coins. However, considering we're on the same side, how about I sell it to you for 99? Flandra chuckled, unaware that Loya's expression had darkened ominously. Calm down, I mustn't call upon Grandfather Jew. Loya desperately suppressed the impulse to act out. Indeed, a four-eyed cat eagle. Its nature remains unchanged. Here, Loya huffed, tossing a pouch of coins, containing precisely 99 gold soul coins. You cunning old merchant, you shan't fleece me of a single coin. I look forward to your next visit, Flandra responded swiftly, catching the pouch with a gleeful grin. Merchant director, Loya scoffed, rolling his eyes as he exited Flandra's shop. Wait, little Loya, I have one more thing. Chapter 36. Hurry back to the academy. Little Loya, tomorrow is the academy's annual recruitment event. You need to fetch that lad Daimubai. He is likely at some hotel right now. Flandra's voice floated out from within the shop. Upon hearing Flandra's words, Luoya paused for a moment before responding, I understand. Tomorrow is the recruitment day. The hotel is fine. I got it. Having spent 3 years in Soto City, Luoya was well acquainted with every blade of grass and tree here. He effortlessly made his way to the entrance of the Rose Hotel. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from within, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Luoya's mouth as he sighed inwardly and stepped inside. Indeed, the familiar scene unfolded once more. Daimubai, Tang San, and Xiao were confronting each other at the hotel counter. Daimubai, what are you doing? Luoya exclaimed coldly. Upon hearing this, Daimubai turned to face Luoya, a fleeting look of terror flashing in his eyes, and he quickly forced a smile, saying, Luo, Boss Luo, what brings you here? What a coincidence. Luoya's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. Cease your smirking and frivolity. Are you seeking to stir up trouble once more? Do you not realize that tomorrow marks the enrollment day for the academy? Are you here to cause further mischief? Depart at once and return to the academy. Loya admonished once again. Luoya's words were undeniably powerful, with 2 consecutive U's and a roll. He nearly sent Daimubai away on the spot. Daimubai trembled in fear, inwardly lamenting, Oh, my leader, could you possibly spare me some dignity out here? Yet, he maintained a faade of compliance, nodding in agreement. Yes, 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 I shall return immediately. With that, he hastily turned away, explaining to Tang San and Xiao Wu. That room is now yours. I shall take my leave. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. How could the imposing Daimubai, just moments ago a fearsome presence, transform into a meek creature at the sight of this young man? He was a soul sovereign at the 37th level, yet he addressed this youth as his superior. Was he perhaps affiliated with the soul sect? As they pondered this, Luoya had already drifted before them, causing Tang San to instinctively take a step back, a flicker of shock crossing his gaze. Such incredible speed. And he made not a sound. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by Daimubai earlier, Luoya said with a warm smile, extending his hand. Tang San suppressed his surprise and reached out, clasping the young man's hand, which was as fair as jade. It's nothing, merely a minor conflict among soul masters. Tang San replied with a gentle smile. Loya beamed with a smile and said, I apologize on his behalf. Moreover, your strength astonishes me. It is truly rare for someone at the 29th level to contend so vigorously with someone at the 37th level. I shall await your arrival at Shrek Academy. Upon finishing his words, Loya released Tang San's hand, and his figure vanished from sight. Once he had departed, Tang San withdrew his hand and remarked to Xiao Wu, "This person is quite extraordinary, and he gives me a sense of deja vu." Xiao Wu nodded slightly and replied, "His aura is peculiar, almost ethereal, like a wisp of air." However, she shifted her tone and scoffed, associating with someone like Dai Mubai, he surely can't be a good person. Tang San cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Wu, refrain from speaking recklessly. He claims to be from Shrek. We may have to coexist for several years. What does that matter? I have no desire to associate with him." Xiao Wu pouted, clearly unimpressed by Loya, though she dared not voice her thoughts aloud. Tang San shook his head in resignation and suggested, "Let us go inside and rest for now." Xiao Wu complied and followed Tang San toward the hotel. The innkeeper, relieved to see the group finally quiet, let out a sigh, having narrowly escaped a fright. In Soto City, upon a high platform, Loya stood alongside the elder Moonlight. The elder appeared visibly excited. "Little Loya, you are indeed fortunate. Do you know the identity of that girl in the pink dress?" Moonlight's gaze was fixed on the Rose Hotel below, as if trying to discern something. 100,000-year soul beast transformed, correct? Loya chuckled softly, revealing his understanding of Moonlight's words. "How did you know?" Moonlight was taken aback, astonished that Loya, who was not a titled Douluo, could make such an observation. "Elder Moon, I comprehend your thoughts. But now is not the time," Loya replied, shaking his head. "Why not? Who in Soto City could stand in my way?" Moonlight furrowed his brow in confusion. "You should have sensed it earlier. A formidable presence resides here." After contemplating, Moonlight recalled the overwhelming aura felt at the Rose Hotel, powerful and domineering, strikingly familiar. Akin to that of a titled Douluo he had previously battled, and indeed, even stronger. Moonlight nodded slightly and said, "If that is the case, I shall wait. Should I report this to His Holiness the Pope? Not for now. Once I graduate from this academy and return to the Spirit Hall, I will inform my teacher then." "Understood," Moonlight responded, and with a flash of golden light, he vanished from sight. The following morning, Tang San and Xiao Wu departed from the Rose Hotel, making their way towards their intended destination through the southern city gate. "Brother, look over there. There's a small village." Xiao Wu pointed ahead, where a village lay about a mile away. Thanks to his purple extreme magic eye, Tang San could clearly see a large number of people gathered at the village entrance. As they approached, Tang San and Xiao Wu noticed a considerable crowd, primarily composed of youths resembling their own age, most accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. An archway constructed of silver iron bore a sign inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Thanks to the income Loya had brought from the Grand Soul Arena over the past 3 years, Shrek had improved significantly from its dilapidated state in the original story. The elder overseeing the registrations was none other than teacher Li Yusong, while Dai Mubai reclined against a nearby tree, resting. Should any disturbances arise, he would intervene. However, the failures of the first 2 children registering left many parents with expressions of regret as they silently led their children away. To reach level 20 by the age of 12, our child simply does not possess that capability. Soon enough, Dai Mubai spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu, a faint smile breaking through his cold demeanor as he nodded at them. Just as they exchanged glances, a soft voice from nearby interrupted their moment. "Sausages for sale. Come one, come all. Don't miss out. Oscar's sausages are delicious and sweet, priced affordably at just 5 copper coins each." Tang San and Xiao Wu turned to see a man pushing a cart nearby, the aroma of meat wafting through the air as several students in line made their purchases. Remembering that Xiao Wu had not eaten much for breakfast, Tang San approached the cart. "Excuse me, good sir, may I have 2 sausages, please?" Oscar, taken aback, stiffened and said, "What did you call me?" Tang San, puzzled, replied, "Sir, is there a problem?" Oscar, with a wry smile, responded, "Of course there is, brother. I'm only 14 this year. Why would you call me sir?" Tang San was at a loss for words. Observing Oscar's thick beard and silently thinking that such facial hair was hardly a sign of maturity. "What are you doing, Tang San?" Dai Mubai approached, having brought the last registrant, the previously scrutinized cold girl, along with him. As soon as Oscar spotted Dai Mubai, he wore a distressed expression. "Second brother, would you like a sausage?" "Get lost." Dai Mubai snapped, glaring at him. "You're embarrassing the academy. Haven't I warned you repeatedly not to sell sausages here?" "Tang San, you can't eat those sausages." Tang San queried, "Why not? What could possibly be wrong with a sausage?" Dai Mubai's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "Oscar, fetch a new sausage." To this, Oscar flared up, indignantly exclaiming, "Second brother, how unreasonable can you be? Always targeting me. Do you think I want to tell Loya to give you a beating?" Dai Mubai trembled with anger, realizing that if Oscar were to inform Loya, he would surely face another thrashing. Among the 3 Shrek students, Loya and Oscar shared the closest bond, leaving Dai Mubai in a distant second. Taking a deep breath, Dai Mubai forced himself to calm down. "Fine, I concede." "Hee hee." Oscar smirked slyly. "I knew you feared Loya the most. TCH, you're not much better off. Don't forget that he once beat all three of us together. Dai Mubai curled his lips in disdain as he glanced at Oscar. You mean the esteemed Luo? Tang Xin suddenly felt an instinctive foreboding, directing his gaze towards Dai Mubai and Oscar. Indeed, you guessed correctly. It is the individual from the hotel yesterday. Dai Mubai shrugged nonchalantly. One person single-handedly defeating a high-ranking soul sovereign and 2 grand soul masters. Tang San's mouth fell agape, incredulous. That is indeed the case. Dai Mubai nodded solemnly, adding. Furthermore, I must remind you that during the final assessment, Lord Luo will personally supervise, and he may even take action himself. You must exercise extreme caution. Understood. Tang San replied with a nod. Oscar, however, grew anxious, exclaiming, Junior, why are you so composed? Tang San looked at Oscar in bewilderment, unsure why he was so agitated. Yet both Oscar and Dai Mubai regarded him with pity. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. This is forgivable, Oscar sighed, shaking his head. Alas, you youngsters are far too impulsive. When you face Lord Luo, you'll realize just how misguided you are. All right, Xiao Ao, this matter is beyond our control. Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively. Then turned to Tang San, earnestly cautioning, in any case, be wary. If Lord Luo intervenes, do not entertain thoughts of retaliation, simply endure and survive. Tang San nodded, pondering. Is this Lord Luo truly so formidable? It seems I must find an opportunity to meet him. Dai Mubai chose not to elaborate further, giving Tang San a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Come, I shall guide you through the assessment. No need to stand in line. Isn't that inappropriate? Tang San queried. Fear not, I'm not showing favoritism. This is the treatment you rightfully deserve. As he spoke, he led the two towards the front of the queue. Upon reaching the instructor in charge of the assessment, Dai Mubai leaned in to whisper a few words, gesturing towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. Very well. You may take them directly to the 4th round. The instructor nodded, then addressed the group of children before him, asking, are there any with soul power exceeding level 25? If so, they may also be exempt from the examination. Soon after, 2 young girls stepped forward, having passed the test with levels 26 and 27. The appearance of 4 individuals with soul power exceeding 25 silenced the previously discontented candidates, while the instructor's face revealed unmistakable astonishment. Monsters appear every year, but this year seems particularly abundant, he mused. Mubai, take these 4 to the 4th round. Oh, and do remember to advise young Luo to show some mercy. We wouldn't want these little prodigies to be harmed. The instructor wore a knowing smile. Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances of resignation. They could only hope that Luo Yu would refrain from direct involvement, for if he did, Tang San and his companions would likely be in dire straits. Very well. Dai Mubai confirmed, turning to Xiao Wu and Tang San. Let us proceed. Tang San exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wu, both nodding in agreement as they walked with the 2 young girls towards the academy. Along the way, Tang San felt a twinge of unease after hearing the instructor's words. Even he felt a flicker of tension. Although he was aware of his formidable strength among the younger generation, it was evident that his opponent was likely a soul sect. Tang San, remain calm and remember what I told you. If possible, just endure, Dai Mubai whispered in Tang San's ear. Tang San nodded, choosing to remain silent. After a few moments, Dai Mubai halted. They had arrived at another open area, where a table and 2 chairs were set up. Luo Yu was engaged in a leisurely conversation over tea with Zhao Wujin, the two appearing remarkably harmonious, as if they were close friends rather than teacher and student. Teacher Zhao, Lord Luo, I have brought the candidates for the 4th round assessment, Dai Mubai said with a slight bow. Luo Yu set down his teacup, rose to his feet, and smiled, saying, I understand now. You just watch from the sidelines. Oh, has the 4th round finally arrived this year? Remarkably. There are still 4 participants. Zhao Wuji also stood up, teasingly remarked, Little Luo, your predictions are quite accurate. Luo Yu rolled her eyes, exasperatedly saying, Old Zhao. When have I ever let you down? Zhao Wuji chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he scrutinized Tang San and his companions, a hint of a playful smile appearing on his face. All 4 of them exceeded level 25, quite impressive. It seems there are indeed many formidable newcomers this year. Loya smiled at the 4 individuals before him. Since you 4 have all successfully passed the 2nd and 3rd assessments, I shall personally accompany you along with Old Zhao for a bit of amusement. You may choose one of us to face. You have the duration of a stick of incense to familiarize yourselves with one another and deliberate your strategy. After that, the test shall commence. The challenge entails withstanding the combined assaults of either myself or Old Zhao for the length of a stick of incense. Should even one of you endure until the end, you shall be deemed successful. What? Chapter 38, Assessment Officer Loya. What? Dai Mubai exclaimed, hastily approaching Loya with a look of urgency. Boss Loya, this seems rather unfair, does it not? Loya cast a detached glance at him and said, what is there to be concerned about? With the principal absent, I hold the highest authority alongside Old Zhao. Let them make their choice. After uttering these words, Loya and Zhao Wujie resumed their seats, closing their eyes to rest. Dai Mubai sighed heavily, his face etched with seriousness, as he returned to Tang San and the others, speaking in a grave tone. Come here for a moment. I can't assist you this time. However, I still recommend that you choose Teacher Zhao for this assessment. Xiao Wu inquired. What ranks do Teacher Zhao and the esteemed Luoya hold among soul masters? Dai Mubai shook his head, his fists clenching involuntarily. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage at level 76, while Luoya is a soul master at level 39, and he is merely 15 years old. The group was taken aback by this revelation, with Xiao Wu incredulous. How is that possible? You are also 15, yet only at level 37. Dai Mubai offered a wry smile. That is the extent of Luoya's abilities. When he enrolled, he was already at level 33, and he could contend evenly with Teacher Zhao, who was at the soul sage level. Coughing lightly, Luoya interjected, I just broke through to level 40 yesterday. Dai Mubai's expression stiffened. Then he turned to Tang San, urging. Make your choice swiftly. Will it be the seasoned soul sage at level 76, or the prodigious soul master at level 40? Certainly. I choose the soul master at level 40, Tang San replied without hesitation. Although Luoya's strength was indeed formidable, the disparity in their ranks compared to Teacher Zhao was too great, leaving him confident that Luoya would possess a greater chance of victory. Upon hearing Tang San's resolute response, the short-haired girl beside him nodded in agreement, saying, yes, let it be him, even if there is a significant difference in soul rings. All four of us have surpassed level 25, so we need not fear defeat. Dai Mubai shot the short-haired girl a glance, his expression somewhat incredulous. Well then, I wish you all the best. With that, Dai Mubai turned and addressed Luoya. They have chosen to challenge you. What do you think of this? Luoya slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting violet glimmer flashing within their depths before returning to normal. With an air of serene composure, he remarked, since you've chosen to engage in combat with me, I have no choice but to oblige. As he spoke, Luoya rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji let out a hearty laugh, positioning himself alongside Dai Mubai as they both observed the quartet with amused expressions. With a deft flick of his wrist, Luoya produced an incense stick, deftly igniting its tip with a mere pinch of his fingers. In a seamless motion, the incense was planted firmly into the ground. Standing resolute without a hint of tremor, Dai Mubai, you may inform them of my capabilities, allowing this motley crew a semblance of preparation, Luoya remarked nonchalantly. Dai Mubai nodded, turning to face Tang San and his companions, his expression grave. Luo Laoda's name is Luoya. His martial soul is Glyza, belonging to the space category. His speed is terrifying. Though he is only at level 40, he undoubtedly surpasses a soul king of the agility type. At this juncture, Dai Mubai hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing his countenance as he recalled the dread he felt when Luoya had once dominated him, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Furthermore, his martial soul's ability is exceedingly peculiar, making it quite challenging for even soul masters of equal rank to contend with him. Wait, what did you say his name was? Tang San suddenly interjected, his gaze towards Luoya shimmering with delight. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. His name is Luoya. What's the matter? Oh, I see. Tang San chuckled, then turned to Luoya, his tone imbued with enthusiasm. Luogo, I am Tang San. Do you remember me? Upon hearing Tang San's words, the expressions of everyone present morphed into a curious amalgamation. Particularly, Dai Mubai was taken aback. Did this imply that the two had been acquainted for quite some time? Seemingly oblivious to the peculiar looks cast by the other three, Tang San continued, Luogo, we were quite the friends back in Holy Soul Village. It was then that Dai Mubai comprehended the source of Tang San's strange reaction. It turned out that Tang San and Luoya were old acquaintances. Having grown up in the same village, Dai Mubai regarded Luoya with a sense of anticipation. If that were the case, might Luoya, out of nostalgia, choose to show some leniency? Luoya cast a glance at Tang San, a serene smile gracing his lips. Ah, it is you, little San. It has been 9 years. I trust you have fared well. Brother Luo. After 9 years, you have truly grown stronger, Tang San replied. Thank you, but I must conduct my duties impartially. During the upcoming assessment, I shall not show any leniency, Luoya remarked with a slight smile. So, prepare yourself well. With that, he returned to a state of quiet contemplation, disregarding Tang San further. Observing Luoya's figure, Tang San couldn't help but smile wryly. He had not anticipated such a transformation after 9 years apart. Back in Holy Soul Village, Luoya had been merely an overly mature child. Yet now he had ascended to a soul master of level 39. It appeared that he had indeed underestimated him back then. Dai Mubai felt a twinge of disappointment but nonetheless commented, since Brother Luo has made his decision, we cannot alter it. The outcome is now in your hands. Indeed. I understand. Tang San inhaled deeply and turned to Xiao Wu and the other two girls. Let us first get acquainted. I am Tang San, a control system soul master of level 29, with the martial soul blue silvergrass. I am Xiao Wu, a level 29 agility system soul master, with the martial soul soft bone rabbit. Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support system soul master, with the martial soul 7 treasure glazed tile. Zhu Zhiqing, a level 27 agility attack system soul master, with the martial soul nethercat. Tang San gazed at Ning Rongrong in astonishment. Your martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile? Then you hail from the 7 treasure glazed tile clan? The entire world of soul masters regarded the 7 treasure glazed tile as the most formidable supporting martial soul among all. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue. Don't make such a fuss. ISNU hearing Dai Mubai's words. Luo Ya's lips moved slightly as he responded. Dai Mubai, time is running short. Dai Mubai nodded hastily, then turned to Tang San, saying, Tang San, you may handle things as you see fit. There's little I can do to assist you. Tang San glanced at the others and declared, everyone, let us fight in accordance with my strategy. We must strive to endure until the very end. If we find ourselves unable to continue or sustain injuries, we shall concede defeat without hesitation. His concern for Xiao Wu's safety outweighed his desire to excel at Shrek Academy. He could not allow a moment of recklessness to place her in jeopardy. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Ning Rongrong all nodded in agreement. Tang San rose to his feet, gazing earnestly at Luo Ya, and said, Brother Luo, I humbly seek your guidance. Luo opened his eyes and stood up, revealing an enigmatic smile. Let me see what progress you have made over the past 9 years. Glyza, possess. Ha ha ha. Chapter 39, 1v4, The Ineffectiveness of Hidden Weapons. Glyza possess. Hee hee hee. Accompanied by a fit of maniacal laughter, Loya soared into the air, enveloped in a faint purple light. The phantom of Glyza twisted and writhed incessantly, and 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose around him. The second ring of a millennium. The 4 gasped in unison. Disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at Loya, especially Tang San, who shook his head in a daze. Trouble brewed. Loya had unexpectedly broken through to level 40. Now only 1 soul ring away from advancement. When did this happen? Dai Mubai's expression grew grave, casting a worried glance at Tang San. Could it be that the teacher's theory was flawed? 800 years was not the limit for the second soul ring? Tang San murmured in confusion. Loya's form suddenly accelerated, hurtling towards Ning Rongrong without the slightest hindrance. What manner of ability is this? How could it possibly shatter my blue-silver grasp with such ease? Tang San's eyes widened as he gazed at Loya, inwardly cursing his own carelessness. Whoosh! Loya extended his hand, seizing Ning Rongrong's throat and lifting her effortlessly into the air, moving at a pace so swift that the other 2 could not possibly intervene in time. Let go of me! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her expression revealing her discomfort. Although Loya was not exerting his full strength, the sensation of suffocating pressure he exerted was overwhelming, leaving her gasping for breath. This was her first encounter with a formidable battle spirit master, and her heart struggled to endure the intensity, feeling as though it might leap from her throat at any moment. You have been eliminated, Loya remarked with a dismissive snort. Bang! Luo Ya suddenly exerted force with his right hand, sending Ning Rongrong plummeting from the air. However, his strength was precisely calibrated. She merely rolled halfway on the ground before regaining her footing. I have stated that you are out, Luo Ya declared, gazing down at Ning Rongrong with a tone as frigid as a death sentence. A flicker of defiance flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she clenched her teeth, standing resolute. Hey! Luo Ya then turned his attention to the remaining Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shiqing, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The world's foremost support spirit was indeed a formidable threat. My apologies for my rudeness. Tang San took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions, for he understood that their current predicament was far from optimistic. They had already lost a support, and Luo Ya's spirit could fly an unforeseen advantage. Moreover, Zhu Shiqing was unable to keep pace with the opponent's speed. Thus, vigilance was paramount in the moments to come. Xiao Wu, Zhu Shiqing, maintain your guard. Tang San instructed the 2 women, his gaze fixed firmly on Luo Ya. In contrast, Luo Ya regarded Tang San with a mocking glimmer in his eyes. The first spirit ring ignited, and his left hand transformed into a purple claw, lunging swiftly towards Tang San's chest. Tang San raised an eyebrow, his palm instantly becoming as radiant as jade, meeting Luo Ya's claw with a decisive punch. Crack! Luo Ya's body trembled slightly as he retreated a few steps, while Tang San was forced back over a dozen paces, his right fist quivering from the impact. How sharp! Tang San stared at his palm in shock. The moment Luo Ya's claws made contact, it felt as though his hand had collided with a razor-sharp blade, an excruciating pain searing deep into his bones, as if his flesh were being torn apart. The mysterious jade hand, renowned for its immunity to poison and indestructible resilience, had unexpectedly proven so fragile against Luo Ya's claws. Surprised? Luo Ya's voice echoed mockingly in his ears. And this is just the beginning. His left claw lashed out once more. Tang San's expression darkened as he raised his left fist to meet the attack. Crack! Thud! Tang San's feet skidded backward, sliding dozens of meters before his left shoulder buckled, forcing him onto one knee. His head hung low, face pale, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly struggling to endure the agonizing pain radiating from his right hand. Sanji, Tang San. Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing screamed in unison, their faces stricken with horror. Tang San, it's futile. My first soul skill, Void Claw, can shake even space itself. What hope does your flesh have? Luo Ya drifted down from the air, landing before Tang San with a derisive smirk. One more strike, and your hand will be ruined. Is that so? Tang San gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but someone moved faster. How dare you hurt Sanji? I won't forgive you. Xiao Wu roared, lunging at Luo Ya with lightning speed. Her feet seemed to adhere to Luo Ya's shoulders as her toes curled inward. her slender body twisting with full force, spinning them both into the air. Luo Ye merely chuckled, his form flickering momentarily before solidifying again, allowing Xiao Wu to drag him upward. Her long legs coiled around his waist, her hands gripping his ankles as her first soul ring flared brilliantly. With a violent whirl, she sent Luo Ye hurtling headfirst toward the ground. Yet suddenly, the restrained Luo Ye vanished into thin air. Xiao Wu, caught in her momentum, hung helplessly midair. Even Tang San's purple demon eyes failed to track Luo Ye's movement, until Xiao Wu's gaze snapped upward, finding him hovering directly above her. From the sidelines, Dai Mubai and Zhao Wuji watched with pity in their eyes. Zhao Wuji silently prayed Luo Ye wouldn't unleash void thunder, or Xiao Wu's life would be in grave danger. You. How? Xiao Wu's face drained of color. Luo Ye remained silent, his response manifested as a fist imbued with the might of thunder, which forcefully drove Xiao Wu's body into the ground. Tang San's expression changed dramatically, his eyes burning with rage as he yearned to rush forward, yet it was already too late. Luo Ye's figure flickered and appeared beside Xiao Wu, grasping her neck with a firm grip. He cast a frigid glance at Tang San and declared, "She is out as well." Zhao Wujia, witnessing this scene, finally felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Luo exercised restraint in his actions. The injury was merely superficial, and even the spatial power had not been summoned. Xiao Wu was merely unconscious and would recover after a night's rest. Tang San inhaled deeply, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he gradually stood up. His right hand clenched into a fist, and his joints crackled ominously. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to challenge me?" Luo Ye let out a cold laugh, the purple radiance around him flickering once more, his violet eyes shimmering as if capable of penetrating through all things. "Indeed," Tang San replied with an indifferent gaze directed at Luo Ye. The purple light of his purple extreme demon eyes surged violently, overshadowing the luminescence in Luo Ye's eyes. "Luo Ge, I must take offense." As soon as the words left his lips, Tang San's hands, which had been hanging at his sides, rose gracefully at his waist. Over a dozen glimmering projectiles erupted from his fingertips, shooting towards Luo Ye without restraint. "Do you think I would allow history to repeat itself?" A chill ran through Luo Ye's heart as he flung Xiao Wu out of the arena and then gently stepped forward. Void. The purple light emanating from Luo Ye burst forth, allowing all incoming projectiles to pass harmlessly through his body, ultimately falling to the ground. In an instant, Luo Ye's form regained its solidity. "Humph. You think you can harm me with such feeble attempts?" Truly naive, he scoffed at Tang San, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Oh no, Luo Ye is serious now." Dai Mubai glanced anxiously at Tang San, concern etched across his features. As a plant-type soul master, Tang San lacked any means of energy-based attack, rendering him incapable of inflicting damage upon Luo Ye. The projectiles were ineffective. Tang San was taken aback, a hint of gravity appearing in his gaze. He raised his hand and executed the crane-catching dragon technique, seemingly testing Luo Ye's defenses, who, as anticipated, wavered slightly. It seems he possesses a soul skill that nullifies physical attacks. Tang San's mind raced, and without hesitation, he summoned his soul power, activating the second soul ring skill, Parasite. Earlier, when the blue-silver grass had obstructed Luo Ye's advance, the seeds of the parasite had stealthily embedded themselves upon him. Now, with a sudden activation, they ensnared Luo Ye in place. Chapter 40. Restraint, a splendid opportunity. Tang San's heart surged with elation as he unleashed the vibrant glow of his purple extreme demon eyes, fixating his gaze upon Luo Ye. As the violet light enveloped Luo Ye, he momentarily succumbed to a daze, yet swiftly regained his composure. A tumultuous blend of astonishment and fury surged within him. The purple extreme demon eye could indeed affect him. It was evident that he could no longer afford to hold back. With a cold snort, his second soul ring shimmered, and Luo Ye manifested two doppelgangers, darting around Tang San with remarkable speed, relentlessly launching attacks. Each strike stirred a powerful gust of wind, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Tang San, upon sweeping his purple extreme demon eye across the scene, was taken aback to find himself unable to discern which was the true form amidst the chaos. The purple extreme demon eye was reputed to pierce through all illusions, yet he now faced the perplexing inability to identify the genuine figure. This was exceedingly strange. Tang San found himself at a loss. Luo Ye's strength far surpassed his own, and that peculiar soul skill rendered physical attacks ineffective. Neither the Haotian hammer nor his hidden weapons could inflict harm upon him. Luo Ye discerned the hint of panic in Tang San, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Ah, flustered, are we? Then let us bring this to a close." With a swift motion, Luo Ye vanished from his position, reappearing before Tang San in an instant. A single punch distorted the surrounding space, compressing the air with a resounding crack. The void fist technique. Strangulation. Tang San's heart sank. He realized he was ensnared by Luo Ye's overwhelming aura, the space around him temporarily constricted, rendering escape impossible. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the Haotian hammer, bracing himself to meet the impending strike. Bang! Luo Ye's fist struck the Haotian hammer, unleashing a formidable shockwave that immediately toppled Tang San to the ground, sending him skidding several meters away. With a cough, Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion turning ashen, his body trembling slightly, and a look of horror flickering in his eyes. Coughing, Loya performed 2 somersaults in midair before stabilizing himself. Suspended in the air, his head still spinning. He had not employed his ethereal form. That single punch had drained him of approximately 40% of his soul power. The might of the Hautian hammer had indeed caused him pain, and the recoil had left him somewhat dazed. However, his physical prowess was exceptional, rendering this minor injury inconsequential. Struggling to rise from the ground, Tang San regarded Loya with trepidation, realizing that after 9 years apart, Loya had grown immensely powerful, making him no match in this moment. Loya observed as Tang San rose from the ground, his expression darkening. Your soul power is nearly depleted, isn't it? Perhaps it is time to concede. No. Tang San shook his head defiantly. Despite the significant disparity between them, he was unwilling to surrender easily, as long as he could endure a little longer. He believed he would ultimately triumph over Loya. It has been 9 years, yet you remain so resilient. Loya chuckled, descending gracefully from the air to stand before Tang San. Very well, that was merely your final test. Indeed, you possess an indomitable spirit. You have passed. Loya pointed to the already extinguished incense stick, offering a faint smile. Tang San finally revealed a subtle smile, his entire body relaxing as he swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. Upon observing Tang San's condition, Luoya furrowed his brow and extended his right palm to rest upon his shoulder, channeling his soul power to mend his injuries. Take good care of yourself, and by tomorrow morning, you shall fully recover. Thank you, Brother Luo, Tang San replied, his complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. He was acutely aware of his physical state and was confident that he would be restored by morning. However, the same could not be said for Xiaowu. Brother Luo, would you be able to assist Xiaowu in her recovery as well? Tang San hesitated momentarily before the question slipped from his lips. Luoya gazed at Tang San, hesitating for a moment before saying, let her take this. Loya reached to his waist and produced a red pill, presenting it to Tang San, who noticed the subtle fragrance emanating from it. After taking it into his hand and scrutinizing it briefly, he looked at Loya with a puzzled expression. This is a recovery pill, Loya explained. It can swiftly restore soul power and heal injuries, though it is not particularly effective for soul masters above the 3rd ring. Very well, Tang San nodded, administering the recovery pill to the unconscious Xiaowu. As the pill dissolved within her, its medicinal properties began to take effect, albeit not immediately. It would require some time. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaowu was recovering, Tang San inquired, Loya, what exactly is this pill? I have never encountered it before. I have some connections with a highly esteemed healing soul master, and this was a gift from him. Loya had anticipated the question. In truth, had he not been concerned about Tang San's father potentially seeking him out for trouble later that evening, he would not have been inclined to assist in healing Tang San's injuries, let alone offer this intermediate-grade pill to Xiaowu, the rabbit. One must know when to stop. Indulging in the thrill of the moment should not lead to excess. It is wise to cease before inciting greater troubles, especially since only the formidable spirit De Yuiguan was by his side, ill-equipped to contend with Tang San's formidable father. Tang San, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding and ceased his inquiries. Luoya observed that Tang San had ceased his inquiries and continued, rest well. Tomorrow the dean will come to deliver the inaugural lesson for you new students. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Loya's figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind a single remark. You share a dormitory with Oscar, while Xiaowu resides with the girl from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. After Luoya departed, Tang San glanced at the unconscious Xiaowu and sighed inwardly. He handed Xiaowu over to Ning Rongrong, then with Oscar's support, returned to his room to rest. Oscar helped Tang San sit on the bed and conjured a sausage using his spirit ability. His eyes continuously scanned Tang San, as if trying to discern something from him, but ultimately found nothing. Hey, Oscar, what are you doing? Tang San felt slightly uneasy under Oscar's intense gaze. Oh, nothing, Oscar exclaimed in amazement. I never expected a control-type spirit master like you to withstand that punch from Boss Luo. Let me tell you, even Daimubai probably couldn't have taken that hit. Tang San smiled faintly. Of course, he knew that Luoya's punch was several times more powerful than Daimubai's. Yet, despite his left-hand hammer spirit lacking a spirit ring, he had managed to block it. This suggested that his second spirit was anything but ordinary, capable of countering Luoya's force across an entire cultivation realm. Oh, by the way, eat this sausage. The effects of my food-type spirit are excellent. Oscar grinned as he handed the sausage to Tang San. Thank you, Tang San nodded, accepting the food and swallowing it in one bite. As the sausage settled in his stomach, warmth spread through his body. His spirit power surged with vitality, circulating swiftly within him, accelerating his recovery. The sensation was indescribably pleasant. All right, you should get some proper rest now. Don't be late for the first class tomorrow, Oscar said before flopping onto his own bed. Tang San sat cross-legged, sensing the abundant spirit energy within him, a wry smile tugging at his lips. How unlucky can I be? Hidden weapons are my strongest trump card, yet they were completely ineffective against Luoya. And to make matters worse, I was severely injured by just one punch. Tomorrow, I'll check on Xiaowu's recovery. muttering to himself. Tang San closed his eyes and began circulating the mysterious heaven technique to restore his spirit power. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next morning, Tang San opened his eyes to find his injuries fully healed and his spirit power restored to its peak. Rising from the bed, he noticed Oscar was still asleep. Choosing not to wake him, Tang San stepped out of the room to search for Xiaowu. Xiaowu was meditating in her room when she heard a knock. Opening the door, her eyes lit up with joy at the sight of Tang San. "Third brother, you're awake." "Yes," Tang San nodded, relieved to see her unharmed. "Xiaowu, how was your recovery last night?" he asked with concern. "Completely restored. Third brother, I even feel my spirit power has grown stronger than before," Xiaowu exclaimed excitedly. "Really?" Tang San's heart swelled with delight. This was excellent news. He wondered where Luo Ye had encountered such a high-level healing-type spirit master. Those pills were unlike anything he had ever heard of. "Yes, third brother. When should we go to register?" Xiaowu asked eagerly. "Let us have breakfast first," Tang San replied, gently patting her head with a smile. "All right, I'm starving too." Xiaowu nodded, linking her arm with his. Chapter 41, Ma Hongjun. Doomed being newcomers and having spent the previous day recovering from their injuries. The two knew nothing about Shrek Academy. Left with no choice, they decided to follow the trail of rising smoke, hoping to find a dining area. The village was small, and before they knew it, they had wandered beyond the Academy's boundaries, while Shrek Academy remained tranquil. The villagers on the other side were already bustling with activity, rising with the sun to tend their fields. As was customary for farmers who relied on their labor to sustain their families. Unsure of where the Academy served breakfast, Tang San resolved to purchase some food from the village to satisfy their hunger. Just as they were about to approach a farmhouse, they spotted Luo Ye up ahead. Engaged in a heated argument with a chubby boy, Luo Ye cast a disapproving glance at the chubby boy. "Ma Hongjun, I believe I have admonished you more than once. Have I not? Cease your harassment of that young lady." "But Luo Lauda, I am at a loss. You are aware of my martial spirit." With a disdainful snort, Luo Ye retorted, "That is your own predicament. Why must you insist on causing disturbances in the village instead of resolving it in the city?" Ma Hongjun felt somewhat disheartened. Yet he lifted his head, donning an innocent expression as he gazed at Luo Ye. "Luo Lauda, you know that distant waters cannot quench a near thirst. Get lost." Luo Ye scoffed, raising his hand as the power of space surged forth. "Do you require my assistance in escorting you?" "And no, I can manage on my own." Ma Hongjun hastily shook his head, observing the formidable spirit energy coalescing in Luo Ye's palm. "Boss, we are brothers. Surely you can lend me a hand. Leave. Do not attempt to curry favor with me." "Boss." Ma Hongjun smiled wryly, wishing to say more. However, at that moment, Xiaowu could no longer hold her tongue and shouted, "Hey, Luo Ye." Luo Ye heard the voice of Xiaowu and turned around to see her and another person observing from a distance. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his hand. Upon catching sight of Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun's lips twitched, and a sparkle ignited in his small eyes. "What a beautiful girl. So, do you wish to be my girlfriend?" "No problem, I agree." "You wish?" Xiaowu retorted angrily, lifting her foot to kick Ma Hongjun. She had thought Luo Ye was bullying the chubby boy and wanted to act heroically, only to discover he was a rogue. Wait. Just as Xiaowu's kick was about to land, Luo Ye swiftly stepped in and grasped her calf. "Allow me to teach him a lesson first." With a gentle flick of his hand, Xiaowu stumbled, nearly losing her balance. "Luo Ye, I was wrong, truly wrong." Ma Hongjun pleaded with Luo Ye, his face a mask of desperation. "You incorrigible rascal, be gone." Luo Ye waved his fist at Ma Hongjun before turning to leave. Ma Hongjun remained rooted in place, watching Luo Ye vanish, before he slumped to the ground with a woeful expression. "What are you doing, you little fatty?" Xiaowu inquired, her tone discontent. "This guy Luo Ye is too ruthless to treat me like this." Ma Hongjun clutched his stomach, groaning in pain. "You little rogue," Xiaowu scoffed, "you brought this upon yourself." At that moment, Ma Hongjun's demeanor was devoid of his usual bravado, presenting a rather pitiful sight, prompting Xiaowu to stifle a laugh. "You dare to laugh?" Ma Hongjun glared at her. "Just watch me not hit you." "Hit whom?" Tang Sen appeared suddenly before Xiaowu, his expression slightly grim as he regarded Ma Hongjun. "You." Ma Hongjun recoiled slightly, sensing the boy's aura was not inferior to his own. "Luo Ye, help." Just then, a surprised voice rang out. "Tang San, fatty. What are you up to?" Both Tang San and Ma Hongjun turned towards the source of the voice, where Dai Mubai, dressed in white and impeccably groomed, approached them. Xiaowu huffed. "What is going on?" "You should ask him. This fatty has been disrespectful to me in broad daylight and just got schooled by Luo Ye." Dai Mubai's serious expression cracked into a smile. "Xiaowu, I believe you are mistaken. Moreover, Luo Ye teaching him a lesson is quite routine." Tang San walked closer to Dai Mubai, puzzled. "What is happening here?" Dai Mubai shook his head. "Let us go eat and discuss as we walk." As the four made their way to the Shrek cafeteria, Dai Mubai recounted the events concerning Ma Hongjun. After sharing, he cleared his throat, suppressing laughter. This is precisely why he frequently gets reprimanded by Luo Ye. Among us, he shares the worst relationship with him. Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Mubai. "You're not in a better position. Don't think I'm unaware of your daily escapades with different girls." Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance. Hastily looking over his shoulder and lowering his voice, Fatty, you can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Ma Hongjun chuckled. What? Aren't you always proud of your shamelessness? Dai Mubai glared at him. Enough chatter. Some things should remain unspoken. If you tarnish my reputation further, don't blame me for retaliating. Tang Sen sighed. Fatty, you've gone too far. Ma Hongjun pouted, choosing to remain silent. Oscar glanced at the time. Let us head to dinner. Loya is likely waiting for us. All right. The four returned to the confines of Shrek Academy, where Dai Mubai led them to the cafeteria. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were already present. Zhu Shiqing appeared pale but otherwise seemed fine. Ma Hongjun stared at the two girls, openly swallowing. Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow, whispering, behave yourself, and keep your lewd thoughts in check. Ma Hongjun retorted, what is there to fear? At this hour, Loya, that training fanatic, should be busy. He then shifted his gaze back to the two girls. Excuse me, I just finished training, a cold voice echoed from behind Ma Hongjun, causing his heart to skip a beat as he thought, I'm doomed. Loya, he stammered. No need for explanations. Come find me tonight for practical lessons. Double the time. Loya's voice resonated again. Double? Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine. Facing Loya, a 40-level quasi-spirits master. As a mere 27-level spirit master was akin to seeking punishment. No need. Loya, I was wrong, truly wrong. Humph. Loya's impatient voice echoed once more. You insufferable fool. You have no choice in this matter. I always keep my word. Hearing the ominous tone in Loya's voice, Ma Hongjun turned pale, wanting to say something but hesitating to speak. It was over. He was finished. Chapter 42, Surveillance and Running. At that moment, a sudden ringing sound emanated from outside. Dai Mubai quickly stood up and said, that's the bell summoned by the dean. Everyone, let's gather. With that, he hastened out of the dining hall. The other four, witnessing Dai Mubai's departure, hurriedly quickened their pace, finishing their meals and swiftly making their way to the Shrek Square. Upon their arrival, the drowsy Oscar was already there, standing beside Loya, engaged in conversation. Oscar had undergone a remarkable transformation, notably evident by the absence of his facial hair. His deep-set, peach blossom eyes exuded an air of profundity, complemented by a handsome and harmonious visage. His well-defined brows framed a roguish smile, presenting him as a debonair nobleman. Your beard? Tang Sen approached Oscar and pointed at his face. Well, with a few new beautiful classmates around, I must pay attention to my appearance, right? Oscar grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Goodness, little Oscar, I truly did not realize you were concerned about your image, Loya remarked with a chuckle as he scrutinized Oscar. What is so surprising about that? Should a man neglect his appearance and wait for girls to pursue him? Oscar shot a discontented glare at Loya. Indeed. Loya nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. While they were conversing, Flinder approached from another direction on the playground, stopping before the group of 8. His distinctively gravelly voice, tinged with a hint of magnetism, resonated. This year is quite promising. We have 4 new little monsters joining us. I, Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome your arrival on behalf of the institution. Shortly, each of you will need to hand over 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Lee, who is in charge of finances. Flinder paused before continuing. Mubai, please inform the new students of the Academy's rules. Then, each of you should return to rest and restore your condition to its optimal state. The first class will commence tonight. Yes. Flinder then turned to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stating, as auxiliary soul masters, you both require the protection of companions. Otherwise, survival will be exceedingly difficult. After a lengthy discourse, Flinder nodded at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, declaring, your task for today is to undergo physical training. From now on, you will run 20 laps around the village, utilizing your martial spirits for assistance. Off you go. Understood. Ning Rongrong responded without hesitation, sprinting outside, while Oscar cast a forlorn glance at Tang San and the others before reluctantly following her. As Oscar and Ning Rongrong dashed away, Flinder turned to Loya and said with a smile, little Loya, please monitor them for me. I must attend to the other little monsters in class. Certainly, Dean. Loya replied with a light chuckle, his spatial power unfurling as he vanished from the spot, while Tang San and the others engaged in self-cultivation within the academy. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were running outside. In the air, Loya, utilizing Glyze's concealment ability to obscure his presence, floated silently behind them. Oscar, how far is this lap exactly? Ning Rongrong's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Initially brimming with confidence, she now struggled to complete even one lap, her noble demeanor beginning to fray. Oscar replied with a bitter smile, I mentioned when we started that this task was utterly impossible. But fear not. As auxiliary soul masters, we won't go hungry together. Care for a sausage? Ning Rongrong shot him a peculiar look and retorted, I am also a super invincible red bean bun. I don't need your food. With that, her 7-treasure glazed tile floated forth, enhancing her speed as she surged ahead. Oscar was momentarily taken aback. Rongrong, that direction is wrong. Yet, regardless of Oscar's shouts, Ning Rongrong paid him no heed, continuing to sprint forward until she soon left him behind. In the air, Loya observed Ning Rongrong racing toward the academy. A cold smile gracing his lips as he accelerated to catch up. Stop. Loya descended from the air, landing before Ning Rongrong, his voice cold and commanding. Ning Rongrong halted, momentarily stunned, then glared at Loya. Loya, are you following me? Loya's expression suddenly turned icy. The dean has entrusted me with the responsibility of supervision. Thus, I must be accountable for your actions. You wish to leave the academy without permission? Absolutely not. Humph. Ning Rongrong pouted defiantly. What right do you have to obstruct my path? I shall go wherever I please. Does it concern you? Hearing Ning Rongrong's arrogant tone ignited a fire within Loya. You think it doesn't concern me? Is that so? With that, he raised his left hand and made a grasping motion towards Ning Rongrong. The power of space erupted, and she instantly found herself bound, unable to move. Loya, you scoundrel, release me at once. Ning Rongrong struggled with all her might. Loya remained unfazed. Her icy gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong as she inquired, are you going to run or not? If not, you may as well spend the night here. Upon hearing Loya's threat, Ning Rongrong let out a cold laugh, retorting, Loya, who do you think you are to threaten me? With an air of disdain, Loya replied. Let us see about that. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to counter, Loya abruptly gestured with her hand, sending Ning Rongrong's body hurtling several meters away, crashing violently to the ground. After the fall, Ning Rongrong swiftly regained her footing, her eyes brimming with venomous fury. You dare to strike me. My father and both my grandfathers have never laid a hand on me. Luoya cast a frosty glance at Ning Rongrong and said with indifference, I am aware of your affiliation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, I am a disciple of Shrek Academy, not a subordinate of your sect. Here. You are merely an ordinary support-type soul master. What can you possibly do to me? Upon finishing his words, Luoya raised his hand, intending to grasp Ning Rongrong once more. However, he was taken aback to see Oscar emerging from an unknown corner, positioning himself in front of Luoya to impede his advance. What are you doing, Xiaoyao? Luoya inquired, his brow furrowed and his tone serious. Oscar cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and replied, Boss Luo, perhaps it would be best to let it go. After all, Rongrong is a girl. I assure you that I will ensure her safety as we complete the circuit together. Loya's expression softened slightly as he lowered his arms, hoping for the best. With that, he vanished once more. Oscar, you are exceedingly timid, Ning Rongrong remarked with dissatisfaction. Oscar, with a sense of resignation, shrugged and replied, Rongrong. Loya must surely have been sent by the dean to supervise us. If we wish to avoid further punishment, it would be prudent to complete our laps swiftly. With that, Oscar grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and resumed their run. Observing Oscar's retreating figure, the concealed Loya let out a helpless smile before swiftly pursuing them again. As time elapsed, night fell, and the evening breeze turned cooler. They finally reached the finish line of the 20th lap, both utterly exhausted, panting heavily on the grass. Have we finished? A voice suddenly broke the silence. Yes, we have finished, Oscar replied, turning to see Loya standing beside him, taken aback as he quickly straightened his posture. Loya responded indifferently, you may return to rest now. Ning Rongrong cast a more hostile glance at Loya and indignantly shouted, Loya, you better wait for me. I'm afraid I have no intention of waiting. Loya retorted coldly, shooting Ning Rongrong a disdainful look before raising his hand, once again suspending her in midair. You scoundrel. Let me go. Otherwise, my father and grandfathers will surely kill you. Ning Rongrong struggled relentlessly, glaring furiously at Loya. What are you but an insignificant insect? Daring to provoke me? Luoya's eyes momentarily glazed over, and in the next instant, her pupils darkened. She swiftly raised her left hand and delivered a resounding slap to Ning Rongrong's right cheek, causing her head to tilt and tears to cascade down her face. Chapter 43, Terrified to Tears You. You actually struck my face. Ning Rongrong cried, covering the reddened half of her face, her tears streaming down uncontrollably. The darkness in Luoya's pupils deepened as she coldly snorted. Do you still believe you are the esteemed young lady of the sect here? Luoya, you. I shall take your life. Ning Rongrong glared fiercely at Luoya. Loya nonchalantly replied, Kill me? Just you, a support-type soul master? Don't be ridiculous. At that moment, Flander, accompanied by Tang San and 4 others, arrived at the academy's entrance and happened to overhear Loya's words. Shall Luo, have they all finished their laps? Why did you strike Ning Rongrong? Flander instinctively inquired, but was taken aback upon noticing the red mark on Ning Rongrong's face. Dean, they have completed their laps. But this young lady is exceedingly arrogant and overbearing. I simply could not tolerate it, which is why I slapped her, Loya said, the dark gleam in his eyes gradually dissipating. Moreover, you may not be aware, but during the laps, this young lady uttered some rather unpleasant remarks to me. Oh. Flander's eyebrows arched as he turned to Ning Rongrong, asking, Rongrong, what did you say to Xiao Luo? Did I say anything wrong? He is merely a somewhat talented soul master, nothing to be boastful about, Ning Rongrong retorted with a cold laugh. You seek death, Loya exclaimed, unable to contain his rage any longer. A blue-purple shadow flickered behind him, and suddenly, a surge of dark blue arcs of electricity erupted from his palm. The violet lightning crackled ominously, as if poised to explode at any moment. If you have the audacity, repeat what you just said to me. A glint of darkness flashed in Loya's eyes as he fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Ning Rongrong, his voice chilling enough to freeze her in place. Ning Rongrong had never witnessed such a terrifying sight of Loya. Overcome with fear, she collapsed to the ground, her legs trembling, unable to meet Loya's lethal stare. "Boss, please. Calm down," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, startled by the scene, and hurriedly attempted to mediate. He understood that Ning Rongrong had truly crossed the line, provoking Loya to unleash his true fury, even summoning the Void Thunder. Aside from the entrance examination, he had never seen Loya wield such a formidable third soul skill. This was a terrifying attack capable of threatening the life of a high-ranking Soul King. If Loya genuinely unleashed his power, Ning Rongrong, a mere 26th level Great Soul Master, would likely meet her end on the spot, her remains obliterated. "Boss, you must control your emotions. Don't stoop to the level of a little girl," Oscar quickly added. "Xiaoluo, don't be impulsive." Flander hurriedly grasped Loya, who was about to stride toward Ning Rongrong, and advised, "Calm down first, allow me to handle this." After a moment of silence, Luoya retracted his soul power and let his arm gradually fall, yet he remained speechless. He pondered what had just transpired. His body had felt beyond his control. He could assure himself that it was never his intention, though he had indeed been angry. He had merely wished to intimidate Ning Rongrong, yet, inexplicably, he had unleashed the Void Thunder. Observing Luoya's calm demeanor, Flander breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Ning Rongrong, who sat on the ground, her cheeks swollen like steamed buns. He gently inquired, "Rongrong, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Ning Rongrong replied, her body still trembling, tears streaming down her face, clearly terrified by Luoya's earlier expression that suggested he truly meant to harm her. The illustrious little witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had been reduced to tears from fear. Loya was also somewhat perplexed. What had transpired just moments ago that had caused him to lose control of his emotions so suddenly? Could it be that Glyza had a hand in this? TSK. "Human boy, if you can tolerate it, I cannot. This insignificant creature must learn a lesson." The voice of Glyza's lingering spirit coldly snorted within his mind, before subsequently ignoring him. "Enough already," Loya sighed, his consciousness returning to reality. "Dean, I apologize, my martial soul was a bit unstable earlier." Not to worry, not to worry." Flinder waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Oscar. "Little Oscar, please comfort Ning Rongrong. She is not inherently bad, just a bit headstrong and willful. I will take the children to class now. Little Loya, do you wish to join us?" Flinder inquired before departing. Aware that Loya had already surpassed the graduation standards and had no need to return to the Soul Arena. "I will not go." Loya shook his head and turned back towards his room. "Very well, focus on your training, and I shall return with the little monsters," Flinder said, waving his hand as he led Tang San and the others away towards Soto City. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong watched Loya's retreating figure, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes. Shoving Oscar aside, she too returned to her room. Not far off, concealed within a thicket, a figure clad in black observed Ning Rongrong's furious return. Shaking his head in disappointment as he murmured, "Alas, this young lady's rebellious nature is becoming increasingly severe. The sect leader had hoped to reform her at Shrek Academy, but now it is all in vain." Within his room, Loya unleashed Glyza's martial soul, feeling the chaotic energy surrounding him, a bitter smile gracing his face as he murmured, "Why can't you just endure a little? Haha, I am the supreme powerhouse that traverses the universe. Initially, I had no intention of acting, but this mere ant's words are truly vexing. All right, I understand you are a creature of the void, and you may boast, but I cannot afford to take risks. What if Ning Rongrong goes to her parents and complains? I am not equipped to handle that. TSK, what is there to fear? That human by your side possesses some strength, does he not? Can he not protect you?" Glyza's remnant spirit sneered coldly. "Even if he cannot shield you, I can. Your logic is irrefutable. I find myself at a loss for words. However, let us agree that if anyone comes knocking, you must assist me. Rest assured, young one. Though my current power is but a fraction of my former self, in this dimension, only the most formidable beings warrant my caution. Little Loya, what troubles you?" A flash of golden light heralded the arrival of the golden ironclad Douluo, Yueguan, who appeared before Loya with a hint of curiosity. "And nothing, Elder Yueguan." Loya hastily severed the connection and recounted the events that had transpired, including his earlier lapse in composure, though he reframed Glyza's influence as his own loss of control. "Is that so? I can surmise a few things," Yueguan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Firstly, you are still a young lad, and emotional instability is quite normal. Secondly, a Soul Master's martial soul can significantly influence one's temperament. The higher the rank of the Soul Master, the more their character tends to align with that of their martial soul. For instance, a Soul Master with a fire element martial soul may become increasingly arrogant and volatile as they grow stronger. Conversely, one with an earth element martial soul may exhibit a more composed demeanor." Upon hearing Yueguan's explanation, Loya nodded in realization. "So that is how it is. Indeed, thus, those who can overcome the negative influences of their martial souls are invariably exceptional individuals," Yueguan affirmed with a nod, continuing, "It seems your mindset is quite stable, as you were able to recover swiftly." "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Elder." Luoya bowed in gratitude. Do not mention it. Yue Guan waved his hand dismissively before vanishing, leaving behind a cascade of golden petals. Luo Yu ceased to ponder further and continued to focus on his tranquil recuperation. Meanwhile, within the grand seven-story castle in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, a disciple of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, clad in white robes, knelt on the ground, holding a letter in his hands. Seated upon an intricately carved chair above him was a man whose visage resembled a jade crown, exuding a refined and gentle demeanor, dressed in an immaculate white robe, seemingly in his 40s. Beside him sat a gaunt elder, his skin withered and his eye sockets deeply sunken. His expression was somber, and his hand trembled slightly around the teacup he held. Chapter 44. The arrival of Douluo. The middle-aged man accepted the letter from the disciple below, glancing at it with a hint of anger in his expression. Yet after a prolonged moment, he sighed deeply. What does it say, Fengji? The elder inquired in a grave tone. Uncle Gu, please exercise restraint after reading it. Ning Fengji replied with a worried look. Gu Rong scoffed dismissively and waved his hand lightly, causing the letter in Ning Fengji's grasp to float into his own. As he perused the contents, a surge of fury ignited in his eyes, and the teacup in his other hand shattered in an instant. This young man is utterly outrageous, Gu Rong exclaimed in a fit of rage, rising abruptly and inadvertently releasing a wave of his aura, causing the entire hall to tremble. Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, was typically cherished and protected as if she were delicate glass. The thought that she had been bullied to tears by an audacious youth was intolerable. If he could endure such an affront, he would no longer be known as Bon Douluo Gu Rong. Fengji, this matter is far from over. I must seek justice for Rongrong, Gu Rong declared vehemently. Slamming his hand upon the chair, which shattered, Luo Yu leaned against the doorway, watching the quarrel between the two with a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Daimubai could no longer contain his fury. A surge of overwhelming aura erupted from him, his soul power exploding forth in an instant, sending Ning Rongrong flying backward almost immediately. Do you truly mistake the white tiger for a feeble cat? Oscar, standing nearby, hastily stepped forward to catch Ning Rongrong. But the force of the impact sent him tumbling to the ground. Mubai. At that moment, Tang San arrived from outside, swiftly crossing the distance to grasp Dai Mubai's arm. Shaking his head, he said calmly, "We're all fellow students. Let it go." Dai Mubai's gaze lingered on Tang San, who stood resolutely before him. The flaring soul power around him gradually receded as he replied in a low voice, "Fine, Xiao San. I'll give you this face." His sinister eyes flicked coldly toward Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, mark my words, there won't be a next time. With that, he strode away, heading straight into the academy. Tang San. Ning Rongrong wiped the tears from her eyes before suddenly shouting his name, her voice laced with venom. "Kill him for me. If you do, you'll be an honored guest of the seven-treasure glazed tile clan from this day forward. I'll pay you 10,000 gold soul coins. How does that sound?" Tang San approached her slowly, his tone indifferent. Ning Rongrong, in this world, not everything can be bought with money or power. If you continue clinging to this mindset, basking in the superiority the seven-treasure glazed tile clan has bestowed upon you, then I suggest you leave this place. Do you even know how powerful our seven-treasure glazed tile clan is? Ning Rongrong glared at him indignantly. The seven-treasure glazed tile clan? Luoya, who had just emerged from the academy, placed a hand on Dai Mubai's shoulder in silent approval before teleporting in front of the three. It's merely passable. Luoya gazed at Ning Rongrong and remarked softly, "Little sorceress, I initially believed you would acknowledge your mistakes and amend your ways. Yet it appears that your pampered disposition remains unchanged. Humph, Luoya, who do you think you are? Let me inform you, you have landed yourself in quite a predicament. A grave one at that. It will be far worse than what Dai Mubai has faced." Ning Rongrong glared at Luoya with fierce intensity. Luoya scoffed dismissively and said, "Oh, I am quite curious to see what you can do to me. You three may return. I am eager to witness the tricks this young lady possesses." He turned to Tang San, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ning Rongrong. Tang San, glancing at Ning Rongrong, sighed quietly and replied, "All right then." He promptly led Xiaowu and Oscar back to the academy. As soon as Tang San and Xiaowu departed, a malevolent expression blossomed on Ning Rongrong's face. She turned to Luoya, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, "Luoya, I will make you regret this." "Oh? How do you intend to make me regret it?" Luoya asked, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Ning Rongrong. "I will make you pay dearly." Ning Rongrong glared fiercely at Luoya, vowing, "I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Hee. Before Luoya could respond, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura approaching him. His pupils constricted sharply, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing several dozen meters away. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the spot he had just occupied was reduced to rubble, debris scattering in all directions, while not far off. A tree of considerable girth toppled with a thunderous crash. Luoya gazed anxiously at the spot where he had just stood, now marked by a pit half-a. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mere pulp. "Ah, your vigilance is commendable, young one. Yet today you shall meet your demise." An aged figure descended from the heavens, his gaze directed at Luoya, brimming with malevolence. "Grandfather Bone, Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon recognizing the long-lost figure. Overwhelmed by the events of the night, she immediately threw herself into the old man's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Utilizing the spatial traversal abilities conferred by his bone dragon martial spirit, Gu Yong had arrived at Shrek Academy in the span of 2 short hours. As he comforted the weeping Ning Rongrong, a look of tenderness shone in his eyes. Title Douluo. Loya looked up at the elder, his expression turning grave. So, you want to seek help? No wonder this girl feels so emboldened and unafraid of me. Moreover, judging by her address, this must be Title Douluo Gu Yong. Loya's expression grew exceedingly grave as he discreetly released a sliver of his mental energy. However, his countenance soon darkened further. This was due to the startling realization that the formidable Ju Douluo Yue-1 was inexplicably absent, leaving him to confront the wrath of a super Douluo alone. Humph. Gu Rong gave a cold snort, fixing his gaze upon Loya. You insolent brat, how dare you bully our precious Rongrong? You must be tired of living. With that, a terrifying wave of energy surged, sweeping across the entire village, causing the Shrek Academy to tremble in response. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, sensing the overwhelming aura, hid herself tightly within the dormitory, desperately concealing her presence. What is happening? What is this dreadful energy? Is this the presence of a Title Douluo? The inhabitants of the academy were taken aback, rushing out of their rooms to witness the unfolding scene. My heavens, it's Ning Rongrong's lover. We must save Boss Loya. Oscar was the first to react, urgently calling out to Tang San as he prepared to rush in to rescue Loya. Do not act impulsively, Tang San swiftly intervened. Shaking his head, the opponent is a Title Douluo. Our interference would only lead to our demise. No, Xiao San, Shrek cannot abandon anyone, Oscar replied, his eyes glistening with tears. Over the past 3 years, Loya had cared for him immensely, and prior to the arrival of Tang San and the others, he had shared the closest bond with Loya. He had witnessed firsthand the gradual transformation of Shrek Academy from its dilapidated state. And without the funds Loya had secured from the Fighting Soul Arena, the academy might have faced closure this year. Standing beside them, Daimubai observed the scene before him, pausing in silence for a moment before sighing. Xiao San, this is a matter we must not involve ourselves in. Nor can we. Are Luoya and he friends? One might say so, yet it does not reach the extent of opposing a Title Douluo for his sake. Upon hearing this, Tang San hesitated momentarily, ultimately refraining from taking action, instead choosing to observe silently. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, looked at Luoya with a hint of schadenfreude, thinking to himself, at long last, someone is here to put him in his place. You've been so arrogant. You'll surely meet your demise soon. Clearly, no one present harbored any intention of aiding Luoya. With Flinder absent, even if someone wished to assist him, they would find themselves insufficiently capable. Chapter 45, A Fight to the Death Before the Grand Door. Ning Rongrong incessantly lamented to Gu Rong, her expression one of utmost grievance. Grandpa Bone, he is bullying me. You must vanquish him. Very well. A sharp glint flashed in Gu Rong's eyes as he raised a hand and struck towards Luoya. As Luoya gritted his teeth, his martial spirit erupted instantaneously, propelling him into the air to evade the powerful strike from Gu Rong. There was no time for hesitation. It was a battle of desperation, and he was resolved to fight with all his might. A resounding laughter echoed as Glyce's ethereal form materialized behind him, solidifying with formidable presence. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, ascended, while Luoya's hands transformed into purple claws, unleashing an unrestrained aura. Interesting indeed, Gu Rong remarked, momentarily taken aback by Luoya's extraordinary soul ring configuration. A sly smile crept across his lips. Let us see what you can do. As his words fell, a resplendent purple soul ring emerged around his right arm, more dazzling than Luoya's, resembling a violet sun suspended from his wrist. 4th soul skill, Bone Prison. Gu Rong bellowed, clenching his fist and forcefully striking the ground. Instantly, countless bone spikes erupted from the earth, surging violently towards Luoya, each spike resembling a ferocious bone dragon, poised for attack. Luoya's expression turned grave as he beheld the relentless bone spikes charging towards him. He dared not to underestimate the threat and propelled himself to his utmost speed, soaring to a height of 100 meters within a mere second, a distance beyond the reach of the bone projectiles. Moreover, he maximized his velocity. Oh, a martial spirit with the ability of flight? Gu Rong observed Luoya soaring high above, his eyes narrowing slightly. Let me see how long you can endure. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his left foot crashed into the ground, propelling him forward like a cannonball. A thunderous boom resounded as the earth caved beneath him, and Gu Rong's figure ascended from the ground, hurtling towards Luoya with his palm arched, exuding a menacing pressure. 2nd soul skill, Bone Claw. He bellowed, piercing through flesh and bone. Do not question the return. A deep dragon's roar erupted from within Gu Rong as his right arm transformed into a grayish-white claw, lunging towards Luoya, emanating a chilling aura and conjuring a fierce tempest. Thunder. Execution. Luoya was undeterred, and his 3rd soul ring blazed to life. Purple lightning crackling around his right hand, distorting the very fabric of space. He collided his fist against Gu Rong's bone claw, producing a deafening explosion, with a powerful shockwave radiating in all directions. Crack. The sound of debris cascading from the ground filled the air, as shards of grayish-white bone mingled with arcs of purple electricity exploded outward, nearly tearing the space asunder. Luoya let out a muffled groan, hurtling backward. Blood spewing from his mouth midair, barely avoiding a fall to the ground. Remarkable, Gurong thought, startled. During their clash, his bone claw was unexpectedly shattered at the tip by Luo Ye's force. His recent soul skill was lethal enough to slay a high-ranking defensive soul king on the spot. Yet Luo Ye had withstood it. Though injured, his strength had not diminished significantly. Your prowess is indeed impressive, Gurong remarked, his expression sharpening as he propelled himself forward with great speed. Illusory phantom, Luo Ye roared, his second soul ring radiating brilliantly. His form distorting as two doppelgangers separated from him, all three charging towards Gurong. Doppelganger soul skill? A cold smile crept across Gurong's face. His mental prowess far surpassed Luo Ye's, allowing him to pinpoint Luo Ye's true location with a mere glance. A trivial trick. He raised his left arm. A grayish mist swirling around his palm, which then transformed into countless bone spikes, all directed towards Luo Ye's true position. Luo Ye was taken aback. Having not anticipated the swiftness of the attack, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Swish. A bone spike grazed Luo Ye's true form, leaving a 5-centimeter gash that instantly bled profusely, staining his garments. Cough. Luo Ye clutched his chest, blood spilling forth, his complexion pale and his stance slightly unsteady. Though the wound was severe, it was not immediately fatal. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, that strike would have pierced my heart, he thought, wiping the blood from his lips. His gaze fixed intently on Gurong. The disparity in their cultivation levels was stark. His illusory form was practically meaningless before Gurong, who also possessed spatial abilities. Escaping would prove nearly impossible. His only recourse was to prolong the confrontation, awaiting the arrival of Yuguan. Young man, I must admit, you have surprised me greatly. Gurong conceded, retracting his right hand, admiration glinting in his eyes. Alas, geniuses tend to meet untimely ends. You must perish here today. Perish? Ha! What a jest. A fierce expression crossed Luo Ye's face, his eyes ablaze with purple light. Even in death, I shall ensure you suffer. Ha ha ha. The figure of Gurong began to rise, enveloped in a vast expanse of blue-purple light that covered a 100-meter radius. Gurong's brows furrowed, his pupils constricting in shock. This is a domain. He had not anticipated that this young man not only possessed remarkable strength but also wielded a domain. A soul skill typically attainable only upon reaching the title Douluo rank, with a mere 1 in 10 chance of comprehension. Yet, here stood a mere 15-year-old who had achieved such a feat. What an extraordinary talent. No wonder he had the audacity to challenge the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Within the Void Zero domain, Luo Ye's injuries began to mend considerably, yet he remained vigilant, fully aware that he could not defeat Gurong. His Void Zero domain was still in its nascent stage. Should his opponent unleash his 5th soul skill, it would undoubtedly shatter. For now, his only course of action was to delay, awaiting Yuguan's arrival, the sole strategy he could employ. Young man, I acknowledge your exceptional talent, but today, you are destined to meet your end. Gurong's tone dripped with chilling malice as he raised his palm, his 3rd soul ring illuminating. A dense sphere of black energy materialized in his hand, which he then hurled towards Luo Ye. 3rd soul skill, reversal of bone power. Whoosh. A streak of black energy shot forth like an arrow, instantly appearing before Luo Ye, slicing through the surrounding space, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Luo Ye swiftly retreated, evading the energy attack with grace. Simultaneously, his palms turned, and a vast halo of golden light coalesced between his hands. With a sudden surge of speed, he propelled the radiant aura above Gurong's head, which then burst forth in a dazzling shower of brilliant golden light. In the void, a flash erupted. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of violent impacts resonated, sending forth a cascade of sparks that blossomed in the ethereal realm like fireworks. The sound of explosive detonations echoed as the fabric of space twisted, terrifying ripples of energy radiating outward. Gurong's expression shifted subtly. Sensing the onslaught of luminous rain approaching from all directions, his countenance hardened, and he crossed his arms, activating his 1st spirit ring. Wangu soul spirit control, Gurong bellowed. Enveloped by a faint purple shield that protected him from the barrage of attacks, the resounding booms reverberated as the golden light rained upon the violet barrier, only to be deflected and vanish without a trace. How could this be? As Luo Ye beheld the scene, his countenance shifted dramatically. In an instant, a silvery luminescence surged forth from his body, swiftly healing his wounds and drawing the 2 figures to the very edge of the Void Zero domain's reach. A resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes. Our relationship has become irreconcilable. Thus, I shall not permit a genius who could one day ascend to the status of a title Douluo to escape unscathed. Within Gurong's eyes, a chilling murderous intent glimmered, fueled by a growing resentment towards the 7 treasures glazed tile school, culminating in a desire to ultimately subvert it. A manic expression overtook Gurong's visage as he slowly raised his arms. A pitch-black soul ring erupted from his being, and a colossal skeletal dragon, nearly 100 meters in length, materialized behind him, poised for action. Luo Ye, witnessing this spectacle, wore an even graver expression. In the next heartbeat, his eyes turned crimson, and a brilliant blue-purple radiance surged from behind him, rippling the very fabric of space around him, as a devilish laughter erupted from his lips. Outside the Void Zero domain, the members of Shrek were oblivious to the circumstances within. Even Tang San's purple extreme magic, I could not penetrate its depths. Yet, merely from Luo Ye's previous two agonized cries, they surmised that the situation inside must be dire, intensifying their anxiety. Aside from Ning Rongrong, who continued to glare with malice, the other six could not help but grow increasingly restless. Though they had only met Luo Ye briefly, he was nonetheless one of their own. Daimubai and his companions had spent 3 years alongside him, making it impossible for them to remain indifferent. Oscar, in particular, was pacing anxiously, fervently praying, "Luo boss, you must hold on until the dean returns." As he walked, he inadvertently cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, observing her still wearing an expression of resentment, her lips occasionally curling upwards. Witnessing this, Oscar's peach blossom eyes reflected a hint of despondency. He was uncertain whether he was unworthy or if Ning Rongrong simply did not harbor feelings for him. All he knew was that his heart felt as though it had been pierced by something sharp, causing an excruciating pain that left him breathless. Within the domain, the purplish-golden radiance coursed rapidly around Luo Ye's arms, converging at his chest as the Glyza phantom grew increasingly solid. Ultimately, before Gu Rong's astonished gaze, the purplish-golden light coalesced into a massive dual-colored vortex. "Is this your final trump card?" Gu Rong's gaze, filled with intense malice, fixated on the vortex at Luo Ye's chest. The enormous skeletal dragon behind him emitted a low, rumbling roar. "Humph, I am eager to see if your last ace can withstand my 5th soul skill." A cold glimmer flickered in Gu Rong's eyes as he thrust his arms forward with force, the colossal skeletal dragon unleashing a thunderous roar as it lunged toward Luo Ye. "Let the skeletal dragon roar." The dragon, stretching nearly 100 meters, opened its gaping maw in an assault on Luo Ye, its expansive wings striking the void to produce a violent explosion, sending fierce shockwaves radiating outward. "Come forth." Luo Ye remained undaunted, pushing his hands forward with equal vigor. The purplish-golden spiral erupted instantaneously, a beam of light as thick as a concrete pillar shooting forth to meet the skeletal dragon's phantom. "Unleash, Glyza's double spiral," Luo Ye bellowed. The Glyza phantom soaring to nearly 20 meters, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. As Luo Ye's roar reverberated, the formidable dual-colored spiral beam collided with the skeletal dragon's phantom in a cataclysmic clash. Boom. The two torrents of terrifying energy annihilated one another, ripples radiating outward, wreaking havoc within the domain, reducing all surrounding structures and flora to mere dust. Cough. Luo Ye felt a sweetness in his throat and spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Propelled backward, the cumulative toll of his injuries, coupled with the tremendous energy expenditure from this strike, left him devoid of sufficient soul power to maintain the Void Zero domain, which shattered into countless fragments, scattering like a gentle rain of blue-purple light around him. Luo Ye collapsed onto the ground, his garments at the chest reduced to ashes, revealing the skin beneath. His body was marred by ghastly scars, while Gu Rong remained steadfast in his position, only taking a slight step back with his left foot, calmly observing him. "Is this truly your final trump card?" "Indeed, its power rivals that of a full-force strike from a Soul Emperor. To compel an esteemed defensive super Douluo such as myself to retreat a step, you have every reason to take pride." Gu Rong looked down from his elevated stance at the prostrate Luo Ye, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Grandfather Bone is truly formidable." Ning Rongrong, witnessing Luo Ye's dismal state, could not help but cheer for Gu Rong. Seeing Luo Ye reduced to such a pitiful condition before her filled her with immense satisfaction and joy. Luo Ye gradually rose, bending slightly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smile adorning his face that seemed to mock both Gu Rong and himself. Observing the expression on Luo Ye's face, Gu Rong's smile faltered, and a furrow of concern creased his brow. "Hey, Glyza, I can't go on. Ha. It just so happens that I have not engaged in battle for several centuries. Humans, watch closely." With a chime, a surge of bluish-purple ethereal light erupted, and Luo Ye slowly levitated in midair, the surrounding space in disarray, as if the laughter of a malevolent spirit escaped his lips. Ha. In that moment, the formidable aura emanating from Luo Ye seemed to rival that of a tidal Douluo, if not surpass it. Gu Rong felt an inexplicable sense of oppression wash over him, a chilling sensation that made him feel as though he were confronting the sword of Jian Daochen Xin without summoning his martial spirit. Luoyana's icy gaze pierced through Gu Rong, while the phantom of Glyza surged upwards, reaching a staggering height of 50 meters. Void and distortion enveloped the scene. In an instant, a colossal pressure descended upon Luo Ye, as he grasped the ancient banyan tree with a clenched fist, accompanied by a faint mental oppression. "Who are you?" At this moment, Bone Douluo felt utterly immobilized, his heart filled with dread. How could a defensive title Douluo be restrained by a mere quasi-spirit master? "You need not know who I am. Simply understand that I am not a being you can provoke," Luo Ye replied, his gaze icy yet tinged with mockery. Immediately, the immense figure of Glyza behind him erupted with a surge of purple-gold radiance, magnitudes greater than before. "Human boy, behold the true might of my double spiral." As Glyza's massive shadow twisted and rotated its arms, another spiral beam was unleashed. Oh no! Ancient Yong sensed impending doom, a powerful sense of crisis engulfing him. This strike could potentially annihilate him. Bone Dragon true form. The air erupted with a tremendous soul power storm. A series of explosive sounds echoing as the gray luminescence enveloping Ancient Yong shattered layer by layer, rapidly diminishing under the storm's devastation. Bone Dragon true form, break. With a sudden rush of blood, Bone Douluo was thrown back. Human boy, the one responsible for your safety has returned. Though he seems to carry the scent of herbs. Has he fainted? TSK. As expected, humans cannot bear my overwhelming power. Gryza's residual voice dripped with disdain as he withdrew from Luo Ya's consciousness, slipping back into slumber. In the real world, the 50-meter figure of Gryza behind Lu Ya and the dark glow in his eyes dissipated, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. Ning Rongrong, witnessing Luo Ya's survival against Ancient Yang, was filled with disbelief and rushed to embrace the arm of the just-fallen Ancient Yang, worry etched across her face. Grandpa Bone, are you all right? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's concern, Ancient Yang paused momentarily, wiping the blood from his lips with soul power, and donned a gentle smile as he patted her head. Child, how could Grandpa be harmed? I am a super Douluo, although this lad indeed managed to give me a bit of trouble. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement, urging, Grandpa Bone is amazing. Now quickly deal with him. Gazing at Ning Rongrong's youthful exuberance, Ancient Yang's attention shifted to the battered and unconscious Luo Ya, a hint of regret in his eyes. This boy had concealed his capabilities too deeply. With an extraordinary soul ring configuration, a talent for spatial abilities, 2 self-created soul techniques, and an unexpected explosive power that shattered his martial soul's true form, he was undoubtedly a prodigy, evoking a sense of admiration in him. What a pity you are not a disciple of my 7-treasure glazed tile school. Should you grow, you would pose a significant threat to us. With this thought, Ancient Yang's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying aura radiated from him as his second soul ring lit up, his gray-white bone claws aimed at Luo Ya's head. At that critical moment, a soft yet chilling voice rang out, golden radiance. A burst of golden light flashed, striking Ancient Yang's chest and sending him flying, skidding across the ground for several dozen meters. Yuegwan. Upon seeing the figure that had appeared behind Luo Ya, Ancient Yang furrowed his brows. Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong screamed, her face pale with fear. Old Bone, you possess quite the audacity to attempt to harm him in my absence. Yuegwan remarked coldly as he casually brushed off some residual green liquid from his attire. Gathering golden light in his palm, a petal-shaped flying dagger materialized. Yuegwan cradled Luo Ya's battered body with his soul power, casting a complicated glance at him before retracting the petal-shaped dagger and vanishing from sight. His voice echoed back, Old Bone. Luo Ya is a core disciple of my spirit hall. You must provide a satisfactory explanation for this incident, or prepare for the wrath of the title Douluo. Yuegwan's words struck the plaza like a thunderous bomb, leaving a profound echo in its wake. The Spirit Hall, a sanctuary in the hearts of soul masters across the continent. Its visible strength capable of contending with the 2 great empires in any of the 3 sections. Experienced elder soul masters knew that the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall always numbered 5 at minimum, if they so desired. Destroying a mere 7-treasure glazed tile school would merely require a fraction of their effort. Ning Rongrong was evidently shaken by Yuegwan's declaration, standing frozen in disbelief. Ancient Yang trembled, a bitter expression emerging on his face as he muttered, The Spirit Hall is formidable. It seems I have stirred up a great calamity. A core disciple of the Spirit Hall, though he was uncertain of the truth behind Yuegwan's words, it was clear that Liya held a significant position within the Spirit Hall. If he were to truly slay him, he would inevitably face the Spirit Hall's wrath, which could bring devastation even upon the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The night passed, and in the city of Tiando, at the Spirit Hall, Yuegwan arrived carrying Luo Ya, seeking out the Platinum Bishop, Salas. Greetings, Elder. Salas bowed respectfully, though his eyes flickered with confusion. Who is this child in your arms? His injuries appear severe, yet there lingers a faint breath of life. At present, I must report to the Pope. This child is entrusted to your care. Should anything happen to him before my return, prepare to face the consequences. Yuegwan cast a cold glance at Salas before vanishing from the hall. Yes. Salas shivered slightly, responding immediately, his mind racing with astonishment. Who could this child be that warranted the direct intervention of a Spirit Hall elder? Could he possibly be the biological grandson of a titled Douluo elder? The thought surged in Salas's mind, causing his expression to shift oddly, yet he proceeded to follow Yuegwan's instructions. Summon the finest healing soul master in Tiando City. And if possible, please invite the 9-hearted saint, Irinshin. Understood. The guards outside acknowledged swiftly and departed. Salas then carried Luo Ya into a room, employing soul power to cleanse the residual foreign soul power within him. As a soul Douluo, Salas's cultivation level was second only to title Douluo, and it would not take long to expel this lingering soul power. The efficiency of the Spirit Hall was remarkable. Within half an hour, Irinshin arrived. Upon seeing Salas, he also bowed slightly. Elder Yi, no need for such formalities. Please, assist in saving this child. Saras promptly returned the courtesy. Irinshin nodded, turning his palm to release the martial spirit 9 hearts begonia, from which 8 optimally proportioned spirit rings rose gracefully. Instantly, the room was suffused with a delicate fragrance, and a flurry of pale pink begonia petals gently descended into Luo Ya's body, infusing him with a gentle soul power that mirrored the radiance of the 9 hearts begonia. This young man bore severe injuries, seemingly the result of a direct confrontation with a powerful soul master or soul beast far beyond his capabilities. Fortunately, he was not poisoned. Irinshin furrowed his brow and murmured, his life force is remarkably resilient. likely due to the strength of his martial spirit. With my healing, he should awaken soon. Saras nodded appreciatively, casting a grateful glance at Yurenqin. Thank you, Elder Yi, for your assistance. Our spirit hall will remember your kindness. You're welcome. A healer's compassion is paramount when treating patients, Yurenqin replied, waving his hand dismissively before suddenly exclaiming in surprise. What is it? Saras inquired. This boy is merely 15 years old, yet he has already reached the 40th rank. However, why does my soul power seem to vanish into thin air upon entering his body? Yurenqin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Saras paused, his expression reflecting confusion. As they conversed, Luo Ya's body erupted in a brilliant blue-violet glow. Gradually, he levitated from the bed, sitting cross-legged in midair as the phantom of Glyza emerged behind him, distorting the very space of the room. The eerie laughter that had echoed moments ago was indeed emitted by it. Yurenqin and Saras exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes, and quickly stepped aside to observe the unfolding events. The Glyza phantom twisted, its blue-violet radiance intensifying, and Luo Ya's complexion grew rosy, indicating his recovery. The soul power within him began to circulate vigorously, mending his injured body, and his aura strengthened, causing the surrounding space to resonate with a low hum. Spatial abilities. This martial spirit is truly extraordinary, Yurenqin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just as Saras was about to speak, the entire room trembled. Luo Ya's eyelids fluttered, and he unconsciously extended his body, floating in the air as the Glyza phantom released concentric waves of spatial energy. A powerful surge of soul force continuously emanated from Luo Ya. And to the astonishment of both men, the Glyza phantom behind him suddenly expanded to approximately 15 meters, bursting through the roof without damaging the structure, simply passing through. An eerie laughter resonated throughout the spirit hall, as the colossal form of the phantom twisted and released an overwhelming pressure that caused many weaker soul masters to tremble in fear. Moments later, the humanoid monstrosity gradually shrank, ultimately vanishing within the spirit hall. In the room where they had been, a silver-haired youth slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of purple light flashing in his gaze as waves of energy rippled around him. Ah, human boy, the healing effects of the begonia were quite remarkable. I have already recovered 1% of my previous energy. Wake up quickly, Luo Ya murmured, reveling in the abundant soul power coursing through him, his eyes gleaming with delight. Congratulations, young brother, Yurenqin said with a warm smile, patting him on the shoulder, his face radiating admiration. Thank you, Elder Yi, for your healing, Luo Ya bowed respectfully, expressing his sincere gratitude despite having been unconscious. He still possessed a faint awareness of his surroundings and felt deep appreciation for his savior. Saras stood nearby, his expression reflecting pride and relief. Truly, the heavens have blessed our spirit hall. Chapter 48, The Arrival of the Phantom in the Hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, her expression darkening as she listened to Yu Guan's report. Finally, in a fit of rage, she shattered the cup in her hand onto the ground. Yu Guan, you owe me an explanation. A cold glimmer flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes and under her piercing gaze. Yu Guan was drenched in sweat, lacking any inclination to resist. I acknowledge my fault. Please punish me, Your Majesty. He knelt before her, head bowed, daring not to breathe. This incident was indeed his blunder. 3 years prior, he had guaranteed Luo Ya's absolute safety, yet due to a challenge with an old rival, Luo Ya had fallen into a life-threatening predicament, nearly losing his life. This oversight weighed heavily on him. However, he could not divulge the details of the duel, lest Bibi Dong send him to join the spirit Douluo in the afterlife. You did not reveal Luo Ya's true identity, did you? Bibi Dong's murderous intent retracted slightly, her tone softening. Your Majesty, I did not. Very well, she replied with a dismissive hum. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yu Guan exhaled in relief as he stood up. What is young Luo's current condition? Bibi Dong inquired further. Your Majesty, I entrusted him to the care of Platinum Bishop Saras in the Spirit Hall of Tiando City before I came here, Yu Guan answered respectfully. Good. You may leave. Furthermore, the safety of young Luo will now fall under the responsibility of the Phantom. Bibi Dong waved her hand irritably, her murderous intent dissipating. If she were to act upon her temper, it would not be surprising if she resorted to lethal measures. However, she could not afford to do so at this moment. Having just gained control of the Spirit Hall's power, Yu Guan had proven himself loyal, and with the Phantom possessing martial spirit fusion abilities, eliminating him would undoubtedly disrupt the Spirit Hall's future plans. Understood. Yu Guan breathed a sigh of relief, hastily expressing his gratitude for Bibi Dong's leniency before exiting the Grand Hall. Watching him depart, Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with cold fury. 7 Treasure Glazed House School, Bon Douluo. You are formidable. To bully my disciple under the guise of a titled rank, mark my words, when the Spirit Hall's plans come to fruition, you shall be the first to perish. She clenched her fists, rage burning brightly in her eyes as her staff struck the ground with force, sending dust swirling throughout the hall. Phantom, you are to immediately head to Tiando City to find young Luo. If any further issues arise, do you understand the consequences? She glared at the dark figure standing to her left, her voice icy and grave. Yes, I understand. The Phantom replied respectfully, leaving behind a wisp of black mist before vanishing from the Grand Hall. Outside the Pope's hall, a flash of lightning split the night sky. accompanied by the swift silhouette of the phantom dashing northward. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtains into a room within the spirit hall of Tiando City, where a young man sat cross-legged on the bed. Suspended in midair, his blue-violet aura swirling ceaselessly. At this moment, the phantom stood beside the youth, his face obscured by dark mist, rendering his features unrecognizable as he vigilantly watched over him. Awake? The phantom's voice was slightly hoarse and deep. Yes. Luoya opened his eyes, momentarily startled upon seeing the phantom, before hastily rising from the bed. Elder Ghost, what brings you here? His Holiness the Pope has instructed me to temporarily take over the duties of Juhua Guan, the phantom replied. Indeed, last night, Bishop Sarah summoned the esteemed Nine-Heart Saint to treat me, and my internal soul power has been replenished. I am completely healed, Luoya replied. Upon hearing this, the specter scrutinized Luoya for a few moments and remarked, it seems that you have recently ascended to the Soul Master rank. There is no time like the present. Why not embark on a hunt for soul beasts today? After some contemplation, Luoya spoke. That sounds acceptable. Elder Ghost, let us set out this afternoon and venture to the Stardow Forest early tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, regarding last night's events, suddenly, Luoya recalled the occurrences that transpired while he was unconscious. The ghostly figure hesitated for a moment before responding. His Holiness the Pope mentioned that she would personally accompany you to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to seek an explanation once you awaken. For now, will you prioritize meeting with the Pope or hunting the soul beasts? Luoya pondered for a moment and said, let us hunt soul beasts. Please inform the teacher that I have my own plans regarding this matter. Furthermore, given the teacher's temperament, it is likely that a mere disagreement could lead to the annihilation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Guei nodded and replied, very well. I shall relay this to His Holiness the Pope immediately. Just as Guei was about to depart, Luoya suddenly called out, wait, Elder Guei. Allow me to send a letter to the teacher instead. Very well, Guei paused, slightly nodding his head. He stood at the door, awaiting further instructions. His voice echoing back, there is no time to lose, please write swiftly. Luoya nodded and, with a swift motion from his waist, produced 2 sheets of paper and a pen, commencing a fervent scribble upon the desk. In truth, he had already contemplated this, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Oscar was poised to reach level 30 today, and the members of Shrek would venture into the Stardow Forest. His immediate task was to inform Flinder. As for the second letter, it was, of course, intended for Bibi Dong. Having completed the correspondence, he handed one of the letters to Guei, letting out a sigh of relief. Well then, I shall deliver this to your excellency, Guei replied, taking the letter before turning to leave. Luoya gazed at the vanishing silhouette of the specter, then whistled towards the window. In a short while, a messenger pigeon soared from the distance and alighted upon his hand. Luoya retrieved a slender string and tied a letter meant for Flander to the leg of a messenger pigeon, releasing it into the sky. The dove soared gracefully and vanished beyond the horizon. This should suffice, Luoya murmured, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. For my 4th soul ring, I require a soul skill akin to teleportation. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. 3 hours later, the phantom returned to the papal palace. Bibi Dong reclined on the papal throne, her eyes partially closed, seemingly fatigued. Upon noticing the phantom's return, her brows furrowed slightly, and she spoke with a hint of displeasure. Why have you returned instead of staying by Luoya's side? Your Grace, Luoya has written you a letter, the phantom replied respectfully. At these words, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, gesturing gracefully for the letter to float into her hand. She began to read it intently. After a considerable time, a trace of astonishment crossed her features, followed by a smile of satisfaction as she murmured, this child, I sometimes wonder if he is truly only 15 years old. He possesses such extraordinary intellect and talent. The phantom, upon hearing this, glanced at his longtime partner and cautiously inquired, Your Grace, did Luoya mention anything specific to you? Bibi Dong nodded, saying, Indeed. He implored me not to trouble the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at this moment, assuring me he would return to address the matter after he acquires his soul ring. At this point, Bibi Dong cast a glance at Yueguan, who was standing to her right, having just completed his punishment. She continued. He also requested that I do not attribute this incident to Yueguan, as it was his inability to control the negative effects of his martial soul that led to the subsequent events. Bibi Dong chuckled softly, shaking her head. Yueguan felt a warm current surge within him upon hearing Luoya's plea on his behalf, though he quickly suppressed it, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes before he resumed his usual demeanor. The phantom, noticing this exchange, raised his gaze slightly towards his esteemed partner. A hint of envy evident in his expression, yet it soon settled into tranquility as he quietly asked, Your Grace, what is your intent? Bibi Dong regarded the phantom and replied, In that case, I shall refrain from pursuing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for the time being. You must return to Luoya's side and guide him to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul beasts. Expedite this matter. Understood, the phantom affirmed, and with that, a shroud of dark mist enveloped him before he vanished from the palace. At Shrek Academy, Flanders addressed the students, Now, each of you shall return to prepare, with a day allotted for rest and adjustment. Tomorrow, we shall all depart, led by teacher Zhao Wujing to the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his 3rd soul ring. Moreover, until we encounter a 1,000-year soul beast. Teacher Zhao will not intervene. You must rely on your own capabilities. No sooner had Flanders finished speaking when a pigeon flapped down from the sky, landing upon his shoulder. Curiously, he reached out to retrieve an envelope from the bird's leg. Upon opening it, the contents astonished him greatly. The letter read, "Dean, I am unharmed. Please inform Ning Rongrong that I will not implicate any innocent members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School regarding last night's events. Furthermore, I have now reached level 40 and will venture to the Douluo Forest today to hunt for a soul ring, returning to the Martial Soul Hall briefly. I will certainly return to the academy in 5 days." As he perused Loya's letter, a smile crept across Flanders' face, drawing curious glances from the Shrek 7. Flanders explained, "This is a letter from Loya. He claims he will return in 5 days, fully recuperated. Rongrong, you were indeed excessive last night." With that, he shot a disapproving glance at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong lowered her head, engulfed by regret. She lamented her decision to enlist the Bon Douluo to eliminate Loya. Now, not only had Loya survived, but he had also incurred the wrath of the Martial Soul Hall, potentially bringing calamity upon her sect. What did Loya say in his letter? Ning Rongrong asked anxiously, her voice trembling with trepidation. Flanders sighed and replied, "What else could he have said? He assured me that he would not involve any innocent members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Is that true? Ning Rongrong could hardly believe her ears. It seemed unfathomable that Loya would be so magnanimous regarding the matter. Absolutely true. I know this lad well. Now, hurry and make your preparations. Time is of the essence. Flanders chided with a smile before addressing the others. Chapter 49. A quest for trouble. The Douluo Forest lies southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. It is approximately 700 kilometers from Heavendoe City. After a discussion, Luoya and Gue may resolve to travel by carriage until they reach the Kingdom of Balak. Upon arrival, they would utilize their martial souls to fly, as Bibi Dong had instructed that swiftness was of the essence. With time still on their side, Luoya and Gue may sat facing each other within the carriage. Luoya was perusing a tome in his hands, a compendium of soul beast information provided by Gue Mei for his selection. As Luoya perused the materials in his hand, his gaze became fixated on the section pertaining to spatial soul beasts, ultimately narrowing down to 3 particular creatures. "Luo, have you decided which one you desire?" Gue Mei inquired softly, his voice tinged with a hint of raspiness. "Yes, Elder Gue. I wish to acquire a millennium-level spatial soul beast, preferably this one." Luoya replied with a smile, his finger pointing upward to indicate one of the soul beasts. His face alight with anticipation. Gue Mei glanced in the indicated direction, spotting a massive lizard adorned in a regal purple hue, its body seemingly sculpted from jade, exuding an aura of frigid elegance. It possessed a robust tail, with a slender bony spike at its tip. Jade spirit lizard? Not particularly troublesome. But how many millennia are you aiming for? Gue Mei pondered before asking. He was not concerned about Luoya's ability to absorb this millennium soul ring. If one could achieve it once, they could certainly do so again. Approximately 30 to 50,000 years, Luoya estimated after a moment of contemplation. Very well. Such soul beasts typically manifest in the mixed zones, Gue Mei affirmed after a brief deliberation. 2 days later, the carriage finally entered the territory of the Balak Kingdom. Gue Mei and Luoya disembarked and soared toward the Douluo Forest, both possessing flight capabilities and moving with remarkable speed. "Ah, I didn't expect your speed to have improved significantly after reaching level 40, Gue Mei remarked, glancing back at Luoya, who was straining to keep pace. Though there was some distance between them, and he was not at full speed. It was indeed commendable that Luoya could barely keep up with the title Douluo of agility without a 4th soul ring. "Thank you for the compliment, Elder Gue." Luoya humbly responded, a smile gracing his face as he accelerated once more. The duo, one old and one young, moved swiftly, reaching the outskirts of a small town bordering the Douluo Forest within 3 hours. As night fell, they began to search for a place to rest. Gue Mei surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead, stating, "We shall rest here for the night and venture into the forest at dawn." The hotel was a modest 2-story building, with a simple dining area on the ground floor and accommodations above. Observing the familiar descriptions from his memory, a peculiar smile crept onto Luoya's lips. After securing 2 rooms, Luoya and Gue Mei descended to the 1st floor to prepare for dinner. In the dining area, Luoya scanned the room and quickly noticed a nondescript table where 7 young boys and girls were seated. Just then, a group of 8 entered through the door. At the forefront was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, handsome in countenance, clad in a moon-white soul master robe intricately embroidered with silver patterns. Following him were 7 youths, 6 males and 1 female, all seemingly in their 20s, dressed in similar moon-white robes, each adorned with a blue circular emblem on their left shoulder, within which the words Tsang Hui were stitched in the same hue. Upon their entrance, the restaurant owner hurried over, bowing and greeting them with excessive courtesy, for this small town thrived on the patronage of the Douluo Forest, essentially relying on soul masters for sustenance. Luoya gently shook her head, then proceeded to sit beside the ghostly figure, partaking in the small dishes offered in the restaurant. That girl is quite attractive, thought the leader. These individuals must belong to Tsang Hui Academy. A rather lecherous voice echoed through the restaurant. Yet, it is merely the insignificant Songhui Academy. What a boastful utterance. Came another audacious voice. Neither of these two made any effort to lower their voices. After all, soul masters possess superior hearing compared to ordinary individuals. Despite the clamor in the restaurant, the middle-aged man at the forefront of the eight still directed his gaze towards them, his brow furrowed. Upon realizing that the table consisted solely of a group of children, his expression darkened considerably. Loya chuckled softly and remarked, "Elder Ghost, a splendid performance is about to unfold." The ghostly figure slightly opened his eyes and replied, "You mischievous lad, do refrain from causing any more trouble." Loya took a sip of the unique beverage from Douluo Continent and remarked with a smile, "It is not I who instigates trouble, but rather others who will." Gui Mei's eyelids twitched slightly, but he chose not to elaborate, continuing to sip his drink. The two lapsed into a silence as they partook of their meal, when suddenly, they both sensed a wave of soul power approaching. Loya swallowed the morsel he had just consumed, acutely aware of a shadow darting towards their table. Frowning slightly, he extended his index finger, causing ripples to emanate in the air. The individual hurtling towards him immediately halted mid-air and descended onto the table. "You nearly disrupted our meal," Loya remarked, retracting his finger with an air of indifference. Gui Mei, feeling a tinge of impatience, cast a glance around the restaurant, which was now in a state of uproar. Aside from the two of them, patrons from Shrek Academy and those dining nearby from Songhui Academy hastily moved aside to avoid being caught in the fray. The members of Songhui Academy could hardly contain themselves. The remaining 6 students stood in unison, glaring furiously at the table occupied by Shrek Academy. They attempted to charge forward, only to be restrained by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man assisted the youth caught by Loya to his seat, then glanced at the silent Gui Mei. A chill running down his spine as instinct warned him that this elder and youth were formidable adversaries. "Thank you, my lord," the middle-aged man murmured in gratitude, before turning towards Shrek's direction and bellowing, "Which academy do you brats belong to?" Daimobai's piercing gaze flickered with intensity as he retorted, "You are not worthy to inquire." He then glanced at the composed Loya and Gui Mei, who continued to enjoy their meal, hesitating for a moment before returning to his own seat. Could it be a mere coincidence? The injuries inflicted by a tidal Douluo would not heal swiftly, and Loya had yet to ascend to the rank of Soul Master. He should merely be a Soul Master of the same spatial martial spirit. The instructor from Songhui Academy's face turned a deep shade of crimson with rage. "A bunch of arrogant youngsters, teach them a lesson," he commanded. The students of Songhui Academy awaited his order. And except for the one injured by Daimubai and the sole female student, the other 5 surged towards Tang San's table. Loya observed the scene before him and found it somewhat amusing. After conveying a few words to the specter through spiritual communication, he took a sip of his drink and turned to prepare for the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Loya's voice resonate in his mind, the specter hesitated briefly before nodding slightly. This time, he was determined to thoroughly educate this group of delinquent youths. Shrek, after all, must not shy away from confrontation. To do so would be the mark of mediocrity. The current situation was not merely instigating trouble, it was an act of seeking trouble where none existed. Flander's assertion was clear. Shrek students should bravely confront certain situations, such as when a soul master is committing wrongdoing, without fear of their adversary's background. When witnessing injustice, one must raise their voice and take action when the moment calls for it. Clearly, this flirtatious tiger and the lascivious chicken lacked comprehension and misinterpreted this notion. It was also worth noting that Shrek was not a conventional academy. They probably did not even have proper cultural courses to provoke others without reason and act recklessly. What distinction did this hold compared to those evil soul masters who abused their power? If they believed themselves to be formidable, why not demonstrate their prowess to the individual seated beside them? They were the ones who instigated the conflict yet maintained their innocence, treating such conduct as a given while deluding themselves into thinking they were virtuous. Loya finally grasped the situation. It was no wonder that thousands of years later, Tang San exhibited such double standards and committed numerous distasteful acts. Emotions and the education from Shrek Academy were inextricably linked. Chapter 50. Proper education as expected. The individuals from Songhui Academy, who charged in to reprimand Shrek, were swiftly subdued. Their teacher could no longer remain passive. Esteemed soul masters, I implore you, refrain from fighting in this modest establishment. It is a small business. The proprietor of the shop had no choice but to intervene, fearing that if he did not act soon, the entire establishment would soon be embroiled in a soul skill catastrophe. Yujichio observed the ruffian trio from Shrek, his fury transforming into mockery. "Very well, I shall educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let us step outside." With that, he turned and strode toward the exit. At that moment, Loya stirred. No, to be precise, it was the Spectre Douluo who stirred. "Hold on." The voice of the spectre, once slightly hoarse, now turned frigid, resonating like a vengeful spirit. With a forceful strike, the aura of a super Douluo erupted, causing the entire inn to tremble. The spectre's gaze fell upon the Shrek group, releasing a pressure that forced them back 3 steps. "You have disturbed my rest." The spectre's tone was indifferent, as if delivering a verdict. All present were awestruck by the spectre's imposing aura. The faces of the Shrek members paled, realizing they had inadvertently provoked a formidable foe, whose aura clearly suggested a soul sage level of power. The Songhui group also felt a twinge of panic, anxious that this elder might direct their ire toward them. My apologies for disturbing you, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave at once. Yujichio quickly bowed, eager to placate the elder. He dared not provoke such an imposing figure. I'm not addressing you, the specter replied, casting a glance at him, before turning back to the Shrek group. Stating in a deep voice, I am referring to them. Upon hearing this, Yujichio glanced at the Shrek members, a hint of schadenfreude creeping onto his face. The pallor of Shrek's group deepened. Ning Roro nearly stumbled, and Xiao Wu's complexion turned ghostly pale. The aura emanating from this mysterious, powerful being felt eerily akin to her two grandfathers, perhaps even surpassing them. In this realm, only a titled Douluo or a leader of one of the top 3 sects could rightfully claim the title of this seat. Xiao Wu instinctively hid behind Tang San, trembling uncontrollably, pondering which faction could summon a titled Douluo to assist in hunting soul rings in the Star Doe Forest. Had her recent actions not been completely exposed? The specter cast a knowing glance at Xiao Wu before continuing, you little brats are quite unlikable. Damubai, grappling with the oppressive presence, stepped forward. This is merely a conflict between us and Songhui Academy. Why must you intervene? The specter's eyes shifted slightly backward, where Loya, clad in a black robe, was sipping tea, exchanging a significant glance that conveyed understanding. The specter continued, I have been listening to your conversation, and while I initially intended to remain uninvolved, I cannot allow the future of the Soul Master community to be overrun by powerful, yet unscrupulous Soul Masters. Elder, are you implying that Shrek's education is flawed? Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly. His teacher, Flinder, had always guided him thus. Now, to have that guidance questioned, despite the evident superiority of this elder, filled him with outrage. Humph. Although I have not heard of your Shrek Academy, I did hear your so-called educational principles. The specter was unrelenting in his critique of the Shrek group. The keen hearing of a titled Douluo is unparalleled. Even if Oscar had only whispered, he could not escape the specter's mental probing. To avoid trouble is to be a coward, is it not? This notion teaches students to bully the weak and fear the strong, does it not? If you were so adept at instigating trouble, why not challenge me? The specter was enveloped in swirling dark energy, seemingly ready to impart a lesson that would be forever etched in the memories of the Shrek 7. Had anyone else dared to disparage Shrek, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai would have been the first to retaliate. Yet, confronted with the title Douluo, the pinnacle of the Soul Master world, his words carried undeniable authority. Indeed, the specter's words rendered Ma Hongjun speechless, and even Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words, while Tang Xin fell into deep contemplation. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Oscar, who had remained seated, nodded in agreement, having sensed the wrongness of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's provocation of Songhui Academy earlier. I concede that you possess considerable talent. Even within the Spirit Hall, you would be deemed a genius. However, it is the responsibility of an academy to cultivate talent. Failure in cultivation indicates a flaw in education. Spirit Hall? Dai Mubai interjected, his tone brimming with pride. In Shrek Academy, we once had an outstanding student. Now the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall, second only to the current pope. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, Dai Mubai's demeanor shifted to one of pride as he recounted Flinder's teachings about Shrek's most esteemed disciple. Firmly believing that his academy was not as lacking as the specter suggested, the members of Songhui Academy exchanged incredulous glances. Having witnessed the strength of Tang San and his companions, if they were indeed formidable, why could Shrek not produce an even more gifted student? Was there truth to the specter's claims? Is that so? The specter, typically aloof and taciturn, couldn't help but chuckle at Dai Mubai's bravado. Young man, do you know his title? Are you aware that the elders of the Spirit Hall all begin as titled Douluos? If your academy had such support, would it still be unknown? Absurd. I have worked alongside Yueguan in Spirit Hall for years, yet I have never heard any elder claim to have graduated from Shrek Academy. Furthermore, I have not heard of any pontiff recently breaking through to the 90th level. Such tales are only believable to children below the 4th ring. At that moment, Zhao Waoqi, trembling and concealed above, felt his face burn with shame, wishing to sink into the ground. He inwardly cursed Dai Mubai for bringing up such boastful words before a genuine title de law, leading to an utter loss of dignity. Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. Flinder had indeed never disclosed that senior's title. Oscar, too, felt a flicker of doubt. Had their dean truly been exaggerating? Otherwise, how could this legitimate title Douluo be unaware of their esteemed senior? Enough. I shall not prolong this matter to avoid being accused of bullying the young. However, a lesson must be imparted. The specter's words had barely left his lips when his figure vanished from the inn. In the next instant, he reappeared abruptly before Tang San and his companions. The trio's pupils constricted in terror as a colossal hand materialized before them, resembling a ghostly claw. Entirely black and emanating an unsettling dark glow. Bang, bang, bang. Tang San and his companions were sent flying by the specter's strike, crashing through the walls of the inn and colliding with a nearby building. Tang San and the others spat blood, with Ma Hongjun, the weakest among them, fainting and losing consciousness. After completing his actions, Guei Mei withdrew his hand with a slight flick and casually tossed a small pouch of gold soul coins to the innkeeper as compensation for the damages. He then resumed his drinking. Who dares to provoke the elders of the Spirit Hall? What audacity grants you such courage? Initially, he had no intention of resorting to violence. His aim was merely to educate these young individuals for Xiao Luo's sake. However, Dai Mubai's words enraged Gui Mei, since they dared to challenge the Spirit Hall. Mercy was not an option. The onlookers regarded the Flying Shrek trio with no hint of pity, only disappointment and disdain. The words of the crown were indeed correct. Daring to provoke the Spirit Hall was unforgivable. The Spirit Hall, a sacred place in the hearts of soul masters, should not be desecrated so casually. The crown delivered a fitting lesson. The authority of the Spirit Hall must never be profaned. The soul masters present echoed in agreement, filled with reverence and respect for the Spirit Hall. Observing this scene, Gui Mei nodded slightly, acknowledging that under the leadership of the Pope, the Spirit Hall had garnered immense prestige in the eyes of ordinary soul masters. Chapter 51. The Emerald Spirit Lizard. Gui Mei turned his gaze toward the frightened Xiao Wu on the ground, a cold smile forming within him. Little rabbit. Had it not been for Xiao Luo mentioning the presence of other powerful beings, you would have met your demise. The sight of that playful smile on Gui Mei's icy face sent shivers through Xiao Wu, flooding her with memories of her mother's unfortunate fate, causing tears to stream down her face, filled with profound regret and helplessness. Gui Mei averted his gaze and continued to drink in silence. At that moment, a burly shadow stealthily descended from the second floor, hastening outside to assist the trio who had been flung away by Gui Mei's strike. Tang San, are you all right? Zhao Wujie approached with concern. We're fine, Teacher Zhao, Tang San replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and shaking his head. Just now, Gui Mei had used less than 30% of his strength. Otherwise, the three wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single blow. Zhao Wujie glanced at Gui Mei, unable to suppress a wry smile, and quickly led the seven upstairs to rest, not daring to linger. Hopefully, this elder Loya and the specter entered the forest shortly after the second watch of the day. From a distance, Loya faintly sensed a refreshing breeze wafting towards him, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, he felt as if all 36,000 pores of his body unfurled in unison. A sensation of exquisite delight that was beyond words. Let us proceed directly to the mixed zone, the specter suggested, and with that, he surged forward with great speed. Luoya nodded, activating his martial soul, and quickened his pace to follow closely behind. The two soared through the thickets and leapt over the grassy expanse, their velocity steadily increasing. The Stardoe forest was indeed exceedingly dense. The phrase a canopy that obscures the sky did not do it justice, as it was quite a challenge to catch a glimpse of sunlight within its confines. After approximately an hour of flight, they approached midday. During this hour, they encountered numerous soul beasts, predominantly those aged in the hundreds and thousands of years. The moment the imposing presence of the ghostly Douluo was slightly diminished, no soul beast dared to venture near. Soon, they arrived at the mixed zone. A flicker of excitement danced across Luoya's face. This forest region was teeming with numerous soul beasts, exhibiting a remarkable variety and abundance, ensuring they would not struggle to find a suitable one. The two descended from the sky, embarking on a quest to search for the traces of the Emerald Spirit Lizard. You shall guard our position here while I extend my mental prowess to scout the surroundings, Gui Mei declared, releasing her spiritual energy to explore the area. Loya summoned his martial spirit to stand guard beside the specter, his mind intensely focused. As a super Douluo, the specter possessed formidable mental prowess, with an extensive range of influence. After a quarter of an hour, he retracted his mental energy and pointed towards the northwest. 100 miles away, two 10,000-year soul beasts were engaged in combat, one of which was the Emerald Spirit Lizard. Upon hearing this, Luoya's expression brightened, and he immediately raced away with the ghostly figure. They arrived at a fractured valley, where they beheld two colossal creatures engaged in a fierce battle. One of them was the Jade Giant Lizard, while the other, contending with it, was a dark purple spider whose abdomen bore an unsettling resemblance to a human face. Although slightly smaller than the Jade Spirit Lizard, this spider possessed an extraordinarily tough body, with claws as sharp as blades and 8 eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, evoking a sense of dread. It is the human-faced demon spider, Luoya remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, and this one has already attained a cultivation level of 30,000 years. The ghostly figure frowned slightly, already gathering a surge of black soul energy in readiness for action. After listening to his words, Luoya cast a peculiar glance at the humanoid spider. Could this magical arachnid be the same one that obstructed Tang San and Xiao Wu from escaping the encirclement of the Spirit Hall 7 years later in the original narrative? However, upon contemplating this, a hint of amusement emerged on Luoya's face. The enigmatic spatial abilities of the Emerald Giant Lizard and the humanoid spider's capacity to shield mental energy through invisibility, which of the two is truly superior? With such thoughts in mind, Luoya and the ghostly figure concealed their presence among the trees, intending to wait until the two 10,000-year soul beasts had exhausted each other before descending to collect the remnants. The battle between the two soul beasts was fierce, saturating the entire valley with a palpable scent of blood. Hidden within the lush foliage, Luoya and the ghostly figure observed the unfolding conflict. Elder Ghost, in your esteemed opinion, what is the cultivation age of this Emerald Spirit Lizard? It exceeds 20,000 years of cultivation, And given its ability to contend with the 30,000-year humanoid spider so fiercely, its cultivation must be at least 40,000 years or more. Is that so? It appears to be quite suitable for my fourth soul skill. As Luo Yu conversed with the specter, two soul beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a faint white light flickered from the purple crystal atop the emerald spirit lizard, causing its form to become ethereal. Luo Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Elder Ghost, that creature intends to flee. Block its escape." The specter sprang into action, coalescing a mass of pitch-black soul energy in his hand and launching himself towards the emerald spirit lizard. Sensing the approaching energy, the lizard emitted a terrified roar, its white glow intensifying. In the final moment before the specter's soul technique struck, it successfully escaped, vanishing into the fractured valley. Damn it, it got away. The specter cursed under his breath, then turned to the menacing, ancient human-faced spider lurking nearby, calling out to Luo Yu, "Little Luo, you are also adept in spatial techniques. You should be able to sense that creature's location. It is gravely wounded and cannot endure for long. Leave the spider to me." "Understood. Leave it to me." Luo Yu nodded, immediately unleashing his mental energy. Moments later, he activated his martial soul and soared in the direction the lizard had fled. Chapter 52, An Unexpected Reunion. Meanwhile, as Luo Yu pursued the emerald giant lizard, the members of Shrek Academy encountered the serpent matriarch and her grandson, Mangi Ran, engaged in a standoff over a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. "Big sister, this matter may prove troublesome," Zhao Wujin remarked with a troubled expression, standing beside Xiao Tianxiang. Mangi Ran stamped her foot and declared, "What is the trouble? We discovered this millennium phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake first. Return it to us immediately, or we shall not be polite." As she spoke, she brandished her serpent-headed staff. The serpent matriarch, Xiao Tianxiang, furrowed her brow and fixed her gaze on Zhao Wujin, saying, "Brother Zhao, does this mean you refuse to return the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake to us?" Zhao Wujin chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Big sister Qiao, your statement is somewhat flawed. The soul beasts in the Star Doe forest are considered unowned. To assert that it belongs to you is rather unfair. It may suit your granddaughter, but it equally suits my students." Xiao Tianxiang paused. "Are you suggesting that among your students, some have already reached the 30th level?" Zhao Wujin nodded, gesturing for Oscar to step forward. "This lad here has just reached level 30. Alas, I am but a weary soul, obliged to bring them here." A glint of cunning appeared in Xiao Tianxiang's eyes as she brushed her silver hair and smiled. "Brother Zhao, in that case, let us adhere to the conventions of the Soul Master community. Allow these two children to decide the ownership of the Soul Ring. What do you think?" Just as Zhao Wujin was about to respond, he suddenly sensed two formidable auras approaching from the depths of the forest. Xiao Tianxiang was the second to notice. Hastily releasing her soul ring to shield her granddaughter, Mangi ran behind her. "Beware, little monsters," Zhao Wujin bellowed, summoning the powerful martial soul of the great strength diamond bear to protect the Shrek 7, preparing for battle. According to his senses, these two auras belonged to soul emperors. "Brother Zhao, what is your assessment?" Xiao Tianxiang inquired. Zhao Wujin pondered briefly before stating, "Elder, we must first ensure the safety of our respective children. If I am correct, at least one of these beasts is a 10,000-year soul beast." "A 10,000-year soul beast?" Xiao Tianxiang gasped, her weathered face growing serious. "A 10,000-year soul beast is a being far more powerful than an ordinary soul emperor. Even someone of her caliber, despite her suboptimal soul ring distribution, would find it challenging against such a foe." Moments later, the emerald spirit lizard charged into view, its left leg and back continuously dripping blood from its wounds. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Xiao Tianxiang, Zhao Wujin, and the others instinctively dodged, shielding their children and their expressions grave. With emerald scales and barbed tail. Tang San pondered momentarily, recalling the soul beast knowledge imparted by Yu Xiaojiang, and cautioned, "Teacher Zhao, Elder Serpent, this is a 10,000-year spatial type soul beast, the emerald spirit lizard." "Spatial type?" "Tang San, you possess knowledge that surpasses us old-timers." Zhao Wujin marveled at Tang San. Tang San smiled, replying, "This is all thanks to my teacher." "Teacher Zhao, it appears this emerald spirit lizard has been wounded from a confrontation with another powerful soul beast. We must act swiftly should its opponent arrive. We could face far greater troubles." Zhao Wujin nodded, having unwavering trust in his student. Xiao Tianxiang, astonished, regarded Tang San with newfound respect. Pondering, who is this boyess master to possess such rare knowledge of soul beasts? Could they surpass her late husband, a titled Douluo? Such a revelation was utterly shocking. With this thought, her demeanor towards Tang San shifted, and she addressed Zhao Wujin. "Brother Zhao, let us resolve this predicament swiftly." Zhao Wujin nodded. And just as they were about to engage, a familiar roar echoed from behind the emerald spirit lizard. "You oversized lizard, don't even think about escaping." A purple figure soared through the air, with arcs of purple electricity crackling from its palms, launching a powerful assault towards the emerald spirit lizard. This time, the Shrek group recognized the figure instantly. It was Luo Yu. "Luo Yu!" Zhao Wujin exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Yu's attack speed was astonishingly swift, striking the emerald spirit lizard in an instant. The creature quivered momentarily, its scales fracturing as torrents of crimson blood gushed forth. The emerald spirit lizard let out a mournful cry, its shattered back causing unbearable agony, ultimately collapsing in a daze. A soul ring, as dark as ink, gradually coalesced and hovered in midair. The scene of a single strike slaying a 10,000-year soul beast left the onlookers in awe once more. Zhao, who is this young friend? Xiao Tianxiang inquired, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she looked towards Loya. She sensed that this young man was likely at the pinnacle of Soul Master rank. Yet, even for a Soul Master, it was exceedingly difficult to deliver a fatal blow to a wounded 10,000-year soul beast. However, the reality was that Loya had effortlessly slain the Emerald Spirit Lizard with but a single move, appearing merely fatigued. Zhao Wujie awkwardly scratched his head, sheepishly explaining. This Loya is a disciple of our academy. He was severely injured 2 days ago and was taken back by his family for treatment. As it turns out, not only has he fully recovered, but he has also broken through to level 40. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Tianxiang and her granddaughter Meng Yiran were taken aback. Disbelief etched across their faces. Is this also your student? Xiao Tianxiang asked, her admiration evident. Zhao Wujie nodded vigorously. Such remarkable talent and cultivation. To have advanced to level 40 so swiftly. Xiao Tianxiang thought enviously, wishing that such a prodigy were from her own family. At that moment, Loya noticed the crowd below. A familiar scene making his lips twitch. Teacher Zhao, what a coincidence. Who has broken through to level 30? He had assumed that entering the forest meant he would not encounter Shrek again, yet the Emerald Spirit Lizard had unexpectedly run in this direction. What a perplexing situation. Oh. It's Xiao Ao, Zhao Wujie chuckled before asking, Xiao Loya, have you fully healed? Yes. I'm completely restored, Loya replied with a nod and a smile. That's good, that's good. Zhao Wujie said, his relief palpable. Standing at the back, Ning Rongrong looked at Loya with a complex expression, sighing inwardly. I hope what he wrote in his letter is true. Otherwise, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will truly face calamity. Hey, Ning Rongrong. Loya noticed her anxious demeanor and chuckled softly. What are you thinking? Do you believe I, Loya, am the petty type? Ning Rongrong bit her lip and slightly bowed. I'm sorry, the night before last. Stop, stop. Loya waved his hand, glancing at the snake lady and her granddaughter. Let your grandfather speak for himself. You should know that the power behind me is not something everyone can converse with lightly. Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran were rendered speechless, unable to fathom that this seemingly 17 or 18-year-old youth possessed such an extraordinary background. Chapter 53. The Titan Giant Ape approaches Xiao Loya. Did you capture the Emerald Spirit Lizard? Just as Loya conversed with the others, a ghostly figure silently appeared before them, its jet black eye surveying the scene. Yes, Loya nodded. Good, then these people. The ghostly figure's eyes flickered with curiosity as it looked at Loya. Oh, these are my classmates and teachers from the academy, Loya replied, gesturing towards Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. These two are the snake lady of the supreme dragon serpent and her granddaughter. It's you. The members of Shrek instinctively stepped back upon seeing the ghostly figure, particularly Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, their eyes filled with fear. The memory of being sent flying by the ghost's palm the previous night was still vivid in their minds. Oh, it's you little rascals, the ghostly figure remarked, a strange smile creeping across its face. Huh? Elder Ghost, do you know Tang San and the others? Loya asked with a playful expression. I know them. How could I not? Last night, these little rascals were causing havoc right under my nose and even dared to provoke an elder of the spirit hall. The ghostly figure shot a knowing glance at Loya. Ahem, esteemed elder, we acknowledge our mistakes. You see, we have already learned our lesson, Ma Hongjun quickly apologized. TSK. You fools. While I was resting last night, you dared to offend Elder Ghost. I must say, you have quite the audacity. Loya shook his head, expressing his amazement. Loya. Brother Loya, Oscar, from behind, looked at Loya with an embarrassed expression. Although Ma Hongjun and the others had been somewhat reckless, they had not committed any egregious acts the previous night, leaving them with a glimmer of hope that Loya might intercede on their behalf. Offending a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall was no trivial matter. Alright, Xiao Ao, Elder Ghost is not one to hold grudges. You all should have learned your lesson and know how to behave moving forward. Loya patted Oscar's shoulder, adopting a mentor-esque tone. Understood, Brother Loya. Oscar nodded gratefully at Loya. Well, you all should resume your activities. I will begin absorbing the soul ring. Elder Ghost, let us depart, Loya said, lifting the 10,000-year soul ring that had formed after the death of the Emerald Spirit Lizard with his soul power, beckoning to the ghostly figure. The ghostly figure followed Loya without further ado. Zhao Wujie, is this child truly your student? The snake lady, Xiao Tianxiang, finally regained her composure and incredulously asked, watching Loya and the ghostly figure depart. Indeed, but he came to the forest accompanied by his family elders, so he isn't with us. Zhao Wujie explained with a smile. Not only hailing from the Spirit Hall, but at such a young age having already surpassed level 50, his talent is truly astonishing. Ahem. It's not so exaggerated. Xiao Loya has just reached level 40, Zhao Wujie humbly waved his hand. What? Level 40? Then why is he choosing to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, and why did that elder not intervene? Esteemed elder, you are unaware of my student's talent, however. This is his private matter, and as his mentor, I cannot disclose it. Zhao Wujie shook his head, smiling enigmatically. That is indeed the case. The snake lady ceased to press the issue, redirecting the conversation. Now, let us return to discussing the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. Certainly. On the other side of the forest, Loya sat cross-legged in the air, the 10,000-year soul ring of the emerald spirit lizard resting above his head. Streams of black radiance entering his body. Loya's body radiated intense waves of spiritual energy. His martial soul activating automatically as the phantom of Gilza flickered and transformed ceaselessly behind him. Wispy tendrils of pale blue mist-like energy continuously poured into his being. Absorbing a 40,000-year soul ring appears to pose no issues. This child never ceases to amaze, Gue Mei remarked, inspecting Loya's condition before nodding in satisfaction. After an hour, the soul ring of the emerald spirit lizard was finally fully assimilated, and the phantom of Gilza withdrew back into Loya's body with a resounding boom. Loya suddenly opened his eyes, and a dazzling violet gold light burst forth from his gaze. With a deep exhale, Loya rose to his feet, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. Well done, Xiao Lu, came the voice of the specter, who stepped forward and patted Loya's shoulder in commendation. Loya smiled and nodded. A thought crossing his mind as Glyza's martial soul was released, for soul rings ascending from beneath his feet, one yellow, two purple, and one black. Oh. It seems that the phantom of your martial soul has grown slightly larger, Gue Mei observed, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. What about your fourth soul skill? Indeed. My fourth soul skill is known as spatial transfer. Within a range of 200 meters, I can teleport at will, whether it be myself, others, or objects. As long as they do not exceed this distance, Loya replied, nodding with pride, fully aware of the power of his new soul skill. Remarkable. Not only is it a means of survival, but it also serves as a skill for capturing enemies and rescuing others. Gue Mei remarked, somewhat surprised. He nodded, acknowledging that the spatial abilities of the emerald spirit lizard could only transport itself, yet through Loya's inheritance, it could now transfer other entities as well, truly extraordinary. Higi, Elder Gue. Allow me to demonstrate right now, Loya declared. After surveying his surroundings, he finally fixed his gaze upon a towering tree that stood 100 meters high. In an instant, the fourth soul ring shone brightly as Loya raised his hand and grasped towards the great tree. Fourth soul skill, spatial transfer. With a hum, the air began to distort, and a colorless vortex swiftly engulfed the towering tree, uprooting it effortlessly. As Luoya raised his left arm, a colorless vortex suddenly materialized high above, 100 meters in the air, hurling the previously devoured tree back down to the ground. With a resounding crash, the tree struck the earth, shattering into several segments. Fractured branches, residual leaves, and splintered debris scattered across the ground. A flicker of astonishment crossed the ghostly specter's eyes, followed by a gratified yet self-mocking chuckle. It seems that in the future, the title of the continent's foremost agile attack type Douluo may indeed be usurped by you, young lad. Haha, not at all. The title of the continent's supreme strong attack type will still belong to me, Luoya declared with unabashed confidence, his face betraying an unmistakable air of pride. With a light chuckle, the ghostly specter glanced at the twilight sky and stated, let us rest in the forest for the night. Tomorrow, we shall return to the spirit hall with utmost speed. Agreed. Luoya gave a slight nod, his mind silently calculating. According to the original plot, the Titan giant ape would appear tonight. The ensuing energy fluctuations would undoubtedly alert them, allowing him to follow the trail and pinpoint the exact location of Star Lake. This way, he could relay the intelligence on the two formidable spirit beasts to his mentor. Moreover, he might even have a chance to intercept Tang San's 8 spider lances spirit bone. After all, the Star Doe forest was vast, and the human-faced demon spiders all looked identical. Finding one that could yield a spirit bone, let alone an external spirit bone, was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If he truly couldn't locate it, then so be it. Worst case, he could always find an opportunity to pluck it from Tang San later and offer it to Griza as nourishment. Meanwhile, among the Shrek Academy group, Oscar had successfully obtained his 3rd spirit ring, while Tang San had also broken through to the 30th rank during his battle with Mangyuran. Zhao Wuji decided to remain in the forest to help Tang San hunt for a 1,000-year spirit ring. As night fell, it was time to rest. Lighting fires within the Star Doe forest was forbidden. While most spirit beasts feared flames, a small fraction were dangerously attracted to them. As the instructor, Zhao Wuji naturally took on the duty of keeping watch. Back in the day, even in the forest's outskirts, 1,000-year spirit beasts were everywhere. But now, whether they retreated deeper into the forest or vanished for other reasons, Zhao Wuji sat down with a quiet sigh. Tang San shook his head. Whatever the reason, it's ultimately caused by human actions. A spirit master's journey from novice to expert spans mere decades, yet each requires at least 6 spirit rings. Spirit beasts, though numerous, face far greater challenges in cultivation. If this slaughter continues, their numbers will only dwindle. In time, the very profession of spirit masters may face extinction due to the lack of spirit rings. Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement. True, but this is beyond our control. At best, we can avoid unnecessary killing. Teacher Zhao, actually Tang San began, but suddenly, both of them sensed an overwhelming, terrifying presence rapidly approaching. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. Everyone, be on guard. Roar. A deafening, thunderous growl erupted from the depths of the forest. At the sound, the faces of the Shrek group paled, except for Xiao Wu, whose expression grew complicated. Chapter 54. Tracking the Titan giant ape from the direction Zhao Wuji was staring, two towering trees slowly parted, and an enormous figure emerged without a sound. At the sight of this behemoth, everyone's breath hitched. It stood like a mountain, its jet black fur shimmering faintly under the dim moonlight. Though it moved on all fours, its shoulders alone towered over 7 meters high. The creature resembled a cross between a giant ape and a black gorilla, its entire body pitch black save for a pair of lantern-like eyes glowing with an amber brilliance. Its physique was absurdly massive, every inch of its body bulging with muscles harder than granite, each contour resembling a small hill. It's the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Even the usually composed Tang Sen couldn't keep the tremor from his voice. The Titan giant ape was not only immensely powerful but also possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans. Within the forest, it reigned supreme. Neither Tang San nor Zhao Wuji could fathom why this monarch of spirit beasts, a being that should have dwelled only in the heart of the Douluo forest, had appeared here. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we shall depart at once, Zhao Wuji declared solemnly. Knowing full well the Titan giant ape understood human speech, yet his mind raced frantically, cycling through a single question. What do we do? From a distant treetop, Luoya and Ghost Douluo observed silently, concealed within the shadows. Luo, this is a perilous creature. We should leave immediately, Ghost Douluo murmured, his expression grave. Had Chrysanthemum Douluo been present, the two might have stood a chance against the Titan giant ape, perhaps even subduing it. But alone, and with Luoya's safety to consider, discovery would spell disaster. Worry not, Elder Ghost. Luoya waved a hand, smiling faintly. Aren't you curious why the king of the forest has ventured to the outskirts? You mean that rabbit? Ghost Douluo's eyes widened in realization as he glanced at Xiaowu. Precisely. Luoya nodded. The Titan giant ape likely seeks to take her. We need only wait for the right moment. Ghost Douluo's gaze burned with newfound intensity. He expected Xiaowu to be significant enough to draw the Titan giant ape. This was an opportunity beyond rare. Understood. When chaos erupts, I'll seize the rabbit. Ghost Douluo said eagerly. Patience, Elder Ghost. Once the Titan giant ape succeeds, we'll simply follow it. That way, we'll uncover their hiding place, Luoya advised calmly. Their hiding place? Ghost Douluo echoed, puzzled. Luoya nodded and remarked, surely you are aware that within the Douluo forest, there exists more than just the Titan great ape as a 100,000-year soul beast? Guei was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with a clap of his thigh. Are you suggesting that by following it, we might locate the sky blue bull python? Indeed, Luoya affirmed with a nod. Although your strength is formidable, capturing such a 100,000-year soul beast, particularly one that fiercely protects its territory, presents considerable challenges. Hence, it would be prudent for us to first ascertain their hiding place. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Although Luoya was aware of the existence of the Star Lake within the forest, the precise coordinates eluded him. In the original text, it took the Spirit Hall, comprising 30 soul saints and 2 titled Douluos, several days to ascertain the location of Star Lake while hunting for Xiaowu. Thus, this moment presented a prime opportunity. Haha, you were quite clever. Ghost remarked with a smile, acknowledging Luoya's analysis. He realized that he alone could not subdue the Titan giant ape. Even if he managed to seize Xiaowu from its grasp, it would require considerable effort. Therefore, it was far more prudent to heed Luoya's counsel. Locate the 200,000-year soul beasts, and report back to the Pope. At that point, they could mobilize other elders from the Spirit Hall to capture them all at once. Meanwhile, the battle between the Titan giant ape and the Shrek team was nearing its climax. Don't let go of Xiaowu. Tang San's eyes blazed with fury as he witnessed Xiaowu fall into the clutches of the Titan giant ape. His heart sank to despair. With the Titan giant ape's immense power, a mere flick of its hand could spell certain doom for Xiaowu. Zhao Wuji had also just landed, and he too had witnessed the scene of Xiaowu ensnared in the Titan giant ape's grasp. With a roar directed towards the heavens, his 7th spirit ring erupted into a profound black light, enveloping him in a powerful aura. His martial spirit manifested. The brownish-yellow fur transformed into a radiant golden sheen as Zhao Wuji morphed into a colossal bear, charging unhesitatingly towards the Titan giant ape's arm that held Xiaowu. In response, the Titan giant ape merely stood upright, swinging its fist, comparable in size to a sandbag, directly at Zhao Wuji's body. The collision was thunderous. Zhao Wuji, having activated his martial spirit, managed to withstand the Titan giant ape's strike, though the disparity in strength remained starkly evident. Amid the cacophony, Zhao Wuji staggered back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance, while the Titan giant ape seemed unfazed, letting out another deafening roar before leaping away, vanishing into the woods within a heartbeat. Now's our chance, Elder Ghost, let us pursue, Luoya declared, seizing the moment as the Titan giant ape secured its prize. Without hesitation, he activated his martial spirit and soared into the air. All right, Ghost replied, suddenly leaping into a swirling black mist, pursuing the direction in which the Titan giant ape had disappeared. The duo, 1 elder and 1 youth, moved with remarkable speed, their figures vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only faint ripples in the air and the sound of rushing wind. Having broken through to the 4th ring, Luoya's speed rivaled that of an agile soul emperor, and with the aid of spatial power, he managed to keep pace with Ghost seamlessly. They darted through the dense foliage, quickly catching up to the Titan giant ape, stealthily following behind it. The Titan giant ape dashed through the forest with astonishing agility. Seemingly familiar with the entire layout of the Douluo forest, undeterred by any obstacles in its path, its massive form displayed incredible nimbleness, each leap covering a distance of over 100 meters. At this moment, Xiaowu was no longer trapped in its grasp, but sat upon the broad shoulder of the Titan giant ape. Her face etched with worry as she frequently glanced in the opposite direction of its charge. Ming, this is it. I must hurry back. You shouldn't have come looking for me. To her surprise, upon hearing Xiaowu's words, the Titan giant ape came to an abrupt halt, allowing her to descend from its shoulder. It shook its head, its eyes revealing an innocent expression. My brother is hurt, and I've been taken by you. He must be very anxious, Xiaowu murmured, a hint of urgency in her voice. Next time you see me, you must observe carefully first and never harm my friends again. The Titan giant ape nodded gently, its eyes filled with concern for Xiaowu. Damn it. Why has this behemoth stopped? Ghost silhouette suddenly froze, concealing itself in the shadows. Loya emerged from the spatial vortex and landed beside the specter, his expression remarkably composed. Do not rush, Elder Ghost. Our objective has already been achieved. Observe, Loya smiled, gesturing toward the woods behind the Titan giant ape. The specter's mental energy probed into the forest and soon discovered a radiant lake beyond, its waters crystal clear and emerald green, rippling gently. Is that the star lake you mentioned, the hidden refuge of the azure bull python? The specter inquired with a furrowed brow. Indeed, Loya nodded. We may not capture that rabbit now, but we have ascertained the dwelling places of 200,000-year soul beasts. Let us return swiftly, otherwise, our teacher will surely worry. Agreed. The specter replied, in that case, we must hasten back to report to His Holiness the Pope. Chapter 55, Schemes Elder Ghost, can you confirm the veracity of your claims? Bibi Dong rose from the Pope's throne, her demeanor tinged with excitement. Yes, Your Holiness. We have located the rabbit that escaped, as well as the hiding spots of the Titan giant ape and azure bull python, which were discovered by young Loya, the specter respectfully reported to Bibi Dong. Excellent. Truly splendid. Bibi Dong waved her hand, her gaze towards Loya growing increasingly approving. Young Loya, you have demonstrated great intelligence and accomplished a significant feat by the way. Were you able to acquire your fourth soul ring? What is its level? Teacher, it was quite successful. My fourth soul ring is a 4,000-year-old emerald lizard. Loya replied with a slight bow and a smile. Well done. You have once again succeeded in absorbing a soul ring beyond your level. Bibi Dong's cold countenance revealed a hint of a smile. Your expedition to the Douluo forest has yielded dual benefits. You performed admirably. Thank you for your praise. Your Holiness, the specter chuckled. The discovery of the 200,000-year soul beast's hiding places was entirely due to young Loya's strategy. I merely fulfilled my duty. Very well, Elder Ghost. You may leave now, Bibi Dong nodded, gesturing for him to depart. Yes, Your Holiness, the specter replied before exiting. Within the Pope's chamber, only the master and disciple remained. Bibi Dong stepped forward and instantly appeared before Loya, gently ruffling his hair. Good child, you are destined for greatness. I believe that in 20 years, you will become the third limit Douluo of our spirit hall. Yes, teacher, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Loya replied, lowering his head. Now that you have returned, let us discuss the events from a few days ago. Bibi Dong resumed her seat upon the Pope's throne. Yes, teacher. Loya nodded and began recounting the happenings at Shrek Academy days prior, detailing everything from the near loss of control over his martial soul to the battle with the Bone Douluo, the timely arrival of Moonlight, and ultimately recovering from his injuries in Heaven Do City, without omitting a single detail. I see. It seems I overlooked the profound influence a martial soul has on a soul master. Your loss of control must have been provoked by that girl from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bibi Dong remarked, tapping her fingers upon the table. Indeed. Elder Ju mentioned the same to me earlier, Loya confirmed. Nevertheless, that insolent girl should not leverage her status as a title Douluo against you, especially considering you are a disciple of this emperor. Bibi Dong's voice brimmed with indignation. Had it not been for your insistence in your letter, I would have personally visited the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School long ago. Teacher, did I not mention? I have my own plans regarding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Loya said, a slight smirk gracing his lips, for he had long been prepared. Oh, you have a plan? Pray tell, Bibi Dong inquired with interest. Teacher, allow me to show you something first. Loya produced a silver blade emanating a bright sheen from his pocket, faint waves of soul power radiating from it. What is this? Bibi Dong asked, her expression a mix of curiosity and skepticism. It resembles a soul guide device, but aren't soul guide devices typically used for storage and decoration? This is Silver Wing, though for now, I must refer to it as Silver Feather. Loya gripped the blade, aimed it at a wall within the Pope's chamber, and said, Teacher, watch closely. Whoosh. Bang. The silver feather sliced through the wall of the Pope's chamber, leaving a near-perfect cut, and Loya deftly summoned it back to his hand, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Bibi Dong. Indeed. Bibi Dong stepped closer to gently touch Luoya, pondered for a moment before handing the silver feather to Bibi Dong, inquiring, Teacher, are you unaware of this? Or is it possible that someone has failed to report it? Luoya's question instantly made by Dong sense an underlying meaning, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Summon the red-robed bishop miles from Gangshin City to the Pope's Hall within half a month. As you command. The knights guarding the entrance swiftly acknowledged the order, and soon, the sound of warhorses neighing echoed outside. Bai Dong toyed with the silver feather in her hand as she settled back onto her papal throne, her voice carrying a chilling undertone. Luoya. If this matter proves serious upon investigation, I expect you to handle it appropriately. Consider it a foundation for your future. Understood, Master. Luoya responded solemnly before departing the hall. Watching him leave, the dark mark between Bai Dong's brows suddenly flared, sending a wave of dizziness through her, yet she suppressed it forcefully. Rakshasa, retreat. He is indeed a promising child. You seem rather fond of him? None of your concern. Very well. Shrek Academy. Standing on a balcony, Flinder observed Yu Xiaogang training his students with a burning gaze, nodding approvingly. It seems Xiaogang truly possesses talent in this field. Dean, who would have thought? Despite his limited soul power, Instructor Yu's teaching abilities are truly remarkable. Zhao Wuji remarked with a smile beside him. Flinder turned and patted Zhao Wuji's shoulder, chuckling. Wuji, Xiaogang is an old friend of mine. We've known each other for over a decade, yet I never realized his exceptional aptitude for education. Zhao Wuji nodded before asking, by the way. Has Luoya returned yet? He mentioned in his letter that he'd be back within 10 days. Today marks the 7th, he should arrive soon, Flinder replied, just as they conversed. A familiar voice suddenly reached Flinder's ears. Dean. Old Zhao. Turning toward the academy gates, both men spotted a figure clad in purple robes, their eyes widening in surprise. Luoya's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported before the two, offering a slight bow. How swift. This thought resonated in the minds of Flander and Zhao Wuji's, their expressions filled with astonishment. Flander smiled warmly and beckoned Luoya to take a seat. Ah, Luoya. You have finally returned. I hear you have transcended to the Soul Master rank? Indeed, I have achieved the 4th ring after 4 millennia, Luoya replied nonchalantly. Another elevated soul ring. Flander nodded in admiration before continuing. Luoya, Xiao Ao, and the others are already in class. Allow me to escort you down and introduce you to someone. Very well, Luoya nodded, inwardly pondering. So, that Jade Xiaojiang has indeed arrived? Chapter 56. The return. The two made their way to the academy's playground, where the voices of Jade Xiaojiang and the Shrek 7 could be heard from a distance. Brother Luo, you are back. Oscar, initially wearing a sour expression due to a reprimand from Jade Xiaojiang, instantly brightened at Luoya's return and rushed to his side, grasping his hand enthusiastically. Ah, you have also advanced to Soul Zone, quite impressive. Luoya remarked with a smile as he patted Oscar's shoulder. Luoya, you returned so swiftly. The other 6 greeted him with cheerful smiles upon seeing his arrival. Haha, Xiaojiang, this is the Luoya I mentioned to you. What do you think? Quite remarkable. Isn't he? Flander said with a smile, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. Luoya slightly tilted her head, her gaze directly landing on Yu Xiaojiang. It was their first encounter. Luoya gave Yu Xiaojiang a cursory glance. He possessed an average build, slightly lean, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. With short black hair and an unremarkable visage, his hands were clasped behind him, and his eyes, which opened and closed languidly, conveyed a sense of lethargy and despondency. As Yu Xiaojiang met Luoya's eyes, he felt as though he was enveloped in a void, further intensified by the piercing gaze of enormous, golden-purple eyes fixed upon him. Luoya observed the reaction of Yu Xiaojiang, and a thoughtful smile crept onto his lips. Flinder and the others noticed the change in Yu Xiaojiang and exchanged curious glances with Luoya before looking back at him. Xiaojiang, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Flinder asked with concern. It's nothing, Flinder. Yu Xiaojiang quickly shook his head, regaining his composure. Flinder looked at Dai Weixing with confusion but did not pry further. Instead addressing Luoya, Xiaojiang is an old friend of mine, and he's also the teacher of Tang San. You may refer to him as master. Indeed. Luoya nodded slightly, his gaze turning to Yu Xiaojiang. Dai Weixing, greetings. Upon hearing this, Dai Weixing felt an inexplicable sensation in his heart, a nervousness that made his breath quicken, as if the air around him had been constricted. Hello, Luoya. I am Tang San's teacher and will also be your special training instructor. Dai Weixing suppressed his unease and spoke slowly. Oh, special training instructor? Luoya regarded Yu Xiaojiang with keen interest, seemingly trying to decipher something from his expression. Indeed. The special training will primarily focus on your soul power. Dai Weixing stated calmly. Very well. I wonder how you plan to train us? Luoya inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. Seeing this, an unusual feeling arose within Dai Weixing. That gaze felt oddly familiar. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts. This special training is tailored to the soul power aspect. I am already familiar with the situation of Tang San and the others, having trained them for a day yesterday. As for you, I still do not know your capabilities, so I hope you can have a match with them. Sure. Luoya glanced at the Shrek 7 and flashed a confident smile. Who will go first? The 7 exchanged glances, and apart from Tang San, they instinctively took a small step back. What a joke, challenging Luoya one-on-one. That would be akin to looking for trouble in a restroom. What? Dai Weixing looked at the Shrek 7 with disappointment. You are all extraordinary. Do you not even have the courage to face him in a duel? Then you go. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun simultaneously cursed inwardly. Dai Weixing, seeing their reluctance, shook his head helplessly. Teacher, can we all go together? Tang San stepped forward, raising his hand in a resigned suggestion. What? All 7 at once? Dai Weishu was momentarily taken aback before scoffing. Little San, have you also shrunk back? Control-type Soul Masters are the strongest in one-on-one battles. I advanced to the Soul Master 3 days ago. Loya replied nonchalantly, his tone indifferent. What? Dai Weisheng exclaimed, staring at Loya in disbelief. You are truly only 15? Does the Dean need to deceive you? Loya scoffed, looking somewhat disdainful, and then turned to the Shrek 7. So, will you take me on together? All right, since you insist, let us begin. Dai Weisheng understood that Loya was not boasting, but he believed that his disciple, Tang San, would surely defeat him. Wait, Loya, could you refrain from using that move? Ma Hongjun asked cautiously, a hint of trepidation in his heart. Fine, I will give you a taste of battle experience. Loya chuckled lightly, fully aware that Ma Hongjun was referring to his void body technique. Witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang felt something was amiss but could not articulate it. Moments later, the 7 assumed their formation, while Loya stood opposite them, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden-purple light. Are you ready? Loya asked the 7, his tone calm. Let us go, brothers. Unleash your martial spirits. Dai Mubai shouted, and the Shrek 7 activated their martial spirits at lightning speed. Their expressions grave as they faced Loya as if confronting a formidable adversary. Come forth. Loya disregarded their serious demeanor. A golden-purple aura enveloping him as he summoned his martial spirit, Glyza, his body hovering in midair with 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, floating above him. What? Dai Weisheng's eyes widened in shock. This is impossible. Ah, Xiaojiang, I told you back then, but you didn't believe it. Now, seeing is believing, right? Flinder, standing beside him, shook his head with a smile. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Flinder but did not respond, his heart filled with turmoil as he murmured to himself. I don't believe it. Impossible. My theory cannot be flawed. Xiaojiang, stay calm. Flinder felt a pang of worry at Yu Xiaojiang's reaction. No, it's fine, Flinder. Let me be. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, looking at Loya with a contemplative expression. 2 consecutive soul rings of a higher level. Could it be that he possesses twin martial spirits? If not, then he truly is a monster among monsters. Dai Weisheng displayed a barely perceptible smile. If I can take this person as my disciple, my reputation will shine even brighter. Yu Xiaojiang secretly rejoiced, gazing fervently at the hovering Loya. He was resolute in his decision to recruit him. Tang San was already a twin martial spirit. If he could add another, once they were nurtured into talents, he would no longer be seen as the useless individual in the eyes of the world. For I, Dai Weisheng Yu Xiaojiang, shall possess 2 title Douluo-level disciples. As if sensing Dai Weisheng's gaze, Loya slightly turned his head, revealing a smirk of disdain. Xiaojiang, I will explain the principles to you later. In the arena, facing Loya, who was at the Soul Master level with 4 soul rings, the 7 dared not underestimate him. Almost the instant the match began, Tang San unleashed his soul skill, and blue-silver grass erupted from beneath Loya's feet, ensnaring his right leg. Prevent him from ascending, Tang San shouted. Upon hearing Tang San's command, the other 6 released their soul skills, but Loya had already detected the presence of the blue-silver grass. With a swift motion of his left palm, he struck the grass entangling his right leg, easily shattering it into pieces. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai's white tiger light wave and Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire surged forth. Zhu Zhiqing had even appeared behind Loya, her purple cat claws poised to strike his neck. A commendable strategy, Loya remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as his body vanished in an instant. The attacks from Tang San and the 6 others missed entirely, grasping only a fleeting shadow. Chapter 57, Catching Rabbits and Fighting 3. As Tang San frantically searched for Loya's whereabouts, a fierce gust of wind suddenly rushed towards him. Instinctively, he retreated, while simultaneously striking forward with his Xianyu hand. With a resounding thud, Tang San's entire arm went numb, sending him flying backward for several meters, rolling several times on the ground before regaining his footing. Coughing up blood, Tang San dared not linger, for Loya was already in pursuit, moving with such speed that he created afterimages, leaving Dai Mubai and the others powerless to assist. Third brother, hold on. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda's 2nd soul ring flickered, and a beam of blue light shot towards Tang San. 2nd, speed. The azure light swiftly surged into Tang San's body as he deftly performed the ghost shadow steps, narrowly evading Luoya's fierce claw. Look here. Xiao's beautiful eyes shimmered with a pink glow as her 2nd soul skill activated, propelling her towards Tang San. Don't look. Luoya remained unfazed. Letting out a cold chuckle, his right palm enveloped in purple light, he unleashed the void claw, aimed directly at Xiaowu, his own senior sister, Hulaina. Specialized in spiritual power, far surpassing Xiaowu's charm. How audacious for this rebellious rabbit to attempt a mental attack on him. Xiaowu's expression shifted. She recognized the tremendous power behind Luoya's claw, which even Dai Mubai and Sanga dared not confront directly. It was wiser to evade its edge. As her 3rd soul ring illuminated, Xiaowu's figure vanished into thin air, causing Luoya's purple claw to strike nothing but air, crashing into the ground ahead. Bang! The void claw Luoya unleashed cleaved a tree in half, sending splinters flying. Thinking of escaping? Luoya snorted coldly, quickly closing the gap on Xiaowu. He glanced at the approaching Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing, and with a flash of his 2nd soul ring, two purple lights detached from his body, transforming into clones to obstruct them. Luoya's speed surged once more, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xiaowu, striking out with his left palm. The void claw creating invisible ripples that locked onto her. Not again. Xiaowu's expression changed. She dared not withstand this attack head-on. Her third soul ring flickered again as she attempted to teleport away. Yet Luoya had anticipated her move, shifting his form to block her path. His claw seizing her neck, immobilizing her with spatial soul power. Panic washed over Xiaowu's face as she struggled desperately, only to find that even her teleportation ability had failed. Xiaowu. Tang San bellowed in fury upon witnessing this, gritting his teeth and launching himself forward, not towards Luoya, but towards Xiaowu, who was trapped in midair. Got you. Luoya smirked, observing the four encroaching upon him, and with a wave of his hand, summoned back the clones that had hindered Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing. San Ge, now. Oscar swiftly crafted a recovery sausage and tossed it to Tang San. Tang San caught the sausage and swallowed it in one gulp, feeling his body rejuvenate significantly, a warm current flowing down his throat into his abdomen, replenishing his expended soul power. Gratefully, he glanced at Oscar before turning his furious gaze towards Luoya. Everyone, ascend, Tang San commanded. San Ge. This isn't the tactic we discussed earlier, Ma Hongjun remarked, puzzled as he held Oscar's pre-prepared flying mushroom sausage. No time for chatter. We must change our strategy. Luoya's strength is overwhelming, Tang San urged, his eyes fixed on Xiaowu, still ensnared by Luoya. Oh, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to comply. Consuming the mushroom sausage, translucent wings sprouting from his back as he soared into the sky. Rong, give me speed. Fatty, Dai Lauda, provide aerial fire support. Tang San instructed as he ascended rapidly. San Ge, what about you? Zhu Shiqing inquired. I will rescue Xiaowu. Tang San's eyes remained locked on her suspended form as he surged forward towards Luoya. Tang San, you are overestimating yourself. Luoya scoffed, vanishing once more, leaving two clones to guard Xiaowu while his true self appeared before Tang San. Void, thunder. Luoya shouted, his left palm coalescing a sphere of purple lightning, the fierce wind carrying arcs of electricity towards Tang San. Tang San's face paled in shock. With his keen sight, he sensed the terrifying power behind Luoya's strike. His third soul ring burst forth, unleashing a purple net that enveloped him, momentarily blocking the onslaught of Luoya's lightning. Boom. An explosion resounded as Tang San plummeted to the ground, his arms marred by deep gashes. The third soul skill barely held against the force, and he grimaced at the numbing sensation coursing through his limbs. Humph. Luoya sneered, opting not to pursue Tang San, sensing that Dai Mubai and the others were on the verge of breaching his clone's defenses. I cannot allow them to rescue Xiaowu. She is a bait I have painstakingly captured, and I will not let them take her away so easily. Luoya turned his gaze backward, as the 10,000-year soul ring ranked forth faintly glowed. His right hand clawed at the empty air, causing the space before him to warp in an eerie distortion. Evade swiftly. Tang San, disregarding his own injuries, lifted his head and shouted urgently toward Dai Mubai and the other six. Luoya's third soul skill was already formidable. If his fourth soul skill were to strike Dai Mubai and the other five, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's Luoya's fourth soul skill, retreat. Dai Mubai was the first to react, swiftly grabbing Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who lacked self-defense capabilities, and darting away. Yet, they had miscalculated. A ripple of spatial distortion surged forth, and a colorless vortex instantly swallowed Xiaowu, who had just broken free from her restraints. Xiaowu felt a chill at her neck before Luoya seized her, his void claw tightening around her delicate throat, cutting off her breath in an instant. Luoya, release Xiaowu. Tang San roared, his eyes burning crimson. He realized his mistake. Luoya's fourth soul skill wasn't offensive. Now, not only had he failed to save Xiaowu, but their entire strategy had collapsed. Channeling his soul power, Tang San hurled a barrage of hidden weapons toward Luoya, disregarding Yu Xiaojiang's warnings. Humph. A sneer curled Luoya's lips as he raised his free hand and flicked it casually. A dark blue barrier materialized before him, deflecting every projectile back toward Tang San. I told you, hidden weapons are useless against me. Luoya cast a disdainful glance at Tang San before raising his fist. The surrounding space twisted, an invisible pressure bearing down. Here, take her back. With that, he flung Xiaowu toward the ground, his fist surging with turbulent air as he dove after her. Xiaowu. Tang San unleashed his blue-silver grass, attempting to catch her. But the moment the vines coiled around her waist, he sensed something amiss. A violent surge of soul power was closing in from behind her, deliberate and relentless. Tang San. If you don't save her, she'll be crushed. If you do, you'll take the blow yourself. Luoya smirked inwardly, eager to see Tang San's choice. His fist inched closer to Xiaowu's back. Tang San's eyes widened in horror before he gritted his teeth and yanked her back with his vines, shielding her behind him. By then, Luoya's fist was mere inches from Tang San's face, the howling wind of its approach deafening. Protect. Without hesitation, Tang San summoned his 8 spider lances, shielding his head as his blue-silver grass cocooned him and Xiaowu. Boom. The vines shattered instantly under the distorted space, the force crashing into the 8 spider lances. Tang San's vision blurred as searing pain erupted across his face. You thought a soul bone could stop me? Navi. Luo Ye's lips curled into a sinister grin as he flexed his arm and snarled, "Break." Crack. The 8 spider lances splintered. The agony of a shattered soul bone seared through Tang Sin's mind, nearly wrenching a scream from him. Yet, he endured. Activating Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to evade the residual force. TCH. Not that tough, just a bit venomous. Luo Ye didn't pursue. Instead, inspecting the shallow cuts on his fingers from the lance's barbs. The dark brown liquid oozing from the wounds made him frown. This only solidified his resolve. If given the chance, he'd rip that external soul bone right out of Tang Sin. Qianrenxue wouldn't he need it. If Hulaina wanted it, he'd gift it to her. If neither did, he'd absorb it himself. After all, since the remnant soul of Gilles had taken residence within him, it had yet to feast, even once. Chapter 58. A mentor? Are you worthy? Enough. Stop this. Yu Xiaozhang sighed, halting the one-sided battle. The sight of Luo Ye shattering the 8 spider lances with a single punch had stunned even him. Had he not witnessed it himself, he'd never have believed it possible. Though only the lance tips were destroyed. Soul bones were far harder than steel, imbued with lethal venom capable of killing any ordinary soul master within a day. Yet Luo Ye had shattered them effortlessly. A testament to his terrifying power. Luo Ye withdrew his fist upon hearing this, circulating his soul power to forcibly expel the venom from his 8 spider lances. He glanced at Yu Xiaozhang and said indifferently, "I won." "Yes, indeed you did," Yu Xiaozhang nodded, his stiff face pulling into a faint smile as he praised. He realized that Luo Ye's speed had reached an unimaginable level, already rivaling that of an agility-type soul king. "Teacher, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you." Tang San's voice was hoarse, clearly indicating his injuries were not light. "It's all right. You did your best." Yu Xiaozhang shook his head, stepping forward to help Tang San up. "Soul bones have self-recovery abilities. You just need to rest well and train with your companions once you've recovered. Your performance was truly outstanding, worthy of being my student. And exceptional indeed. Teacher, you flatter me too much. It's all thanks to your guidance," Tang San replied humbly. "You're already remarkable. No need for modesty," Yu Xiaozhang smiled, patting Tang San's head. Then, with a hint of eagerness, he asked, "I heard you and Luo Ye have known each other since childhood. Is that right?" "Yes." "Then, what is your relationship like now?" Tang San fell silent for a moment before answering slowly, "To be honest, I don't even know what he considers me." "Ah?" Yu Xiaozhang was momentarily stunned. "Luo Ye and I both grew up in Holy Soul Village. But he is 3 years older than me." Tang San smiled bitterly. "We were friends as children, but when he was 6, he awakened an innate full soul power beast spirit and left the village. No one knew where he went. It wasn't until 9 years later that we reunited at Shrek Academy, and then we became strangers." "Is that so?" Yu Xiaozhang mused, sensing something beneath the surface but unable to pinpoint it. After a long pause, he looked up, his eyes brightening as he comforted Tang San. "Don't worry, Xiao San. I have a way to mend your relationship." Tang San's eyes lit up eagerly. "Teacher, what do you mean? Have Luo you become my disciple as well? That way, you'll be martial brothers," Yu Xiaozhang declared confidently, thumping his chest. "With Luo Ye's talent and strength, if I can take him as my student, I can undoubtedly nurture him into an outstanding soul master. By then, you two won't be enemies. You can become friends again. If that is the case, that would be wonderful." Tang San clenched his fist in excitement, glancing at Luo Ye, who was meditating nearby, then back at Yu Xiaozhang. "Teacher, then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry about it." Yu Xiaozhang waved his hand. "I'll handle this." Luo Ye had overheard most of Yu Xiaozhang and Tang San's conversation. His eyes flickered briefly, but in the end, he showed no reaction. "Luo Ye. Luo Ye," Yu Xiaozhang approached, nudging him gently. Luo Ye slowly opened his eyes, casting a faint glance at Yu Xiaozhang before speaking in an indifferent tone. "What is it?" "I wish to take you as my disciple. What do you think?" Yu Xiaozhang assumed a dignified posture as he posed the question. "Oh?" It was evident that Luo Ye had anticipated his next words. With a cold smirk, he brushed aside Yu Xiaozhang's outstretched hand. "My apologies, but I refuse. I already have a master." Yu Xiaozhang faltered, perplexed. "Why? You could still be my nominal disciple. I could impart my theories on spirit masters to you." Luo Ye let out a derisive laugh, his anger barely contained. "What benefit would there be in being your disciple? Do you possess any real strength? Aside from Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who among those present could you possibly defeat? Your theories? Tell me, was Tang San's second spirit ring at 2,000 years part of your so-called theories? What about my 1,000-year second ring and 10,000-year fourth ring? Grandmaster?" He sneered before continuing. "I might as well tell you. My master is a titled Douluo. Do you truly believe you could teach better than a titled Douluo?" As he mentioned Bibi Dong, a trace of pride flickered across Luo Ye's face. The irony was not lost. Yu Xiaozhang's so-called theories had been derived from the Spirit Hall's archives. Had it not been for his tenuous connection with Bibi Dong, he wouldn't even have been granted access to their library. Indeed. Upon hearing that Luo Ye's master was a titled Douluo, Yu Xiaozhang's expression darkened with defeat. You're right. My strength is lacking. I could never compare to a titled Douluo." Still, he pressed on with a glimmer of hope. "But may I ask which esteemed titled Douluo is your master? I would like to pay them a visit." Luo Ye's lips curled in disdain. "Spare yourself the trouble. A titled Douluo is not someone you can simply meet at will. One must try to know for certain." Surely, Luo Ye, you wouldn't refuse the opportunity to learn my theories on martial souls? Yu Xiaojiang refused to relent. Take me as your disciple? Luo Ye scoffed, his gaze dripping with contempt. Are you even worthy? Pathetic. A man nearing 50. Still unable to break past the 30th rank, what could you possibly teach me? Yu Xiaojiang trembled with fury. Nearby, Ning Rongrong and Oscar could only watch with sympathy. Unable to refute Luo Ye's harsh but undeniable truths, Tang San, however, could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward, shielding Yu Xiaojiang with a cold glare. Brother Luo, I address you with respect due to your seniority, but I will not tolerate you insulting my master. Luo Ye merely tilted his wrist dismissively. Have I spoken falsely? A man doomed never to surpass the 30th rank, that is the truth. Tang San, a prodigy like you, why debase yourself under such a man? Enough, Luo Ye. Tang San snapped. You have no right to judge my master, nor the privilege to insult him. Luo Ye's smile was icy. I merely state facts. Not only is he weak, but his character is equally deplorable. His gaze, filled with scorn, swept over Yu Xiaojiang, who nearly collapsed from rage. How dare you slander my master's character? Tang San seethed. Displeased? Extremely. Very well. I shall name 2 individuals, observe his reaction, and then decide for yourself. Tang San frowned, uncertain of Luo Ye's intentions but tense nonetheless. Yu Xiaojiang clenched his teeth, glaring. Go on then. I'd like to see what basis you have for calling me a scoundrel. Luo Ye smiled faintly. Transmitting through mental perception to the damp-eared individual, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the daughter of the Vice Clan leader, Lu Erlong. And the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. What do you think, Dampier? Does this evoke any memories? A smirk graced Luo Ye's lips. Upon hearing this, Dampier's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could you possibly know them? Ah, but paper cannot contain fire. Luo Ye retorted with a chilling laugh. The misdeeds you have committed will inevitably be unveiled. It's not a matter of whether, but of when. With a cold sneer, Luo Ye's eyes shimmered with golden light. And a wave of mental force surged toward Yu Xiaojiang. Startled, Yu Xiaojiang instinctively shielded himself with his soul power. However, Luo Ye's mental prowess was far beyond what a mere 29th level weakling could withstand. He could not endure even for a second before being struck by Luo Ye's mental assault. Ah! Dampier cried out in anguish, staggering back several steps. Luo Ye gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, who was clutching his head with a ghastly pallor, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Truly feeble, he ought to weigh his own worth. With that, Luo Ye turned to Flander and declared, Dean, I must solidify the cultivation I have just achieved. As for the so-called special training he arranged for me, I shall forego it. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Yu Xiaojiang watched Luo Ye's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with rage and resentment. Yet utterly powerless to act, Flander sighed and approached, gently lifting Yu Xiaojiang. Ah, Xiaojiang, Luo Ye is indeed the most remarkable genius soul master I have ever encountered. His lofty aspirations are understandable. You should proceed to instruct the other little monsters. With that, he turned and left. Tears welled in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. He could scarcely fathom how he had fallen to such depths, mocked by a junior, a humiliation that gnawed at his pride. This cannot stand. If I cannot grow stronger, then I shall cultivate my disciple, Tang San. Let my disciple vanquish him. I must prove to the world that I, Yu Xiaojiang, am not a failure. I am the foremost authority in theory. I too can nurture a genius. Tang San observed silently from the sidelines, sensing the turmoil and resentment churning within his master's heart. Evidently, this incident had struck a nerve with Yu Xiaojiang. Yet, as his disciple, he felt utterly helpless. Luo Ye's strength was overwhelming. Even all 7 of them combined could not hope to rival him. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that his master was a remarkable figure, and thus he resolved to assist him. Chapter 59. Graduation. On this familiar night at the Grand Soul Arena, Luo Ye scarcely participated in the soul fights anymore, unless faced with a formidable opponent who piqued his interest. Like Feng Xiaodian or Huo Wu from 3 years prior, he found little challenge in the small town of Soto, where peers of equal prowess were scarce. Although he refrained from joining the battles, it did not deter him from spectating. Beside him, Yu Xiaojiang and Flander observed the combat of the Shrek 7 monsters. Seeing Luo Ye leisurely nibbling on a fruit, Yu Xiaojiang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This was the golden age for soul power cultivation, yet Luo Ye appeared so carefree. Why? When everyone in the academy participated in the soul fights, did Luo Ye abstain? Yu Xiaojiang turned to Flander and inquired, Flander, why doesn't Luo Ye join the children in their battles? This could hinder their sense of unity. Flander chuckled awkwardly, about to respond. But Luo Ye preempted him by tossing a blue gold badge into Yu Xiaojiang's hands. Is this sufficient? Yu Xiaojiang? Luo Ye inquired casually. Yu Xiaojiang, upon inspecting the badge, was momentarily stunned. Engraved upon it were the words, Void Demon God, Martial Soul Glyza, Sapphire Soul Badge. He glanced from the badge to Luo Ye and, with a wry smile, returned it. Ah. Xiaojiang, do you understand now? Flander remarked, observing Luo Ye with a sense of nostalgia. Yu Xiaojiang's psychological resilience was commendable, despite being chastised by Luo Ye during the day. He regained a semblance of confidence by night. However, it seemed Luo Ye harbored a distinct disdain towards Xiaojiang, even a vague hostility. How could Luo Ye, a true prodigy, accept that a student surpassed him? Xiaojiang, I would advise you to refrain from interfering with Luoya's cultivation, Flanders said somewhat awkwardly. Should that young man act out again? It would be difficult for him to mediate between his best friend and the academy's brightest genius. Yu Xiaojiang regarded Luoya, wishing to adopt the role of a mentor, but then realized he lacked the authority and that Luoya would not heed his counsel, observing such an extraordinary individual emerging in the Soul Master realm. Yet feeling deprived of the opportunity to guide such talent, he lamented. The future leader in the fight against the Spirit Hall. Why must fate keep us apart? What a pity it is. Though he had been rendered speechless by Luoya's earlier jibes, the encouragement from Tang San rekindled some of Yu Xiaojiang's confidence. He believed himself to be an excellent theoretical master, capable of guiding others. As Luoya observed the actions of Yu Xiaojiang, a cold smile crept upon his lips, intensifying the animosity brewing within him. This Yu Xiaojiang truly seemed oblivious to the peril he was courting. However, it was not the opportune moment for Luoya to reveal his true identity. Bai Dong had entrusted him with the task of advancing to Soul King within 5 years, and with 3 years already elapsed, he still lacked a significant breakthrough. To unveil his identity at this juncture would only introduce unforeseen complications. Nevertheless, certain matters were ripe for consideration. Dean, I believe I have now met the graduation requirements of the academy. Luoya suddenly turned his gaze towards Flander and spoke. Flander, slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement. Indeed. Your cultivation level within the Soul Sect and the Silver Fighting Soul Badge indicate that you have surpassed the requirements. Well then, once Tang San and the others conclude their match, I shall bid them a brief farewell, Luoya affirmed, skillfully tossing the remnants of his fruit into the trash can. Both Flander and Yu Xiaojiang were momentarily stunned, not expecting Luoya to depart so swiftly. Are you leaving so soon? Flander inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. I miss home. It's been 3 years since I left. It's only fitting that I return for a visit, Luoya shrugged and replied nonchalantly. My home is in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, which is quite a distance from Soto City. Upon hearing Luoya's words, both Flander and Yu Xiaojiang fell silent, recognizing the validity of his sentiments. 3 years without returning home indeed warranted a visit. Since the day Flander had brought him to Shrek, the place he frequented most was the fighting arena, where he was sequestered in his room, fervently honing his skills. Well, I didn't expect your home to be in Tiando City. Why didn't you attend the Tiando Royal Academy? Flander asked with curiosity. Luoya chuckled in response. What is there to be gained from an institution that only admits nobles and royal relatives? Besides, as a commoner, I would find no opportunities there. Flander fell into contemplation, recognizing the truth in Luoya's words. It was well known that the students of the Tiando Royal Academy were often spoiled and arrogant, viewing common folk as insignificant, let alone considering them worthy of enrollment. Very well, Xiao Luo, I respect your choice. I hope you will remember me, your dean, in the future, Flander sighed softly, placing a hand on Luoya's shoulder. Yes, I will return to visit the academy when the opportunity arises, Luoya replied with a gentle smile. The following morning at Shrek Academy's playground, Luoya received the meticulously prepared graduation badge from Flander, officially graduating from Shrek Academy. You rascal, from now on. The sea is yours to traverse and the sky yours to soar. Regardless of your future achievements or potential downfalls, remember that Shrek will always be your home, Flander said. His eyes filled with warmth. He had sent off numerous graduates, each departure evoking a profound sense of melancholy, especially for this, the academy's most exceptional talent. Zhao Wuji approached, patting Luoya on the shoulder earnestly. Xiao Luo, you have been my most trusted student throughout these years. There is little more to say. Should you encounter any challenges ahead, send word. As long as I am able, I will lend my aid. Understood, old Zhao. I shall remember. Luoya affirmed with a smile, bowing respectfully to both Flander and Zhao Wuji. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat and remarked, Luoya, you are the most gifted genius I have ever encountered, endowed with a soul spirit that is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. I hope you will not stray from the path of righteousness. Luoya furrowed his brow slightly and nodded gently. Today marked a significant occasion, and it was prudent not to invite any unpleasantness upon oneself. After all, in merely 6 months, he would reunite with Lu Erlong. As long as he could convey the news back, Bibi Dong would likely come to terms with her fate. With a wave of his hand, Luoya summoned his Glizza martial spirit and soared into the sky. The Shrek 7 devils stood on the ground, gazing in the direction of Luoya's departure, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, that weirdo has left. Luoya, remember to return often. Luoya, one day, I shall surpass you. Ah, the Dark Lord has departed. What a liberating sensation this is. Luoya soared far into the desolate wilderness until the specter emerged from the shadows. Little Luoya, since your business here is concluded, let us return to seek out His Holiness the Pope. Luoya agreed, and together with the specter, they flew towards the city of Tiando. He certainly remembered the score to settle with Bone Douluo from that fateful night. Chapter 60. A visit to the 7 treasures in the city of Tiando. At the headquarters of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the main castle, known as the Glazed Castle, constructed from 7 colored precious stones, stood near the Tiando Imperial Palace. This place was a coveted destination for many soul masters within the realm, as a sect with wealth rivaling nations. The financial resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were unparalleled, and the valuation of this castle alone was astronomical. At this moment, however, within the castle, someone faced a rather vexing predicament, as a disciple had just reported the unexpected arrival of two uninvited guests. Ningfengji, the sect leader, along with two venerable guardians, Bon Douluo Gu Rong and Sword Douluo Continent, were gathered in the highest conference room of the glazed castle, engaged in discussion. Fengji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and that Loya have already arrived in the Grand Hall, Gu Rong's slightly aged voice echoed, only to trail off with a sigh. Old Bone, if it weren't for you and Sword Uncle spoiling Rong Rong, I truly wouldn't know how to proceed, Ningfengji lamented, shaking his head with a wry smile. He was well aware of the methods employed by the current Pope, Bibi Dong, and if matters did not go smoothly, the threats would not be mere words. Old man, it is useless to speak of it now. You initiated this situation, so you shall handle it when faced with Bibi Dong and that junior. Do not blame me for not giving you a warning, Chen Xian remarked with a slight shake of his head. Very well. Moments later, the three of them proceeded to the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Bibi Dong and Loya awaited them at the center of the hall. And upon witnessing this scene, Ningfengji's expression turned awkward. Ah, sect leader Ning, arriving so late. Were you preparing for lunch? Bibi Dong's cold voice rang out as she observed Ningfengji's entrance. Ningfengji hastily clasped his hands and responded, Your Holiness, I was attending to some trivial matters. I hope for your understanding. Oh, Bibi Dong replied indifferently, then gestured for Loya to step forth. I do not favor beating around the bush. Let us address the matter directly. My disciple Loya was merely teaching a disrespectful little girl a lesson. Yet you have so shamefully humiliated him in the presence of a Douluo? Is this not excessive? Though Bibi Dong's words were calm, they resonated with an undeniable authority that made the bodies of Ningfengji and the others tremble slightly. Your Holiness, this incident is purely a misunderstanding, Ningfengji began. A misunderstanding? A misunderstanding that resulted in my disciple being severely injured, and you even contemplated his demise? The cold glint in Bibi Dong's lavender eyes was chilling. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Ningfengji's body involuntarily shuddered, as if his heart had been gripped by a colossal beast, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. Yet, he persisted in suppressing his dread, responding, Your Holiness, indeed, my venerable guardian Bon Douluo has acted excessively. What would you have us do? Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at Gu Rong as she spoke in a frosty tone. Bon Douluo, you ought to be grateful. If it were not for Loya's staunch intervention, I would not have arrived here alone today. Your Holiness, it is I who has overstepped. Gu Rong replied with a bitter smile, offering his apologies to Bibi Dong. Humph. Bibi Dong snorted lightly, then turned to Loya, saying, Little Loya, convey your conditions. Indeed. Loya responded, locking eyes with Ningfengji, stating, Sect leader Ning, should you fulfill 3 conditions of mine, I can assure you that the Spirit Hall will refrain from sending troops against the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Please, do tell, Ningfengji implored, casting a glance at Bibi Dong behind Loya and mustering a strained smile. The first is simple. Let Bon Douluo Gu Rong apologize to me in front of all present. Loya said with a light chuckle, raising a finger. Agreed. Ningfengji exhaled slightly, signaling Gu Rong to offer his apology. Gu Rong, with a rueful smile, nodded and bowed to Loya, saying, Young brother, I apologize for my earlier actions. Oh. Senior Gu Rong need not be so Ningfengji was taken aback by the audacity of the young boy, who dared to attempt to deceive him with a mere pill. However, given the presence of Bibi Dong, he reluctantly accepted it. Take it, he said, as he retrieved a jade slip from his storage soul guide and handed it to Luoya. Well, since this is the case, we shall not impose further, Bibi Dong remarked, sensing that their objective had been fulfilled. With a swift motion, she departed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Luoya in tow. Once the Hall of Spirits confirmed that Bibi Dong had distanced herself, Ningfengji murmured to himself, his heart seething with indignation. When had he, the leader of one of the top 3 sects, ever been humiliated in such a manner? To be outwitted by a mere 15-year-old was intolerable. Anger surged within him, and he brought his palm down upon the table with force. Beside him, Gu Rong was startled by the sudden outburst and hurriedly reassured, Fengji, do not let your anger consume you. It is I who have let you down, and I who have failed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Observing Gu Rong's self-reproachful demeanor, Ningfengji held back his reprimands, eventually waving his hand in resignation. Very well, very well. In the future, you two must refrain from indulging Rong Rong so excessively. It is imperative that she understands the perils of the Soul Master world. Indeed, rest assured, Fengji, Gu Rong vowed earnestly, exchanging a worried glance with Chen Xian, both aware of the concerns reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 61, The Creation of Silver Feathers in the Hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong instructed, Xiao Luo, focus on mastering the distraction control method. Inform me immediately of any progress. We cannot afford to be complacent over these 2 years. I hope you can perfect this skill by the time of the Soul Master competition in 2 years. Yes, Master, Luoya replied, nodding solemnly as he returned the jade slip to his storage soul guide. Well, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave, Bibi Dong stated, slightly nodding as she prepared to depart. Wait, master, Luoya suddenly called out. Bibi Dong paused and turned her gaze upon him. Xiao Luo, is there something else you wish to discuss? Do you still remember the silver feathers I showcased to you previously? Luoya inquired. After a moment of reflection, Bibi Dong nodded, her eyes glinting with a hint of cold brilliance. That rascal Myers is likely already on his way here, is he not? Luoya, with a sweep of his otherworldly bracelet, produced more than a dozen silver feathers. According to my estimation, it will take at least 100 pieces to forge a single silver wing. This is indeed a considerable undertaking. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly. Then a thought crossed her mind, and the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile. Summon all the elders in Spirit City to gather at the Hall of the Pope. Yes, your holiness. Half an hour later, Bibi Dong called Luoya to the Hall of the Pope. At this moment, aside from her and Hulaina, the hall was filled with titled Douluos, all respectfully bowing to Bibi Dong. We pay our respects to your holiness. Please, take your seats. Bibi Dong nodded, gesturing for everyone to sit down, and then began. The purpose of gathering all of you today is to announce two matters. The assembly listened attentively. First, this is a weapon invented by young Luoya, and starting today, it will be produced on a large scale, with more weapons to follow. With a graceful wave of her hand, Bibi Dong revealed a silver feather. Feather? Made of iron? The elders exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions revealing their confusion. This object is called a silver feather. I have personally tested it, and its sharpness is sufficient to penetrate the defenses of a soul emperor specializing in defense. Bibi Dong smiled slightly and continued. Moreover, there are no restrictions on its use, allowing even support-type soul masters to wield it. The elders displayed shock on their faces, yet there were always one or two skeptics among them. Thus, the ghost leopard Douluo stepped forward. Your holiness, is this not a bit exaggerated? Such a small feather, could it truly possess such power? Luoya suppressed a laugh, stifling it with great difficulty. Bibi Dong glanced at him, her tone indifferent. Since Elder Ghost Leopard has doubts, why not? Tr. Luoya hurried over to assess the situation. Upon discovering that Hulaina's once flawless forehead had been marred by sharp fragments of silver feathers, he could not suppress a chuckle. Sister, you have truly become a person of distinction now. Hearing this, Hulaina's anger flared, and she shot Luoya a fierce glare, retorting, you insufferable junior. Do you possess no compassion? How dare you mock me? Well, who told you to exert such force earlier? Luoya replied with a smirk as he produced a vial of white ointment and applied it to her forehead. Instantly, Hulaina felt a soothing coolness replace the fiery sting, bringing her considerable relief. All right, let me assist you, he said, rising to stand behind her, gently grasping her delicate hand. What are you doing? Hulaina felt the warmth radiating from Luoya's palm, causing her heart to flutter and her cheeks to flush. Stay still. Allow me to guide you, he instructed, carefully maneuvering her hand to grasp a piece of material once more. Hold the carving knife firmly. Oh, Hulaina replied, tightening her grip on the knife, hesitant to move. No, not so tightly. Be gentler, Luoya remarked, noticing the sweat forming in her palm. He lightly patted her shoulder, his tone turning serious. Then what? Hulaina's large fox-like eyes were filled with confusion. Infuse your soul power. Every edge of the silver feathers must align perfectly, otherwise, you will be unable to seamlessly forge a silver wing. Luoya observed his somewhat adorably bewildered senior, finding it amusing. Oh, Hulaina exclaimed, suddenly understanding. She concentrated her soul power and began to carve several precise holes into the metal piece. Is the metal block offending you? Luoya exclaimed, grabbing her wrist in exasperation. Keep your hands steady. Upon hearing this, Hulaina obediently ceased her movements, yet her beautiful gaze remained fixated on the metal block before her. Luoya held Hulaina's wrist and began gently tracing the surface of the metal block. Before long, fine beads of sweat formed on Hulaina's forehead, clearly indicating her exertion. Yet, her eyes remained unblinking, fixed intently on the task. Junior brother, don't let your hand waver. Don't worry, it'll be fine. To the left side is overlapping. I know, senior sister, stop distracting me. After half an hour, a silver feather was completed under Luoya's craftsmanship. Hulaina turned her head slightly, gazing at his focused expression, and for a moment, she lost herself in thought. This junior brother of hers was so handsome, so utterly captivating. Luoya also noticed the peculiar expression on Hulaina's face, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his heart swelling with a sense of pride. Indeed, his charm was substantial enough to leave even Hulaina mesmerized. Chapter 62. Punishment for Myers, the record of celestial herbs. What's wrong? Senior sister? Do I have a soul bone on my face? Why do you gaze so intently? Luoya jested deliberately. Upon hearing this, Hulaina hastily reined in her thoughts, her cheeks flushing with warmth. She shot Luoya a reproachful glare and huffed, you obnoxious junior brother, who would care to look at you? You're nowhere near as handsome as my brother. Does that mean I'm inferior to brother Xie then? Luoya raised an eyebrow, teasingly retorted. You. Hulaina found herself momentarily speechless, unable to muster a rebuttal, and turned her head away in defiance. In terms of strength, Luoya could likely defeat 3 Xie Yuans at present. As for intelligence, Xie Yuan would not have the knack for crafting soul-guiding devices, nor the shrewdness akin to Luoya's mercantile acumen. Enough. I am well aware of my prowess, Luoya declared with a tinge of narcissism, before adding, aren't you in a hurry? Our task comprises a total of 50 pieces. Humph. I assure you, I will complete the task within 3 months, not a moment longer. Hulaina retorted angrily, then picked up her engraving knife and resumed cutting the silver feathers, seemingly determined to ignore Loya and provoke him instead. For the next several months, the metallic chamber resonated with the sounds of ding-ding-dong as the two figures moved incessantly around the metallic table, intermittently slicing metal blocks into fragments and arranging the silver feathers beside them. It's done. Loya wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Gazing at the 100 silver feathers neatly arranged on the table, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, junior brother. What do you intend to do next? Hulaina chuckled, circling the silver feathers. No, do not blink. A faint smile played at the corners of Loya's mouth as he gracefully manipulated the space around him. The 100 silver feathers levitating and aligning in an orderly fashion. Combined with Loya's commanding voice, the feathers began to converge, ultimately merging into a magnificent pair of silver wings. The silver wings are complete, Loya exclaimed, relief washing over him as he fulfilled the task assigned by their teacher, which had taken 2 long months. Hulaina reclined comfortably in her swivel chair, stretching her body, her eyes betraying a deep fatigue. Hee, senior sister. Who was it that boasted about completing this within a month? Loya teased, carefully retracting the silver wings. Humph. Who knew this would be so challenging? If the teacher had asked me to elevate my cultivation within a month, I would have accomplished it without fail. Hulaina shot Loya a glare upon hearing his words. All right, it's time to report back to the teacher. Oh, indeed, Hulaina replied, rising promptly and heading towards the door. Calculating the days. Tang San and the others should be nearing the Heaven Do Royal Academy by now. Loya mused as they walked, a subtle, sinister smile appearing on his face. Before long, they arrived at the Pope's Hall. Upon pushing open the grand doors, they beheld a middle-aged man trembling as he knelt in the center of the hall. While Bibi Dong sat imperiously on the Pope's throne, her expression icy. Little Loya, have you completed your task? Bibi Dong's demeanor softened slightly upon seeing her 2 disciples enter. It went smoothly, Loya replied, casting a discreet glance at Miles, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Good, come here, Bibi Dong motioned with her hand. Miles, your actions in Gingshin City over the years have come to my attention. It is rather embarrassing. If not for little Loya's reminder, I would have remained unaware of your existence as such filth within our spirit hall. Your Excellency, I assure you. I had no knowledge that those blacksmiths could create such items. Miles pleaded, his face ashen as he bowed repeatedly. Nevertheless, Miles, your deeds in Gingshin City have warranted a death sentence 5 times over according to the laws of the spirit hall. Loya added, little Luo. How to deal with him is your decision. In any case, I do not wish to see him again. Bibi Dong's eyes were half closed, lazily reclining in the seat of the Pope. Indeed, Loya nodded, then turned his gaze directly at Miles, speaking in a deep voice. Cardinal Miles of Gingshin City, a bully of both the weak and the powerful, has severely tarnished the reputation of the Spirit Hall among the common folk. His actions are a gross violation of the moral integrity expected of a soul master. Therefore, I decree that he be expelled from the Spirit Hall, his powers stripped, and exiled to the far north, left to fend for himself. The palace knights responded promptly. Upon hearing Loya's verdict, a sense of satisfaction washed over Bibi Dong. With a graceful wave of her hand, an invisible wave of soul power sent Miles flying, shattering his meridians. Soon, 5 or 6 palace knights entered from the Grand Hall's entrance. Take him away. Yes, your grace. Your holiness, please, not to the far north. That is a place where even soul masters cannot survive for long. Yet, no matter how Miles pleaded for mercy, Bibi Dong remained unmoved. Little Luo, I am quite pleased with your method of disposal, but it still lacks a certain element. Bibi Dong smiled faintly, gently stroking Loya's head. This matter should be made public, allowing the common people to know that the Spirit Hall's true intentions remain unchanged. Let the stewards handle this. Yes, teacher. I shall return to my training now. Loya returned to his room, settling himself cross-legged upon the bed to commence his meditation and cultivation. Over the past 6 months, he had neglected his training, and his soul power had remained stagnant at the 40th level for quite some time. Although the combined strength of the Shrek 7 devils could not rival him, the presence of a certain individual, the child of destiny, could potentially introduce unforeseen variables. In the Spirit Hall, Luoya enjoyed a favorable environment for cultivation, however. He seldom consumed herbs designed to enhance soul power. He believed that relying on such herbs for breakthroughs could lead to a superficial increase in soul strength, thereby undermining his foundational stability and adversely affecting his future path unless, of course, the herbs were of extraordinary quality. Contemplating this, Luoyu felt a fresh wave of frustration. Aside from the few herbs mentioned in the original text, he was unfamiliar with others. Even the records within the Spirit Hall were far from comprehensive. Over the years, he had meticulously perused the scriptures in the hall's library, uncovering only a scant few records of celestial herbs, and those were regrettably incomplete. But what of Douluo Yuegwan? He was certain that Yuegwan could easily identify celestial herbs and likely possess some documentation on the matter. Resolute in his decision, Luoyu concluded his training and made his way to Yuegwan's residence. At that moment, Yue Guan was in his courtyard, merrily sharing cups with Gui Mei. Thoroughly engrossed in their revelry, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Elder Zhu, are you there? Luo Yu called out, rapping on the door with a clear voice. Oh, it's little Luo, Yue Guan exclaimed, setting down his cup and opening the door with a welcoming gesture. Luo Yu pushed open the door and entered. Seeing the two titled Douluos present, he greeted with a smile, Elder Ghost is here too. Ah, little Luo, what brings you to visit Zhu Guan today? Gui Mei set down his wine glass and asked indifferently upon seeing Luo Yu. Luo smiled faintly and said, I have come to seek Elder Zhu's assistance. Oh, you still have matters that require my help? Elder Zhu inquired with growing interest. Luo was no longer the 6-year-old child of yesteryear. After taking Bibi Dong as his mentor, his standing within the Spirit Hall soared, and following his breakthrough to the Soul Sect, his prowess far surpassed that of his senior sister, Hulaina. It was even remarked by Bibi Dong that when Luo exerted himself fully, his strength was comparable to that of an ordinary soul sage, albeit without the activation of his martial soul's true form. Even the titled Douluo, upon encountering him, displayed a warm demeanor, a testament to the amicable relationship he shared with Yue Guan. Luo Yu chuckled, expressing his recent fascination with certain celestial herbs. He had heard from his instructor that Elder Zhu possessed a unique compendium of celestial herbs, prompting him to seek it out for reference. Ah, so it is the compendium of celestial herbs, exclaimed Zhu Douluo, delicately gesturing with his fingers. It is indeed possible for you to borrow it. But perhaps you might consider offering something in return? Offer something? What do you mean? Luo Yu found himself momentarily bewildered by Zhu Douluo's gaze. Little Luo, how would you describe our relationship? Yu Guan inquired, pouring a cup of wine for Luo Yu. Luo Yu hesitated, pushing the cup back. It is quite good. After all, you were the one who brought me into the Spirit Hall years ago. Since our relationship is so amicable, might I suggest that you call me Uncle Yu from now on? There was a hint of anticipation in Yu Guan's voice. Very well, Uncle Yu. Under Yu Guan's watchful eyes, Luo Yu finally uttered the title. The old chrysanthemum shook his head with a ghostly smile and took another sip of wine. After decades of friendship, Yu Guan's intentions were not lost on him. Luo Yu is undoubtedly destined to become a formidable figure on the continent. Perhaps even the foremost successor to the Pope. Moreover, considering the grave injury he inflicted upon himself due to a moment of folly, it is only reasonable for others to grant him forgiveness. However, out of respect for his title as Douluo, he refrained from addressing the matter directly. Very well. Douluo Zhu displayed a gentle smile and said, just wait. With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and dashed back into the room. In an instant, the figure of Yue Guan materialized before Luo Yu, having only briefly stepped away to retrieve a book. Upon receiving the book that Yue Guan presented to him, Luo Yu eagerly opened it, revealing an array of illustrations of various celestial herbs. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Luo Yu expressed gratefully. Indeed, Yue Guan nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Little Luo Yu, I shall lend you this compendium of celestial herbs, but remember to return it once you have finished. It represents decades of my dedication, and it must not be lost. Rest assured, Luo Yu replied with a smile, raising his cup to drink heartily before bidding farewell. I shall not intrude further upon the merriment of you two uncles. Luo Yu hastily departed, returning to his chamber where he seated himself and meticulously perused the compendium of celestial herbs in his possession. Apart from the celestial varieties mentioned in the original text, every herb was accounted for with precision, such as the frosty snowwind crystal fruit, the sacred heavenly extreme flame flower, the ethereal underworld water orchid, and the heavenly thunder soul spirit grass. The volume not only elucidated the medicinal properties of each herb, but also meticulously documented the methods of harvesting them. This filled Luo Yu with immense joy. Possessing this compendium meant that once he located the Eye of Ice and Fire, the younger generation of the Spirit Hall and their elite combat forces would ascend to new heights. Chapter 63. Return to Heaven Do What? You intend to go to Heaven Do City. Bibi Dong regarded Luo Yu with a hint of confusion, questioning why he would venture there when he could remain and cultivate diligently within T as Luo Yu exited the papal hall. Zhu Gui and the other figure appeared by his side. Xiao Luo, let us depart. Luo Yu summoned his martial spirit and soared towards the direction of Tiando City, with Yu Guan and Gui Mei flanking him. Xiao Luo, your speed has surprisingly matched ours, Yu Guan remarked in astonishment. Hee, Uncle Yu. You must be aware of the capabilities of my martial spirit, Luo Yu replied, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Yu Guan chuckled softly, shaking his head. The younger generations surpassed the older ones. In truth, Luo Yu's true intention for visiting Tiando City was to acquire the celestial herbs from Dugubo's medicinal garden and, coincidentally, to reunite with Qianren Shui. It has been 9 years. Shui must have endured great hardships alone in Tiando City, he thought, a surge of profound affection swelling within him. Wishing to be by her side immediately, Xiao Luo, Gui Mei noticed a rare tenderness on Luo Yu's face, filled with curiosity, for he had never witnessed such a display from him before. It's nothing. Realizing his lapse in composure, Luo Yu quickly masked his emotions and urged them to continue their journey. After approximately 5 days of flight, they finally reached the skies above Tiando City. The trio descended and shifted to walking. Although the Tiando Empire did not explicitly forbid soul masters from flying within the capital, it was prudent to exercise caution. Especially since the headquarters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was situated here, any disturbance could attract unwanted attention. Uncle Gue, you two should remain hidden. I can manage alone. Understood. The two titled Douluo acknowledged, their forms vanishing into the shadows as Luoya began his search based on his recollections. The Tiando Royal Academy was located outside the city. After about half an hour, Luoya finally located them. Luoya raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch, striking Avalanche squarely in the abdomen. A pain cry echoed across the grassy expanse as Avalanche's stomach caved in, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Help! Murder! Avalanche howled, his spirit half lost in terror, rolling on the ground while clutching his belly. Is this a joke? Luoya sneered with disdain. Realizing that he had barely exerted 1/10 of his strength, yet Avalanche lay in a pitiful state. Are the princes of the Heaven Do Empire truly this weak? I worry for the future of your royal lineage. Luoya shook his head, feigning sorrow. Who exactly are you? Avalanche managed to rise slowly, surrounded by his noble companions. His voice strained. Me? Luoya replied with a sly smile. I am also a student of Shrek Academy. Just you wait. Avalanche hobbled towards the mountaintop. His expression dark and filled with resentment, silently cursing, Damn Shrek Academy, you will pay for this. I swear I will not rest until I avenge this humiliation. Chapter 64. The first encounter with Douluo at the teaching committee of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Luoya concealed himself at the entrance, utilizing spatial soul power to remain hidden as he observed Tang San undergoing tests by the 3 committee members. He calculated the time, awaiting the conclusion of the tests. Douluo and Prince Xuexing should be arriving soon. It would soon be my turn to make an appearance. A smile graced Luoya's face as he mentally reviewed his plan. As time passed, Tang San could no longer withstand the pressure, and the 8 spider lances on his back exploded forth, shocking the 3 committee members and igniting their appreciation for such talent. Naturally, they readily agreed to welcome the Shrek students into the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Just as everything appeared to be settling, a somewhat arrogant voice resonated from outside. Is the chief of the Dream Machine here? The voice was loud and confident, yet carried an air of superiority. 3 figures entered the room. Prince Xuexing, flanked by Avalanche, whose wounds from Dai Mubai's earlier assault and Luoya's punch had yet to heal. To the right stood Douluo, his hair and beard a deep green, with eyes sparkling like emeralds. Prince Xuexing harbored disdain for the Shrek students. Despite the committee's support, he was resolute in expelling them. Ultimately, he summoned Douluo. With a cold glance at the Shrek students, he declared, If you can endure for 5 minutes against Mr. Douluo, I shall acknowledge your talents. Otherwise, please vacate my academy at once. Dai Mubai, infuriated, prepared to charge forward. But at that moment, Douluo opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Dai Mubai. In an instant, Dai Mubai emitted a muffled groan, his body trembling violently before collapsing silently to the ground. Douluo ignored him and coolly addressed the Shrek Academy students. You may all come at once. As he spoke, a brilliant green light erupted from him, and with it, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings spiraled into the air, casting a dazzling radiance throughout the committee hall. It's my turn now. Luoya, observing Douluo preparing to engage, withdrew his concealment, casually leaning against the entrance of the hall with a relaxed demeanor, and said, Dean, I hope I'm not late. All eyes were drawn to Luoya, and Douluo's gaze revealed a hint of disbelief, quickly masked. The fluctuations of Luoya's soul power suggested he had only just entered the 40th rank, and Douluo was astonished he had not detected him earlier. Little Luoya, what brings you here? You must leave at once, Flender exclaimed, a mix of surprise and concern in his voice. What's the matter, Dean? Luoya replied nonchalantly, stepping into the room with feigned astonishment. A title Douluo? Uncle, it's him. My stomach still hurts. Avalanche pointed at Luoya, cursing vehemently. Luoya turned to glance at Avalanche, mockingly exclaiming, it is you, the inept prince. What's this? Unable to fight. You call for your parents? How utterly disgraceful. Enraged, Avalanche was about to retort when Xuexing interjected, addressing Flander, is this boy also your student? Indeed. And he is the most distinguished genius of our academy, though he has already graduated. Flander replied with an air of pride. Is that so? Xuexing remarked, casting a glance at Douluo, a sardonic expression gracing her face. Mr. Douluo, I implore you. Douluo, with an impassive demeanor, nodded slightly, an immense aura emanating from him, pressing toward Luoya. Poison as a blade, a title Douluo. You must be the illustrious Douluo, Luoya commented, his expression unperturbed, instantly revealing Douluo's identity. Not lacking in knowledge for one so young. Since you are aware of my identity, why not make yourself scarce? Douluo replied, his countenance tranquil. Yet, esteemed title Douluo, to so brazenly humiliate our dean and fellow students seems rather unbecoming of your stature, Luoya countered, resisting the oppressive force Douluo exerted, his tone steady and devoid of fear. Upon hearing Luoya's words, a chilling smile crept onto Douluo's face. Youngster, you possess remarkable audacity, daring to instruct me. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Avalanche, witnessing Luoya's provocation of Douluo, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Oblivious to the dangers, this lad is doomed. The poisoned Douluo is a merciless killer. Shall Loya flee? This matter does not concern you. Flander, noticing Douluo's genuine ire, paled and urgently urged Loya. However, Douluo would not permit Flander to finish his sentence. With a mere flick of his hand, a venomous snake, composed of soul energy, surged forth from his wrist, darting straight for Loya. The serpent moved with astonishing speed, imbued with a potent toxin. A bite would surely lead to certain death. As the venomous serpent lunged towards him, Luo Ye's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded towards the two figures concealed in the shadows. Gather, Cold Blossom. A glimmer of golden light emerged from behind Luo Ye, revealing a petal-shaped flying knife that shot forth with astonishing speed, instantly shattering the serpent. Before Douluo could react, a shadowy hand erupted from beneath him, fiercely grasping his right knee. The familiar pulses of soul power sent Douluo's expression into turmoil, and with a swift kick, he shattered the dark hand. Chrysanthemum Gate, Old Ghost. Douluo retreated to Snowstar's side, his face etched with trepidation. A flash of golden light announced the arrival of Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan, at Luo Ye's right, while a sinister aura billowed from the ground, revealing Ghost Douluo, Gue Mei. Standing to Luo Ye's left, ominously fixated on Douluo. The standoff among the three titled Douluo rendered the crowd breathless, their hearts racing uncontrollably. It seems this lad holds significant importance to you, Douluo remarked darkly, taken aback by the realization that Luo Ye was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, likely of considerable rank, to warrant the presence of two Douluo simultaneously. Meanwhile, Tang San struggled to maintain his composure, astonished to encounter three titled Douluo in one day. Considering there were scarcely a dozen throughout the continent, now converging at this modest Tianshui Royal Academy. Outside, perched upon a tree, Tang Hao, clad in a black cloak, discreetly observed the unfolding situation, prepared to intervene only if the three posed a threat to Tang San, Old Poison, and Snowstar. Should you dare to harm a hair on Luo Ye, I assure you, I will raise this Tianshui Royal Academy to the ground. You must understand. The significance of one whom both I and the old ghost personally protect cannot be overstated. Yuguan toyed with the petal-shaped flying knife, poised to strike at any moment. Douluo cast a deep glance at Luo Ye, acutely aware that the protection of two Super Douluo underscored Luo Ye's importance to the Spirit Hall. Taking a deep breath, Douluo endeavored to quell his rising emotions, though he feared nothing for himself. His only kin, his granddaughter, remained at the Tianshui Royal Academy, and he could not allow her to be endangered. What do you truly desire? Snowstar, now stripped of her previous arrogance, appeared somewhat flustered. I merely find your lofty demeanor intolerable, Luo Ye retorted, disdainfully narrowing his eyes. Elder Douluo, what is it about the Tianshui royal family that compels you to serve them? After a moment of silence, Douluo replied solemnly, regardless of the Tianshui royal family's standing, I owe Snowstar a debt. Old Poison. We both understand the sacrifices required to attain the rank of titled Douluo, yet I do not wish for you to perish over this trivial matter. Yuguan flexed his wrist, casting a deliberate glance at the timid Xiaowu, who trembled under his gaze. Wise one should depart this place post-haste. Xiaowu quivered, her rabbit ears drooping dismally. This is the end. I fear we shall not escape through this doorway. Chrysanthemum Gate, do not overstep your bounds. Douluo's forehead beaded with sweat, yet he maintained a faade of defiance. Elder Chrysanthemum, let the grievances between you and Elder Douluo rest for now. Luo Ye directed his cold gaze towards Snowstar and Shuebang. Apologize to my dean. Very well, I concede, Snowstar replied, reluctantly bowing to Luo Ye's unwavering demeanor and the pressure from the two Super Douluo. I apologize, Dean Flanders. My apologies, Mr. Dean, Shuebel followed suit. Acknowledging the authority of his royal uncle, Flanders sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head. Luo, today you have stepped in for them, yet in the future, these young prodigies must continue their studies here. Who knows whether Prince Snowstar may seek revenge in the shadows. Loya smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, Dean, you may leave, this place is not suitable for Shrek. Upon hearing Loya's words, Chief Dream Machine anxiously replied, Dear friend, if there is any inadequacy in our hospitality, please do enlighten us. The thought of letting Shrek's exceptionally gifted students depart filled Dream Machine with unease. Indeed, Loya, we have come this far. We cannot abandon our quest now, Oscar said, casting a puzzled glance at Loya. Loya cast a glance at the Shrek crowd and shook his head, saying, Esteemed members of the Education Committee, your institution is undoubtedly excellent, but the students here are utterly disappointing. My teachers and fellow students have come here to learn and cultivate, not to associate with certain spoiled science. Chapter 65, The Method of Detoxification. As they watched the Shrek teachers and students depart, the three members of the Education Committee were filled with sorrow. Jilin, sitting beside them, pointed an accusatory finger at Prince Xuesheng, exclaiming, Prince Xuesheng, how foolish you are. Do you have any idea who those children and teachers were? Prince Xuesheng scoffed lightly and replied nonchalantly, What is done is done. Should the three members of the Education Committee wish to complain to His Majesty, I have nothing to say. Farewell. With that, he turned and left, leaving the committee members with only his retreating figure. Wait, Douluo Yueguan interjected, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. You may leave. But it has been half a year since we last saw that old poisoner. Why not reconnect a bit? Reconnect? Dugobo's lips twitched. He suspected they were merely seeking to torment him. Upon hearing this, Prince Xuexing's expression shifted slightly, and he cleared his throat, saying, "The grievance is between Mr. Dugu and Senior. You are not my concern. Farewell." With that, he hastily exited the scene. Watching Prince Xuexing's departing figure, Dugobo felt as if he had been sold out. Wait, this is Heavendo City, the capital of the Heavendo Empire. How could it be so easily dismissed? Very well, I too wish to witness the competition among the titled Douluo. Loya chuckled, turning to Dugobo. Senior Dugu, may we converse outside? Humph. Dugobo snorted. The first to fly out the door, followed closely by Yueguan and Loya. Moments later, the four arrived at a secluded hillside, where Loya and Guei stood to the side, eagerly watching as Yueguan and Dugobo prepared for their duel. Senior Dugu, I have heard you once proclaimed, alone in the vast seas, I am the unrivaled one. Why not allow a junior like me to witness your prowess? Loya said with a charming smile, appearing quite amiable. Dugobo grunted dismissively. Youngster, it seems you know quite a bit. I not only know some of your past, senior, but I also understand that although you appear to dominate the realm of poison, you are, in fact, severely afflicted and have little time left. Loya shook his head, feigning regret. What did you say? Dugobo's face twitched, a glimmer of shock appearing in his eyes. How did this boy know of his affliction? If I am not mistaken, Senior Dugu, your poisoning is quite severe. During rainy and overcast days, you will experience numbness in your ribs, which intensifies, occurring twice daily, once at noon and again at midnight, each episode lasting over an hour. Moreover, in the depths of night, you will feel sharp pains in your head and soles, accompanied by spasms lasting at least half an hour. This sensation, while not entirely akin to a living death, is certainly unbearable. Am I mistaken, Senior Dugu? You. How could you discern this merely by looking? Dugobo's eyes brimmed with disbelief. This youth had accurately analyzed his condition. This is merely a minor issue. I can assist you in detoxification, for I am an alchemist. Loya smiled gently, his eyes filled with pity. Moreover, it seems the poison hinders your cultivation progress. Does it not? Feeling the pity in Loya's gaze, Dugobo suddenly experienced a chill in his heart. Such a look was utterly unsettling. Young Loya, what else are you concealing from us? Even Yueguan's gaze towards Loya shifted, for the matter of Dugobo's poisoning was known only to him and his longtime rival. Elder Gio, I will explain everything later. However, before that, might I be fortunate enough to witness the combat among titled Douluo? Loya said, grinning at Dugobo. Dugobo's mouth twitched violently. He felt like a prey being targeted. Come then. I am not afraid of this old chrysanthemum. Dugobo gritted his teeth in agreement. Yueguan chuckled, summoning forth the wondrous chrysanthemum. Old poisoner, you seem quite brave. Joking. I have never been cowardly. I am exceptionally strong. Ah, no, Brother Gio. Let me see if your cultivation is still intact. Brother Gio, no. In a small grove, Dugobo sat dejectedly on the ground, while the smug Yueguan stood beside him. Old poisoner, you are still too inexperienced, Yueguan said, a satisfied smile gracing his features. I will win back what I have lost eventually, Dugobo declared defiantly, his eyes flashing with resentment. Is that so? Unfortunately, as young Loya mentioned, without clearing your poison, advancing in cultivation will be exceedingly difficult. Yueguan shook his head, adopting a helpless demeanor. Upon hearing this, Dugobo stiffened. He suddenly realized a grave issue. His cultivation was indeed stagnated, unable to progress further. For an old powerhouse, being stuck in cultivation was more torturous than death itself. Youngster, were your previous words sincere? Dugobo looked intently at Loya and asked solemnly, if you truly possess the means to detoxify, I will grant you 3 requests, provided they do not breach my bottom line. Rest assured, Loya replied with a gentle smile. I, Loya, always keep my word. However, I will need some medicinal herbs. I wonder if you have any to offer? That is easy enough. I possess a medicinal valley in the Sunset Forest, filled with various precious herbs, some even I do not recognize. You may gather freely, but if you harm yourself, I will not take responsibility. Dugobo replied coldly, though a hint of anticipation flickered in his gaze. That is exactly what I hope to hear. Loya thought triumphantly, wearing a sincere expression. Then we have an agreement. It is settled. Settled. The two reached an accord, and Dugobo promptly stood to bid farewell to Loya. I shall return to prepare. Meet me in 3 days at the Sunset Forest. With that, he departed, watching Dugobo's retreating figure. Yueguan furrowed his brow, and then turned to Loya with a scrutinizing gaze. Young Loya, do you truly possess the means to detoxify? That old poisoner has been tormented by his affliction for much of his life, and he is utterly helpless against it. Do you truly believe it can be undone? Indeed. Uncle, you and that old poisoner have battled for decades and know each other almost as well as yourselves. This poison is not something that can simply be unraveled. Guei regarded Loya with skepticism. Fear not, Uncle Guei. I have my methods, Loya proclaimed confidently, and the medicinal valley mentioned by Dugobo may indeed hold some treasures. Very well, Guei nodded slightly. The three found a hotel to temporarily settle in, and Guei and Yueguan conferred about taking turns to protect Loya, ensuring they kept a watchful eye on Xiaowu until the appointed time with Dugobo arrived. Loya sat upon a chair, unfurling a scroll adorned with dense inscriptions, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The poison-gathering pill, though not an elite concoction, combined with the efficacy of those celestial herbs, proved sufficient, she murmured. With that, she carefully rolled up the scroll and commenced her daily cultivation. Suddenly, an incongruous yet familiar voice resonated from beyond the door. What are you all doing? Do you not realize this chamber has been consistently occupied by this prince? Upon hearing the voice, Loya's playful spirit ignited. She donned a black feathered mask and stepped outside. Glyza, I shall require your assistance in a moment, but do exercise discretion. Huh, human lad. What do you take me for? I shall not comply. You will owe me a feast in 3 days, came the retort. It's a deal. Chapter 66, I have awakened. One punch to victory. On the bustling streets of Tiendo City, Avalanche, flanked by 2 elderly guardians clad in white, approached the entrance of an opulent hotel. Your Highness, please hold for a moment. I shall prepare the accommodations forthwith, one of the elders respectfully announced. Hurry, hurry. Ensure it is the finest suite, Avalanche replied, a pained expression crossing her face as she clutched her abdomen. Luoya's punch had dealt him a heavy blow. The journey back to the Imperial Palace was too far. So they had no choice but to find a place to rest first and summon a healing soul master to tend to his injuries. Yes, the old man hastily replied. However, moments later, the white-robed elder returned trembling. Fourth Highness, that room was said to have been reserved in advance. What? Xuebeng's face darkened instantly. Pushing aside another elder, he stormed to the hotel front desk and bellowed, How do you handle things here? Don't you know this room has been reserved long-term by this prince? The hotel attendant could only look helpless, she had no idea. And the current occupant of the room was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Creak. And you are. A cold voice accompanied the sound of the door opening. Hearing the voice, Xuebing turned and saw that the speaker was merely a teenager. Enraged, he shouted. What kind of lowly creature dares to occupy this room? It belongs to this prince. Know your place and get out. Prince? Luoya's eyes turned icy, raising his arm. He flicked his finger toward Xuebing, a streak of silver light flashing from his fingertip. Xuebing felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his chest. His body was flung several meters away, crashing to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Is that all? Luoya sneered, retracting his finger. If Xuebing couldn't even withstand a mere ripple of spatial energy, then he was even more useless than Luoya had imagined. You dare strike me? This is an affront to the Heavendo Imperial family. Clutching his chest, Xuebing struggled to his feet, pointing at Luoya in fury. Annoying. Luoya's voice was frigid. Another flick of his finger sent a spatial ripple forward, but this time, the elder guarding Xuebing intercepted it. Though the force still sent him stumbling back several steps. Shock filled the elder's eyes. As a soul king, how could a mere youngster's casual strike push him back? Unless this boy was already a soul emperor? But even if he had started cultivating in the womb, such a feat was impossible. Young man, do not overstep your bounds. This is the capital of the Heavendo Empire. You cannot act recklessly here. The elder barked. I'm not illiterate, Luoya scoffed. This spoiled prince is getting beaten today. If you insist on protecting him, don't blame me for forgetting my manners toward elders. Such audacity. Do you think the Heavendo Imperial family has no one to stand against you? The black-robed elder roared. Even clay figurines have a temper. Let alone the proud lineage of Heavendo. Fine. If you can defeat me, I'll kneel and apologize to this waste right now, Luoya retorted without hesitation. Outrageous. The elder immediately summoned his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, the optimal configuration. A pair of pale yellow wings unfurled behind him. I'm Xuannan, a 54th ranked agility attack system soul king. My spirit, White Swallow. With a fierce cry, a massive white bird materialized behind him, radiating oppressive energy. Luoya's lips curled slightly, betraying no hint of fear. It was evident that the individual with the surname Shui, whose martial spirit was that of a bird, was likely an elder from the Shui family of Tiendo. Regrettably, their martial spirit was rather weak. The Tiendo royal family's inherited spirit, the swan, paled in comparison to the white tiger of the Xinglua royal family. It was no wonder that the national strength of Xinglua consistently surpassed that of the Tiendo Empire. I shall strike you with a single punch. If you can withstand it, I will immediately apologize, Luoya declared. With a sudden push of his legs, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Xuanan's pupils constricted. He sensed the intense battle intent emanating from his opponent. A level of ferocity not typical of an ordinary individual, certainly not that of an average young soul master. Yin Yu Ren, he called out. As the wings of the white swan behind him unfurled dramatically, the 3rd soul ring illuminating. Feathers disintegrated into white blades that hurtled towards Luoya with astonishing speed. Huantian. Luoya shouted coldly, a layer of blue light enveloping his fist, meeting the oncoming blades with fierce resolve. Boom. The clash of blue light and feather blades erupted in a violent explosion, intertwining blue and white hues engulfing the entrance of the hotel. The patrons within the hotel panicked and fled, desperately seeking refuge. As the dust settled, onlookers beheld Xuannan, who had once stood tall, now sprawled on the ground. One wing of his martial spirit brutally severed, several deep gashes marring his body, indicating severe internal injuries. Gasp. The other guests in the hotel collectively inhaled sharply, bewildered by the identity of this masked youth. Who is he? His strength is terrifying. My goodness, who is this child? So formidable, they murmured, astonished. But to provoke trouble in the Tiando Grand Hotel, does he not value his life? This boy appears so youthful yet possesses such immense power. Xuanan, in utter disarray and unable to rise, was filled with disbelief and dread. He could scarcely fathom being severely wounded by one who seemed merely a teenager. Watch closely. Young one, this is the true essence of my void fist technique, Luoya remarked, twisting his wrist as a flash of purple light flickered in his eyes. Who exactly are you? Another elder, who had refrained from intervening, wore a grave expression. He was certain that this youth was far from ordinary. Potentially an important disciple of the upper three sects or even the spirit hall. I am merely a commoner, yet the actions of your royalty have stirred my disdain. Luoya retorted, his eyes flashing with purple light as he turned to the terrified Xuanan. Furthermore, one ought to remain humble. As a mere soul master of barely level 20, you are unworthy to boast before a soul sect unless you have the backing of the Tiando royal family. Buzz. Ha ha ha. As Luoya's voice fell, for soul rings, one yellow, two purple, and one black, manifested around him, elevating his form into the air. The surrounding space shimmered with strange ripples, and faint whirlpools could be discerned. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the youth before them, adorned with a black-feathered mask, was a soul master. No, it was impossible. These soul rings must be illusions, mere fabrications. Xuebang, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed onto the ground, babbling incoherently. Youth, another elder remarked grimly, I concede that your talent possesses the potential for a title Douluo. However, you should not have provoked our Tiando royal family. The elder's demeanor darkened as he lightly stamped his foot, and 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, ignited around him. I am Xuebe, a rank 63 assault-type soul emperor, with the martial spirit of a swan. Should you be above rank 65, I might have regarded you with some caution, but alas. A typical soul emperor holds little significance in my eyes. With a cold snort, Luoya stepped forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. In an instant, a purple claw materialized before Xuebe, lunging directly towards his throat. 5th soul skill, Feather Guardian. Startled, Xuebe hastily summoned his soul power, unleashing his defensive 5th soul skill, which manifested as a green feather that coalesced into a shield, poised to counter Luoya's ethereal claw. Crack. The void claw of Luoya collided with the azure shield, producing a crisp sound. Although Luoya's void claw shattered the feathered shield, he was also forced back 2 steps by the recoil before finally regaining his footing. How is this possible? Xuebe's countenance changed dramatically as he retreated, distancing himself from Luoya. The defense of a soul emperor was effortlessly breached by a mere soul master, had he not experienced it firsthand. He would have found it utterly unbelievable. Chapter 67. Glyza's greed. Seizing the opportunity presented by Xuebe's retreat, Luoya pressed his advantage. A brilliant blue light erupted from his body as 3 avatars emerged from within him, surrounding Xuebe completely. Falling feather, Xuebe exclaimed, his wings flaring as his 4th soul ring illuminated. Swan feathers coalesced from the heavens, cascading down and exploding into countless sparks, forcing Luoya's 3 avatars to retreat. Seizing the moment, he charged directly at Luoya. Upon witnessing the scene, Luoya let out a cold laugh. The disparity in strength, at times, cannot be compensated for by mere cultivation, old man. As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his palm, and a purple-black arc of electricity materialized in his hand, swiftly darting towards Xuebe with astonishing speed. Seeing the purple-black lightning approach, Xuebe's expression shifted, and he once again deployed his 5th soul skill to defend himself. However, this time, his defense crumbled within a mere second, sending him crashing to the ground. Observing this spectacle, Luoya could not help but reveal a cruel smile, the phantom of his martial soul trembling. Is this all a soul emperor is capable of? He remarked, slowly approaching the already terrified Xuebang, his claw hovering dangerously close to the latter's neck. You ought to feel fortunate that you are a prince of the Tiando Empire. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Luoya's tone was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In response, Xuebang hastily shook his head, fearfully exclaiming, No, I was wrong, I was wrong. He paused, then added, Though it hardly suffices as a meal, I find myself somewhat hungry. Luoya's gaze towards Xuebang suddenly turned peculiar, and he cast a fleeting glance at the 2 guards lying on the ground, moaning in anguish. Gryza, that will suffice. We are done here. The voice of Luoya resonated. He genuinely feared that Gryza might suddenly revert to his nature and consume all 3 of them, making it exceedingly difficult to leave Tiando City thereafter. Gryza, controlling Luoya's body, felt somewhat reluctant, but ultimately retracted his claws and turned back towards the hotel room, disregarding the already paralyzed Xuebang. Controlling your body does bear some burden, young man. Do not forget your promise to ensure I am well fed in 3 days. Yes, yes, came the reply. Watching Luoya's retreating figure, Xuebang exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, his body icy cold. The earlier aura had been utterly terrifying, quelling any thoughts of resistance within him. After Luoya departed, it was not long before other guards from the Heavenly Do imperial family arrived. Among them an elderly man whose strength was that of a soul Douluo. Your Highness, are you unharmed? The elder inquired. No, I'm fine, Xueping responded, awakening to the elder's words. As he gazed at the guards, he felt a sense of survival after a calamity. That individual did not inflict severe harm upon the prince. But we must return to the palace promptly. At that moment, Xue Peng's 2 guards had already risen, coughing up blood, with Xue Bei bitterly remarking, "This time, Your Highness has truly encountered formidable opposition." The elder scrutinized the two, his brow furrowing deeply. Who exactly is that person, possessing such formidable strength to injure you like this? Alas, it's a long story, Xuan sighed. Observing their demeanor, the elder refrained from pressing further and turned to lead everyone back towards the palace. The 2 guards responsible for Xue Peng's safety hurried to the main hall to report the incident to Emperor Xueyu. "Are you certain you did not missee?" Xueyu questioned, somewhat incredulous. While he could accept the notion of a 15-year-old soul master, the fact that 3 soul rings surpassed the normal limits of soul masters left him bewildered. The 2 guards exchanged a glance before nodding in affirmation. "Your Majesty, it is indeed true." Furthermore, the young man emanated a peculiar wave of soul power that sent chills down one's spine. One guard responded, "But can a soul master truly defeat you by crossing 1 or even 2 major realms? Isn't that a bit far-fetched?" Xueyu remained skeptical. In response, the 2 men spoke with a hint of bitterness. "With all due respect, Your Majesty, that young man's strength is extraordinary. Even if we combined our efforts, we would not stand a chance against him." "Oh?" At that moment, a voice echoed from beyond the palace gates, and with a flash of sword light, 2 figures appeared. Among them, the elder wielding the sword was clad in immaculate white, his silver hair meticulously arranged, with a 3-foot-long sword at his feet, a simple yet pure silver longsword. Upon seeing the 2 figures, Xueyi immediately approached them. "Lord Ning, Sword Douluo, what brings you here?" "Your Majesty, earlier at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, Uncle Jian sent 2 titled Douluo auras. Now hearing that Xue Peng was injured in Heavenly Do City, we grew curious. The visitors were none other than Ning Fengxi, the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the elder of the sect, Jian Dao Chenxin. Ah, Lord Ning, regardless of Xue Peng's shortcomings, he is still my child. Furthermore, Uncle Nan and Uncle Bei are my royal kin in the Heavenly Do Empire. I hope Lord Ning can assist in bringing the perpetrator to justice." Xueya's tone carried a hint of plea. The Heavenly Do Empire had no title de law among its soul masters, and with Dugu Bo not fully aligned with the imperial family, Luoya could easily dispatch even a soul emperor. How could a soul sage possibly stand a chance? "Your Majesty, do you know the identity of that youth?" Chenxin did not respond to Xueya's concern, but instead posed a question. "As of now, I do not know. He claims to be merely a common soul master." Xueyi replied candidly. "A commoner? Could he possibly be a disciple of the Spirit Hall?" Upon hearing Xueya's words, Ning Fengxi and Jian Dao Chenxin exchanged glances, both pondering. To defeat an opponent by crossing 2 major realms could only be attributed to 2 possibilities, Chenxin mused. Either an absolute suppression from the martial soul, or the individual possesses at least 3 soul bones. That would explain the 2 title de la auras that erupted within the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, Ning Fengxi added. It must be an elder from the Spirit Hall assigned specifically for the safety of that young man. The Spirit Hall. Xueya's eyes narrowed as he gripped his royal scepter tightly. It was unexpected that the Spirit Hall had produced such an exceptionally gifted youth, and with the Pope placing significant importance on him, dispatching 2 title de law for protection. Alas, with the Spirit Hall on the rise, will there still be a place for our Heavenly Do Empire in the future? Xueyu sighed, hoping that he would mature swiftly so he could confidently pass the empire into his hands. Upon hearing Xueyi mention Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengxi displayed a gentle smile. "Your Majesty need not worry. Although Qinghe's cultivation talent may be ordinary, he will certainly not disappoint you when it comes to governance." Hearing this, Xueyi glanced towards the direction of the Crown Prince's palace, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, appointing Qinghe as the Crown Prince was undoubtedly the right choice. Meanwhile, within the Crown Prince's palace, the news regarding Luoya had reached Xue Qinghe, or rather, Qian Rinchu's ears. "Oh, little Luo has arrived in Heavenly Do City?" Listening to the report from the elderly man before him, Xue Qinghe's expression revealed a hint of joy, which quickly morphed into exasperation. However, to stir trouble upon arrival is truly reckless. After saying this, Xue Qinghe looked at the elderly man and inquired, "Uncle Shi, is he still here?" "Young master, that lad is currently resting at the Heavenly Do Grand Hotel," Shilong respectfully replied. "Is that so? I understand." Xue Qinghe waved his hand, signaling Shilong to depart. "Yes, I take my leave." Shilong nodded and exited the room. Xue Qinghe cast his gaze upon the mountain of documents piled on the desk, furrowing his brow. Alas, little Luo, if only I could see you now. Chapter 68. The past of the chrysanthemum ghost snow-colored swan kisses, forgets poison, flies like flowers, and the star spirit grass. Yes, that's it. Luoya halted his pen, placing the completed alchemical formula on a nearby table. "Little Luo, is this truly so miraculous?" Yuguan examined the formula for the poison-gathering pill, questioning. "In my many years at the Spirit Hall, I have never encountered such a recipe." Luoya nodded, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, Uncle Yu, there is no cause for concern. Where on earth did you acquire such knowledge?" He inquired. Hee, that's a secret," replied the young rascal. Uncle Yu, regardless of the secrets I hold, I am now a member of the Spirit Hall and the Loya you have watched grow. Loya's words left Yuegwan in silence for a moment. I understand. The night swiftly passed, and the morning light bathed the earth. A ray of sunshine streaming through the window into the room. Good morning, Shaluo. Stop your training and wake up, Yuegwan gently called. As he and Gue Mei stood by the windowsill, gazing at Loya, who had been cultivating throughout the night. Got it. Loya opened his eyes, rubbing them sleepily. You truly are diligent. No wonder you have consecutively held the title of the chief disciple of the Spirit Hall for 3 terms, Yuegwan teased. Having never married or had children, both he and Gue Mei regarded Loya as their own, viewing him with the affection one would reserve for a grandson. Thus, their conversation was casual, devoid of the formality typically associated with a title de law. You still have some time before your agreement with that old poisoner. Take these next couple of days to rest well, Gue Mei sighed softly. You've been so obsessed with becoming stronger since childhood, completely unlike a child. Loya felt a surge of emotion, surprised to hear such words from the usually taciturn Gue Mei. Your uncle is becoming sentimental. Yuegwan remarked with a gentle shake of his head, gazing out the window. You remind me so much of our younger selves, haha. Yet, there was a hint of melancholy intertwined with his smile, a trace of desolation and sorrow. Uncles, could you share with me the stories of your youth? Loya's sudden proposal took both Super Douluos by surprise. After exchanging a glance, they turned and sat beside Loya, resting their arms on his shoulders as they recounted the tumultuous era of that continent. Over 70 years ago, in the far southern and northern reaches of the Tiando Empire, the stories of 2 future Super Douluos began in 2 inconspicuous villages. In the northern part of the Tiando Empire, a slim child was embroiled in a quarrel with his friends. Is your name Aguai? What an awful name. What's wrong with that? It's the name my mother gave me. So don't say it. Humph, what a poor family. Your martial soul is utterly useless. You're the one who's poor. See that lake? Legend has it that a devil is sealed within. Are you brave enough to dive in? I'm too scared. Coward. I tell you, if you don't jump in today, you can't play with us anymore. Fine, I'll jump. Who is afraid? Splash. Ah, he really went in. No, we have to save him. What if he drowns? No, it's not our business. He chose to jump. Right, it's not our concern. In the depths of the lake, the child sank deeper, the frigid water invigorating his frail body, until a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Hee. Someone has come to deliver me a meal. You are that devil. Indeed, and now you shall become my sustenance, human. Am I going to die? No. Please. This little brat dares to plead? I want to eat you. Instead, how about a deal? A deal? What kind of deal? If you help me escape this lake, I can make you stronger. What? I can't do that. No, you can, for your martial soul is not a useless one. It is an exceptionally peculiar ghostly flame. Ghostly flame? If you agree to take me out, I can grant you power, enabling you to eliminate those who once scorned and belittled you. But what about my mother and sister? Did they ever truly love you? Are you happy? Do you have real friends? Are you acknowledged and accepted? You are merely your mother's child laborer, tasked with supporting your sister. She constantly compares you to those exceptional children, while that girl is her cherished treasure. How could she ever love you? I agree. You must grant me power. I want to become strong. Then feel your new martial soul. From this moment on, your name shall be Ghostly Charm. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the Tiando Empire, on a night of the full moon, the experience was cruel and tormenting for the young Yuegwan. Filled with memories of gray and blood. Sister, I'm back. This is what I earned selling flowers today. Who are you? Oh, you are this woman's brother? The 200 gold soul coins owed from last year have now escalated to 1,000. When do you plan to repay? Shagwan, run, not repaying? Beat him to a pulp? Yes, boss. 3 or 4 burly men surrounded the mere 10-year-old child, pummeling him mercilessly. Ugh, cough. Hey, why aren't you fighting back? Boss, this wimp has a flower martial soul. He is utterly defenseless. Ha. I beg you, spare my brother. I'll go with you. Just let the money be forgotten. Fine. After all, this useless child only deals with flowers and plants. He has nothing. Stop. What? Do you still want us to buy your flowers? You. Do not dare. A spirit master. You. Jinrue, Tornado Blade. Ugh, block it. Thud. Sister. What is happening? Someone is in danger. Run. Sister. No. Don't leave me. Shagwan, this world is fraught with danger. Without your sister, you must protect yourself. Sister, you are a spirit master, destined to carve your name upon this continent. You must do well for me. Loya listened intently as Yuegwan and Gue Mei recounted their past, observing the unprecedented sorrow etched upon Yuegwan's face and the trembling of Gue Mei's arms. His heart brimmed with a profound sense of grief and helplessness. In an era rife with turmoil and darkness, Yuegwan and Gue Mei resembled orphans, forsaken upon that frigid land. They grew amid solitude, climbing step by step towards the pinnacle, only to find, in the end, that they stood alone. Loya could hardly fathom the extent of the incompetence and folly that had plagued the royal family of the Tiando Empire, leading the common folk to such a dismal state. The aristocrats, wielding immense power and influence, resembled lofty deities, haughtily looking down upon the masses. It was only at the age of 15 that the spirit hall took me in, and from that moment, I encountered the old ghost, who had also been welcomed into the fold. Together, we faced the trials of admission to the spirit hall, braving life and death alongside one another, ultimately forging a bond of brotherhood upon our graduation. Since then, through relentless experimentation, the old chrysanthemum and I successfully cultivated a martial soul fusion technique, eventually catching the eye of the former pope, which significantly improved our circumstances. With a soft sigh, Loya gazed at Yueguan and Guei, and in that moment, he perceived the two renowned super Douluos before him as remarkably fragile and helpless. Uncle Yu, Uncle Ghost, I truly should not have inquired, he murmured. There is no question that should remain unasked, Yueguan replied, shaking his head as he affectionately ruffled Loya's hair. Just consider it as though your Uncle Ghost and I have found a tree hollow. Indeed, Loya nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 69, The Ice and Fire Duality. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and Loya, along with Ju and Guei, arrived at the designated meeting spot with Dugubo, who had been awaiting them for some time with his granddaughter, Dugu Yin. Senior Dugu, I apologize for the wait, Loya greeted first. Let us proceed. I hope you will not disappoint me, Dugubo replied with a nod, leading Dugu Yin as they turned to walk away, with Loya and his companions closely following. Upon reaching a toxic array, Dugubo waved his hand, and the array parted to reveal an entrance. The 5 entered in single file, and the toxic array sealed itself once more. At last, they emerged into a valley resembling a hot spring, filled with an array of peculiar plants. Yet, the most striking feature was the central lake. The waters were distinctly divided. One side shimmered with an icy blue hue, exuding a faint chill, while the other blazed with a fiery red, the heat distorting the air above it. The icy white and fiery red remained separate, each steadfastly occupying its own domain, resembling 2 exquisite gemstones embedded within the lake. Everything in sight was ineffably enchanting, and the sheer awe rendered the newcomers momentarily dazed. Ultimately, Loya shattered the silence with a single remark, "What an alluring aura." However, it was Ju Douluo Yueguan who reacted most intensely, his martial soul, the wondrous Tianjua, surging uncontrollably, manifesting with wild excitement as it expressed its exhilaration towards its master. "Have I ascended to paradise?" Yueguan exclaimed, his emotions beyond description, as he dashed forward, eyes fixed on the celestial herb before him, the very embodiment of his martial soul, the wondrous Tianjua. Alas, had I encountered this sooner, I too could have reached the pinnacle of Douluo, he sighed wistfully, reluctantly diverting his gaze from the herb. Yueguan, to try to maintain some semblance of a titled Douluo's composure, Guei remarked, slightly displeased. Uncle Ghost, these plants are rare treasures that one may only encounter by fate. Uncle Yu's reaction is entirely understandable, Loya clarified. Little Loya speaks the truth, old ghost. You simply do not comprehend, Yueguan concurred, then turned to Dugubo, saying, Old poison. I finally understand how you have endured for so long. It is a pity you lack appreciation. What a waste. Listening to their discussion, Dugubo merely snorted in response. Saying nothing further, Luoya retrieved the formula for the poison pill, alongside a large cauldron, and addressed, Senior Dugu, I am about to commence preparations, though I require a modicum of your assistance. What is it? Dugubo inquired, his tone unperturbed. I need a drop of the innate venom from the Emerald Serpent Emperor. That is easily arranged. Dugubo raised his 5 fingers, slightly bending them, and a pool of emerald liquid coalesced at their tips. Thank you. Luoya used his spiritual power to cradle the liquid as he ventured into the valley to seek the necessary herbs. On the outskirts of the valley, Dugubo gazed after Luoya's retreating figure, pondering, if this lad truly possesses the ability to detoxify, then Yin shall not suffer the same fate as I. Becoming neither human nor ghost. Grandfather, who is that individual? Why did he claim you were poisoned? Dugu Yin tugged at Dugubo's sleeve, her brow furrowed in confusion. Dugubo gently patted his granddaughter's head, letting out a soft sigh. Yin, you are still young and unaware. Our Dugu family has always wielded the emerald scale serpent as our martial spirit. While powerful, this spirit carries severe repercussions. Upon reaching the Soul King realm, one experiences periodic poison eruptions. You are merely at the 37th level, still within the Soul Master stage. Thus, you are safe for the time being. The sorrow and pain in Dugubo's eyes were unmistakable as he cast his gaze toward a distant point in the valley and sighed deeply. Grandfather, why did you not share this with me? Dugu Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. With only Dugubo as her kin, the thought of losing him filled her with dread. Yin, our family has always endured this burden, hence I must ensure your safety, Dugubo said softly, stroking her hair, though the sadness in his voice was palpable. If that lad, Luoya, can indeed devise a cure, then my life shall be entrusted to him. With that, Dugubo looked skyward and uttered a heavy sigh. I say, old poison master, you need not fret unduly, Yuguan interjected, holding the peculiar mushroom he had just gathered and inhaling its fragrant aroma. Young Luo would never boast without cause. If he claims he can detoxify, he surely possesses the means. Indeed, it would be prudent for you to await the outcome in peace, Guei concurred. Let us hope for the best. Dugubo replied with a bittersweet smile. his eyes brimming with anticipation. He had but Douluo Yin as his only family. How could he not be concerned? By the blazing Crimson Sun Spring, Luoya held 3 herbs in the innate venom of Douluo's martial spirit, tossing them into the cauldron, employing his spiritual energy. He ground the herbs into a fine powder and began the complex process of refinement, which required a significant amount of time. As time passed, an hour later, a rich aroma of elixir wafted from the cauldron. Almost there, just a bit more nurturing will suffice, Luoya noted. Sensing the medicinal concoction gradually taking shape within the cauldron, he promptly reduced the cauldron's heat, leaving only a flicker of flame to continue the refinement. After several more minutes, he declared it is ready. With a gentle clap of his right hand against the cauldron, a radiant pill shot forth, which he deftly caught in his palm. Gazing at the smooth, round pill in his hand, Luoya smiled. Not bad. Considering it was crafted from spiritual herbs, it is quite adequate. By the way, Glyza, do you possess any memories of higher-level alchemical formulas? My previous host was an alchemist, yet he could not bear my power, resulting in his stagnation at the 3rd-tier level. It is fortunate I can retain this fragment of memory, yet you dare to be choosy? Ahem. Well, very well. Luoya severed the mental link, offering an awkward smile before retrieving a small porcelain vial. After carefully sealing it, he stored the large cauldron back into his storage soul guide and turned to face Douluo, noticing the poison concentrating pill that Luoya had handed him. Douluo frowned and inquired, will this pill truly cure the affliction that plagues me? Senior Douluo, this is not for you. It is intended for your granddaughter. Miss Douluo Yin, Luoya replied with a smile. Douluo's eyes brightened with curiosity, and he eagerly asked, then what about the poison afflicting me? The poison within you has lingered for decades. The pill alone cannot fully eradicate it. Luoya shook his head, then changed the subject. However, I possess other methods. Upon hearing Luoya's words, Douluo's face lit up with joy. What method do you propose? Please follow me, Luoya said with a smile. Turning towards the depths of the valley, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Douluo handed the pill to Douluo Yin with a cautionary. Yin, do not consume this carelessly. Wait for grandfather to return. Yes, grandfather, rest assured, Douluo Yin replied obediently as she accepted the pill. Douluo hurried to catch up with Luoya, only pausing once they reached the spring at the 2 instruments' eye. Young man, what is your plan? Speak. Douluo urged impatiently. It is quite simple. Senior, please unleash your martial soul, Luoya said with a beaming smile, and refrained from resisting. Douluo furrowed his brow at Luoya's peculiar gaze, pondering for a moment before replying. Very well. As his words fell, the martial soul of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King manifested, its verdant eyes shimmering with a fierce glow. A tremendous force erupting from Douluo's being as a massive green python materialized from the void, lunging at Luoya. Seeing this, a sly smile curled at the corners of Luoya's mouth. Now is the time, senior. Remember, do not resist. As soon as he finished speaking, Luoya unleashed his Gryza martial soul, floating gracefully in the air as a blue-purple halo radiated a dazzling brilliance. Gryza, it is time to feast. A terrifying force of suction erupted from Luoya's lips, slightly parted as he began to absorb the harmful toxins from the Emerald Phosphor Snake King. In a mere 10 minutes, he thoroughly consumed the toxic essence within the Snake King, and the process was surprisingly smooth, devoid of any violent conflict. That is enough. Cease, or you may harm him, Luoya quickly reminded through the mental link as Gryza showed no inclination to stop. Huh? I'm not yet full. Was that not a sufficient amount of celestial herbs? Very well. As Luoya devoured the toxins, Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. Your martial soul possesses the ability to absorb toxins? Do not be surprised, senior. Take a moment to feel your body. Luoya gently encouraged after consuming the last trace of poison. Upon hearing this, Douluo closed his eyes in meditation, and moments later, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. I can feel it. The poison within me has been completely eradicated. Ha ha ha, splendid. Do not be overly exuberant, senior. This method will leave you in a state of weakness for a month. So it is advisable to avoid engaging in conflict with soul masters above the spirit sage level during this period, Luoya cautioned. That is no concern, I understand. Douluo waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall take my leave. I wish you a swift recovery, Luoya said, offering a respectful bow before departing. Little Luo, what should Yin do with that pill? Douluo called after Luoya's retreating figure. Find her a soul bone, one over 1,000 years old will suffice. Then channel the poison into the soul bone before she consumes the poison concentrating pill. Luoya's voice echoed back. Douluo paused, murmuring to himself. This young man actually thought to use a soul bone as a medicinal conduit. Very well, I must quickly devise a way to procure one for Yin. In high spirits, Douluo hummed a tune as he made his way out of the valley, eager to share Luoya's method with Douluo Yin. At the center of the ice and fire spring, Luoya floated in the air, enveloped in a vibrant green flame, the apparition of Gryza materializing behind him, adorned with additional emerald scales and a long serpent tail swaying behind him. My power seems to be gradually returning, though not abundant. It will suffice, Luoya thought. a smile gracing his lips as his eyes gleamed with violet light. Haha. As Chapter 70 titled Devouring the Twin Dragons unfolded, Luoya descended slowly, reveling in the immense toxic soul power now coursing through him, feeling invigorated and refreshed. The consuming ability of Gryza was undeniably formidable. However, despite the overwhelming essence absorbed, it was still insufficient to rupture the belly of the void beast. Douluo stood on the ground, watching Luoya's descent with a flickering gaze, lost in thought. A blend of worry and anticipation etched upon his face. Senior Douluo, should you not be seeking a soul bone for your granddaughter? Luoya inquired. I have said before. If you can rid me of this poison, I shall grant you 3 requests. I am a man of my word, Douluo replied with a smile. Then for my first request, I ask that this medicinal valley belongs to the spirit hall. I trust you will not go back on your word, Luoya stated firmly. Very well, I have no need for it now that the poison is gone, so I shall grant you this. Douluo readily agreed without hesitation. Thank you, senior. Luoya felt a surge of joy within, continuing, for my second request, I ask that you assist me in eliminating a person. Oh, who might that be? The 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuebang. Now, Douluo frowned slightly. Though he owed a favor to Prince Xuexing, and Xuebang was his nephew, he held no particular interest in Xuebang. As a pinnacle existence in the Soul Master realm, a titled Douluo would hardly concern himself with a mere great Soul Master. No, the assassination must be executed flawlessly. I will notify you when the opportunity arises, and I kindly ask for your cooperation at that time. Very well, I accept. Douluo nodded. Now, what is your third condition? Luoya pondered for a moment before speaking. My third request is quite simple. From this day forth, you shall pledge allegiance to me personally, not to Spirit Hall. Oh, your audacity knows no bounds, boy. First, you demand my medicine valley. And now you seek my very person? Douluo let out a cold snort. What difference does it make between serving you and submitting to Spirit Hall? There is a distinction. You would answer only to me. Even my own teacher would have no authority to command you directly. Bold words indeed, young Luo. Who, might I ask? Is this teacher of yours? Douluo inquired with keen interest. A trace of reverence appeared on Luoya's face as he smiled and said, The current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong? Douluo looked at Luoya in astonishment. Does this mean you are the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? If Luoya were to acknowledge this, then the simultaneous protection from Zhu Huaguan and the old ghost would certainly make sense. No, my master has yet to appoint me as the Holy Son, Luoya replied, shaking his head with a chuckle. Then why not strive for it? I will undoubtedly vie for the position of Holy Son, but before that, I wish to possess my own unique influence. Ha ha ha, good lad, you have ambition. I wholeheartedly support you, Douluo exclaimed with a hearty laugh, growing increasingly fond of Luoya. In that case, may I also refer to you as Old Poison from now on? Luoya chuckled. Call me as you wish. After all, I have accumulated numerous nicknames in the Spirit Master community over the years, Douluo replied without any concern. Very well, Old Poison, Luoya exclaimed, feeling immensely pleased within. Ah, young Luo, I shall not disturb you any longer. I must go find Yin Yin some soul bones. All right, Old Poison, take care. Luoya watched as Douluo departed from the Eye of Ice and Fire, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he turned to behold the myriad of celestial herbs scattered across the ground. His heart swelled with exhilaration and anticipation. These treasures must be taken back for Xuer, the teacher, and the senior sister. First, he decided to consume the fire apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass. Luoya's gaze fell upon the 2 herbs thriving closest to the yin-yang spring. Glyza, it's time to feast. I can hardly contain my eagerness. With a powerful pull, the 2 herbs were effortlessly drawn into Luoya's being. Ah, indeed, possessing a formidable martial soul is a blessing. Unlike certain individuals who must plunge into the spring to refine their essence. After digesting the energy contained within the herbs, he exhaled a breath of impure air, murmuring softly to himself. The ethereal form of Glyza materialized behind him, its arms adorned in hues of red gold and ice blue. Luoya distinctly sensed the enhancement of his physique, feeling his soul power elevate from level 45 to 47, achieving a higher tier of Soul Master. Luoya was confident that, upon reaching the rank of Soul King, his body could now withstand the energy of a soul ring of at least 100,000 years. With his martial soul retracted and having retrieved his pre-prepared tools, Luoya commenced the excavation of celestial herbs. The 8-petaled xianlan, the frostwind crystal fruit, the rooster comb phoenix sunflower, the sacred heavenly extreme flame flower, the 9-tiered purple ganoderma, the water fairy jade skin bone, the fragrant chiloa celestial essence, the heart-wrenching red, the nether water orchid, the longing for autumn dew, and the heavenly thunder soul fruit. All the celestial herbs were carefully unearthed, and their seeds preserved. After gathering them together, Luoya surveyed the collection with his amethyst-hued eyes. The sacred heavenly extreme flame flower and water fairy jade skin bone were intended for Xuer, while the nether water orchid was designated for Uncle Ghost. As for Uncle Yu, he had already taken the miraculous Tongtian chrysanthemum. The longing for autumn dew would be gifted to his senior sister to enhance her mental prowess. Luoya appraised the pile of celestial herbs, mentally allocating their distribution. The 9-tiered purple ganoderma? It wouldn't he even be fit to feed to that cowardly scoundrel. As for the Phoenix Sunflower, if that brash fellow behaved well, he might receive a portion. The Heavenly Thunder Soul Fruit would be reserved for Brother Xie, who had shown him considerable care in the past. Luoya had largely settled on the allocation of the celestial herbs in his mind. Qianren Shui, being the girl he cherished, naturally deserved a double portion. However, given that Bai Dong's cultivation had nearly reached the limits of human soul masters, he found himself at a loss for what to offer her. As for Hulaina, she was his senior sister, thus, it was only fitting to give her a share as well. The remaining herbs would be kept for future use, as they would not wither away. Having made up his mind, he concentrated, storing the entire collection of celestial herbs within his spatial bracelet. His gaze then shifted back to the Yinyang spring water, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Ho ho ho, young one. I hope my desire for a bit of your essence won't cause any issues? Came the somewhat eager voice of Gryza. Luoya could also perceive its restlessness, as if it yearned to drain the spring completely. Don't mention you. I too desire a taste. TSK, what are you hesitating for? Get moving. With a splash, he dove headfirst into the spring of the two instruments' eye, settling cross-legged in a meditative posture. A bluish-purple aura enveloped him. His lips slightly parted as the energy contained within the spring began to flow into his being incessantly. Roar. Within the confines of Luoya's being, Glyza emitted a series of deep, resonant growls, its form continually swelling and solidifying. Consequently, Luoya sensed the infusion of two unfamiliar auras within his blood, one imbued with a scorching warmth, the other steeped in an icy chill. His soul power surged dramatically, escalating from the advanced soul master of level 47 straight to the soul king of level 50. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek out the remains of those two great dragon kings? With this thought igniting in his mind, Luoya opened his eyes and propelled himself toward the depths of the Yinyang spring. After approximately 15 minutes, he had descended to a depth of 1,000 meters, where the energies of ice and fire were profoundly menacing, harboring terrifying cold and fire toxins that compelled Luoya to activate his ethereal form for protection. Another 1,000 meters down, he finally managed to discern the scene beneath the spring. There, two dragon corpses, each exceeding 1,000 meters in length, lay sprawled at the bottom, surrounded by scattered remnants of frozen flesh and dragon scales. Luoya understood that the formidable powers of the ice and fire dragon kings were at least of the first divine level during their lifetime. The corpses of the two dragons emanated an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure, although they were separated by at least several thousand meters. Luoya could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. If I were to consume you, not only would I question whether I could withstand it, but the mother dragon from the Star Doe forest would likely come personally wielding her dragon spear to confront me. Luoya chuckled bitterly to himself. Are you afraid, young one? Came the mocking voice of the remnants of Gryza. Tisk, it's not fear. It's merely the burden of two hot potatoes. With me here, what is there to fear? Moreover, I can assure you that if I devour these two dragons, my power could be restored to a mere 1/10,000th of its former glory. That is your assertion. Gryza chuckled darkly, regaining control of Luoya's body. A silver light erupted from within him, coalescing into a colorless vortex at his chest. As the corpses of the two dragon kings were immediately drawn apart by an incredibly terrifying gravitational force. Although the process of consumption was not painful, it was exceedingly slow. This was because, while Gryza could easily manage it, Luoya was still relatively weak and unable to bear the immense power of the two dragon kings instantaneously. As the vast energy surged within, Luoya's consciousness was entirely in below. Luoya cast a sidelong glance at them. The dragon-like glint in his pupils startling Yu Guan with its intensity. His gaze bore a hint of arrogance, disdain, and even a trace of greed. Yet it was swiftly masked by a facade of composure. As Luoya gently opened and closed his eyes, a subtle smile graced his lips. Uncles, there is no need for concern. This spring water is indeed a remarkable substance that can expedite my cultivation. Just observe. Your soul power. Soul King. Yu Guan exclaimed, astonishment evident on his face as he scrutinized Luoya. However, could the enhancement of one's cultivation through external means lead to adverse effects? Gue Mei inquired. His brow furrowed with apprehension. There is no cause for worry, Uncle Gue. Everything within the ice and fire duality eyes is a naturally occurring treasure, devoid of any side effects, Luoya elucidated. Upon hearing Luoya's explanation, the apprehensions of Yu Guan and Gue Mei significantly abated. Nevertheless, Gue Mei insisted. We should still examine your body. I would hate for anything untoward to happen to you. Of course, Luoya readily acquiesced, a flicker of emotion gleaming in his eyes as he silently mused, Uncle Yu and Uncle Gue truly regard me as their own kin. Simultaneously, Moonlight and Gue Mei unleashed their soul power to probe the state of Luoya's being, discovering not only that his soul power was vibrant and robust, but also imbued with two distinct energies. Well, Uncle Gue, is everything all right? Luoya inquired. Indeed, your soul power is exceptionally substantial and not at all superficial. Gue Mei replied with satisfaction. Little Luo, you shall undoubtedly emerge as a leading figure within the Spirit Hall. That's wonderful. Now that little Luo has ascended to the rank of Soul King. We just happen to be near the Sunset Forest, Yu Guan said, a smile illuminating his face. Let us proceed to find you a suitable soul beast. Luoya smiled and waved his hand, saying, there's no need for that, dear uncles. I have already attained the fifth ring. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 soul rings emerged beneath his feet. The fifth ring adorned with a profound black hue interspersed with traces of gold. What? This? Yueguan and Guimei gazed at Loya in astonishment. Their faces etched with disbelief. How is it possible for a soul master to generate their own soul rings? It is not as if he has transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. From a young age, Luoya was nurtured under the watchful eyes of the two. Had it not been for the passage of 100,000 years, the soul beast would have long been discovered. Luoya smiled and said, Uncle Gui, you may not be aware of what lies beneath the eye of ice and fire. Loya's words captivated the attention of both individuals, compelling them to scrutinize the situation below. The spring water beneath? The gazes of the two super Douluos shifted towards the spring at the center of the two instruments' eye, fixated on what lay beneath. Loya had emerged from this very place, having transcended to the Soul King level, and had mentioned that there was something beneath the spring water. Could it be, perhaps? Xiao Luo, could there be two 10,000-year spirit beasts lurking beneath the spring? Moonlight speculated. Luoya shook his head and said, Uncle Yu, do you truly believe that merely two 10,000-year soul beasts could cultivate such an abundance of celestial grade items? Although I am unaware of the cultivation levels of the two soul beasts below, I can assert with certainty that at least one possesses a cultivation age of 10,000 years. As Luoya spun this tale, he remained unperturbed. 10,000 years soul beasts. Then how did you acquire that soul ring? Clearing his throat, he replied, Uncle Gui, it is because there are not just one, but multiple soul beasts beneath this spring. I happened upon a soul beast that was on the brink of death, and the attributes of its soul ring were quite fitting. So I seized the opportunity. Luoya continued his fabrication. Is that truly permissible? The two of them, Zhu Gui and Yuguan, exchanged incredulous looks, questioning whether Luoya was jesting with them. Indeed, my fortune is no ordinary kind. I was destined to come here, Luoya proclaimed with a proud demeanor. Yuguan patted Luoya on the head, playfully admonishing, You young rascal, your self-love is quite remarkable. Hee, Uncle Yu, we ought to return to the spirit hall post-haste. Surely, you recall what our teacher mentioned before our departure? Ah yes. Yuguan smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Bibi Dong did state that if Luoya were to reach level 47 within 5 years, she would reward each of us with a soul bone. Exchanging glances filled with delight, both Yuguan and Luo, you could scarcely contain their excitement at the prospect of finally obtaining their soul bones. Uncle Gui, there is no time to lose. Let us hasten back to Spirit City. Very well. The trio, comprising 2 elders and 1 youth, summoned their soul power and departed from the Sunset Forest, racing towards Spirit City. They made little to no stops along the way. For the Sunset Forest lay on the outskirts of Heavendo City, a journey of over 20 days to reach Spirit City. Loya was unwilling to wait for such an extended period. After departing the borders of the Tiando Empire in a carriage, he, alongside Yueguan and Guimei, activated their martial souls and took to the skies. The trio returned to Wuhuan City in merely half a month. And Bibi Dong immediately sensed the arrival of her cherished disciple. In the hall of the Pope, Loya bowed respectfully, addressing, Greetings, Master. I pay my respects to your holiness. Yueguan and Guimei simultaneously knelt in reverence. Rise, Bibi Dong responded with a slight nod, her gaze shifting to Loya as Yueguan and Guimei positioned themselves to the sides. Little Loya, you've returned from your 4-year journey. It seems you have met my expectations. Bibi Dong's expression reflected a hint of anticipation. She held great affection for this intelligent, understanding, and extraordinarily gifted disciple. Master, I have successfully advanced to the Soul King level, Loya exclaimed with excitement. Oh, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. I never retract my words. Shortly, you shall accompany Elder Zhu to the treasury and select a piece of 10,000-year soul bone for yourselves. Thank you, Your Holiness, Master, Loya and Yueguan chorused. Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction and inquired, Little Loya, what is the level of your 5th soul ring? Please release it for me to see. Of course. Loya summoned his martial soul, and 5 soul rings rose simultaneously. The 5th soul ring, in particular, emitted an unusual aura that caught Bibi Dong's attention. She rose from her throne and approached Loya, her eyes fixated intently on his 5th soul ring. Loya felt somewhat uneasy under Bibi Dong's scrutinizing gaze. Silently pondering, could my teacher have discovered something? After all, she is the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. Little Loya, where did you acquire your soul ring? Bibi Dong inquired after a long, penetrating examination. From the Sunset Forest, Loya replied. It was evident that Bibi Dong found this answer unconvincing. And she turned to Guimei and Yueguan beside her. Yueguan, Guimei, is that true? Your Holiness, within the Sunset Forest, there exists a treasure trove, abundant with rare celestial herbs and numerous soul beasts residing there. Yueguan respectfully responded. Oh, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Very well, I understand. You two may withdraw for now. Understood. Yueguan and Guimei simultaneously retreated. Bibi Dong then refocused her attention on Loya, her gaze deepening. Little Loya, here we are. Just the 2 of us. There is no need for pretense. Teacher, I do not comprehend what you are implying, Loya responded, feigning ignorance. Still pretending? I can see through it. You have received the inheritance of a divine entity. have you not? Bi Biong remarked, her tone incisive. Upon hearing the words, Luo Ye displayed an expression of astonishment. From Bai Bai Dong's statement, he had already deduced a considerable amount. So, has my master hit the nail on the head? Observing Luo Ye's surprised demeanor, Bai Bai Dong's exquisite features revealed a hint of smugness. There exists a peculiar fluctuation in your fifth spirit ring. I presume that is the aura of the divine being you have inherited, is it not? Furthermore, Moon Guan mentioned a certain treasure trove within the Sunset Forest, which I believe to be the site of your divine inheritance, or perhaps a relic left behind by a fallen deity. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. Luo Yu could not help but admire Bai Bai Dong. Truly, she was the most formidable and illustrious pope in the history of the Spirit Hall, capable of piecing together fragments of information from a mere spirit ring in a few words. Enough flattery, you must possess a divine mark as well. Do reveal it for me to see, Bai Bai Dong commanded. Very well. With a thought, Luo Yu summoned forth the simplistic gun-shaped pattern on his forehead once more. Bai Bai Dong gazed intently at the divine mark on Luo Yu's brow, then burst into hearty laughter. Truly, the Spirit Hall is favored by the heavens. Little Luo, which deity has taken a liking to you? After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yu slowly replied, the Void Demon God. Chapter 72, The Gift of Celestial Herbs in the Treasury of the Spirit Hall. Luo Yu held a dark blue skull bone, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This skull bone was one of the coveted prizes for the future Soul Master competition, a wisdom skull formed from the spirit of the 60,000-year-old sacred illusory demon ape. The reason he chose this skull was that Luo Yu's only current weakness lay in his mental strength. Once his mental fortitude was enhanced, not only would Tang San's purple extreme demon eye no longer affect him, but he would also gain complete control over the formidable techniques like the double helix. Had it not been for Bai Bai Dong's assurance and the tacit approval from the offering hall, Luo Yu would have found it difficult to acquire this skull bone. After all, being a 60,000-year-old skull bone, its presence in the Soul Master realm would undoubtedly incite a brutal scramble for possession. Little Luo, have you made your choice? Moon Guan's voice resonated from behind as he held a left arm bone in his grasp. Yes, Uncle Moon, may your cultivation advance further, Luo Yu replied, storing the skull bone into his spatial bracelet. He then retrieved the ethereal water orchid, saying, please take this celestial herb to Uncle Gue. With it, he too can break through to level 96. Good child. Moon Guan nodded with a warm smile, accepting the ethereal water orchid. Rest assured, I shall deliver it to old Gue. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. Loya nodded and swiftly departed, treading the path he had not traversed for 4 long years. The Spirit Hall Academy, Student Dormitory District. With a creak, he pushed open the door, surveying the familiar surroundings. A gentle smile gracing his face as his gaze settled upon his bed. I wonder if they still remember me, the elder brother of the academy? Loya chuckled softly, shaking his head as he approached the bed and sat down. Taking out the wisdom skull, Loya could distinctly sense the Glyza spirit within him stirring, yearning to consume it. Glyza, it's time to feast. Loya summoned his spirit, and the ethereal form of Glyza materialized behind him. Ah, for me, it is but a light snack. A silver vortex gradually coalesced upon Glyza's visage, drawing the wisdom skull towards it, slowly devouring it. An hour later, Glyza had completely consumed the soul bone, and a single silver vertical pupil opened upon its face, its spiritual power now significantly fortified. Loya contentedly retracted his martial soul and began to introspectively examine his inner self. First and foremost, he discovered that his soul power had ascended by 2 levels. Furthermore, due to a significant surge in mental strength, his control over the martial soul had become even more formidable. Most importantly, Loya felt no sensation of any additional entity within his head. The energy of the wisdom skull had completely vanished, devoured entirely by Glyza without leaving a trace of burden. Youngster, if you could procure more of such items, perhaps around 1,000, it would allow me to regain 1/10,000th of my former power. 1,000 pieces, Glyza? Do you think soul bones are as common as wild yams on this continent? Ha ha ha. For my past self, those things wouldn't even qualify as tree bark. You are impressive. It is your time to boast. Loya had grown speechless towards Glyza. After severing the connection with his lingering soul, he hurriedly began to assimilate the energy from the soul bone. Although this fellow could currently provide assistance, he was fundamentally a ticking time bomb. Casting a glance towards the adjacent bed of Xiaoyu, Loya silently mused, I wonder when the golden generation will complete their trials and return. The divine herbs have already been prepared for them. As Loya's thoughts raced, the door swung open once more, and the person who entered elicited a chuckle from him. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Brother Xia, long time no see. Loya greeted warmly. Xiao Luo, you've returned as well. Xiaoyu, initially weary, was revitalized upon seeing Loya, a joyful smile illuminating his face. The two embraced heartily. Indeed, I just got back too. Have you all completed the Emperor-level trials? Loya inquired, knowing that Xiaoyu and the Golden Generation must have returned together. Yes, and we are on the verge of breaking through level 50, Xiaoyu replied, excitement beaming from his expression. Well then, I wish you all the best in your endeavors, Loya said with a radiant smile, retrieving the Thunder Soul fruit from his spatial bracelet and presenting it to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu gazed at the fruit in confusion. This is a divine-grade herb that not only enhances a soul master's innate talent and accelerates their cultivation speed, but also increases soul power and strengthens their martial soul. Loya explained. This herb is known as the Thunder Soul fruit, imbued with the elemental energy of thunder. Brother Xia, while your martial soul is formidable, it lacks elemental enhancement. I offer this to you in hopes that it will elevate your martial soul and cultivation to new heights. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Is it truly that powerful? Can a martial soul acquire elemental abilities postnatal? Of course. Furthermore, all divine-grade herbs bear no side effects. They are entirely beneficial to soul masters, Loya reassured him. Patting his shoulder with encouragement, Xiaoyu nodded excitedly. Thank you, Shaluo. I shall remember this kindness. There's no need to be formal, we are all good brothers. Loya waved dismissively, handing the Thunder Soul fruit to him. Xiaoyu accepted the Thunder Soul fruit, scrutinizing it closely. A striking red fruit nestled amidst a large white blossom, with blue electric arcs dancing across its skin and wisps of white mist swirling around it, was truly a sight to behold. Beautiful. Truly deserving of its title as a divine herb, Xiaoyu exclaimed. Then, somewhat shyly, turned to Loya. Luo, do you have any more? I wish to obtain 2 for Nana and Yan. Indeed, I happen to have suitable divine herbs for them, Loya readily replied. Really? That's splendid, Xiaoyu said joyfully. I will go fetch Nana and Yan right away. Loya nodded, and Xiaoyu immediately turned and dashed out, utilizing his soul power to achieve such speed. A few minutes later, the trio of the Golden Generation gathered in their dormitory. Upon seeing the celestial herbs laid out by Loya on the table, Hulaina and Yin gasped in astonishment. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock and greed in their eyes. Is this truly the legendary celestial herb? Hulaina swallowed hard, gently picking up the Wanchuan Qiushui Du, her voice trembling slightly. They had previously sought guidance from the title Douluo Yueguan, and were somewhat familiar with the celestial herbs he had spoken of, yet witnessing them in person was utterly breathtaking. Senior brother Loya, are you really giving this to us? Yin asked hesitantly, still unsure. Yes, Loya replied, glancing at Yin and tossing the coxcomb phoenix sunflower into his hands, saying blandly, take it. This coxcomb phoenix sunflower cannot be swallowed or chewed. It must be guided with soul power, and you must endure it. Also, remember, the celestial herb is a gift to you, so do not seek me out for trouble in the future. The teacher called my senior sister away merely to complete an important task with me. Nothing transpired between us. I have no feelings for Hulaina, for I already have someone I cherish. Do you understand? The last 2 sentences were conveyed through Loya's mental energy. Yan's expression shifted slightly, and he lowered his head in shame, softly replying, I understand. Absorb the celestial herbs. I will protect you. Loya waved his hand, sealing the room with spatial soul power, allowing them to quietly enjoy the effects of the herbs. As time flowed steadily, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. With the effects of the exquisite medicinal herbs taking hold, the 3 members of the Golden Generation displayed varying degrees of transformation. Suddenly, all 3 opened their eyes wide, their faces alight with ecstatic joy as silver, purple, pink, and red gold lights erupted within the room. Ha ha ha, I've truly reached the Soul King level. Shiyue laughed heartily, his martial spirit, the moon blade, uncontrollably swirling in his palm, encased in arcs of electricity, radiating brilliance. Martial spirit enhancement, Thunder Moonblade. Me too, Hulaina exclaimed, leaping with excitement, her large fox-like eyes shimmering with a faint purple light, as 3 fox-tails materialized behind her. Martial spirit evolution, 3-tailed spirit fox. Roar. Yin was the last to awaken, emitting a deep growl as the air around him seemed to heat up instantaneously. The Flame Lord emerged from his back, transforming his original earthy form into pure flame, its ferocious glow illuminating his face. Martial spirit purification, Flame Lord, ultimate fire. Senior brother, thank you so much. Yin bowed deeply, though he was a bit hot-tempered. He was not ungrateful. If Loya had not granted him this opportunity, he would never have broken through to the Soul King level so soon. Nor would his martial spirit have been purified to become the true Flame Lord. With a faint smile, Luoya patted Yan's shoulder and said, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, then seize the championship of next year's Soul Master Academy competition. After graduation, do not forget the cultivation bestowed upon you by the Spirit Hall. Rest assured, I will certainly do so, Yin declared loudly, clenching his fist. Junior brother, where did you acquire these celestial herbs? Hulaina gazed at Luoya with admiration, astonished that he had managed to procure such treasures during his 4-year journey. From a hidden gem within the Sunset Forest. I have persuaded its guardian, and it is now under the purview of the Spirit Hall, Luoya replied nonchalantly. Could you perhaps gift one to my teacher as well? After all, he has assisted me greatly over the years, Hulaina said somewhat shyly. What do you mean, your teacher, senior sister? Luoya retorted, slightly annoyed. He is our teacher. It is not that I am unwilling. But you are aware that his cultivation is nearing the pinnacle of a title de law. The celestial herbs would hold no value for him. Oh, just consider it a token of respect for your teacher, Hulaina pouted. Very well, I shall go at once. You 3 should consolidate your cultivation before seeking Elder Ju or Elder Gue for soul rings, Luoya contemplated, then instructed. Understood, the three replied in unison. And Luo Yu vanished from their sight. Yet, scarcely 2 seconds had passed before his voice returned. Oh, and after consuming the celestial herbs, your physiques and martial souls will be enhanced, allowing you to absorb soul rings beyond your level, but do exercise caution. Chapter 73. The heart of the snow lotus. Before the resplendent papal hall, Luo Yu cradled a lotus flower, advancing with measured steps. Just as he was about to knock on the door, 2 palace knights obstructed his path. Apologies, young Master Luo. By decree of His Holiness, no one is permitted entry at this time. Luo Yu slightly furrowed his brows and inquired, is there any matter concerning the teacher? Yes. His Holiness the Pope has expressed that he wishes for no disturbances to reach her at this time. Very well. Luo Yu was just about to depart when Bibi Dong's icy voice resonated through the door. Let him in. The guard at the gate respectfully stepped aside, clearing a path to the Pope's chamber. Luo Yu pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside, beholding the magnificent sight of the papal hall's council chamber. High upon the papal throne sat Bibi Dong, while below stood a man and a woman who appeared to be delivering some form of report. Luo Yu quickly recognized the other 2 individuals, the spirit kite Douluo and the demon bear Douluo. Bibi Dong, initially displeased by the opening of the grand hall's doors, relaxed her brow upon seeing Luo Yu. Little Luo Yu, what brings you to seek your teacher? Your Holiness, we shall take our leave. The spirit kite Douluo and the demon bear Douluo said, bowing as they exited the hall of the Pope. Oh, teacher. It is like this. I have brought back some exquisite items from a treasured location in the Sunset Forest, which I had previously forgotten to present to you. Luo Yu extended the snow lotus in his hand to Bibi Dong. Teacher, this is an immortal-grade medicinal herb, the heart snow lotus. Bibi Dong accepted the snow lotus from Luo Yu, bringing it to her nose to inhale its delightful fragrance. What an enchanting aroma. It clears the mind and calms the spirit. Teacher, the heart snow lotus possesses the ability to protect one's consciousness from being eroded. If the user's mental state falters, it can assist in alleviating their troublesome obsessions. Luo Yu explained with a smile. One should consume the petals first and then swallow the stamen, utilizing their soul power to channel the medicinal properties. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, found herself in a position of being a mere figurehead, yearning to seize control of all power within the Spirit Hall. Consequently, she was buried under a mountain of paperwork daily. Since the incident involving the abyssal Douluo, under the influence of the Rakshasa god, her heart had grown increasingly dark. Thus, if one could dispel the demons within Bibi Dong's heart, it could be said to have salvaged the entire Spirit Hall. If one were to encapsulate Bibi Dong's character in a single word, extremist would be most fitting. She constantly suppressed herself, leading to an increasingly radical disposition, ultimately spiraling into madness. The more deranged and extreme a person becomes, the more adept they are at repressing their feelings, struggling to articulate their emotions. In the original narrative, Bibi Dong presented a facade of tranquility to the world, yet within, tumultuous waves surged. Suppressing one's emotions is akin to inflating a balloon. It only allows for air to enter without ever releasing any, and inevitably, the balloon will meet its moment of explosion. Luo Yu gazed at Bibi Dong, his expression somewhat complex. Before he sighed and said, Teacher, I know you wish to mend my relations with those old geezers, but there are matters you may not comprehend. Regardless, teacher, this is the intention of your disciple. Please accept it, Luo Yu said earnestly. Sigh. Very well, Bibi Dong conceded, accepting the heart snow lotus. Luo Yu smiled gently and nodded, inwardly contemplating. I hope this snow lotus proves effective and alleviates some of the resentment in my teacher's heart. Teacher, I have already secured that precious land under the name of the Martial Soul Hall. Whenever you are free, you may send someone to guard it. Your disciple takes his leave. Very well, go. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling for him to depart. Luo Yu bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong before turning to leave. Bibi Dong gazed at Luo Yu's retreating figure, her heart overwhelmed with emotions. This child not only possessed an unwavering sense of belonging to the Spirit Hall, but also demonstrated remarkable filial piety and thoughtfulness. Could she truly bear to shatter the dreams that her most beloved disciple had tirelessly pursued? Sighing, she resolved to first ascertain the true nature of the snow lotus. With that, Bibi Dong began to consume the petals of the snow lotus, savoring each delicate piece as she chewed slowly, relishing the flavor. It was only after swallowing the stamen that a sudden jolt coursed through her, and she found herself ensnared in an illusion, collapsing upon the throne of the Pope. Outside the papal chamber, Luo Yu sensed the spiritual mark on the snow lotus had vanished, confirming that Bibi Dong had ingested it. He proceeded to a secluded hall, silently praying. Teacher, forgive your disciple. With a determined thought, he activated his skill, Wisdom Skull, invoking the dream space. Luo Yu closed her eyes and entered Bibi Dong's dreamscape. Within this ethereal realm, Bibi Dong observed herself as a young woman, sharing laughter and light-hearted moments with a somewhat handsome youth amidst the serene ambience of the Wuhuan Hall's library. The youthful Bibi Dong, captivated by the interaction with the charming figure, could not help but exclaim in delight. As the master of dreams, Luo Yu was certainly able to perceive the subtle nuances around him. With a barely noticeable shake of his head and a gentle wave of his hand, the dreamscape immediately transformed. This time, it unveiled the solitary space of Yu Xiaojiang, exposing all of his most hypocritical, double-standard, and utterly shameless traits. Xiaojiang, You are destined to become the most formidable theoretical master in the realm of soul masters. The youthful Bibi Dong consoled the somewhat damp Yu Xiaojang, her eyes shimmering with approval. Thank you, Xiaodong, Yu Xiaojang replied, somewhat shyly lowering his gaze. Yet, at that moment, his innermost thoughts were revealed by Luoya, echoing in Bibi Dong's ears. How splendid! With the library of the Spirit Hall, I shall acquire a wealth of knowledge. I can then slightly modify these theories before presenting them to the world, ensuring that everyone knows they were conceived by me, Yu Xiaojang. Just imagine the grandeur of such recognition. Luoya wielded control over dreams, channeling an increasing surge of mental power to perpetuate the visions unfolding before him. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojang articulated the 10 core competitive advantages of martial spirits, gradually solidifying his status as a theoretical master within the realm of soul masters, thereby indirectly validating his own worth. During this journey, he fell in love with Bibi Dong. The two resolved to leave the Spirit Hall and elope. However, their plans were swiftly thwarted by the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, who intervened harshly. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's unrelenting proposal to part ways, Yu Xiaojang was consumed by tears and tumult, fleeing without seeking clarity on her motives. Bibi Dong, I willingly sever ties with the Spirit Hall and relinquish my pursuit of ancient texts for you, yet you cast me aside so easily? You hypocritical woman! Is it merely because of your elevated status, superior cultivation, one additional martial spirit, or your beauty? Setting those facts aside, you do not deserve love. The echoes of his anguished heart resonated in Bibi Dong's ears, stirring deep turmoil within her soul. Luoya was quite satisfied with the state of his comparison with Yu Xiaojang. His mental power continued to be unleashed, and the dream transformed once more. Yu Xiaojang was at a wedding with another woman, one that Bibi Dong recognized as Lu Erlong. Just as everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, Yu Luomian, the uncle of Yu Xiaojang, suddenly arrived to put an end to it all. He informed them that Lu Erlong was his cousin, and their union was utterly impossible. This would render the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon a laughingstock among the 3 major sects, thus necessitating the cancellation of their engagement. Upon discovering the truth, Yu Xiaojang broke down and fled, leaving Lu Erlong heartbroken and alone to face her father's scorn. In his despair, Yu Xiaojang even contemplated suicide, but it was his good friend Flinder who intervened. Ultimately, the 3 parted ways, and the cowardly Yu Xiaojang abandoned Lu Erlong and ran away once more. This time, he hid in the small nodding Soul Master Academy, living aimlessly. Lu Erlong, on the other hand, opened an academy in Heaven Do City, waiting and hoping for Yu Xiaojang's return, even if only for a fleeting moment. Yet, this wait extended for over 20 years. The woman remained indifferent to the world's gossip, while Yu Xiaojang showed no sense of responsibility, allowing all the slander to be shouldered by Lu Erlong alone. Not only did Lu Erlong not blame him, but she also silently awaited his return. Bibi Dong, observing everything from a divine perspective, could hardly believe that the man she once loved could be so hypocritical and cowardly. Chapter 74. Reunion with Qian Dalu. Bibi Dong awoke from the dream, unsure of how long she had been unconscious. Tears streamed down her face, and for the first time in a long while, she felt an excruciating pain in her heart. The sensation of being used and betrayed by the one she loved was utterly tormenting. How could Yu Xiaojang be so unthinkable? Yet the dream felt all too real, leaving her no room for doubt. She could only wish that it was all a nightmare. It was as if she had lost all her strength in an instant, collapsing onto her throne as tears uncontrollably cascaded down her cheeks. Who would have thought that this iron-willed female pope could possess such vulnerability? At that moment, the Rakshasa god imprint on Bibi Dong's forehead began to change, emitting a pale purple light as a dark shadow slowly drifted from it. This shadow was a fragment of the Rakshasa god's consciousness. Bibi Dong, it seems you have come to a realization. The voice of the Rakshasa god's fragment was faint, yet its authority was undeniable. I do not believe it, Rakshasa. This is all a deception, is it not? Bibi Dong gazed at the fragment, tears flowing like a torrent, yet her spirit remained unyielding. Bibi Dong, we deities are not permitted to interfere with the mundane affairs of mortals after attaining divinity, and I am no exception, the Rakshasa god's fragment replied slowly. Everything you have experienced is genuine. In truth, you should be grateful to that snow lotus. Grateful? Why on earth? Bibi Dong glared at the Rakshasa god's fragment in fury. My dear successor, you must understand that my Rakshasa divinity exists to govern malevolent thoughts, not to be controlled by them as you have been. You have lived in hatred and resentment for many years, which has been detrimental to your cultivation. Should you inherit my divinity in the future, it will not merge perfectly. I initially intended to simply pass my position to you, but now I have changed my mind. You must become a qualified Rakshasa deity. With that, the Rakshasa god's fragment transformed into a stream of black light and returned to the imprint on Bibi Dong's forehead. Bibi Dong sat there in a daze, her mind in turmoil. She could not accept the reality that Yu Xiaojang could inflict such harm upon her, revealing himself to be a shameless, hypocritical coward at his core. Someone. Bibi Dong suppressed the sorrow and anger within her and called out towards the door. Your Holiness. What is your command? 2 palace knights rushed in, bowing respectfully. Investigate a person named Yu Xiaojang. Find out where he has been for the past decade and all his activities, Bibi Dong commanded calmly. Understood, the knights replied, departing swiftly. Bibi Dong closed her eyes to rest, appearing tranquil. Yet within, her emotions roiled violently. How could one claim that dreams were false? that they bore no impact on one's heart? The Rakshasa god, being a deity, could not possibly deceive her without cause. If it is true, Yu Xiaojing, you shall pay dearly for your deception. Bibi Dong clenched her fists tightly, her nails piercing her palms. In a secluded chamber, Loya retracted his mental power and soul abilities, nearly collapsing as darkness enveloped him. Bibi Dong's prowess, both in cultivation and mental strength, far exceeded his own. Without the effects of the snow lotus and the wisdom of the skull spirit, weaving a dream to reveal Yu Xiaojing's character would have been nearly impossible. Perhaps I should take a moment to recuperate, Loya thought as he rubbed his forehead. Sitting cross-legged on the ground to adjust his state while re-establishing contact with the remaining soul of Glyza. Hey, Glyza, didn't you say your strength could recover to 1/10,000th? Why are you so reluctant to lend me any mental power? Haha, human boy, you never mentioned that you wanted to enhance your mental strength. So I had no choice but to allocate everything to speed. Afraid of being hit, are we? There's no choice. My incorporeal form has yet to fully recover. The damage you can currently withstand is limited to high-level humans of this dimension. Shouldn't I improve your escape capabilities? If you perish, I shall also meet my end. I'll just take your nonsense for now. Can I choose the enhancement direction next time? Fine, but if you cannot defeat me in the future, do not blame me. Enough, go rest. You should wake up soon. There's a peak human watching you. Understood. After severing the connection, Loya opened his eyes and, upon seeing the figure before him, hurriedly stood and slightly bowed. Greetings, great offering. Child, do not be so formal. Please, sit, Qiandalu said with a warm smile, gesturing for Loya to take a seat. Great offering. Please sit. Loya complied and sat down opposite Qiandalu. Little Loya, may I call you that? Qiandalu regarded Loya with a gentle gaze. Loya's eyes sparkled slightly as he nodded and said, of course, esteemed elder. Good, young Loya. It seems you have grown sufficiently strong, Qiandalu remarked with admiration. If I am not mistaken, a divine being has taken notice of you, correct? Indeed, Loya humbly replied. Excellent, excellent. The future of the spirit hall shall be entrusted to you, young ones, Qiandalu said, patting Loya on the shoulder. Thank you for your kind words. Esteemed elder, Loya responded with a smile. Well then, today I shall fulfill the promise I made to you back in the day, Qiandalu said, his old face blooming with joy. A sudden joy surged within Luoya, for he had already anticipated the words that would follow from Qiandalu. How wonderful it was. He could finally seek out Qian Rushiwei with rightful purpose, at last able to meet Shuer, no longer confined to merely pondering her existence each day. Luoya was filled with immense excitement, so much so that she failed to notice her flushed cheeks. However, before that, the old man felt the need to conduct a brief test on you. Qiandalu suddenly shifted the topic. Upon hearing these words, Luoya froze momentarily, his lips twitching slightly. Grand Elder, you're coming personally? He couldn't shake the feeling that Qiandalu wasn't truly interested in evaluating his cultivation progress, but rather seeking an excuse to give him a thorough beating. Is there a problem? Qiandalu's eyes narrowed faintly, his tone utterly composed. None at all, absolutely none. Luoya hastily shook his head, signaling that he harbored not the slightest objection. Qiandalu nodded in satisfaction before turning and soaring into the sky, the corners of his lips curling into a subtle arc. You brat, if you wish to pursue my granddaughter, you'll have to pass this grandfather's test first. What must come will come. Luoya resigned himself inwardly, then found solace in the thought. Consider it the future father-in-law venting his displeasure over my attempt to whisk away his beloved granddaughter. After all, he is Shuer's grandfather. With Griza instantly merging into his form, Luoya swiftly ascended into the air, matching Qiandalu's speed as they arrived at a vast plain beyond the spirit hall's walls. To claim he wasn't nervous would be a lie, for the man before him was undeniably the strongest within the spirit hall at present, even Bibi Dong. Before her breakthrough to the limit Douluo realm, stood no chance against him. Back when Qian Xuanji perished, Qiandalu had spared Bibi Dong solely out of deference to her being Qian Rinchue's mother, coupled with his detection of the Rakshasa god's divine aura. The sheer terror of a limit Douluo was incomparable to any tidal Douluo beneath that level, even when facing the bone Douluo alone. Luoya had never felt such tension as he did now. Given Qiandalu's overwhelming power, the training grounds would never withstand the tempest of his soul power. Hence this open expanse was chosen instead. Scattered across the plain lingered traces of past battles, clear evidence that the spirit hall's elders routinely sparred here. Once both landed, Qiandalu turned calmly toward Luoya. Xiao Luo, I won't bully you. I'll only employ the first 3 soul rings abilities. Show me everything you've got. Luoya's hands trembled slightly as he suppressed the anxiety within him, taking a deep breath. 5 soul rings emerged, and with a grave expression, he gazed intently at Qiandalu. Great offering, I shall take my leave. Chapter 75, The Duel of the Ultimate Douluo above the desolate expanse outside the spirit hall. Luoya and Qiandalu hovered in midair. Silvery and golden auras emanated from their beings, not far apart. Yet, the golden radiance visibly suppressed the silver glow. Luoya stood on high alert, straining to maintain his domain against the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Qiandalu. Meanwhile, his internal soul power surged with rapid intensity. Qiandalu's piercing gaze remained fixed upon Luoya as he spoke in a commanding tone. Come then, young Luo. Hold nothing back. If you can so much as wound this old man, the position of second elder in the spirit hall shall be yours. Loya nodded, addressing the Grand Priest. Then I shall not hold back. No sooner had the words left his lips than Loya conjured 4 doppelgangers, appearing before Douluo. The 5 Loya simultaneously unleashed their right fists, propelled by a tempestuous wind that stirred the very fabric of space, charging towards Douluo. Observing the 5 fists hurtling towards him, Douluo remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if to say, not yet sufficient. With a resounding crash, a layer of golden radiance enveloped Douluo in an instant. The 5 fists collided with this luminous barrier, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Energy ripples radiated outward as the ground buckled beneath them, debris soaring into the air, while the trees and wild grass within a 100-meter radius were violently shattered. Thunder, Loya declared, his voice resonating with authority. Purple-black lightning surged from both him and his 4 doppelgangers' fists, arcing towards Douluo. Although slightly taken aback, Douluo merely extended a finger, effortlessly dispersing the 5 bolts of lightning. Clever, but one cannot hope to outmaneuver a limit Douluo. With a thunderous boom, a beam of golden light erupted from between Douluo's fingers, coalescing into a flurry of angelic feathers that hurtled towards Loya. Void. Loya's figure was swiftly enveloped in a glimmering white light as he propelled himself backward through the air, evading the feathered onslaught. Yet, the feathers pursued with lightning speed, nearly catching Loya in the blink of an eye. Realizing evasion was futile, Loya braced himself to confront the attack head-on. From his fingertips, purple claws emerged, seizing the feathers with a vice-like grip. With a surge of strength, he tore the feathers apart, but his palms bore several crimson gashes as a consequence. Douluo observed the destruction of the angelic feathers with little reaction, merely uttering a single word with a smile, ignite. Suddenly, fierce flames erupted from the remnants of the angelic feathers, engulfing Loya in a blazing inferno. The searing heat was unbearable, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Douluo wielded the true sunfire, a unique flame of the 6-winged angel, capable of incinerating all manner of malevolence. Though Glyza was not an evil martial spirit, it still felt a profound trepidation in the presence of the true sunfire. Angels, rain of light. Douluo unleashed his soul skill, summoning a myriad of golden motes that coalesced behind him, transforming into countless golden spheres the size of raindrops, which began to rain down densely upon Loya. Luoya was utterly astonished. His 4th soul skill activated instantly, spatial ripples shimmering around his form as his figure vanished abruptly within the golden flames. Teleportation? Douluo frowned slightly. A pity. Before absolute power, all resistance is futile. A streak of white light flashed, and the golden radiance upon Douluo's 6 wings erupted violently, enveloping the surrounding 100 miles. Within this blinding brilliance, Luoya's figure gradually materialized, pressed firmly against the ground. Such overwhelming pressure. Luoya frantically attempted to lift himself, channeling spatial energy to break free from Douluo's suppression and regain flight. Yet, the very space around him seemed to solidify. No matter how desperately he struggled, he remained pinned to the earth. Step by deliberate step, Douluo approached, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Surrender? No. Luoya clenched his teeth, the violet light in his pupils flickering wildly as surges of violent energy lashed outward. TCH. Though the light energy within this human is insignificant, it still disgusts me to no end. In the depths of Luoya's dual pupils, the shadow of Gryza flickered, and instantly, a brilliant azure light erupted from within him, as a colossal gravitational force surged beneath his feet, giving rise to a vast azure spiral. Infinite. Void. With a thunderous roar from Luoya, the surrounding space became distorted, and a towering purple whirlwind swept forth, forcefully shredding the oppressive aura of Douluo. What an astonishing boy! Douluo was taken aback, never anticipating that Luoya could break free from his pressure. He marveled at his strength. Was it a self-created soul technique? Loya broke free from the oppressive force and immediately soared back into the sky. The ethereal illusion was activated once more, and a fleeting green light flickered in his eyes as 4 duplicates, along with his true self, swiftly charged towards Douluo. Observing the approaching Loya, Douluo wore a cold, indifferent smile. With a gentle wave of his hand, 5 beams of sword light erupted from his palm, hurtling directly towards Loya. With a sharp sound, the sword light collided with Loya's duplicate, instantly severing it, while his true form was sent hurtling backward, plummeting towards the ground. Loya felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a sweet taste surged in his throat as he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. He noticed that Douluo was rapidly diving toward him, yet an enigmatic smile crept across his face. With the invocation of his 4th soul skill, spatial teleportation, in an instant, Douluo felt his body lose all control, vanishing from his position. The next moment, he found himself exchanged with Loya, his golden light striking nothingness. Startled, Douluo swiftly turned to look behind him, only to see Loya had already pivoted, and on the 5 fingers of his right hand, an emerald green soul power was swirling incessantly. With a swift motion, Loya pressed his palm against Douluo's shoulder, and the emerald green soul power transformed into a small serpent, biting into the latter's shoulder. This was the 2nd soul skill of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor, Heartstrike. Douluo, taken aback, let out a muffled groan as the powerful soul power surged through him, impacting Loya and sending him flying hundreds of meters through the air. He felt a toxin rapidly spreading across his shoulder. Just as he intended to channel his soul power to expel it, Loya offered no respite. In the void, a flash, Luoya cast forth the luminous orbs from his hands, transforming them into a multitude of golden arrows that flew toward Qian Daolu, compelling him to dodge swiftly. The toxin on his shoulder spread alarmingly, prompting Qian Daolu to realize the gravity of his situation. His third soul ring illuminated, golden flames ignited around him, incinerating the emerald phosphor serpent's venom within. With no time to ponder how Luoya had unleashed a toxin-based soul skill, Qian Daolu summoned the golden flames, transforming them into the ethereal figure of a six-winged angel as he charged toward Luoya. Luoya was well prepared. The moment Qian Daolu began conjuring his flame angel, Luoya's fifth soul ring ignited. Fifth soul skill, Void Shockwave. The spectral form of Gilza materialized above his head, its figure continuously contorting as ripples of violet energy radiated outward. Qian Daolu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness assault his mind. A mental attack. Qian Daolu cursed inwardly. His momentary distraction caused the flame angel's imposing aura to wane significantly. Seizing this opportunity, Luoya solidified Gilza's phantom further. From its visage erupted a cloud of viridian venom, encircling Qian Daolu. First soul skill of the Emerald Phosphorus Serpent Emperor, Venomous Barrier. Given Qian Daolu's cultivation level, the Emerald Phosphorus Serpent's venom couldn't truly harm him. Yet it was potent enough to slow his movements, buying Luoya precious time for his next maneuver. Little Luo, I must admit, Qian Daolu's expression darkened. The surprises you've delivered are truly numerous, but this venomous barrier alone cannot restrain me. With those words, Qian Daolu reached into the void and drew forth his sword. A sweeping arc of sword energy howled through the air, cleaving the poisonous enclosure asunder. Upon witnessing the scene, Luoya felt a sudden shock. He realized that Qian Daolu had begun to take things seriously. However, his own preparations were now complete. A shimmering stream of purple gold energy swirled rapidly around his arms, ultimately converging at his chest. The phantom of Glyza became increasingly substantial. With a forceful push, the purple gold vortex at his chest erupted violently, sending a robust spiral beam hurtling towards Qian Daolu. Glyza, double helix. As this soul skill manifested, Qian Daolu's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of trepidation washing over him. He could ascertain that a high-ranking soul saint, unless utilizing their martial spirit's true form, would undoubtedly be obliterated by this strike. Even if they were to miraculously survive, they would emerge severely wounded. Is this your ultimate soul skill, young one? Allow me to experience it. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Qian Daolu's eyes as the ethereal wings of an angel behind him began to ascend, growing to an impressive height of approximately 100 meters. The third black soul ring erupted with a brilliant radiance. Third soul skill, Angel's Divine Slash. The sword in Qian Daolu's hand was swiftly coated in a layer of platinum, and with a sweeping motion, he cleaved forward. The golden blade of light tore through the heavens, colliding with Luoya's purple gold beam. Boom. The collision of the two energies generated a ripple of force that rapidly expanded outward, creating waves of soul power in the sky. Fortunately, their confrontation took place aloft. Otherwise, the impact would have undoubtedly reduced a significant portion of the wasteland below to scorched earth. With a resounding crash, the platinum blade of light was repelled within mere moments, while the double helix roared towards Qian Daolu, whose expression was filled with disbelief. "I the angel." With a low murmur from Qian Daolu, a colossal golden eye suddenly unfurled in the sky behind him, emanating concentric waves of golden ripples that intercepted the double helix. Luoya was forcefully hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a vast, deep pit. Yet, Qian Daolu merely took a few steps back in the air before regaining his composure. Well, he said, surprisingly unperturbed by Luoya's earlier use of poison. Instead, he commended, "Young Luoya, your prowess has truly astonished me. You have successfully passed the test." He had never anticipated that he had underestimated Luoya's most formidable strike, compelling him to unleash his fourth soul skill. Luoya rose to his feet, shaking his head and brushing off the dust from his face, a faint smile gracing his lips as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your acknowledgement, esteemed benefactor." Chapter 76, The Warning from Qian Daolu. "May I go to meet Sister Shuez now?" Luoya's face reddened with each word he spoke, yet his anticipation was palpable. Qian Daolu observed Luoya's demeanor and instantly understood, thinking to himself, "This lad seems genuinely smitten with Xiaoshui." "Very well," Qian Daolu replied nonchalantly. "Thank you so much, esteemed benefactor," Luoya exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, turning to leave in a hurry. "Wait, Luoya, do you even know where Xiaoshui is?" Qian Daolu chuckled, halting him as he found Luoya increasingly endearing. I'm not sure," Luoya sheepishly admitted, realizing the oversight and turning back with an awkward smile. Concern can lead to confusion, Qian Daolu thought, shaking his head in resignation, contemplating how he too had been similarly entranced in his youth by the strongest individual now residing on Sea God Island. Though ultimately, I was still defeated by my old rival. I shall send a letter to Xiaoshui. Shortly, you may go to Tiando City to meet her. She will send someone to guide you, Qian Daolu declared, producing an envelope and inscribing characters with his soul power, casting it into the air. Instantly, a white dove appeared, grasping the envelope in its beak and soaring away. "Understood, esteemed benefactor. I shall take my leave now." Luoya expressed his gratitude towards Qian Daolu. "One moment, Luoya." Qian Daolu called him back, this time his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "I have one final question. How were you able to use Diggybo's soul skill during the earlier battle?" Qian Daolu's curiosity was piqued, a question that had puzzled him greatly. Esteemed benefactor, I must warn you, do not harm him since awakening the greed-czar martial soul and obtaining the devouring ability. Luo Ye's decade-long adherence to the essence of a soul master is truly commendable. Few soul masters could resist the temptation of effortlessly acquiring additional soul skills and martial souls, let alone suppress the influence of their martial soul on their temperament. Luo Ye has indeed done remarkably well. Very well, you may go. Remember, try not to reveal your devouring ability in front of Shuer, understood? Qian Daolu reiterated. Yes, I understand. Luo Ye nodded once more before turning to activate his martial soul and soar into the distance. Watching Luo Ye's receding figure, Qian Daolu wore a gratified smile. It was no small feat for Luo Ye to retain his humanity amidst the allure of rapid power enhancement. Such individuals were rare within the Spirit Hall. Many soul masters, blinded by greed for soul bones and soul power, had committed unspeakable atrocities. Such individuals bore a common title across the continent, Dark Soul Masters. Gazing in the direction Luo Ye had vanished, Qian Daolu murmured, speaking of which, I should find time to ask Bibi Dong about the Spirit Hall suppression of those vile creatures. Heaven Do City, Crown Prince's residence disguised as Shuqingha. Qian Rinxue sat alone in the study of the Crown Prince's residence, reviewing official documents with a brush in hand. As his performance continued to impress, Emperor Shuiyi gradually entrusted him with more administrative duties, seemingly testing his capabilities. This, however, was a favorable development. The greater the emperor's trust, the more secure his position as Crown Prince became. Once the time was ripe to poison Emperor Shuiyi, the Spirit Hall could effortlessly seize an empire without bloodshed. Then, with an army mobilized against the Star Luo Empire, the unification of the continent would be within reach. Suddenly, a figure flashed into view. Snake Spear Douluo Shilong appeared before Qian Rinxue. At the sight of Shilong, Qian Rinxue's expression instantly turned solemn. What is it? A message from the Grand Worship, Shilong replied. With only the two of them present in the study, they spoke without reservation. Oh? Qian Rinxue arched an elegant brow. Let me see it. Shilong handed her an envelope. Opening it, Qian Rinxue found words condensed from soul power, her grandfather's handwriting. Her expression shifted subtly as she read quietly. Murmuring, so, he's coming. Her tone carried a faint trace of nostalgia and delight. Who is arriving? Shilong inquired. Who else? That boy with the surname Luo. Qian Rinxue replied, a flicker of complexity in her eyes. That prodigious youth, Luo Ya? Shilong recalled the boy whose talent rivaled the young mistress's. Indeed, Uncle Shi. Please arrange to receive him when he arrives, Qian Rinxue instructed. Consider it done, Shilong assured before promptly departing. Alone once more, Qian Rinxue reread the letter. A soft smile playing on her lips. By the end, her smile deepened. That little rascal, she murmured. Grandfather really shouldn't meddle in such matters. The letter repeatedly mentioned how Luo Ye's face would flush at the mere mention of her, his longing undisguised. Yet, 9 years had passed since they last met back then. Luo Ye was merely a 7-year-old child. How could he harbor such feelings for her now? Little Luo has grown up. Perhaps he simply cherishes me as the elder sister I once was to him, Qian Rinxue sighed inwardly before resuming her paperwork. Chapter 77. Reunion with Qian Rinxue. After half a month of travel, Luo Ye finally returned to Heaven Do City. Dressed in black martial attire, his silver-white hair cropped at the ears, he walked alone through the bustling streets. His amethyst gold eye swept his surroundings, indifferent to the curious gazes of passers-by. Having absorbed the essence of 2 dragon kings and 2 immortal herbs, his striking demeanor and appearance ensured he stood out in any crowd, especially among young women. Such extravagance. Luo Ye mused, his assessment of the city laced with disdain. To him, the Heaven Do Empire had decayed beyond redemption. Along his path, he had already spotted multiple pleasure houses, establishments virtually non-existent in Spirit City. This was why the Spirit Hall had reigned supreme over the 2 empires for a millennium. With a ruling class so corrupt, it was no wonder the Spirit Hall targeted it first, channeling spiritual energy into his pupils. Luo Ye gazed at the distant palace complex, the true heart of Heaven Do City. Shui was there. As he turned a corner into a quieter street, a figure materialized from an alley, a gray-robed elder. Young Master Luo, this elder has been sent by the young mistress to escort you, the elder said. His arrival silent and his skill awe-inspiring. Yet Luo Ye remained unperturbed, recognizing him as one of Qian Rinxue's guardians. Thank you for your trouble, elder. Luo Ye replied with a faint smile. Their figures vanished, soaring toward the distant palace. Luo Ye gazed at the towering giant palace ahead, a smile gracing his face. Shui, I have arrived. Within the prince's residence, Qian Rinxue sat in her study, listening intently as the formidable spirit Douluo, Qixue, reported on the recent developments concerning the Spirit Hall. His fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Young Master, news has reached us from Spirit City that they have developed a new weapon, enabling support soul masters to possess combat capabilities. Qixue reported respectfully. Curiosity flickered in Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes. Oh, what kind of weapon is it? It is said to be a blade-like weapon. Extraordinarily sharp, capable of piercing even the defenses of a tidal Douluo. Despite its palm-sized form, Qixue gestured, continuing his report. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is it truly that formidable? It is purportedly created by young Master Luo, Shishiwei added. It's him, Qian Rinshiwei murmured. This young fellow indeed possesses some remarkable talents. Suddenly, a series of heavy knocks resounded from outside. Come in. Qian Rinshiwei's cold voice rang out. The door creaked open, revealing Shilong, with Loya closely following behind. Sister Schwer. My abilities have grown immensely, Loya exclaimed with a grin as he stepped inside. It has been a while. I wonder how you have fared in this Heaven Do city. The Snow Knight has already established me as the Crown Prince. How could it be anything but well? Qian Rinshiwei replied with a smile. Is that so? Loya's gaze drifted to the nearly half-meter thick stack of documents on the table, a hint of sympathy crossing his features. I find that hard to believe. It's nothing. I am accustomed to it, Qian Rinshiwei said with a wry smile, then a determined glint shone through her elegantly arched brows as she resolutely declared. For the grand strategy of the Spirit Hall, I must persevere. Seeing the unwavering strength of Qian Rinshiwei, Loya's heart quivered. This was the true Qian Rinshiwei he admired. Yet, he hesitated. Sister Schwer, may I request that you remove your mask? Loya suddenly asked. It has been 9 years. I wonder how many times more beautiful you have become? You still have that silver tongue after 9 years, Qian Rinshiwei teased, though her hands did not cease their movements. As she swept her hand across her face. It was as if she were lifting a veil, instantly transforming the refined Xueqinghe into an enchanting goddess of beauty. Loya meticulously scrutinized the exquisite beauty of Qian Rinshu, who appeared to be in her early 20s. Her lustrous golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin was fairer than snow, and her straight nose complemented her delicate phoenix-like eyes, which bore a hint of majesty. The divine aura surrounding her only added to her allure. After 9 years apart, Qian Rinshu had become even more beautiful. Every movement she made captivated Loya's heart, rendering his formidable mental strength powerless against her charm. Am I beautiful? Qian Rinshu inquired with a gentle smile, noticing Loya's dazed expression. Absolutely. Loya replied without hesitation, his admiration evident. As Qian Rinshu gracefully approached him, he realized that the boy who once stood a head shorter had now grown to match her height. Observing Loya's slightly mischievous countenance, Qian Rinshu blinked her beautiful eyes. After so many years, this young man had indeed become more handsome. Sister Schwer, Loya called softly, inhaling the enchanting fragrance that surrounded her, now mere steps away. Upon seeing the deep affection reflected in Loya's gaze, Qian Rinshu immediately affirmed the words of her grandfather in his letter. Please, you two may step outside. She instructed Shilong and Siai Shui. Yes, young master, they replied, bowing as they exited and gently closing the door behind them. Qian Rinshu delicately lifted a strand of Loya's silver hair and casually asked, Did you come to see me empty-handed? Of course not, Loya chuckled. Retrieving 2 precious herbs he had prepared from his interdimensional bracelet and presenting them to her. These are. Qian Rinshu expressed her surprise upon seeing the herbs. Divine-grade medicinal herbs, the holy heavenly extreme flame flower, and the water fairy jade skin bone. Loya placed the herbs in her hands, explaining. Consuming these will enhance your soul power, strengthen your physical form, and even elevate your soul master talents, facilitating the evolution of your martial soul. As Qian Rinshu examined the 2 herbs, she felt her 6-winged angel martial soul stir with anticipation. You're giving me these precious herbs without a hint of reluctance? She teased with a smile. As long as you like them, Loya waved his hand dismissively. I would go to great lengths to procure even a 10,000-year soul bone for you. Seeing the earnestness in Loya's demeanor, Qian Rinshu couldn't help but chuckle. She sensed his genuine intentions, and this mischievous boy was indeed willing to invest significantly for her sake. Thank you, Qian Rinshu laughed melodiously, her sound resonating like silver bells, sending Loya into a momentary stupor as he nearly lunged forward to embrace her. We're like family. There is no need for formality. Loya adjusted his demeanor, smiling brightly. Unable to resist, Qian Rinshu playfully pinched his cheek. You're still the same adorable little rascal, she remarked, noting the blush on Loya's face, which made her smile softly. Does this mean that now that I've grown, you no longer find me appealing? Loya questioned, touching the spot where she had pinched him, feigning a look of grievance. Enough of that. Qian Rinshu shot him a disapproving glance. Grandfather allowed you to come to assist me with my plans, not to serve as a mere mascot. Yes. Loya quickly composed himself, his playful demeanor replaced by seriousness. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Qian Rinshu also adopted a solemn expression, offering Loya a chair as they sat across from each other. How much do you know about the royal family of the Tiando Empire? Qian Rinshu initiated the conversation. I recently caused quite a stir at their royal academy, encountering a prince named Xuexing and a rather spoiled 4th prince, Loya recounted. However, based on my observations, both of them are not to be underestimated. Xuexing? Qian Rinshu paused, momentarily taken aback, before her eyes flickered with disdain. Xuexing is indeed a nuisance. But Xuexing is merely a frivolous scion, unworthy of serious consideration. Is that so? Is this truly how you perceive him? Loya shook his head, indicating his disagreement. Qian Rinshu furrowed her brow at Loya's words. Do you possess a different insight? Loya mysteriously smiled and said, Avalanche is far more complex than you perceive. This individual harbors profound schemes. The information you possess is merely a facade he has deliberately constructed. Reflect for a moment. When did the reputation of Avalanche as a debauchee first emerge? If I am not mistaken, it should have surfaced shortly after you eliminated Xueqinghe or his royal brothers, correct? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue was taken aback. I hadn't realized it until you mentioned it. Indeed, ever since I dispatched someone to kill the third prince. The news of Avalanche's debauchery has spread throughout the Tiando Imperial City with an eerie swiftness. It seems someone is intentionally fanning the flames. Precisely. Loya smiled and remarked. As expected of Sister Shui, you grasp it immediately. Avalanche's pretense of moral decay is merely a ruse to divert your attention, in truth. He has already allied himself with Prince Xuexing. I wondered how a dignified prince could fall to such depths. It appears it was all an act. Qian Rinxue enlightened. A glimmer of lethal intent flashing in her beautiful eyes. Yet, almost instantly, she turned her gaze towards Loya. I have been here for over 9 years without noticing any oddities about Avalanche, and you discerned it after just one encounter? How did you achieve that? Well, Loya pointed to his head, smiling as he replied, it is, of course, due to my exceptionally astute intellect. How narcissistic. Qian Rinxue scoffed. Hurry and explain the reasoning. Loya smiled triumphantly and said, Sister, you might not be aware that the poisoned Douluo, Douluo, has pledged his allegiance to me. Has he? Douluo? Chapter 78, The Plan. Qian Rinxue could hardly believe it. The renowned poisoned Douluo, known as the unrivaled Douluo, had actually been subdued by Loya? How did you manage to accomplish that? Qian Rinxue inquired in astonishment. As far as I know, Douluo is a man of deep loyalty and affection, who has long owed a debt of gratitude to Xuexing. What means did you employ to win him over? Luoya let out a light chuckle and gradually recounted the matters concerning the solitary bow, including the 3 conditions he had agreed to. However, she refrained from revealing that she had utilized her devouring ability to detoxify him. Xiao Luo, how did I not realize before that you possess such remarkable capabilities? Qian Rinxue exclaimed, a blend of astonishment and delight in her voice. This was splendid news, since Du Gubo had consented to assist you in eliminating Xuebang. I need not intervene, thereby minimizing the risk of exposure. Luoya shook his head and remarked, Du Gubo will not act directly. For the act of killing Xuebing necessitates a justification, thus, we must fabricate a reason. Oh? Qian Rinxue inquired, puzzled. How shall we create one? First, we need to have Xuexing expend Du Gubo's favor, Luoya replied with a subtle smile. Sister Shui, you should be aware of their recent movements, correct? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinxue responded, Xuebing's cultivation has reached the 29th level. He will likely venture to the soul-hunting forest within a week to seek soul rings. We could orchestrate a scenario where he uses a tiger to devour a wolf. That strategy is commendable, yet the challenge lies in locating a formidable soul beast, Luoya mused with a frown. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, Sister Shui, could you procure a 10,000-year soul beast for me? Qian Rinxue gazed at him in confusion. But a 10,000-year soul beast cannot possibly contend with Du Gubo. No. What I mean is, since we lack a suitable soul beast, I shall assume the role of the soul beast myself. That is unfeasible. The aura of a soul master is entirely distinct from that of a soul beast. You cannot deceive the heavens and traverse the seas, Qian Rinxue immediately countered. That is precisely why I need you to acquire a 10,000-year soul beast for me. Luoya replied with a calm smile. My martial soul possesses an innate ability to simulate. As long as I obtain the blood of a 10,000-year soul beast, I can replicate its essence. And even the most astute titled Douluo would be unable to discern the ruse. Qian Rinxue looked at Luoya in astonishment and asked, Your martial soul possesses such a capability? Luoya nodded proudly and continued, You must understand. It is not due to ignorance, but rather a lack of opportunity to utilize it in the past. However, do you have confidence in slaying the avalanche under the watchful eyes of Du Gubo? Qian Rinxue expressed her concern, saying, I do not wish for you to take such risks. Fear not, for although Du Gubo is a titled Douluo, he is not particularly adept in the realm of speed. Moreover, I possess the ability of spatial elements. Loya asserted with unwavering confidence. After a moment of hesitation, Qian Rinxue finally acquiesced. Very well, I shall have blood uncle procure some blood from a 10,000-year soul beast for you. With that, Qian Rinxue called out to the door, and the blood Douluo, Sishue, promptly entered. Blood uncle, I beseech you to capture a 10,000-year soul beast and return with a vial of its blood, regardless of its strength, as long as it is of that age. Sishue respectfully replied, as you command, and vanished in a blur of motion. Little Loya, during this time, I advise you to remain composed and refrain from wandering about the palace indiscriminately, Qian Rinxue cautioned. She was well aware of Loya's temperament. Without such reminders, news of an assassination attempt on Avalanche or Xuexing might very well circulate by the next day. Yes, Your Highness, Loya replied with a smile. Get lost. Qian Rinxue shot Loya an exasperated glance. Sishue moved with remarkable speed, returning in just over half an hour with a substantial vial of bright red blood, which he presented to Loya. Luoya caught the vial of blood handed to him by Xi Shui, bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff. A satisfied expression immediately graced his features, but just as he was about to partake, his countenance froze in hesitation. For while he was pleased, the lingering soul of Grizo within him was anything but. Human brat, you dare use my powers for such trivialities. Well, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Luoya retorted inwardly. This inferior snack is beneath my dignity. Fine. On the day of the plan, I'll permit you to indulge in slaughter. Deal. With the connection severed, Grizo's remnant soul quieted, allowing Luoya to regain his composure. Xiaoluo, what were you spacing out about just now? Qian Rinxue eyed him with mild suspicion. Nothing much, just circulating my energy. I'll begin now, Sister Schwer. Try not to be startled later. Luoya shot her a playful wink. Qian Rinxue rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Luoya smiled with a hint of mischief, then promptly seized the vial of fresh blood. A flicker of purple light danced in his pupils as he tilted his head back and consumed it in a single gulp, channeling his martial soul. He began to refine the contents of the vial. Gradually, a layer of white radiance enveloped his exterior, and his eyes transformed into those of an eagle. A delicate black pattern emerged upon his forehead, and the unique aura of the soul beast permeated his being. It was indeed the essence of a soul beast. In that moment, Qian Rinxue believed Luoya's words. She turned to Cixue, inquiring, Uncle Blood, which soul beast does this blood belong to? The 30,000-year-old iron-beak bird from the royal soul-hunting forest, Cixue replied. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue nodded in satisfaction, a wise choice. The iron-beak bird. A flying-type soul beast, shared Luoya's capacity for flight and excelled in speed, even as a 30,000-year-old entity. Its formidable beak possessed the power to effortlessly pierce through the defenses of a non-defensive soul emperor. Qian Rinxue watched Luoya in silence, awaiting the outcome. Luoya opened her eyes. Feeling the blood of the iron-beaked bird boiling within her, a sharp cry escaped her lips, causing the entire room to tremble momentarily. All done, Luoya declared. As the white radiance enveloping her gradually faded, returning her to her normal state, Qian Rinxue observed this with appreciation, nodding in approval. Well done, little Luoya. Our mission a week from now relies on you. Rest assured, there will be no issues, Luoya assured her with a reassuring glance. Now, tell me more about the details of your plan, so that I can assist you effectively. Sister, you only need to assist me a little. Luoya replied with a light laugh. Create an alibi for yourself, and it would be best to have a witness. A witness? Qian Rinxue fell into silence. But after a moment, her eyes sparkled with realization. I have a perfect candidate in mind. Luoya inquired. Who is it? The master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ningfengxi. After further deliberation, the two finally solidified their plan. Once the morning court concluded, Qian Rinxue, under the pretext of visiting her teacher, proceeded to the 7 treasure glazed tile school to pay her respects to Ningfengxi. Luoya stealthily followed behind Xuebang. And when they reached a certain depth in the soul-hunting forest, he would reveal himself as a steel-beaked bird and commence the pursuit. Xuexing. Upon discovering that his nephew had encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, would undoubtedly implore Douluo for assistance, and Douluo would not refuse Xuexing's request. However, he certainly lacked the confidence to escape the clutches of a 30,000-year speed-type soul beast while burdened with 2 liabilities. Once Xuexing beseeched Douluo to spare no effort in rescuing Xuebang, the debt of gratitude would be settled, and thereafter, they would have no further ties, consequently. Xuebang would indeed meet his demise. A week later, Emperor Shuiyu sat upon his throne, listening to the reports of the ministers regarding the recent affairs of the Heavendou Empire. In recent years, his health had deteriorated significantly. Though he was not yet at death's door, he was far from his former vitality. Given such a frail state, how could he effectively govern the Heavendou Empire? Moreover, he was left with only 2 sons, Xueqinghe and Xuebing. His gaze fell upon Xueqinghe Qian Rinxue, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He was currently his most promising offspring, and the one he envisioned as the future heir to the throne. Xuebang, being 2 years younger than Xueqinghe, was nothing but a reckless wastrel, indulging in pleasures without engaging in any serious endeavors, which disappointed him greatly. Shifting his gaze to Xuebang, Xueya's expression transformed into one of frustration. This 4th son had truly let him down, yet his brother, Xuexing, chose to support him. Are there any other pressing matters to discuss, my lords? Xueyu inquired with an air of authority. The ministers fell into silence. If not, we shall adjourn today's court session, Xueyu declared as he rose. You may take your leave. The ministers respectfully bowed and exited the grand hall, leaving only Xueqinghe, Qian Rinxue, and Xuebing. Father, both of them bowed in deference to Xueyi. You may rise, Qinghe, Old Fourth. Do you have any matters to address? Xueyi gestured with his hand. Father, I wish to visit my teacher today and seek your permission, Xueqinghe responded promptly. Ah, a visit to Master Ning, is it? Go ahead. It would be beneficial to strengthen the ties between the 7 treasure glazed tile school and our Heavendou Empire. Xueyi replied without hesitation. The relationship between the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Heavendou Empire must be nurtured. And since Xueqinghe had taken Ningfengxi as a mentor, it served as an excellent bridge for communication. I take my leave. Xueqinghe, Qian Rinxue, replied with a bow, exiting the court. Xueyi turned his gaze towards Xuebang, letting out a slight sigh. And you, Old Fourth? Father, I have reached level 30. Might you assign me some soul masters to procure a soul ring? Xuebing asked with a playful grin. Old Fourth, you have squandered these past few years. I hope you will reconsider your ways. Although Xueyi chastised him, he still handed Xuebing a token. I shall assign you 2 soul kings. Is that sufficient? Quite enough. Xuebing gleefully accepted the token and whistled a tune as he left the court. As Qian Rinxue traveled towards the 7 treasure glazed tile school in her carriage, she headed in the opposite direction of Xuebing. She had heard every word Xuebing uttered in the court. The hearing of a high-level soul king was not to be underestimated. 2 Soul Kings? I dare say even 10 Soul Emperors would scarcely suffice, Qian Rinqiwei scoffed internally. And then signaled to Loya, who lay hidden in the shadows. Little Loya, commence the operation. Received. Chapter 79, The Absence of Xuebing in the Soul-Hunting Forest of the Heaven Do Royal Family. A burly Soul King inquired, Your Highness. What type of soul ring do you desire? We shall do our utmost to fulfill your request, a slightly smaller Soul King added respectfully. Anything will suffice. Just a 1,000-year flying soul beast will do, Xuebing replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, the 2 Soul Kings fell silent, leading the way without uttering further protest. Though Xuebing was merely a worthless prince, their loyalty to the Heaven Do royal family prevented them from speaking out. However, as they journeyed, they encountered no suitable soul beasts, not even a 1,000-year one in sight. Reluctantly, they halted to rest and consider their next move. Why haven't we found anything yet? Xuebing expressed his impatience. Your Highness, why not venture deeper into the forest? The burly Soul King suggested. Do you wish to bring about my demise? Xuebing shot him a fierce glare. Do you think we could contend with those 10,000-year soul beasts? The smaller Soul King meekly replied, Your Highness. It is not guaranteed we would encounter them. Xuebing kicked a stone in frustration. What ill fortune. We should have found something by now. At that moment, a piercing shriek from a bird-type soul beast echoed from the depths of the forest. It's a stee-beak bird. The burly Soul King exclaimed. It sounds injured, Your Highness. Let us investigate. It might be suitable, the smaller Soul King suggested. After a moment of hesitation, Xuebing nodded and followed his 2 guards deeper into the forest. Perched atop a towering tree, Loya sensed their approach and promptly tossed the 1,000-year steel-beak bird to the ground. Forgive me for this, he whispered. The bird squawked in distress. But to no avail. The trio quickly approached the tree, and Loya harnessed the blood of the soul beast within him, transforming into a much larger steel-beak bird. Upon their arrival, Xuebing burst into laughter upon seeing the 1,000-year steel-beak bird on the ground. What a stroke of luck. It appears to have just battled a soul beast and is now on the brink of death. The soul ring is mine. His 2 Soul King guards chuckled in agreement. With a furious screech, Loya, in the guise of the steel-beak bird, dove from the tree, unfurling his massive wings as he lunged towards Xuebing and his companions. A 10,000-year steel-beak bird. The smaller Soul King paled in terror, shouting, Your Highness, run. That wounded one must be its offspring. Xuebing was equally terrified, hastily fleeing towards the forest entrance with his guards closely flanking him. With another shriek, the 10,000-year steel-beak bird, Loya, pursued relentlessly. Quickly, stop it. Xuebing shouted in desperation. Your Highness, flee. We will hold it off. The 2 Soul Kings bravely confronted the 10,000-year steel-beak bird, unleashing their martial souls. A fire lion and a fire ape. With a fierce roar, the steel-beak bird's eyes glinted with disdain as it accelerated, swiftly reaching the 2 Soul Kings and unleashing purple blades from its massive claws, sending them crashing to the ground, bloodied and defeated. How could this be? I've never witnessed such an attack capability from this soul beast. The 2 guards exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, Loya was relentless. He lunged at one of the guards, his sharp beak piercing the Soul King's throat, ending his life instantly. The remaining Soul King, stricken with fear, turned to flee. Attempt to escape? Within Luoya's heart, a cold laugh escaped as he activated his 4th soul skill. The space before him shimmered with ripples. A faint white light flickered, and the Soul King, who had been poised to escape, found himself returned to his original position. In the midst of his overwhelming despair and astonishment, Luoya seized the moment, delivering a fatal blow that dispatched him in an instant. Yet, before the Soul King met his demise, Luoya granted him a fleeting moment to emit a distress signal, simultaneously allowing Avalanche a chance to flee. For Glyza was eager to feast. 2 modest morsels, I suppose, came Glyza's voice, tinged with disdain. Would you care for them? Luoya cast him an indignant glance. Fine, fine. The force of suction erupted from Luoya's mouth, drawing the lifeless bodies of the 2 Soul Kings into his abdomen as if they were mere strands of noodle. My soul power has increased by half a level. Luoya savored the sensation of energy coursing through him, then turned his gaze towards the direction of Avalanche's escape. Now, the real pleasure lies in the pursuit. Not far from the Tiando Palace, in a courtyard, Prince Xuexing was engaged in a leisurely chess match with Douluo, attended by 2 maidservants who served tea and refreshments. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered as a guard burst through the door, reporting the crisis involving Avalanche in the soul-hunting forest. Upon hearing the urgent news, Prince Xuexing sprang to his feet and addressed Douluo. Mr. Douluo, I implore you to assist my nephew. An ancient soul beast is not a significant concern. Let us go, Douluo replied with nonchalance, rising to his feet as the 2 hastened away from the courtyard towards the soul-hunting forest. Within the depths of the forest, Luoya skillfully controlled his speed, forcing Avalanche into a frantic retreat, continually altering his escape route to ensure he could not evade capture. Damn it! Why is this prince so unfortunate? Avalanche exclaimed amidst his desperate flight, his luxurious red and white robes now torn and stained. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Avalanche felt a collision, halting his advance. Before he could react, a massive paw, as large as a sandbag, struck his face, eliciting a pained scream before he succumbed to unconsciousness. A colossal red bear emerged from the underbrush, its body clad in iron-like crimson scales, the golden claws on its paws gleaming ominously. It glanced at the fallen avalanche and then noticed Luoya descending from above, letting out a triumphant roar of excitement. In Luoya's eyes, it was now a fellow creature, while that reckless human soul master trespassing into their beastly domain was simply courting death. Roar. The crimson giant bear bellowed at Luoya hovering midair. Luoya could only emit a sharp shriek in response, simultaneously gesturing with his claws. The ancient soul beast had begun to exhibit a semblance of intelligence, and the massive red bear quickly comprehended Luoya's gestures, letting out an excited roar. Luoya's expression was peculiarly strange. Had it not been for the iron-beaked bird's inability to display any emotion, he might have burst into laughter. The scene before him, with the black eagle and the crimson giant bear flanking the trembling red and white figure in their midst, reminded him of a classic historical anecdote from his homeland. Beast! How dare you! At that moment, a furious shout echoed from afar as Douluo and Xuexing rushed over. Upon seeing the fallen Xuelang, Xuexing's heart sank. While Douluo's eyes brimmed with trepidation, Douluo was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the ancient iron-beaked bird. Describing its speed as lightning would not be an exaggeration, especially with the ancient red bear watching them intently. Douluo, sir, please save Xuelang. Xuexing implored anxiously. This situation exceeds my capabilities, Douluo replied with a wry smile. I cannot guarantee Xuelang's safety from these two beasts. With the discerning eyes of a tidal Douluo, he recognized that both soul beasts before him were at least 30,000 years old, and he was familiar with the red bear, known as the steel crimson bear. Its physical strength was immensely powerful, comparable to that of an ordinary soul sage, and it possessed a natural resistance to poison. Coupled with the iron-beaked bird, Douluo knew he could triumph without restraint, but with Xuexing and Xuelang as liabilities, the situation became precarious. The Prince of Xuexing, pale-faced, found himself forced to make a heavy decision without the luxury of time for contemplation. Douluo, sir, you still owe me a personal favor. I implore you to save Xuelang, he earnestly beseeched. While he could seek other powerful allies in Douluo's absence, losing Xuelang would be irrevocable. I will do my utmost. Douluo felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Xuexing's words. A torrent of soul power surged within him. An verdant glow coalesced in his palm as the phosphorescent Serpent King martial spirit instantly enveloped him, causing Xuexing to instinctively take a few steps back. Chapter 80. The severed arm of Xuelang. Sensing the aura of Douluo, the steel crimson bear experienced a flicker of trepidation. However, Luoya's voice, resonating in the language of soul beasts, reached its ears. This human tidal Douluo wields poison-based soul power and is likely not adept in close combat. We may have a chance. Upon hearing this, the steel crimson bear dispelled any hesitation, accelerating its form and charging towards Douluo, while Prince Xuexing swiftly evaded. Wary of drawing too close, Douluo sensed the bear's approach and thrust his palm forward, unleashing a vast torrent of green mist that surged towards the steel crimson bear. Upon witnessing the scene, Luoya immediately sprang into action, his wings flapping vigorously, conjuring a fierce gale that dispersed some of the green mist. The iron red bear stood tall, raising its massive paw and striking fiercely at Douluo emerald phosphor celestial shield. Douluo's fifth soul ring illuminated, and a vast, serpentine-scaled barrier materialized before him, shimmering with a verdant glow. With a thunderous crash, the iron red bear's paw collided with the emerald phosphor celestial shield, producing a deafening sound of impact. Douluo felt a tremendous force reverberate through the shield and into his hand, causing him to involuntarily grunt in response. Hurry and take that boy away. I shall hold these two beasts at bay. Douluo shouted towards the distant Xuexing. Glancing at Douluo and the iron red bear shrouded in green mist, Xuexing realized he could offer no assistance. Consequently, he hastened to the side of Xuebing, lifted the unconscious figure, and prepared for a retreat. Luoya let out a cold laugh, unleashing a wave of vibrations that reverberated through the void, producing a series of sharp, piercing shrieks that emanated from his very being. Ah! Xuexing felt a resounding buzz in his head, his eyes turning blood red, his body swaying uncontrollably. With only the cultivation of a soul king, he could scarcely withstand Luoya's fifth soul skill. How could it be? The iron-beaked bird was capable of mental assault? Douluo expanded the phosphorescent sky shield to fend off the sound waves, astonishment etched upon his face. At that moment, the massive paw of the iron red bear came crashing down once more. This time, the phosphorescent sky shield nearly shattered, yet it still managed to block the bear's assault. Douluo cast a glance at the wailing Xuexing, his expression darkening. A green glow enveloped his arms, which he then thrust outward, unleashing a cloud of toxic mist that rapidly spread through the air. The third soul skill, Phosphorescent Bewitching Array. This skill could affect the enemy's mind and vision, inducing hallucinations that confused their thoughts and distorted their perceptions. The iron giant bear was evidently disturbed by the phosphorescent bewitching array, its movements slowing considerably. Douluo promptly retracted his fifth soul skill and rushed to Xuexing and Xuebing, lifting one of them in each hand and fleeing into the distance. Yet, how could Luoya allow him such ease? A pair of white wings coalesced, and with a sudden burst of speed, he pursued Douluo. Both parties possessed the ability to fly, but Luoya, as a 10,000-year soul beast, commanded any soul beast under 10,000 years within his territory. With a piercing eagle cry, a multitude of soul beasts surged forth around Douluo, their numbers nearing 100. Douluo furrowed his brow, identifying a weak point in the encirclement. He unleashed his soul power to swiftly eliminate a group of century-old soul beasts, making his way toward the exit. He could have easily wiped out the entire horde with his poison, but with Xuexing and Xuebing still in his grasp, he refrained from using lethal soul skills, as they could not withstand his toxins in their unconscious state. Thus, he dared not unleash widespread destructive soul techniques. Luoya's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden acceleration. From a third-person perspective, it appeared as though the iron-beaked bird's wings were enveloped in a layer of purple luminescence, its feathers transforming into an obsidian clarity that emitted an eerie sheen. With a whoosh, a piercing sound sliced through the air as Luoya swiftly closed the distance to Douluo, his razor-sharp claws poised to strike the latter's forehead. At that moment, Douluo could no longer afford to hesitate. His fourth soul ring shimmered, and countless emerald-green serpent shadows surged from his arm, lunging towards Luoya's wings. Thud, thud, thud. The serpentine figures collided against Luoya's wings, yet were repelled by an invisible barrier, none able to reach him. Damn it! The Thousand Tribulations serpent shadows proved ineffective. Douluo cursed inwardly. Just then, he felt a sudden halt in his body, as though something were pulling him downwards uncontrollably. It was the pressure of the wind. Douluo suddenly recalled this was a power only the iron-beaked bird, having attained 10,000 years of cultivation, could wield. He was astounded. How could a mere 10,000-year soul beast wind pressure immobilize a tidal Douluo like himself? Of course, it is not merely the wind pressure. I have also employed the Void Fist heaven-severing technique. Luoya thought to himself, secretly amused by Douluo's reaction. The iron-beaked bird's expression mirrored a human-like grin of triumph. Whoosh. Just as this thought crossed Luoya's mind, Douluo sensed a chill creeping up from behind and hurriedly turned around, only to find the iron-beaked bird's sharp beak descending towards the crown of his head. However, Douluo, despite his predicament, was still a tidal Douluo. Moreover, with Luoya having neutralized the poison, his keen reflexes and speed compelled his left arm to instinctively pull forward. With a sharp sound, the left ARA flash of emerald light flickered in Luoya's eyes as a slender, dark green arrow of energy surged from his iron beak into the body of Xuepeng. This was the second soul skill of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor, Hard Execution. Suddenly, Xuepeng's body convulsed violently before he fell into unconsciousness. In his desperation, Douluo failed to notice the scene and focused solely on fleeing with the two burdens. Though Xuepeng's right arm was torn apart, he merely let out a faint sigh and continued to sprint forward. Soon, the royal knights of the Tiando Empire came into view, and Douluo felt a surge of joy. It was the poisoned Douluo. Along with the prince and the young prince, the captain of the knights shouted, rallying his comrades to provide assistance. How swiftly they arrive! Luoya smirked, ceasing his pursuit and flapping his wings as he soared deeper into the forest. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Xueqinghe, Qian Rinxue, was engaged in an amiable discussion with Ning Fengxi. The topic piqued Ning Fengxi's interest, particularly when Qian Rinxue mentioned that the Spirit Hall had recently developed a powerful weapon capable of granting combat prowess even to support soul masters, capable of tearing through the defenses of tidal Douluos. Is what you say truly accurate? Ning Fengxi inquired, excitement evident in his voice. Where did you acquire this information? My teacher, do not underestimate the intelligence network of our Tiando Empire, Qian Rinxue replied with a smile. But do you know how this weapon is manufactured? Ning Fengxi pressed eagerly. Teacher, I am not a researcher of the Spirit Hall. How could I possibly know? Qian Rinxue shook her head. However, I do have some knowledge about the materials used. According to the intel, the Spirit Hall crafted it from mysterious iron and meteorite iron, and they named it Silver Feather. Silver Feather? Ning Fengxi was momentarily taken aback before his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be? What is it, teacher? Qian Rinxue asked, puzzled by Ning Fengxi's reaction. Alas, Qinghe, you were unaware, but half a year ago, due to an unintentional slight by Uncle Gu, the Pope personally came to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to demand an explanation, seizing 1,000 tons of rare iron ore and distracting our cultivation methods. I suspect that the Spirit Hall had long mastered the production method of that weapon and kept it concealed due to a lack of materials, Ning Fengxi analyzed. Is that so? Qian Rinxue expressed her surprise. She had already surmised that it was Luoya's doing. Just as they were about to continue their discussion, a guard from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School rushed in, reporting, Your Highness, Sect Master, something has happened to Prince Xuepeng and Prince Xuexing, fourth brother and uncle. Qian Rinxue feigned alarm, inwardly elated. It seemed that Luoya's mission had been executed flawlessly, and now it was her turn to perform. She quickly rose, bowing to Ning Fengxi. Teacher, allow me to return to the palace. Very well, I shall accompany you. Ning Fengxi nodded, and the sword Douluo Ling Shuang, who had been waiting outside, led them swiftly to the palace. Within the Tiando Palace, Xuexing and Xuepeng lay battered and bruised on their beds, surrounded by 5 or 6 medical soul masters who were frantically attending to them. Xuexing's face was pale, his lips devoid of color, as he gasped for breath. Rolling his eyes, Xuepeng, in an even more dire state, had his left arm severed at the shoulder, with claw marks and bite wounds marring his body. Looking utterly wretched, he attempted to speak, but words failed him. What has transpired? A commanding voice echoed from outside, and the Emperor of Snowy Night hurriedly entered. Upon seeing the condition of Xuexing and Xuepeng, his face darkened. Xuexing, fourth brother, what has happened? Your Highness, Xuexing struggled to speak. My nephew went a hunt for a soul ring and encountered 2,000-year-old soul beasts. His spirit had sustained injuries, but he managed to speak with difficulty. What? Two? The Emperor's brows furrowed, his expression tense. How did you come across them? The guard signaled for help. I brought Dugu to rescue. But I never expected those beasts to be so formidable, especially that iron-beaked bird. Shuexing's complexion grew paler, fear glimmering in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, the Emperor turned to Dugubo, who remained composed, and asked, Dugubo, as a title Douluo, cannot you deal with 2,000-year-old soul beasts? Shuexing did not lie. One of the soul beasts was the iron bear, which has a certain immunity to my poison, Dugubo replied coolly. The 3,000-year-old iron-beaked bird's power is unfathomable and it can unleash wide-ranging mental attacks. In truth, Dugubo had another thought unspoken. Had it not been for carrying these two burdens, would he truly have been unable to defeat them? Did they think his title Douluo status was merely for show? Such strength? The Emperor furrowed his brows, but before he could inquire further, a guard announced from outside. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived with Sect Master Ning and Sword Douluo. Please allow them to enter. As hurried footsteps approached, Ning Fingji and Qian Rinxue entered the room, while Sword Douluo Ling Shuang paused at the doorway. Both were taken aback by the scene before them. Father, uncle. What has happened to fourth brother? Qian Rinxue asked, concern etched on her face, though a hint of concealed joy glimmered in her eyes. Alas, Qinghe. Your uncle and fourth brother encountered powerful soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest, and even Dugubo could not handle them. The Emperor sighed, worry evident on his face. Your uncle is not gravely injured, but your fourth brother's left arm has been bitten off by a soul beast. What? A weak cough resonated from the bed, prompting the lead medical soul master to exclaim, the fourth prince is awake. All eyes turned toward him. Fourth brother, how do you fare? Qian Rinxue asked urgently. The Emperor's gaze shifted between Qian Rinxue and the Emperor of Snowy Night, a bitter expression crossing Shuepeng's face. Your Majesty, allow me. Ning Fingji said softly to the Emperor, stepping forward. The 7-treasure glazed Tao Pagoda spirit manifested, and 4 beams of glazed light shot into Shuepeng's body. Though the 7-treasure glazed Tao Pagoda was primarily a support spirit, it possessed certain healing capabilities, coupled with Ning Fingji's mastery at the pinnacle of Soul Sage. Shuepeng's surface injuries rapidly ameliorated, and the bleeding from his severed arm was staunched. Yet suddenly, Sword Douluo Ling Shuang sensed something amiss and spoke out, Dugubo. Why is there your phosphor serpent poison within Shuepeng's body? What? The room fell into an uproar, the Emperor's expression darkening ominously as he turned to Dugubo. Coldly demanding, Dugubo, explain this situation. Ling Shuang, do not slander. Dugubo was taken aback, uncertain how to account for the situation, glaring furiously at Ling Shuang. Though he did not consider himself a good person, he was not ungrateful. Qian Rinxue seemed to have an epiphany, quickly adjusting her demeanor and scanning Shuepeng's left shoulder. Humph. Ling Shuang scoffed, raising a finger as a faint ripple of soul power infused Shuepeng's shoulder. Instantly, a stream of dark green venom oozed from the cracks in Shuepeng's bones. Dugubo was left stunned, utterly bewildered. How could this be? He had not poisoned Shuepeng at all. Ha ha ha. As the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the Emperor of the Snowy Night suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, splendid. You dare to deceive me, Dugubo, and even lay a treacherous hand upon my son. Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. Dugubo protested loudly. Yet he found himself at a loss in the face of overwhelming evidence. Father, Mr. Dugu, now is not the time for such discussions. Our immediate concern is to save fourth brother. Qian Rinxue quickly interjected, her face etched with worry and urgency. Observing this, the onlookers silently nodded in agreement. Recognizing the princely demeanor that spoke of profound brotherly affection and the understanding of priorities. It is too late. This must be his second soul skill, Chen Xian remarked. Casting a glance at the motionless Shuebeng on the bed. The serpent's venom has already infiltrated his heart's meridians. Even though I managed to expel some of the poison earlier, Shuebeng is beyond saving. Clang. The imperial scepter slipped from the Emperor's grasp and fell to the ground. The anguish on his face deepening. He slowly approached the bedside, his trembling hand reaching out to caress Shuebeng's face. Witnessing the glimmer of tears in the Emperor's eyes, the sorrow in the hearts of those present intensified. The Emperor had but one son left. Your Majesty, may you find solace in this time of grief. The medical soul master knelt gently, while Ning Fingji and Qian Rinxue bowed their heads slightly. Chen Xian turned his gaze away, his eyes partially closed. At his level of strength, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, he remained unperturbed by the sorrow that overwhelmed ordinary souls. Father, am I to perish? Shuebeng struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the grief-stricken Emperor, his expression one of emptiness and confusion. Child, you shall survive. The Emperor whispered, his eyes brimming with tears. In this moment, he was not the sovereign of the Tiando Empire, but merely a father on the brink of losing his child. Qian Rinxue stepped forward, taking Shuebing's hand, her eyes slightly reddened as she choked out, fourth brother, you must hold on. Such performance, if placed in the homeland of Luaya, would earn her the title of unrivaled. Shuebing averted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, unwillingness, hatred, and regret. He felt a profound sense of injustice that his life could end in such a manner. Was this truly how it would conclude? The true nature of Shueqinghe. The throne, and the future of the Tiando Empire. Qian Rinxue perceived the unwillingness, regret, resentment, and endless struggle in Shuebing's eyes. What a pity. If I were truly your elder brother, she thought, a flicker of regret passing through her mind, but it quickly turned to coldness. Alas, I am not. I cannot accept this. Schwebing's voice was weak and barely the conversation came to an abrupt end as Douluo shattered the jade pendant, unleashing 9 soul rings that enveloped the imperial palace in an overwhelming aura of power. Douluo, how dare you act so recklessly within the palace? Chen Xian's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Haha. Douluo laughed heartily, his silhouette of the Phosphor Serpent King towering ever higher. There is nothing in this world that I cannot accomplish. It is merely a matter of my will. Alone in the seas, I am the only one who reigns supreme. With a thunderous roar, he activated his 7th soul skill, manifesting the true form of the Phosphor Serpent King. The palace roof shattered. Countless tiles and stones sent crashing to the ground by the mighty tail of the serpent. Standing atop the serpent, Douluo looked down upon the crowd. Toxic gas swirling around him like a burning emerald fury, a manifestation of his rage. With a low growl, he integrated his 6th soul ring into the head of the Phosphor Serpent King, a vibrant green light flashing in its eyes. 6th soul skill, Phosphor Poison Domain. Endless toxins erupted from the serpent's mouth, instantly saturating the palace in a vibrant green hue. The air itself seemed to corrode, and even the grass and trees withered away, leaving soldiers with low or no soul power suffering heavy casualties. Cough, cough. Sword Douluo, please intervene. The Snow Knight Emperor urgently implored Chen Xian. Taken aback by the audacity of the old man, Chen Xian furrowed his brow, and after a nod from Ning Fengxi, he soared into the air above the palace, wielding the 7-kill sword. His own 9 soul rings shimmered, and a brilliant blue light radiated, a blue sword aura manifesting at the sword's edge, exuding a formidable killing intent. With a powerful swing, Chen Xian cleaved through the toxic mist, forcing the Phosphor Serpent King to retreat several meters, its forked tongue flickering. The sword's energy stretches 30,000 miles, a single strike chills 19 states. With a fierce declaration, Chen Xian pointed the 7-kill sword towards the heavens, instantly elevating it to several hundred meters. The sky darkened and thunder rumbled ominously. The enormous sword above instilled in Douluo a sensation akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, an oppressive force threatening to crush him. Cracks began to form on the palace floor, expanding outwards from Chen Xian's position, as a formidable sword aura surged forth, transforming the entire palace into a white haze. An endless torrent of sword energy rushing towards the Phosphor Serpent King, imbued with the power to annihilate all. 8th soul skill, Frost Cold 9 provinces. Boom. A thunderous roar shattered the heavens, a brilliant blue light illuminating the sky. A sword descended like a celestial being. Ah. The Phosphor Serpent King let out a mournful cry as its massive body was cleaved in two, its scales shattered into fragments, and Douluo fell to the ground. Such ferocity, is this the power of a 96th level Super Douluo? The sword Douluo is indeed formidable. The crowd gasped in awe. Their gazes towards Chen Xian filled with reverence. Chen Xian cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Douluo, the 7-kill sword gradually retracting as he returned to Ning Fengxi's side. Elder Douluo, you have lost. Speak your regrets freely. Qianren Xue stepped forward, her voice measured, her gaze subtly fixed on a certain spot within the palace. Suddenly, Douluo laughed bitterly, his laughter tinged with sorrow. My only regret is not witnessing Yin Yin grow up, not seeing her become a title Douluo, nor witnessing her ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Humph, Douluo. Your granddaughter is now the most wanted criminal in my Tiando Empire, and she will inevitably face the punishment of our royal family. The Snow Knight Emperor scoffed, his tone laced with hatred. My royal family is not to be trifled with, not even by a title Douluo. Guards, apprehend him. Soldiers surged forth from the palace, encircling Douluo. However, just a few steps in, the leading knight commander was sent flying by an invisible force, crashing to the ground. My apologies, Douluo. But the spirit hall stands with you. Luoya stepped slowly into the palace, his demeanor calm. It's you. The Snow Star Prince, supported by soldiers, changed his expression upon seeing the approaching youth, the very one who had caused a ruckus at the Royal Academy with Ju and the ghost Douluo. Chapter 83. The schemes of division. It is indeed me. Surprised? Luoya smiled gently as he approached. Humph. The spirit hall dares to openly oppose my royal family, siding with the criminal who poisoned my son. The Snow Knight Emperor's face turned dark as he roared, the royal knights quickly forming ranks and charging towards Luoya. One cannot even let a word be spoken. Luoya shook his head, flipping his wrist to reveal a grand silver wing, which he then hurled forth. Clang. The silver wing instantly transformed into 100 silver feathers, each tip aimed at the royal knights, rendering them immobile with fear. What is this? Ning Fengxi's eyes widened as he observed Luoya's actions, his pupils constricting. Those feathers radiated a soul power aura. Yet he had personally witnessed that Luoya possessed a space-type martial soul. Could it be that he was a twin martial soul? Or perhaps, Qin He. Do you think that those feathers might be? Ning Fengxi turned to Qianren Xue. Teacher, it is entirely possible. Qianren Xue's eyes sparkled with surprise, then her expression grew solemn. That must be one of the new weapons developed by the Spirit Hall. Their hushed conversation went unnoticed amidst the Snow Knight Emperor's fury. But Chen Xian caught wind of their exchange, raising an eyebrow as his gaze flickered. You. The Snow Knight Emperor's expression darkened further as he glared at Luoya, his voice cold and steady. What exactly does the Spirit Hall intend? To uphold the order of the Spirit Master World, and to clear the name of a title Douluo. Luo Yi replied nonchalantly, his tone unwavering. Upholding order, you say? Then tell me, how did my son die? The Snow Knight Emperor's gaze bore into him, demanding an answer. Naturally, he perished at the jaws of a soul beast, with no connection to the poison Douluo. Luo Yi answered without hesitation. Nonsense. Do you truly believe that the iron-beaked bird and the steel bear would employ poison? The Snow Star Prince interjected angrily, pointing at him. Smack. Luo Yi cast aside a crystal, within which appeared a video of the iron-beaked bird and the steel bear relentlessly pursuing Douluo through the forest. As the scene unfolded to the moment when the iron-beaked bird tore into the shoulder of the avalanche, it emitted a piercing cry once more. Suddenly, several slender, seemingly centenarian phosphor snakes sprang forth, simultaneously ejecting venom that splattered onto the wound of the avalanche. Prince Xuexing was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. What is this? After observing the footage, Emperor Xueye's expression softened considerably as he turned to the crystal and inquired. This is a creation of our spirit hall. Known as the imaging crystal, Luo Yi explained. Fortunately, the information provided to him by Glyza included not only supernal weaponry but also, due to limited resources. The imaging crystal was relatively straightforward to manufacture, prompting him to create several with the hope that they might prove useful in the future. Imaging. The crowd was instantly captivated, having never encountered such a soul-guiding device, especially Ning Fingxi, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Why would the Spirit Hall place this device within my royal family's soul-hunting forest? As the sovereign of a nation, Xueye immediately sensed the whiff of conspiracy. All soul-hunting forests are overseen by attendants from our Spirit Hall, are they not? Luo Yi replied with a smile. And for the sake of maintaining order within the realm of soul masters, should not such devices be widely disseminated? Xueye found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Luo Yi retrieved the crystal and turned to Douluo, slightly bowing. I apologize for my tardiness, esteemed elder, but the Spirit Hall shall certainly restore your honor. Douluo gazed at him with a complex expression, nodding slightly. Thank you. Luo Yi has once again rescued himself. And this time he has fought for justice in the name of the Spirit Hall. A flicker of goodwill towards the Spirit Hall ignited in the heart of Douluo. The truth is now apparent. It is time for the Tiando royal family to publicly apologize to the poisoned Douluo. Luo Yi turned to Emperor Xueye and stated calmly. The emperor, filled with regret for his previous actions, realized that not only had he lost face for the royal family, but he had also potentially delivered a future ally against the Spirit Hall into their hands, a self-inflicted wound, indeed. Moreover, that aura earlier must have originated from the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Luo Yi observed, his demeanor softening as he addressed Chen Xin. However, ignorance is no crime. A simple apology to the esteemed poison Douluo will suffice. Would the sword Douluo be willing? Very well. Chen Xin nodded indifferently. After all, they were in the wrong, and Luo Yi's politeness was already a sign of respect towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. There was no need for him to quibble with a junior. Old poison, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident, Chen Xin said, cupping his fist towards Douluo. Douluo waved his hand, saying, I have already stated it was a misunderstanding. Now that the truth is revealed, there is nothing further to pursue. Fengxi. Let us depart. Chen Xin summoned the seven killing sword, signaling Ning Fingxi to leave with him, while simultaneously conveying through soul power. We must return to discuss matters with the old bones. You are also eager to acquire something from the Spirit Hall, are you not? Ning Fingxi was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, following Chen Xin as they took flight. Emperor Xueye watched their departing figures, his expression darkening. What does it mean that ignorance is no crime? Are we not in the same predicament? Do you not look down upon the Tiando royal family? Your turn, your majesty, Luo Yi smiled and gestured invitingly. The emperor's face shifted between shades of anger and frustration. It was beneath his dignity as a sovereign to publicly apologize to another. Is it so difficult for you? Luo Yi remarked as he noticed Xueye's silence, his smile fading gradually. With a snap of his fingers, Yueguan and Gue Mei descended from the heavens, exuding the formidable aura of 96th-level super Douluos, causing the onlookers to gasp for breath. Jiuhua pass, the old ghost Douluo muttered, observing the two retreating figures, his emotions growing increasingly convoluted. Former foes had come to his aid, and judging by their soul power fluctuations, they had reached at least the 96th level, igniting within him a profound yearning for strength once again. Old poison, this is quite unacceptable. You are relying on us for rescue. Yueguan teased with a playful glance over his shoulder. Humph. Douluo huffed, turning away, tacitly acknowledging the remark. It was an unavoidable reality. Meanwhile, under the scrutinizing gazes of Yueguan and Gue Mei, Emperor Xueye hesitated for half a second before gritting his teeth and bowing in submission. On behalf of the Tiando royal family, I apologize to Mr. Douluo. Douluo nodded slightly, choosing to disregard the emperor further. Qianren Xue watched the emperor's humiliation with a sense of satisfaction. She had long harbored disdain for this old monarch, and Luo Yi had indirectly aided her cause. Little did she realize that her admiration for Luo Yi was growing ever stronger. Not only was he exceptionally gifted in cultivation, but he was also astute and meticulous in thought. Such a person, if nurtured, would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to her. It seemed her grandfather had indeed not misjudged him. Now that the farce has concluded, I would like to formally extend an invitation to the esteemed Douluo. Would you be willing to serve as an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall? Loya smiled gently, posing the question. The members of the Tiando royal family felt a wave of tension. Although they understood the likelihood was slim, they still hoped Douluo would decline the Spirit Hall's offer, just as he had previously rejected the royal family. However, Douluo fell into contemplation, seemingly weighing his options. Rest assured, esteemed elder, your granddaughter is safe, and I shall return her to you at once. Loya appeared to comprehend the concerns of Douluo as he summoned his martial spirit to initiate a spatial transfer. Ripples emerged in the space before Douluo, gradually revealing the figure of Douluo Yin. Yin. Upon seeing Douluo Yin unscathed, Douluo was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. He stepped forward and embraced her, tears streaming down his aged face. You have suffered, my dear. I am so sorry. Grandfather, I am unharmed. Were it not for young Master Loya, I fear we might never have met again. Douluo Yin gently wiped away the tears from the elder's cheeks, offering her soft reassurances. Thank you, Loya. Douluo lifted his head and bowed deeply to Loya, expressing his profound gratitude. The elder may now make his decision, Loya gestured, smiling. Douluo first glanced at the smiling Loya and then surveyed Yu Guan and Gue Mei, sensing the immense soul power radiating from them. Ultimately, his gaze resolutely firmed. I have made my choice. Splendid. Welcome, Elder Poison. Loya exclaimed with delight, realizing that Douluo had completely submitted to him. The Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xuesheng, witnessing this scene, turned ashen with fury. This is utterly disastrous. Not only have we lost a prince, but the royal family has also suffered immense disgrace. Even pushing a titled Douluo into the opposing camp. This is a loss unparalleled. We must depart. The Snow Knight Emperor, consumed by impotent rage, turned and left with Prince Xuesheng and Qianrenxue in tow. Ah, your majesty, as compensation for unjustly tarnishing the reputation of my martial spirit's name, kindly resolve the matter of the countless soldiers slain and buildings destroyed by Elder Poison on your own. Suddenly, Luoya had a thought and shouted towards Xueyi and his companions. You. Upon hearing this, the two unfortunate brothers, Xueyi and Xuesheng, were so incensed that they nearly spat blood, yet they dared not retort and could only leave in a huff, brimming with indignation. Ha ha ha, little Luo. You truly have a knack for this, chuckled Yu Guan, his laughter resonating, even eliciting a rare smile from his ghostly visage. Qianrenxue silently trailed behind Xueyi and Xuesheng, her complexion slightly flushed with suppressed emotions. Indeed, Luoya's talent for provocation remained as formidable as ever. This mischievous lad has truly opened my eyes today, Qianrenxue mused, her opinion of Luoya elevated to new heights. Chapter 84, The Gossip of the Titled Douluos. Luoya departed the imperial palace alongside 3 titled Douluos and Dong Guyan, making their way to a secluded courtyard. From within his robes, he retrieved a jade token and presented it to Dong Gubo Elder. This is your token of authority. Dong Gubo accepted the jade token with a nod, tucking it away into his garments. You shall reside in Spirit City with Miss Yin. Rest assured. I can assure you that Spirit City will never foster the same atmosphere as the Tiando Empire. Thank you. No need for gratitude. Now, hasten back to prepare. Luoya inclined his head respectfully. Grandfather, I shall miss my friends at the Tiando Royal Academy, especially Yu Tianheng. That, I shall endeavor to address. Luoya pondered for a moment before responding. The others are agreeable, and Yu Lingling will undoubtedly be persuaded to join, given her exceptional healing abilities. Moreover, I still owe her grandfather a life debt. If he could convince Yu Lingling to join the Spirit Hall, it would grant him a formidable ally for the future. The challenge lies in how to persuade her. Mere words would not suffice. He needed to present something tangible. Loya reached for the interdimensional bracelet, a faint smile gracing his face, as he was confident that Yu Lingling would not refuse the enchanting Qilua tulip. However, the greatest challenge lay with Yu Tianheng. For according to the future plans of the Spirit Hall, the Blue Dot Tyrannosaurus family was destined for annihilation, unless Yu Tianheng renounced his position as the young clan leader, which was utterly inconceivable. Yin, what is so special about that scion of the old Dragon King's family? Douluo, fully aware of the entanglement between his granddaughter and Yu Tianheng, shook his head slightly and turned to Loya. If you ask me, this child Loya is 100 times superior to that Yu Tianheng. Cough, cough, cough. Loya, still preoccupied with devising a strategy to win Yu Lingling's favor, nearly choked upon hearing Douluo's words. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with my granddaughter? Douluo shot him a stern glance. Oh dear, Grandpa. Please don't say such things. Douluo Yin stamped her foot in frustration, her cheeks flushed crimson. Well, esteemed Douluo, although Miss Yin is indeed remarkable, I regret to inform you that I have already pledged my heart to another, so please seek a more suitable match. Loya swiftly changed the subject. Oh? You little monster actually have someone you fancy? Who is it? Douluo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him as if attempting to see through him. Even Yu Guan and Gue Mei were taken aback. They had watched Loya grow, a fervent practitioner who had never shown interest in romance. Nor had they ever witnessed him express admiration for any young lady. Even his senior sister, Hulaina, renowned for her beauty in the Spirit Hall, had failed to capture his heart, yet now he claimed to have affections for someone. How astonishing. This is still a pursuit in progress, Loya stammered, internally chastising himself for his slip of the tongue. He dared not mention Qianrenxue. Had he done so, Yu Guan and Gue Mei would surely have devoured him whole. You young lad are quite the romantic, aren't you? Who is this girl? Douluo pressed on. Is it inconvenient to disclose to this old man? Which family does she hail from? Is she beautiful? Douluo's curiosity piqued, digging deeper into the matter. Cough, cough, old poisoner, the fortunes of our descendants are their own. We are unaware of Luoya's personal affairs, so let us not pry too deeply, Gui Mei interjected, while mentally cataloging potential candidates. Yu Guan, however, was rather straightforward, asking bluntly. You would happen to fancy the grand sacrifice's granddaughter, would you? In an instant, Luoya felt utterly dejected. He never anticipated that such a concealed matter would be discerned by Yu Guan. After all, he had never exposed himself before either Yu Guan or Gui Mei. Regardless, he thought, one must treat a dying horse as if it were alive. This issue would inevitably be revealed sooner or later. Indeed. Is there a problem? Luoya admitted with remarkable candor, exuding an air of fearlessness. You have quite the audacity. Aren't you afraid of inciting the wrath of His Holiness the Pope? Gui Mei exclaimed, astonished by Luoya's admission. What does this have to do with Teacher Guan? Luoya responded, feigning ignorance. For both Yu Guan and Gui Mei were unaware that Qian Rinxue was actually Bibidong's daughter. The young master is the daughter of His Holiness the Pope. Yu Guan unveiled the truth. What? Oh, Bibidong actually has a daughter? Douluo realized he had stumbled upon a monumental revelation. However, as he posed his question, the two eminent Douluos immediately altered their expressions. Old poison, refrain from asking. This matter is a taboo within the spirit hall, and you are now an honorary elder. Yu Guan warned. Douluo chuckled awkwardly, his curiosity piqued by Luoya's words, prompting his inquiry. Nevertheless, recognizing it as a taboo, he decided not to press further. Elder Shijiao, what brings you here? Suddenly, Shilong appeared at the entrance. I believe I heard Luoya expressing interest in a certain girl? You must have misheard. Speaking of which, Shijiao, what is your business here? Yu Guan hastily redirected the conversation. This individual was responsible for Qian Rinxue's safety. Should he relay this matter to her, Luoya would find himself in trouble. Oh, I was merely curious. Seeing you all engaged in such fervent discussion, I thought I would inquire, Shilong chuckled. He was no fool and understood that Yu Guan and Gui Mei were likely concealing something from him. But he refrained from further questioning, as his sole duty was to ensure Qian Rinxue's safety. Elder Shijiao, do you have something to discuss? Luoya inquired. The young master is looking for you, stating that you have accomplished a significant feat and wishes to personally reward you. Follow me, Shilong said, gesturing for Luoya to proceed outside. Oh, understood. Luoya followed Shilong out the door. Wait. Yu Guan and Gui Mei interjected. Luoya's safety is our responsibility. Hiki, no need for concern, Shilong replied with a wave of his hand. The young master wishes to reward Luoya, not to punish him. So you need not worry. Well, fine, Yu Guan and Gui Mei conceded, allowing them to pass. At that moment, Douluo tossed a bracelet to Luoya. Take this, consider it a gift from me. Off you go. Thank you, Elder Douluo, Luoya acknowledged. Recognizing the subtle implication in Douluo's gaze, understanding that he was offering assistance, he accepted the auspicious treasure pouch with gratitude. A slight probing of his spiritual energy revealed that Douluo had concealed numerous rare herbs within, enough to sustain Glyza for a day. Observing Luoya and Shilong depart, Gui Mei and Yu Guan exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of concern in the other's eyes. I hope that when Luoya meets the young master, he does not inadvertently reveal anything. In the prince's residence of the Tiando Imperial Palace, Qian Rinxue sat in her study, diligently attending to paperwork. Previously, due to the incident involving Douluo, the Snow Knight Emperor had been in a fit of rage, hastily delegating the ensuing chaos to Qian Rinxue. Consequently, she found herself utterly overwhelmed, managing not only political affairs but also preparing a reward for Luoya, leaving her frazzled. Knock, knock, knock. A voice echoed from outside. Young master, why not take a moment to sip some tea and rest? Not yet. Let us wait for Luoya to return, Qian Rinxue replied without lifting her head. Young master, the voice of Shilong sighed, uncertain of what to say. Young master. Luoya has returned, Shilong announced, prompting Qian Rinxue to finally pause her writing. You all stay outside. Let him in, Qian Rinxue said. Her voice tinged with fatigue, causing Luoya's heart to ache upon hearing it. Moments later, Luoya gently pushed open the door to the study and entered. Sister Shui. He softly called from the threshold, a myriad of unspoken emotions swirling within him, rendering him momentarily speechless as he stood there. Sit. Qian Rinxue smiled at him, simultaneously removing the disguise of the angelic spirit bone to reveal her true appearance once more. Luoya responded softly, taking a seat on T-friend Qian Rinxue softly murmured. 9 years have passed, and as she uttered this term once more, it felt both distant and yet intimately close, as if it had transpired merely yesterday. Luoya. Do you think I'm lonely? Qian Rinxue suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this question, a wave of pity surged within Luoya. Though Qian Rinxue appeared outwardly strong, deep within, she harbored profound fragility, especially after years of undercover work in the Tiando Empire, which had thoroughly acquainted her with the absence of familial bonds within royalty. Let alone friendship, a mere luxury. Swear, do you wish to hear the truth? Luoya's shift in address caused Qian Rinxue's heart to quiver. She nodded slightly. In my eyes, you are exceedingly lonely. Profoundly isolated, without a friend or a shoulder to lean on, Luoya remarked, gazing at Qian Rengshu. But now, you are not alone, for I am here to accompany you. At this declaration, Qian Rengshu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiao Luo, why are you so kind to me? Is it merely because of the time we spent together a decade ago? Qian Rengshu fixed her gaze upon Luoya's eyes, yearning to uncover a semblance of deceit. Yet she found none. Moreover, you are unaware that my initial approach towards you is purposeful. It was due to my grandfather's interest in you. As she spoke the last words, Qian Rengshu lowered her head, her voice barely audible, tears cascading down to the table. Shuer, Luoya stepped forward, gently wiping away her tears, speaking softly, I understand. I know you were targeted. And I am aware that it was a task assigned to you by the Grand Offering. Qian Rengshu abruptly raised her head, her tear-filled eyes wide with astonishment. Her gaze imbued with shock. Then why you should know that this silver wing is a gift I prepared for you, is it not? Luoya refrained from answering immediately. Opting for a gradual revelation for me? Qian Rengshu pondered deeply. Indeed, the object crafted by Luoya, in both form and function, seemed inspired by the wings of an angel. How long did it take you? Several years, I presume? There is another piece, on its way as well. Luoya chuckled lightly. Unreserved in his demeanor. Why, being young and vigorous, do you squander precious time on such endeavors instead of cultivating? Qian Rengshu's expression shifted, her tone slightly accusatory. You must realize. With your talent, reaching the Soul Emperor stage at your age is not unattainable. Why invest years merely to create this for me? Because I like you. Qian Rengshu. Luoya met her gaze unwaveringly, unabashedly confessing his feelings for her. Thunder echoed in Qian Rengshu's mind, a resounding boom that sent her heart into disarray. Though she had long suspected Luoya's affections, the moment he acknowledged them, her heart trembled, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Yet, Qian Rengshu, the astute and decisive heir of the Wuhuan Temple, quickly regained her composure, huffing, do you fancy my appearance or my status? Luoya was momentarily taken aback by her question. He had hoped his heartfelt gestures would evoke some emotion in her. What, no response now? I knew it. You are merely after my body, Qian Rengshu, somewhat miffed, tossed the silver wing back to Luoya. Upon hearing her words, Luoya swiftly utilized his spiritual energy to catch the silver wings thrown by Qian Rengshu. Smiling as he remarked, it would be disingenuous to claim I'm not tempted. However, Luoya paused, gazing intently into Qian Renshu's eyes, and earnestly declared, the Qian Renshu I admire is not merely a beautiful yet fragile vase. She is a paragon of intelligence, capable of enduring hardship, endowed with unparalleled talent, formidable strength, and a proud, resilient spirit, an angelic goddess. If I did not hold affection for you, how could I possibly wish to befriend you? Shuel, you are my serendipity, something rare and fleeting, an encounter that cannot be retained nor sought after. I am uncertain of the depths of my feelings for you. Yet when it comes to you, I approach all matters with utmost seriousness. Shuel, I desire to be your sanctuary, to protect you in times of need. I wish to be your personal moon, accompanying you through every challenging night. Shuer, do you consent? Luoya's heartfelt confession left Qian Renshu momentarily stunned. She gazed at the 17-year-old youth before her, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening, and her cheeks gradually flushing with warmth. Her heart raced tumultuously, pounding fiercely within her chest. Unable to meet Luoya's eyes any longer, she cast her gaze downward, her pulse quickening as if it might leap forth from her very chest. Luoya, are you serious? Luoya let out a soft chuckle as he handed the silver wings to Qian Renshu, remarking, could I truly deceive you, and yet ascend to divinity in place? Qian Renshu took the wings back, her heart racing with a newfound sweetness. She carefully placed the silver wings back into her storage soul guide and then softly called out, Luoya? Luoya looked at her with a hint of confusion. In a sudden rush, Qian Renshu threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. Thank you for being able to like me. She spoke with a tone of vulnerability. I lost my father when I was young, and my mother never loved me. Only my grandfather truly cared for me. In this Douluo Empire, you are all I have left. I have no friends, and I feel so lonely. Luoya reminisced about Qian Renshu's past and future tribulations. Listening to the lamentations of the person in his arms, his heart ached profoundly. He embraced her tightly, gently caressing her golden locks, and vowed, from this moment forth, you shall never be alone. With my presence, I shall safeguard you eternally. I pledge my very life to love you alone, and should I falter in this promise, let my cultivation cease to advance by even a fraction. At this moment, Luoya's voice was exceptionally gentle, his gaze filled with affection and deep emotion. Upon hearing Luoya's vow, Qian Renshu felt a warmth enveloping her heart. Yet she still experienced a hint of shyness. She lifted her gaze to meet his, captivated by the tenderness reflected in his watery eyes. And the fluttering of her heart intensified beyond measure. Just as Luoya intended to kiss her, Qian Renshu took the initiative and pressed her lips against his. Luoya was momentarily taken aback, but then transformed his passivity into initiative, turning the tables and passionately kissing Qian Renshu. After a considerable span of 15 minutes, the two finally parted. A faint blush adorned Luoya's face, while Qian Renshu, equally shy, lowered her head, unable to meet Luoya's gaze. An air of ambiguity lingered between them. Intertwined with a sweet essence, this was the first kiss for both Qian Renshu and Luoya. You haven't absorbed the celestial herb I gifted you yet, have you? Go ahead. I shall guard you, Luoya said gently. Qian Rangsha replied softly, settling herself cross-legged on the bed. She produced the sacred celestial flame flower and the water fairy jade bone, swallowing them whole before channeling her soul power to absorb the ethereal essence contained within the herbs. Once the celestial herbs settled in her stomach, Qian Rangsha felt as though she were immersed in a hot spring, enveloped in utter comfort. Luoya quietly observed the process through which Qian Rinxue absorbed the celestial herbs, a faint smile gracing her lips. This time, having arrived here, I shall ensure that future tragedies do not recur. I will ascend to divinity and safeguard you forever. As Qian Rinxue absorbed the potency of the celestial herbs, she suddenly emitted a soft whimper, just as Luoya feared something was amiss. The ethereal silhouette of 6 winged angels behind her erupted with a blinding radiance. Subsequently, beneath that third pair of wings, a fourth pair began to slowly materialize, ultimately taking shape. This was the evolution of her martial spirit, the 8-winged angel. Witnessing this spectacle, Luoya was utterly astonished. Is this what evolution entails? Despite having devoured an abundance of the waters from the dual elemental eyes of ice and fire, along with 2 celestial herbs, she had not managed to help Gryza achieve its third form. Yet, Qian Rinxue, with merely 2 celestial herbs, had evolved directly to the echelon of the 8-winged angel. Such prodigious talent, if revealed to those self-proclaimed genius young soul masters outside, would surely send them into despair. Luoya gazed at the captivating Qian Rangsha before him, his eyes brimming with profound affection and indulgence. In that moment, he felt an authentic joy for her. The future Qian Rangsha was destined to lead the spirit hall in conquering this continent. Ah, such mundane emotions. A solitary ghost once again began to dampen the mood. Clearly, you fail to comprehend humanity, Luoya thought with a hint of disdain. For he knew that Glyza would be vanquished by Yax, and humanity bore half the credit. Had it not been for Asuna awakening the earth, pulling him from the void, the planet would undoubtedly have become the 6th celestial body consumed by Glyza. Chapter 86. The Heavenly Seeking Festival. Ha! These tedious emotions will merely hinder your growth, young one. Glyza, do you realize why you initially faced defeat? Luoya resolved to impart a lesson to this void beast. Why? Was it not Yak's formidable will that enabled his escape? But do you understand that it was humanity, through its advanced technological prowess, that allowed the consciousness of Yak's most cherished person to enter the void, thus awakening him? What? Humanity entered my being unscathed? This is impossible. The remnants of Glyza's soul reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, filled with agitation. This is precisely why I assert that you do not grasp the essence of humanity. Do not underestimate them. As Glyza's emotions swirled with agitation, Luoya continued. Moreover, you are aware that the void within you is infinitely dark, devoid of time and space. By what means could Yax here recall? It is because that individual is of utmost importance to him, a person worthy of protection. Yax, a human. The remnants of Glyza's soul plunged into deep contemplation, remaining silent for a considerable time. Wait, how could you possibly know of my past? It finally dawned upon him. Do not forget, I too am human. How could the tale of Yax saving that blue planet fail to spread? Luoya's eyes flickered as she devised her response. Humph. The lingering spirit of Gryza uttered no further words, letting out a cold snort before voluntarily severing the mental link. Luoya broke into a bright smile, choosing not to elaborate further, for he believed that Glyza's conviction had begun to waver. How delightful it was. Qian Rinxue opened her enchanting eyes. The effects of the Holy Heaven's extreme flame flower and the water immortal's jade skin were remarkably potent. She felt an inexhaustible reservoir of soul power coursing through her, seemingly endless. Shuer, are you awake? How do you feel? Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's voice, Luoya quickly regained his composure, wrapping his arm around her delicate shoulder and inquiring gently. Qian Rinxue stretched lazily, closing her eyes to attune to her body's condition. My soul power has reached level 60, and it seems my martial soul has grown stronger. Let go of the seams, Luoya chuckled, shaking his head. He had personally witnessed the evolution of Qian Rinxue's martial soul. Just unleash it, and you will see. Oh. Qian Rinxue nodded, rising from the bed to stand upon the floor. The ethereal image of the 8-winged angel hovered in midair, its 4 pairs of wings gently fluttering, stirring the surrounding air and producing a soft whirring sound. 8 wings. Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The 6-winged angel could truly evolve. Of course. Would I deceive you? Luoya lightly pressed his lips against Qian Rinxue's crimson ones. Your talent is extraordinary. Merely consuming 2 spirit herbs facilitated your evolution. That was still a gift from you, Qian Rinxue replied, retracting her martial soul and leaning contentedly against Luoya's shoulder, her face aglow with happiness. Luoya gently caressed her silky golden hair, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Well, Shuer, shouldn't you reward me a little? What more do you desire? I've even granted you the Angel S order. Qian Rangsha replied, a look of confusion crossing her delicate features. I want you. Luoya suddenly leaned in closer, his gaze fixed upon Qian Rangsha's breathtakingly beautiful visage, an intense warmth igniting within him. No. Qian Rangsha's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily pushed him away. Shuer, I haven't finished yet. Luoya, undeterred, leaned in once more. I want you to accompany me to witness the Tianxuan festival, all right? At the mention of the Tianxuan festival, the angelic girl who had masqueraded as a prince for many years paused, seemingly unfamiliar with this unique festival of the Tiando Empire. She quietly calculated the time and nodded affirmatively. It seems today is indeed the Tianquan festival. Noticing Qian Rengshu's demeanor, Loya inquired with curiosity, Shuer, you appear to be rather unacquainted with the Tianquan festival? As the executor of a national usurpation plan, countless matters await my attention. I scarcely have time to partake in such festivities, Qian Rengshu replied, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. In Loya's recollection, Qian Rengshu had departed from the spirit hall at the tender age of 10, seeking recognition from Bibi Dong, embarking on her mission to Tiando City accompanied by merely 2 ordinary title Douluos, and had not returned for 20 years. She had concealed her true identity beneath the guise of Shuechenghe, surrendering her youth and beauty to a frigid scheme, only to see her efforts ultimately thwarted by Tang San, rendering her sacrifice and youth into naught. Luo Yu felt a slight pang in his heart as he tightly embraced the young girl before him, his resentment towards Tang San intensifying. He yearned to exact vengeance for the future of Shuer by crushing him without delay. However, the moment was not yet ripe. Tonight, shall I take you to witness the splendor of the world? Luo Yu extended a hand. Qian Renshue lifted her gaze to meet his, a radiant smile illuminating her face. All right. The two exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them, as nightfall enveloped the surroundings. After Luo Yu assisted Qian Renshue in sorting through a multitude of official documents, the two joined hands and made their way to Heavendo City. At this moment, lanterns had already been hung along the streets. During the day, their colors remained concealed, but once night fell, the lights beneath the eaves illuminated the streets, transforming the darkness into a semblance of daylight. Unlike the traditional New Year celebrated in Luo Yu's homeland, the Heaven-Seeking Festival stands as one of the few traditional holidays in the Heavendo Empire. Numerous interpretations exist regarding the customs surrounding this festival, but the most credible version traces back to a poignant and absurd love tale between deities that unfolded a millennium ago. In the eyes of the world, the angel goddess is revered as the hero who quelled the chaos wrought by evil souls, rescuing humanity from peril and founding the Spirit Hall. However, legend has it that during her campaign against the evil soul masters, the goddess fell in love with a man. Unbeknownst to each other's identities, they shared a profound connection, and the goddess vowed that after vanquishing the evil soul turmoil, she would ascend to the divine realm with him, remaining together for eternity. Yet, fate proved to be a cruel mistress. During the climactic battle against the primary sect of evil soul masters, the Rakshasa sect, the angel goddess was devastated to discover that the man she loved was the son of the Rakshasa sect's leader. Both parties were incredulous, having fallen for their adversary, a reality unbeknownst even to the sect leader and his disciples. Witnessing his son's affection for his greatest foe drove the Rakshasa leader into a furious frenzy, leading to a desperate battle with the angel goddess. In the throes of combat, both transcended to divine status. However, the Rakshasa leader attained his godhood through fury and resentment. Loya felt somewhat dazed. In his eyes, the formidable girl named Qian Rushue was, in fact, profoundly solitary. She had been persevering silently all by herself, solely to elicit a smile from her mother. Such strength was both admirable and heart-wrenching. What is the matter? Are you entranced? Qian Rushue inquired, noticing the boy's momentary distraction. A little, Loya replied with a faint smile, his gaze imbued with a touch of tenderness as he gently took Qian Rushue's delicate hand, and together they strolled forward. Qian Rushue allowed him to hold her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gazed upon his captivatingly handsome face, a wave of happiness swelling within her. At last, she was no longer alone. Loya's spiritual energy subtly connected with both Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. After exchanging a few words, he continued to stroll hand in hand with Qian Renshue. On a nearby rooftop, fertile Douluo exchanged glances, each wearing an expression of disbelief. Finally, the golden figure murmured, "Has this lad truly succeeded?" The dark figure replied softly, "Let us go. Little Luo has stated that his lifelong happiness depends on his 4 old bones." Chapter 87. Why do the tears of angels flow? The streets buzzed with lively commotion during the night of celestial seeking. Amidst the colorful lights, both soul masters and common folk wore smiles of joy, especially the young men and women, whose faces radiated excitement and anticipation. They yearned to witness their dreams and hopes come to fruition, perhaps even encounter their significant others in this vibrant atmosphere. The silvery glow of the full moon filtered through the wispy clouds, casting a gentle light upon the earth, while the warm lanterns swayed in the breeze throughout Tiando City. The lanterns lining the streets emitted a fiery red glow, enveloping the entire city in an ambience that felt as though it were ablaze. Loya gently held Qian Rengshu's delicate hand, her amethyst-hued eyes reflecting the myriad lights of the bustling city. The angelic maiden's enchanting gaze roamed about, her once formidable navy blue eyes now filled with wonder at the vibrant colors surrounding her. On the streets, numerous children were playfully embodying the divine angel and the fearsome Rakshasa, as well as the offspring of the Rakshasa, reenacting the ancient tale of love and conflict among the deities from a millennium ago. These common folk are truly blessed, are they not? Loya mused wistfully, her eyes radiating warmth. Qian Rengshu nodded gently, observing the children frolicking beside her, a sigh escaping her lips. In this land, the common people endured great hardships. The relentless wars between the two great empires had subjected them to relentless suffering, forcing them to cling to meager resources and their meager means of survival. Yet they are fortunate, Loya added, for they remain untouched by the disputes of soul masters, merely engaging in the ordinary lives expected of them, and perhaps, if fate allows, they may seize an opportunity to change their destinies. Thus the spirit hall came into being. Qian Rengshu interjected, her gaze drawn to a little girl portraying the angelic deity. It is through the faith of such common souls that the angelic divinity attained its celestial status. Thus, the common soul masters are indeed the very foundation upon which the spirit hall stands. Suddenly, Qian Rengshu was struck by a thought and lifted her gaze to the night sky. Countless specks of white light ascended slowly, twinkling softly against the backdrop of twilight. I often see them drifting to my window at home, she remarked, extending her delicate arm as if to grasp the elusive lights. What could those be? Loya gazed at the distant light ascending into the sky and smiled as she introduced. This is the Tian Yuan lantern. Legend has it that if one writes their wish upon the lantern, it will be conveyed to the celestial goddess in the divine realm, who will bless you with the fulfillment of your desires. Xianren Shui couldn't help but softly exclaim in wonder at how the illustrious reputation of their ancestors had reached such heights among mortals. Loya gently brushed her golden locks and softly inquired, shall we release one as well? I have no interest in that. Qian Rengshu pouted defiantly. Don't you think it's rather childish? After all, it is the ancestors of your angelic lineage who grant wishes. Loya shrugged helplessly. Qian Rengshu was far too proud, never revealing her desires or thoughts, regarding them as her personal secrets. Yet, everyone understood that secrets, if not shared, served no purpose. They ensured that no one could comprehend her. Such pride could be deemed obstinacy, as she stubbornly refused to articulate her feelings. Snow, you are the most exceptional genius of the angelic race in millennia. Perhaps the goddess of wishes has truly heard your heart's desire? Upon hearing this, Qian Rengshu momentarily froze before a playful smile spread across her face. Aren't you afraid I might inscribe some of your misdeeds on the wish lantern? Invoking punishment from our ancestors? Not at all. Loya replied. What Loya guided Qian Rengshu through the bustling crowd, her golden hair occasionally playfully brushing against his face, the faint fragrance lingering in the air intoxicating him. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at a square filled with people releasing sky lanterns. As each lantern ascended into the night sky, Qian Rengshu's gaze grew distant, pondering what wish she should make. Should she wish for the swift completion of her plan to reclaim her homeland and return home, or should she promise to stay with the young man beside her? Perhaps she should wish for the iron-willed Pope to accept her wholeheartedly. While lost in her contemplation, several more lanterns ascended gracefully, each carrying a prayer to the ear of the legendary goddess. Beside them stood a family of 3, ordinary folk devoid of any spiritual energy. A delicate little girl, cherubic in appearance, gently cradled a lantern in her hands, closing her eyes to make a wish. What did you wish for, Xiao Xue? Came the gentle voice from above. It was the girl's mother, whose tone resonated with a striking resemblance to Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the mother's voice and her endearing address, Qian Rengshu felt a pang of longing, the word mother nearly escaping her lips. I hope that both mommy and daddy stay safe, and that when I awaken my martial spirit, I can become a powerful soul master. The little girl, affectionately named Xiao Xue, released her lantern into the night sky. Perhaps it was the warm glow of the lanterns that added a touch of warmth to the family clad in vibrant red. Xiao Xue perched on her father's shoulders, her small hands waving enthusiastically, while her mother looked on with tender affection, occasionally pinching her daughter's adorable cheeks. Qian Rengshu's clear eyes reflected the myriad of lights in the sky as she bit her lip, watching the family with an unprecedented envy etched on her exquisite face. Once upon a time, she too Loya, in the highest reverence befitting a disciple of the Spirit Hall, fervently prayed. Upon completing her heartfelt wishes, she retrieved the image crystal that had long been tied to the waist of Qian Rengshu's gown, pressed the save button, and turned her gaze towards the direction of Spirit City, murmuring, Master, why do the tears of an angel flow? Is it out of a sense of duty? Or perhaps from hatred? Or is it, rather, a yearning to be loved? Chapter 88. The most brilliant fireworks. Qian Renshue continued to weep, and Loya had no choice but to lead her to a secluded cliff from which the entirety of Heaven Do City could be observed. Shuer, do you feel any better? I'm sorry, Shaluo, Qian Renshue replied, unable to raise her eyes to meet the young man's gaze, her voice merely a soft sob. Loya gently embraced her, saying, Shuer, some things cannot be kept bottled up inside. Letting them out through tears will bring relief. The angelic girl felt a sense of embarrassment as she recalled her earlier vulnerability, crying out for her parents while nestled in Loya's arms. It was indeed a humiliating moment for her, the proud heir of the Spirit Hall, who had never wept in front of anyone except her grandfather. Yet, she had succumbed to tears before Loya. Her face flushed with shame, she buried it against his chest. How could that be, Shui? Loya tenderly stroked her hair, soothing her with gentle words. No matter how strong your exterior may appear, you are still a girl who requires care and concern. You have concealed your true self for so long that you may have almost forgotten what belongs to you. Shui, I know your heart is fragile. Otherwise, you would not have clung to me and spoken nonsense earlier. Listening to Loya's tender words, Qian Renshue felt a bit better. Yet she still felt embarrassed. But will you still like me like this? Loya sighed softly, lifting Qian Renshue's delicate chin to gaze earnestly into her eyes. While I am fond of the proud and strong angelic maiden, I understand that even angels need love, care, and protection. Therefore, Shui, there is no need for pretense in front of me. Feel free to show me your true self. I will never turn away from you. For I have declared that you are my one and only love in this life. Thank you, little Loya. Qian Rinxue was deeply touched. This was the moment she had once fantasized about, someone standing by her side when she needed care and protection. Fool, why are you thanking me? As long as you wish, I will always be your support, Loya said with a smile, his eyes filled with deep affection for the angelic girl before him. Qian Rinxue nodded vigorously, resting her face against his chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heart, which warmed her soul. She had never felt such happiness before. An impulse surged within her to remain forever in the embrace of this young man. In the shadows, the four titled Douluos responsible for their safety observed the scene with varied emotions. Goodness, this is the first time I've seen little Loya so gentle, Yu Guan remarked. Juhua Guan, I need to return to the spirit city. Loya entrusted me with something to personally deliver to His Holiness the Pope, Guemei said, playing with the crystal image in his hand before vanishing into a swirl of black mist. The young master has been taken away by the Pope's disciple. Xilong remarked in astonishment. Enough, Xilong. We should feel happy for the young master. Do you not realize how much she has suffered over the years? Now that she has found someone who truly loves her, we should bless her, Xi Shui observed keenly. Indeed, perhaps this way, the spirit hall can achieve true unity. Both Yu Guan and Xilong agreed with Xi Shui's perspective. Atop the highest cliff of Heaven Do City, where the terrain was flat and devoid of trees, ordinary blue-silver grass flourished, and the absence of city lights revealed the moonlight's pure radiance. Under the moonlight, Loya held Qian Rinxue at the mountain's peak, her graceful figure curving elegantly against him. Yet, he hesitated to label her as sensual, for such a term felt unbefitting of her noble identity. The angelic maiden leaned against his shoulder, savoring the tranquility of the moment. It should be about time, Loya thought to himself, glancing at the sky and signaling the three titled Douluos in the shadows. Soon, a purple gold and a brilliant golden light streaked across the sky, resembling shooting stars, and erupted in a spectacular display above them. The dazzling fireworks blossomed in the night, with the purple gold flames forming Loya's Glyza spirit, while the golden fire transformed into a girl with 8 wings. The lights swirled as Glyza and the winged angel ascended gracefully into the night sky, resembling a perfect couple rising to the distant divine realm, until they vanished from sight, leaving only a few chrysanthemum yellow petals to drift down, which disappeared before touching the ground. Onlookers in the streets gazed at the dancing fireworks with admiration. Heavens, how romantic! I wonder which soul master is gifting their girlfriend? They speculated, but none knew the true identity of the gift giver. At the mountain's summit, Loya turned his head to admire the angelic girl's exquisite profile illuminated by the fireworks, with tears glistening in her eyes. In that moment, Qian Rinxue, like a child, reached out her hand as if trying to grasp the dissipating fireworks. Do you like it? Loya asked softly. He could not believe there was a girl who did not cherish romance, and the proud angelic maiden was no exception. Yes. But it seems the 4 elders have worked hard, Qian Rinxue replied, turning to snuggle against his shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper. She could sense the fluctuations of soul power from the fireworks and petals, realizing this was Loya's doing, facilitated by the 4 elders. Happy Tinshuan Festival, my Schwer, Loya said, retrieving a silver necklace from his spatial bracelet, featuring a blue heart-shaped gem engraved with a simple character luo, emanating a faint purple glow. Spirit imprint? Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback by the significance of the purple gem. Indeed, Loya said, gently placing it around her neck. His touch is delicate as if handling the most precious treasure in the world. I infused a trace of my spirit's primal energy into it before meeting you. As long as you hold the gem and call my name, my spirit will sense it and come to you, no matter the distance. Glyza, if it weren't for the fact that you treated me to so much spring water, I would never have agreed to this. Listening to the whispering sounds in her ear and feeling the coolness around her neck, the angelic maiden's heart felt warm. Little Loya. One call spoke volumes. Qian Rinxue met Loya's gaze, her eyes glistening not with excitement, but with gratitude for all he had done for her. There is no need for thanks. Tomorrow morning, let the 2 elders take you to obtain your 6th spirit ring, my dear angelic maiden. I know, but... Qian Rinxue suddenly paused, recalling something significant. What is it? Higi, let us have a match. Excitement sparkled in her bright blue eyes. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a faint smile. That duel from a decade ago, where he had lost to Schwer due to the disparity in their cultivation levels, now that his soul power had nearly caught up with hers. It was time to settle the score. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Among soul masters, being unable to defeat one's own partner would invite ridicule from peers, let alone when that partner was the proud Schwer he had chosen for himself. Very well, I accept your challenge. As Luo Yu spoke, 5 soul rings materialized around him, causing ripples in the surrounding space. If you can't defeat me, you're forbidden from calling me Schwer ever again. Qian Rinxue tilted her chin up imperiously, a sacred and radiant aura emanating from her. Then if I win, you must let me kiss you 100 times. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile before leaping into the air simultaneously, their battle commencing in the secluded valley beyond the cliff. A violet-blue humanoid figure clashed against an 8-winged angel, their forces seemingly evenly matched. But Luo Yu knew, this time, he would not lose. Chapter 89. A decade-long rematch night deepened. The sky adorned with glittering stars. Streaks of violet blue and radiant gold flashed across the valley at blinding speed, leaving only afterimages in their wake as they collided again and again, each impact resonating with a dull thud. Golden light coalesced in Qian Renshue's palm, materializing into a gleaming sword. Divine slash. A brilliant arc of golden sword energy cleaved through the air toward Luo Ye's chest, sharp and domineering. Void step. With those two whispered words, Luo Ye's body was enveloped in a silver glow. Qian Renshue's blade passed harmlessly through him, leaving only a pale afterimage in its wake. Not this again. Qian Renshue snorted coldly, her right fist surging forward as a sphere of golden light formed around it, hurtling toward Luo Ye. Skyrend. Luo Ye countered with a punch of his own, the force behind it distorting space itself as it met her strike head-on. Boom. The shockwave from their collision sent fissures spider-webbing across the ground in a one-zhang radius, while towering trees nearby trembled violently, nearly uprooted by the force. Luo Ye and Qian Renshu both retreated a few steps in midair. Swear, this time I shall not be pushed back by you again. Luo Ye smiled at her, while simultaneously unleashing purple blades from his fingertips. Duan Tian. The third form of the Void Fist technique combined with the first soul skill, Luo Ye instantly appeared before Qian Renshu. Her pupils constricted sharply as the ethereal figure of the eight-winged angel folded its wings to protect her. Fourth soul skill, Angel. Free will. With a resounding clash, the purple claws collided with the four pairs of pristine white wings, erupting into a magnificent shower of sparks, while the ground beneath them fractured like a spider's web. Little Luo has become unexpectedly powerful. Qian Renshu marveled inwardly, astonished that after a decade of not battling, Luo Ye had surpassed her expectations to such a remarkable extent. A faint smile graced Luo Ye's face as he remarked, Swear, this is far from over. In an instant, a violet arc of electricity ignited on his other arm, swiftly extending towards Qian Renshu. Thunder roared. He must not be allowed to strike her down. Qian Renshu silently seethed within, her third soul ring flaring to life. In the next moment, her wings erupted with a dazzling golden radiance. Angelic brilliance. The golden light surged forth to meet the violet thunder. Boom, 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 boom. The valley echoed with a series of violent explosions as the golden radiance clashed relentlessly with the violet lightning. The shockwaves from the detonations sent nearby trees tumbling. After a brief moment, the golden brilliance proved to be more formidable as a beam of light pierced through the thunder, shooting straight towards Luo Ye in the sky. A tightening sensation gripped Luo Ye's heart, prompting him to swiftly evade to the side, yet he was still a moment too late. The searing brilliance grazed his cheek, drawing forth crimson droplets that stained the ground beneath him. Before he could regain his balance, a blinding radiance surged from afar, compelling him to avert his gaze. A golden arc soared through the air, aimed directly at the sun. Qian Renshu forcefully stamped her right leg upon the ground, enveloping herself in a resplendent golden light, propelling herself towards Luo Ye like a cannonball. The sacred sword in her hand bore the momentum of a sweeping rainbow, targeting his throat with lethal intent. Ah, my dear Shui, are you plotting to murder your husband? Luo Ye silently mused, yet he remained composed. He swiftly raised his hand, this time summoning the Claw of Void, entwined with the thunder of the void, to confront the golden sword light head-on. Boom. The two beams of light collided, unleashing a fierce gust that wreaked havoc upon the surrounding trees. Haha, come again, little Luo. Qian Renshu laughed heartily as her second soul ring shimmered, causing her wings to become almost translucent, rendering her form imperceptible, leaving only an afterimage in her wake. At that moment, a chilling sensation crept up behind Luo Ye, sending a shiver down his spine. This is bad. Spatial teleportation. The space around him warped, and Luo Ye vanished from his spot, narrowly escaping the divine sword of Qian Renshu. Leaves scattered, and the ground was cleaved into a straight golden trench, dust swirling and smoke billowing. Teleportation? Qian Renshu raised an eyebrow, and just as she turned, 6 identical Luo Yes emerged around her, each throwing a punch in unison. Their movements perfectly synchronized without a hint of variation. Shatter. The 6 Luo Yes roared simultaneously, their fists howling through the air, imbued with a ferocious tearing force aimed at Qian Renshu. In a flurry of urgency, she gripped her sword with both hands to block the onslaught. All 6 fists collided with the sacred sword, sending shockwaves through her arms, rendering them numb and her wrists aching. She was propelled back several dozen meters, crashing into a sturdy ancient tree, and it was only then that Qian Renshu realized the sacred sword had been shattered into 2 pieces, the blade clattering to the ground. The 6 Luo Yas converged into one, transforming into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Qian Renshu. Flames danced between his fingers, exuding a searing heat that enveloped her, making her feel as though her garments were igniting. Ah, my dear Shui, you truly mean to engage, don't you? It seems if I do not take this seriously, the future of our family dominion may be jeopardized. Flame dragon explosion. Luo Ye bellowed, the flames between his fingers surging violently, and a vivid fire dragon soared into the air, roaring as it lunged towards Qian Renshu. What is this? Qian Renshu activated her 4th soul skill for defense, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Isn't Luo Ye a spatial-type martial soul? How can he wield fire elements with such formidable power that even Angel of Free will struggles to withstand it? Once I finish, I shall reveal the truth. Luo Ye grinned, and simultaneously, an ice dragon coalesced in his right palm, roaring as it lunged towards Qian Renshu. The intertwining of ice and fire dragons immediately triggered a violent explosion, Qian Rinxue felt a sharp pain in her chest, and as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, she collapsed to the ground, her attire torn in multiple places, exposing her fair skin. Absurd. Qian Rinxue's complexion paled slightly as she glared at the mischievous boy in the distance, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes. Loya cast a fleeting glance at the spring light unveiled by Qian Rinxue, feeling a subtle stir within, yet maintaining a serious demeanor as he said, "Shuer, please do not be angry. It was not my intention. However, I had no other means to penetrate your defenses." "Humph, I shall be angry nonetheless." "Angelic domain," Qian Rinxue retorted with a delicate huff, and in an instant, the eight-winged angel radiated a resplendent golden light, enveloping the two of them and nearly engulfing half the valley. Loya felt as though a portion of his strength had been suppressed, and a divine purifying force continuously sought to infiltrate his body, attempting to dissolve his soul power. Has she finally decided to unleash her true abilities? Loya's expression turned solemn. The difference between Qian Rinxue with and without her angelic domain was akin to night and day. "You little rascal, today you'll witness the might of my domain." Qian Rinxue's voice adopted an authoritative yet frigid tone as the divine sword, under the influence of her domain, was restored to her grasp, ignited by a soft golden flame. "Shuer, you don't think you're the only one with a domain, do you?" Loya chuckled softly, a glimmer of silver flashing in his eyes, followed by a maniacal laughter reminiscent of Glyze's. A radiant blue-purple aura erupted from within him, instantly pushing Qian Rinxue's angelic domain back, while Glyze's phantom loomed behind him, expanding to a towering height of approximately 25 meters, gazing down upon Qian Rinxue's eight-winged angel. "It seems you've grown significantly stronger over the years, little Loya," Qian Rinxue remarked, narrowing her eyes as the frost on her face melted away, revealing a charming smile. "You too, Shuer," Loya replied with a tender gaze. With a shared smile, the next moment unfolded. Angel, radiance. The void shimmered. Two colossal phantoms clashed amidst their fierce battle, generating soul power waves that nearly tore apart the nearby mountains, flattening the thickets within a radius of several dozen yards. The thunderous echoes resonated incessantly, as the moisture in the air evaporated under Qian Rinxue's solar true fire, while Loya's void flash sent ripples through the very fabric of space. Chapter 90. Not a single one can be missed. The valley was in turmoil, the intensity rivaling that of two soul Douluos engaged in combat. The blue-purple and resplendent golden auras collided repeatedly, as humanoid monstrosities and eight-winged angels flickered in and out of existence, clashing one after another. Not far away, three titled Douluos maintained a protective soul power barrier, watching the spectacle with great interest. Young Master Loya has truly grown swiftly. She long sighed softly, recalling that a decade ago, Loya was merely a first-ring soul master, and now he stood as a soul king, his soul ring configuration astonishing him greatly. Indeed. Yuguan nodded in agreement. That lad comprehended his domain under the pressure of the old ghost. "This is the third time I have seen him." They had never heard of any martial soul's domain that could contend with the angelic domain of the Qian family. Loya was the first. "Who do you think will win? Young Master Loya or the young master?" Sishiwei suddenly inquired. "Without a doubt, the young master," Shilong responded without hesitation, asserting that the young master's martial soul had not only evolved to 8 wings but also surpassed Loya's soul power by a full 7 levels. How could he possibly lose? "No, little Loya will win," Yuguan said with a faint smile and a shake of his head. "You seem quite certain. Does that lad possess some hidden prowess?" Shilong questioned. Yuguan did not respond but continued to observe Loya, who was locked in fierce combat with Qian Rinxue, seemingly pleased with his own speculation. He would not disclose to Shilong and Sishiwei that Loya had come to face Qian Rinxue after completing the Great Offerings trial. The trials of the extreme Douluo were far from simple. Boom. Another collision ensued, and after the deafening sound, Glyza and the eight-winged angel parted, a golden radiance subtly prevailing. Sensing that he had only about 50% of his soul power remaining, Loya softly remarked, "Ah, Shuer, to be honest, I somewhat regret giving you that celestial herb. So, are you conceding?" Qian Rinxue replied with a playful smile, "If you lose, you can no longer call me Shuer." If my domain were fully evolved, Loya did not complete his sentence, yet he held absolute confidence that if the Void Zero domain reached its complete form, Qian Rinxue would undoubtedly be no match for him. However, despite having consumed numerous heavenly treasures and a portion of the poison techniques from Douluo, the Void Zero domain had only progressed from its embryonic form to a semi-complete state. To achieve full evolution, as Glyza had mentioned, divine energy was essential. "Hiki. This round is mine. Your domain has been suppressed. Little Loya, you have lost." Qian Rinxue laughed triumphantly, seemingly assured of her victory. "Since your domain cannot withstand this, let us change our approach." Hearing her words, Loya smiled slightly, extending his arms outward. Instantly, the Void Zero domain began to compress, colossal spatial energy coalescing around his arms. "What are you planning?" Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from him, Qian Rinxue's expression turned grave. What was this little Loya up to? "To shatter your domain." As his words fell, Glyza's phantom merged with Loya, two radiant spheres of purple and gold converging in his hands. At that moment, the entire valley seemed to tremble, the fluctuations in space intensifying. Except for Yuguan, Shilong and Sishiwei's expressions shifted dramatically as they sensed the terrifying energy in Loya's hands. Approaching the pinnacle of Soul Douluo. "It's coming," Yuguan murmured. "Shuer, If you can withstand this, I shall concede. Luoya's voice echoed around them as he appeared transformed. His demeanor now cold and aloof, radiating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Glyza, double helix. Boom. A purple-gold spiral beam erupted from his hands, racing towards Qian Rushiwei with blinding speed, instantly shattering the angelic domain. Qian Rushiwei's countenance darkened as she channeled all her remaining soul power into the divine sword. Golden flames soaring as the blade of the sword shot up Zhang, cleaving fiercely against the oncoming purple spiral beam. In that instant, two terrifying energies collided. A thunderous roar ensued, and a small mushroom cloud ascended, shaking the entire valley as the clash of the double helix and the divine sword reduced the surrounding trees and rocks within a 100-meter radius to dust, enveloping the area in a cloud of debris. As the dust settled, Luoya found himself standing before Qian Rushiwei, embracing her waist. His devilishly handsome face adorned with several sword marks, still warm to the touch. "Swear, you have lost," he said, his deep voice tinged with a playful challenge. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Qian Rushiwei's otherwise pale cheeks, though her eyes still held a hint of defiance. "You cheated. How could you have so many self-created soul skills? And what were those two dragons? What do you mean I cheated? The soul skills I created are legitimate." As he spoke, Luoya produced 2 pieces of medicinal herb, consuming one himself and crushing the other to feed to Qian Rushiwei. Even with a martial soul evolution, I still couldn't best you, Qian Rushiwei pouted, swallowing the powdered herb. Although she verbally denied it, she recognized that her defeat in this contest was not unjust. Had Luoya not saved her at the moment her divine sword faltered, she might have found herself bedridden for half a month. Gazing at the lovely face in his arms, Luoya couldn't resist planting a kiss on her cheek, saying, "Swear, don't forget your promise. If you lose, you owe me 100 kisses. When did we ever agree to that?" Qian Rushiwei's cheeks flushed crimson. "When I said it, you didn't respond, which means you tacitly accepted, right?" Luoya leaned in to kiss her lips again. "That's not how this works." Qian Rushiwei blushed with embarrassment and struggled to break free from Luoya's embrace. "No matter what. There are still 98 more times, not a single one less." She huffed. Luoya paid no heed to her protests, holding her tightly against him as he showered his angelic maiden with fervent kisses. The 3 titled Douluo witnessing the scene twitched at the corners of their mouths. In the end, Yuguan draped an arm over Ci Shui and Shi Long's shoulders, forcibly turning them away. Even the lingering remnant of Gorgaz within Luoya shielded its senses, opting to return to slumber. Some things were simply not meant to be seen. 5 minutes later, Luoya finally released his angel with a satisfied grin, admiring the dozens of rosy marks adorning her delicate neck and flushed cheeks. He was quite pleased with his handiwork. "How am I supposed to face anyone like this?" Qian Rushiwei stomped her foot, glaring at the culprit before her. "You can just use your soul power to erase them once you recover," Luoya replied nonchalantly. "You." She shot him a sharp look. "Don't think I want to tell grandfather how you've been bullying me. The grand priest was the one who gave me this opportunity to find you. Complaining won't do you any good." Qian Rushiwei fell silent, realizing with a pang that she had essentially been sold out by her own grandfather. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Luoya's heart softened. Gently pulling her back into his arms, he murmured, "How about this? I'll give you another gift as an apology. What do you say?" Her eyes brightened instantly. "What kind of gift?" Luoya presented the 3rd celestial herb, meticulously prepared for Qian Rushiwei, to her. The white blossoms appeared rather ordinary, measuring merely the size of a palm, resembling peonies. Lacking any foliage, the stem was connected to a large, pitch-black stone. Upon the petals, there were hints of a striking crimson hue, as vivid as fresh blood, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. This was the heartbreak red. Gazing at the vibrant flower, Qian Rushiwei's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she inquired, "What is this?" Chapter 91. Re-entering the stars, the king of celestial treasures, heartbreak red. Luoya replied earnestly, "This flower is no ordinary specimen. It serves only its chosen master. To harvest it, one must possess the purest affection for their beloved, sincerely and wholeheartedly. Shedding blood upon its petals. Should there be even a hint of doubt, one could perish in the attempt, unable to claim the flower." As she listened to Luoya's explanation, Qian Rushiwei's brows gradually unfurled, and she glanced at him with a playful pout. "You wouldn't be using this to test my feelings for you, would you? If anyone should pick it, it should be you. How could that be?" Luoya gazed gently at Qian Rushiwei, saying, "If I did not love you, would I part with so many treasures? If my heart were not yours, would I endure the trials of the high offerings for your sake?" As she looked into his tender and profound eyes, Qian Rushiwei felt her heart soften, and she sighed. "I believe your words." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Luoya's lips as he embraced Qian Rushiwei and whispered softly in her ear, "Since you trust me, go ahead and pick the heartbreak red." Luoya searched his soul with utmost sincerity. His devotion to Shui was absolute. For 9 long years, he had never entertained ambiguous relations with any woman, for his heart belonged solely to Qian Rushiwei. Even if Guyuna were to throw herself at him today, he would reject her without hesitation. Qian Rushiwei gave a slight nod, then suddenly struck her chest. A mouthful of heart's blood surged into her throat and sprayed entirely onto the lovesickness heartbroken red. The crimson droplets seeped slowly into the petals before a dazzling golden radiance erupted. The flower fell instantly from the dark absolute stone into Qian Rushiwei's waiting grasp. "Xiaoluo, look." Qian Rinshue's face blossomed with radiant joy as she gently waved the lovesickness heartbroken red toward Luoya. Shue. Luoya raised his right hand to tenderly wipe the traces of blood from the angelic maiden's lips. Then with sudden strength, he enveloped her in a fierce embrace. His heart had yearned deeply for this moment. For Qian Rinshue to pluck the lovesickness heartbroken red would prove his efforts hadn't been in vain. That her feelings mirrored his own. When the flower tumbled from its stone perch, Luoya's heart had hammered violently in his chest. Now he only wished to hold this maiden before him, to merge their beings into one inseparable whole. Qian Rinshue too felt the scorching passion radiating from him. A thrill of excitement stirred within as she gently closed her eyes, surrendering to his embrace. This warmth, so long absent from her life, she reveled in the sensation. In this moment, she realized with sudden clarity how profoundly happy she felt. They remained entwined in silent communion until, after what seemed an eternity, they reluctantly parted. Their eyes met in perfect understanding, exchanging wordless confirmation through their gaze. It's time we returned, Qian Rinshue said with a blossoming smile. Yes, let's go. The following day, under pretext of secluded cultivation to break through to the next level, Qian Rinshue requested leave from Emperor Shuiyi. She successfully secured a month's time to hunt for her 6th spirit ring. 5 days later, in the Stardo Great Forest, Luoya and Qian Rinshue walked through the forest, flanked by 3 tidal Douluos forming a triangular formation on either side. Shue, what kind of spirit ring do you desire? Luoya inquired, extending his spiritual awareness to sense the surrounding spirit beasts. Well, 30,000 years is the limit for the 6th ring, Qian Rinshue replied, but before she could finish her sentence, Luoya snapped his fingers against her forehead, causing her to wince in pain. Shue, do you think I offer you such splendid gifts merely for you to squander them? Luoya frowned, clearly displeased. My 4th ring is already 50,000 years old, having absorbed 2 immortal herbs, coupled with the evolution of your martial soul. I believe you ought to aim for at least 80,000 years. Well, that seems somewhat reasonable, Qian Rinshue admitted, scratching her head in embarrassment. However, young Master Luo, isn't it a bit excessive to absorb a spirit ring with a disparity of over 50,000 years? Interjected Shilong, who had been listening to their conversation. Without hastening to reply to Shilong's remark, Luoya countered with a question. Elder Shilong, what is your assessment of Shue'er's talent? Shilong unhesitatingly responded. The young mistress possesses extraordinary gifts, unmatched across the entire continent. After listening, Luoya smiled gently and said, since Shue'er is already the foremost talent on the continent, combined with the physique and evolution of her martial soul from the 2 immortal herbs, if she cannot absorb even an 80,000-year soul rings, would that not be a disgrace to the reputation of a divine martial soul? You are indeed correct, agreed Douluo Yueguan, who served as a prime example himself. In his earlier days, without the aid of immortal herbs, he managed to absorb a 2-ring 1,000-year soul ring and a 4-ring 10,000-year soul ring. Thus, I have faith that the young master can achieve the same. Upon hearing Yueguan's words, Shilong fell into silence. Uncle Shi, I can do it, trust me. Qian Rinshue gazed earnestly at Shilong, her eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Very well, young master. Since you insist, I shall say no more. Shilong, observing Qian Rinshue's confident demeanor, finally nodded in agreement. Luoya chuckled softly and said, let us proceed deeper into the forest, esteemed elders. The 5 quickened their pace, continuing their journey into the heart of the Stardo forest. In truth, Luoya intended for Qian Rinshue to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, as the sky blue bull python would serve as an excellent soul ring. However, due to the absence of ghost Douluo and the lack of the polar stillness, it was sheer folly to think that 3 tidal Douluo could simultaneously contend with both the Titan great ape and the sky blue bull python. Thus, this ambition had to be temporarily shelved. 2 hours later, they had advanced over 100 kilometers, yet they had yet to encounter a suitable light-type soul beast. At this juncture, Yueguan halted, surveying the surroundings, and pondered aloud, young master, Xiao Luoya, something feels amiss. What is it? Qian Rinshue inquired. Pay attention to the subtle movements of the wind and the rustling of the grass. Upon hearing Yueguan's words, Qian Rinshue carefully observed the environment and suddenly noticed that the surrounding leaves had begun to yellow, accompanied by signs of wilting. The once lush green grass was gradually turning brittle and brown. It is poison. Luoya's expression shifted slightly as he alerted them. The 3 tidal Douluo immediately understood and unleashed their soul power to ward off the toxins, vigilantly watching their surroundings. A faint glimmer of purple light flickered in Luoya's eyes as the wisdom skull instantaneously activated, enveloping a radius of 100 meters in a delicate hue of violet. The human-faced demon spider. Luoya raised a finger, directing the gaze of the 3 tidal Douluos towards the source. Indeed, perched upon a nearby tree was a colossal human-faced demon spider, its pale purple venom dripping ominously from its maw, plummeting to the ground in rhythmic drops. Upon sight of this monstrous creature, the expressions of the 3 tidal Douluos shifted, for the sheer size of the spider was daunting. Its 8 legs extended to a staggering length of 3 meters, and its blood-red visage was grotesquely terrifying. This is troublesome. This beast's cultivation is at least 50,000 years. Sishue's demeanor turned grave, his voice laced with apprehension. It appears to be the human-faced spider monarch, Yueguan scoffed in response. Esteemed elders, if we make a concerted effort to retreat, will it pursue us? Luoya had already completed his martial soul manifestation, his fourth soul skill poised and ready for deployment. The human-faced demon spider shall not allow its prey to escape, especially not as human soul masters, Shi Long remarked with a derisive chuckle. Then let us conclude this swiftly. Qianren Xue snorted, her eight-winged angel martial soul manifesting, pristine white wings unfurling majestically from her back. No, young master, you and Luo must unleash your domains. The primary assault shall be entrusted to us three old fellows. Si Xue shook his head firmly. At his words, Qianren Xue and Luoya exchanged a knowing glance. And with remarkable synchronicity, they released their domains simultaneously. Angel's domain. Void Zero domain. A tapestry of golden and azure hues intertwined, enveloping an expanse of 300 meters. The three titled Douluos summoned their martial souls and launched an assault against the human-faced spider monarch. Sensing the overwhelming aura of pressure, the human-faced spider monarch's form became translucent, vanishing swiftly from sight, dissolving into the void. Old Elder Jew, 3 o'clock direction, 120 meters. Luoya alerted, relieved that the human-faced spider monarch had not escaped the coverage of his and Qianren Xue's domains. Upon hearing Luoya's directive, the peculiar mushroom in Yu Guan's hand swelled immensely, the sixth soul ring shimmering as a brilliant golden light erupted from its petals. Delicate skin and frail bones scatter the ethereal blooms, further illuminating the golden stamens with radiant hues. The golden beam surged towards the distance, revealing the form of the human-faced spider monarch, whose two scythe-like legs swung fiercely, attempting to strike the golden light. Boom. Roar. The human-faced spider monarch was thrust back several paces by the tremendous force, its 4 pairs of dark green eyes reflecting a human-like fury. As Luoyu beheld this scene, a surge of delight welled within him. It appeared that Yu Guan had experienced a remarkable increase in power upon reaching the 96th level. Be cautious, young master. At that moment, Shi Long suddenly cried out. The human-faced spider monarch, cloaked in invisibility once more, re-emerged directly before Qianren Xue. Its 4 pairs of dark green eyes fixated upon her, seemingly intent on drawing her into their depths, as if to devour her whole. Dream on. Luoyu roared in fury, witnessing the unfolding peril. Radiant red and blue light erupted from his palm as the twin dragons of ice and fire surged forth, roaring towards the human-faced spider monarch. A deep dragon's roar escaped Luoya's lips as the ice and fire essence he had previously consumed, along with the Dragon King's soul, stirred restlessly within him. The unique aura of his dragon lineage erupted forth, causing the Star Lake to boil over from miles away. Chapter 92. Silver Dragon King. At that very moment, a deep bellow resonated from the lake's depths, startling Luoya, who had just repelled the human-faced spider monarch. The waters churned violently, sending countless splashes into the air, as a colossal bullhead, over 4 meters in diameter, emerged from the depths, its azure blue scales glistening. An immense serpentine body soared skyward, casting its gaze upon the 5 individuals below. It was the Forest Emperor, the Azure Bull Python. Cover the young master and little Luo's retreat. Yu Guan bellowed, sensing the impending danger. The 3 titled Douluo prepared to unleash their martial spirits, ready to confront the ferocious being before them. Humans, hold. Suddenly, the Azure Bull Python spoke, causing the 3 titled Douluo to momentarily falter. Forest Emperor, what is your intention? Yu Guan demanded sternly. The Azure Bull Python turned its gaze towards Yu Guan, a fleeting glimmer loy about his head in contemplation. After a brief moment, he lifted it once more, casting a glance at the enchanting Qianren Xue beside him, and finally gritted his teeth, declaring, very well, I shall go. No. The 3 titled Douluos exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating with disapproval. Little Luo, this is far too perilous. I cannot permit you to proceed. Qianren Xue grasped Luoya tightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having already lost her father, she could not bear to lose this cherished individual as well. Swear, fret not. I have faith that the Sky Blue Bull Python will not harm me. Luoya gently wiped the delicate features of Qianren Xue's face, offering soothing words. But will you truly go or not? The Sky Blue Bull Python roared in irritation, its green radiance surging forth as a tempest arose, rustling the garments of the 5 with a cacophony. Luoyu gently kissed Qianren Xue's forehead once more, whispering reassuringly, don't worry, I'll return soon. Little Qianren Xue's eyes welled with tears that streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. For reasons she couldn't fathom, her heart ached terribly. Stop dawdling, let's go. Luoya turned his gaze toward the Sky Azure Bull Python, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve as he mentally connected with the lingering soul of Greedzar. Greedzar. I suspect this serpent sensed the draconic aura within me. I might need your assistance later. Oh? Greedzar's languid voice dripped with disdain. What could it possibly do to me? If you permit it, I can immediately possess your body and devour both of them. Fool. I'm not afraid of them. I'm worried about who stands behind them. Luoya snapped irritably. KH. Greedzar let out its signature eerie laughter. I believe you could negotiate with their master. Along this path. I've already detected a dense concentration of life energy. I'll try. But if negotiations fail, you'll have to intervene. KH. Qianren Xue's tearful gaze remained fixed on the Titan giant ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python. Her eyes were red and swollen, droplets of sorrow rolling down her cheeks as she silently prayed, Luo, you must survive. I'll return to the spirit hall and bring grandfather to save you. Wiping away her tears, she commanded Yu Guan and the others, return to the spirit hall immediately. Inform the Pope and the Grand Elder of the situation here. Yes. Deep within the mist-shrouded forest, the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape swiftly escorted Luoya through the dense foliage until they reached a secluded grove enveloped in fog. The two colossal beasts bowed respectfully toward the woods before manifesting a miniature spectral version of the sky azure bull python at Luoya's feet. Follow it. It will lead you to the one who wishes to see you. Neither I nor my brother are permitted to enter. The sky azure bull python murmured before departing with the titan giant ape. Understood. Luoya took a deep breath and followed the spectral guide, stepping cautiously into the forest while expanding his spiritual senses and void zero domain to remain vigilant. Within minutes, a towering black figure blocked his path. Standing at roughly 1.7 meters, the imposing figure exuded an aura of majesty. His bronze skin gleamed, his golden hair spiked like steel needles, and his chiseled features were accentuated by piercing vertical pupils. His muscular frame radiated power. The moment Luoya laid eyes on the man, his pupils contracted sharply, and the ice fire spring within his veins surged violently. Indeed, human. Your body carries the essence of my two uncles. Uncles? Luoya's brow arched at the term. Nephew of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings? Could it be? Are you the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Tion? Human, how do you know my name? Tion's eyes flashed with intensity as he scrutinized the youth before him. I don't know. It just slipped out, Luoya replied awkwardly. Oh? Then how did you come to possess the aura of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings? Tion's expression darkened, his concealed right arm morphing into a razor-sharp draconic claw. If Luoya's explanation proved unsatisfactory, he wouldn't hesitate to tear the boy apart and reclaim his uncle's lineage. So those two dragons were your uncles? Luoya forced a smile, though his heart pounded wildly. He knew his survival hinged on his acting skills, one misstep, and the Beast King could annihilate him without hesitation. Speak. Where are the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings? Tion's gaze turned blade-sharp, his murderous intent chilling the surrounding air. They perished hundreds of thousands of years ago. Their remains lie in the sunset forest. A fleeting silver glint passed through Luoya's eyes as he met the Beast King's glare with icy indifference. Were you sent by those so-called human deities? Tion snarled. Humph. Those insects dare call themselves gods? Luoya scoffed, unleashing a surge of Greedzar's primordial energy that sent a shiver of fear through the Beast King. Boy, who are you? Tion's voice wavered slightly as he sensed the alien power, neither soul force nor divine energy, but something far more sinister, oppressive enough to instill dread. Then, a mesmerizingly melodic voice echoed through the trees, its magnetic allure captivating. Tion, bring him to me. The Beast King stiffened momentarily before bowing deeply toward the forest depths. As you command. With that, he guided Luoya deeper into the mist until they arrived before a lake 100 times vaster than the star lake outside. The very fabric of space fractured before them, revealing a dimensional gate. Enter, Tion murmured, his gaze lingering on Luoya. Luoya instinctively clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and resolutely stepped through the spatial gateway. As the portal vanished, Emperor Tion stood in place, his eyes shimmering with otherworldly brilliance. He murmured, Master. Do you truly know who he is? Upon traversing the portal, Luoya found himself at the entrance of a magnificent, multicolored palace. A colossal silver dragon lay sprawled at the palace's entrance, its exaggerated size reaching a staggering 1,000 feet. Each scale on its body radiated vibrant hues, and its expansive silver wings obscured the sky. The dragon's massive head, with violet pupils, fixated intently upon Luoya. Silver Dragon King. The phrase surfaced in Luoya's mind, causing his heart to race violently, the gun-shaped pattern on his forehead glowing involuntarily. Human, what is your name? Inquired the silver dragon, its voice clear and melodious. I am Luoya. Luoya, there is no need for you to feel anxious. The silver dragon king's vast mental prowess instantly grasped Luoya's emotional fluctuations, prompting a light chuckle. How could I not feel anxious in your presence? The invasion of his inner feelings made Luoya break into a cold sweat, yet he steeled himself against it. To perceive your emotional shifts, this female dragon possesses some skill, but merely a modicum. Glyza's voice echoed in Luoya's mind, offering its assessment of the silver dragon king. With a gentle laugh, the silver dragon king radiated a silvery glow, her massive form swiftly diminishing in size, revealing an elegant and enchanting figure before Luoya. Silver hair cascaded down her back, and no words could adequately describe her stunning beauty. Her slightly pale complexion and purple slit pupils emanated an overwhelming presence, akin to a queen ruling over all. Momentarily taken aback, Luoya's gaze flickered with admiration. But he quickly regained his composure and silently recited the name Qian Rushiwa to dispel those errant thoughts. The Silver Dragon King could continuously sense Luoya's emotional shifts and paid no heed to his reaction. With a gentle wave of her hand, the palace doors behind her swung open. Come in and speak, she invited. Very well, Luoya replied. Chapter 93. This sensation is indeed delightful. Please, take a seat. The Silver Dragon King, now in human form, guided Luoya into her sanctuary, gesturing for him to sit. With a delicate wave of her hand, a set of jade-colored furniture materialized, accompanied by 2 cups filled with a verdant liquid. Luoya instinctively accepted a cup, his gaze fixated on the liquid within. Glyza began to stir restlessly within him, filled with an insatiable yearning. Drink, this small amount I can easily digest. With Glyza's assurance, Loya hesitated no longer and downed the contents in one swift motion. Initially, he had harbored concerns about whether the Silver Dragon King might tamper with the water, but now, such worries seemed entirely unfounded. How shall I address you? Loya inquired as he finished the drink. You may simply call me the Silver Dragon King, she replied. Her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of purple light, her tone calm. Very well, Silver Dragon King. Please, speak plainly, Loya responded. Kiki. The Silver Dragon King chuckled softly. Within you resides divinity, and it is a form I have never encountered before. I find it most intriguing. Loya furrowed his brow, his expression shifting slightly, and inquired. Is there a problem? The Silver Dragon King fixed his gaze upon Loya and declared, Indeed, you too wish to prove yourself as a deity, do you not? Yes. And yet, no. Loya's thoughts raced as he pondered. What do you mean by that? The Silver Dragon King asked, sipping his tea with an air of indifference. Because I, too, am an heir to a god, though that deity has perished. Is it the God King? The Silver Dragon King pressed further. The God King? That venerable figure surpasses the God King by immeasurable degrees. As he spoke of Glyza, Loya felt genuine admiration. Glyza was a being capable of navigating a universe where every individual possessed explosive power, far mightier than the God King of this Douluo universe. Oh. The Silver Dragon King nodded thoughtfully before continuing. What is the name of this god? The Void Demon God. Loya replied. Aha. The Silver Dragon King chuckled lightly. As the avatar of the former Dragon God, I have never heard of this Void God. Indeed. It is likely that even the Dragon God cannot claim to be fully aware of the vast cosmos. Ha ha ha, well then. As the heir of the Void Demon God, I hope you will assist my Spirit Beast clan in its revival. The Silver Dragon King looked at him intently. You already possess the blood of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon King within you. Thus you are half dragon and one of us. I can help you ascend to godhood. Are you, then, intending to invest in me and subsequently bind me to the future of the Spirit Beast clan? Loya replied coldly with a smirk. You are not a divine heir of this realm. Aiding us should pose no issue, the Silver Dragon King insisted, his gaze piercing. Yet I am ultimately human. I cannot assist the Spirit Beast in wielding the slaughtering knife against my own kin. Loya firmly rejected the proposition. To acquiesce to the Silver Dragon King would equate to betraying humanity, a notion he would never entertain. The Silver Dragon King was indeed magnificent and powerful. And such an enticing offer was tempting, yet he would not partake in it. His mentor, beloved, and elders resided within human society. He would not sacrifice them for his own gain. Moreover, the Spirit Hall was a remnant of the Angel Goddess influence in the divine realm. A sanctuary for the Angel Goddess faith. As a disciple of the Spirit Hall, Loya was bound by both emotion and reason to protect humanity, not forsake it. The Spirit Hall was his second home in this world, and over the years, he had developed a profound sense of belonging. Should he agree with the Silver Dragon King? What face would he have to confront the Angel Goddess who once labored tirelessly to save the continent? He was not the Glyza of yore, who devoured and plundered for power, ultimately meeting a tragic end. I understand that you are reluctant to betray humankind. Your family and elders would not condone it. Just as I would not tolerate treachery among my subordinates, the Silver Dragon King rose slowly. I promise you that I will not harm humanity. I only require your assistance in opposing those hypocritical and selfish gods of the divine realm. Opposing the gods? Loya shook his head slightly. I am sorry. But in this life, I solely wish to protect those I hold dear and have no desire to become embroiled in the conflict between the Spirit Beast and the gods. Furthermore, for the 5 spirit rings upon me belong to your kin, I cannot ascertain your trustworthiness. The Silver Dragon King frowned slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Disinclination is disinclination. Do you intend to resort to force, Silver Dragon King? Loya countered indifferently. It seems negotiations have reached an impasse. The Silver Dragon King's tone turned colder. Then, I shall refrain from further discourse. As her words fell, the Silver Dragon King raised her delicate finger, and suddenly, a silver light illuminated the area where Loya's heart resided. Just now, you claimed you could not trust me? The Silver Dragon King sneered. Did you consume my essence so easily? Because I anticipated you would respond thus. Loya's lips curved slightly, unleashing Glyza's martial spirit. The silver light at his heart being distorted and devoured by a colorless vortex. What? The Silver Dragon King's pupils contracted, her expression shifting as her left hand grasped the air, summoning the Silver Dragon Spear, energies of wind, fire, water, and earth swirling around it. This mother dragon is resolute. This could be my long-term sustenance. Let me handle it. Glyza's chilling laughter resonated as Loya hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. Buzz. Loya slowly levitated, his eyes ablaze with darkness. The 50-meter apparition of Glyza materializing behind him. Little mother dragon, quite clever indeed, to plant a mental mark in the water. Ha ha ha. Is this the godly aura you possess, the Void Demon God? The Silver Dragon King's vertical pupils manifested, her expression growing grave. Her grip on the Silver Dragon Spear trembling uncontrollably. Since you seek my collaboration, you must demonstrate sincerity. Do you only paint grand visions? If you cannot achieve it, do you intend to resort to force? How fitting for you so-called Spirit Beast sovereigns. Loya scoffed, a surge of dark red lightning bursting forth from his palm. His gaze fixed upon the Silver Dragon King. but I believe you should comprehend that negotiations require you to possess the capital to engage with me. Boom. The lightning struck. And the Sylve upon the acceptance of the Silver Dragon King, Glyza severed the connection with Luo Ya's body, savoring the sensations experienced moments prior. Ah. No wonder you are so fond of that little angelic human. Such feelings are indeed delightful. Come now, my love for Schwer is genuine. Whereas you merely wish to tease the Silver Dragon King, am I wrong? Luo Ya shot an exasperated glance. Hee, I have already secured an opportunity for you. Make sure to seize it well. Do not squander this chance, Glyza remarked before drifting back into slumber within Luo Ya's consciousness. I understand. But confronting a few deities is hardly daunting. Do you truly believe I am afraid? Luo Ya scoffed. As the inheritor of the void, lacking the courage to challenge the divine is hardly worthy of cultivation. It would be better to return to Sacred Soul Village and tend to the fields. Moreover, he held little regard for the 5 divine monarchs of the divine realm and even harbored disdain for the colluding Shura god and Sea god. These two were akin to each other in the original text, one abusing authority with impunity, the other repeatedly violating divine regulations without remorse. This is what you desire. The Silver Dragon King's delicate hand gestured toward her ample bosom, releasing 4 orbs of various hues that floated in midair. How fragrant. This refers to the 4 elemental divine powers. Do not misconstrue it. Chapter 94. Bibi Dong weeps. As a half-incarnation of the Dragon God, I have inherited the elemental powers governed by the Dragon God, the Silver Dragon King carefully explained. These are the primordial energies of wind, fire, water, and earth. I have extracted half to bestow upon you. Gulp. Loya swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on the 4 luminous orbs before him. The spheres, each radiating a distinct hue, revolved around him in a slow, mesmerizing dance, their brilliance exuding an irresistible allure. The essence of the 4 elemental origins, this was the very energy distilled from elemental quintessence. Gratefulness surged within him for the Silver Dragon King. His voice trembled slightly as he thought, and with a mere flicker of his will, a vial of potion materialized in his hand. I shall not accept your gift without recompense. This is one of the parting gifts bestowed upon me by the Void Demon God. It should suffice to heal the lingering dark wounds within you. The Void-Breaking Restoration Elixir. Loya had preserved this precious item for 11 long years, and now it finally found its purpose. The Silver Dragon King accepted the vial, inhaling its scent with a look of astonishment. Can even the grievous injuries inflicted by a super artifact be mended? Loya smiled silently, aware only of the initial simple introduction from above, regardless of the injury. In the spirit hall, within the papal chamber, Bibi Dong toyed with the projection crystal in her hands, her gaze shifting towards the specter below. Elder Ghost, what did Xiaoluo send you here for? Your Excellency. Xiaoluo only requested that I personally deliver this to you, Elder Ghost respectfully replied. Oh? Bibi Dong observed him with keen interest. You may proceed. I wish to see what this young man has recorded. Elder Ghost bowed and withdrew. As he departed the papal chamber, he sighed softly within, hoping that Xiaoluo could genuinely assist her in overcoming her emotional turmoil. Bibi Dong infused her soul power into the projection crystal, which did not immediately display an image but instead projected a line of text. Teacher, I hope you will watch this. Bibi Dong was somewhat taken aback. When had Xiaoluo begun to speak so humbly? Did he really need to adhere to such formalities with her, his teacher? She clicked to play. It was said that one could inscribe their wishes upon the Sky Wish Lantern, and these wishes would be conveyed to the angel goddess, who would then bless the wish's fulfillment. Little did they know that the illustrious reputation of their ancestors had reached such heights in the mortal realm. Schwer, should we make a wish as well? Are you not afraid that I might inscribe some unfavorable remarks about you, invoking the ancestors' wrath? Not at all. For I shall ensure you have no opportunity to speak ill of me, she retorted. Humph. Very well then. Ah, father, mother, I miss you so much. Angel goddess, if you are still present, can you hear my prayers? I hope you can unite this young man with your most outstanding descendant. Additionally, although I understand it may be impossible, I still wish for her mother to no longer dwell in past sorrows, to emerge from her grief, and to embrace her daughter once more. The scene froze on Loya, gazing longingly in the direction of the spirit city, softly murmuring. Upon concluding the projection, Bibi Dong's emotions became exceedingly complex. Although the relationship between her and Qian Rinxue was quite strained, she could never forget that she was, after all, her daughter, blood thicker than water. I wondered why this young man chose such constrained language. It turns out he was merely defending his own cabbage, albeit a rather foolish one. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly as she quietly contemplated the projection. However, the projection soon faded, replaced by another message from Loya. Teacher, I am unaware of what transpired between you and Schwer, but I know that she dreams of you calling her Xiao Shui. Teacher, a mother and daughter do not hold grudges overnight. Do not allow past pains to continue tormenting your present self. If there are any unspeakable difficulties, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Once a teacher, always a mother, especially since Schwer is your daughter, I should strive to help you reconcile. I understand that one cannot advise others on kindness without experiencing their suffering. Yet you are my teacher, and Schwer is now my beloved. I truly do not wish to witness your continued estrangement. It has been 11 years. I have long regarded the spirit hall as my second home, and now that this home shows signs of fracture, I must do everything in my power to mend it. Therefore, I humbly beseech you. When Shui returns, please call her Xiao Shui, even if your tone is slightly indifferent. At least let her feel that you still hold her in your heart. Your most cherished disciple, Loya. Tears began to well in Bibi Dong's eyes, cascading down her cheeks as she gently caressed the projection of Qian Rinshue's smiling face, 2 drops of sorrowful tears trailing down. Your Excellency. Elder Zhu has returned and requests an urgent audience. A report from a guarding knight echoed. Bibi Dong wiped her tears and steadied her emotions, speaking in a low voice. Let him in. Soon, Yu Guan entered briskly, leading Qian Rinshue, nearly causing Bibi Dong's freshly wiped tears to spill forth again. However, Yu Guan wore an anxious expression and, after greeting Bibi Dong, stated, Your Excellency, the situation is dire. Xiao Luo has encountered trouble in the Stardow Forest. Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically. What happened? Speak succinctly. Xiao Luo ventured deep into the forest with me to procure the finest 6th soul ring. However, for reasons unknown, both the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape appeared simultaneously and forcibly took Xiao Luo away. Qian Rinshue interjected, remnants of tears still visible on her face. What? Bibi Dong sprang to her feet, the overwhelming aura of a peak 98th level Douluo radiating from her. Please, I beg of you, go save him. Qian Rinshue. Her eyes swollen with tears, fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. All right, very well, I shall set out immediately. Xiao Shui. Go inform the grand offering that her son-in-law is in grave danger. Bibi Dong stepped forward to Qian Rinshue, trembling as she reached out to wipe her tears away. Thank you, mother. Qian Rinshue exclaimed, embracing Bibi Dong, her voice choked with emotion. As Qian Rinshue turned, Qian Daolia's voice echoed from outside. No need. Qilong and CTN have already informed me. The doors swung open to reveal Qian Daolu, accompanied by 2 offerings. Along with CTN and Qilong Douluo, standing before Bibi Dong. Qian Rinshue rushed to him, grasping his arm pleadingly. Grandfather, you must save Xiao Luo. Qian Daolu comforted Qian Rinshue before looking towards Bibi Dong, stating, Pope, the golden crocodile will remain in the spirit hall. Please send 2 tidal Douluo to accompany me for the rescue, and ensure that those 2 beasts are slain. Very well, your words are wise. Saving him is of utmost importance. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement and commanded Yu Guan, summon your old partner. We shall head to the Stardow Forest together. Yes, Your Excellency. On this day, the Spirit Hall deployed 6 tidal Douluo, with both the Pope and the Grand Offering taking to the field personally. News of this unprecedented mobilization spread like wildfire among the various factions, igniting speculation about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, weaker sects began to deliberate on whether to align themselves with the formidable Spirit Hall. The lower 4 sects were relieved to have already pledged their allegiance to the Spirit Hall. 8 tidal Douluo, an assembly unmatched even by the upper 3 sects of Ur. The future of the Spirit Hall was poised to thrive. Yet amid all this turmoil, Loya, absorbing the elemental essence in the palace of the Silver Dragon King, remained blissfully unaware that, due solely to him, the world of Soul Masters was on the brink of upheaval. Chapter 95. Third form surrounded by the radiant spheres of the 4 elemental origins, Loya felt the surging energy continuously infusing into his being. The specter of Glyza writhed and shifted, revealing 4 distinct patterns in hues of red, white, yellow, and blue adorning its form. Haha. Loya emitted the peculiar laughter unique to Glyza, his eyes opening wide as 4 streams of light flickered and vanished. The specter's form began to swell, reaching 30 meters in height. 2 crimson spikes erupted from his shoulders, and the purple streaks on his body multiplied, the ice fire dragon wings seemingly merging perfectly into him, becoming semi-transparent. Dark purple armor enveloped the sides of his head, while Loya extended his arms. From the originally silver-white arms of the Glyza specter, dark purple inverted wrist blades sprouted, and its claws transformed into golden, elongated appendages. The third form of Glyza had successfully activated. Luoya let out an exhilarated roar as he fully absorbed the primordial energies of the 4 elements. Gradually, his body returned to its normal state, and the successfully evolved third form Gryza retreated back into his being. A faint smile curled upon Luoya's lips. The vast, surging power within him coursed through every fiber of his being, steadily assimilating and causing his soul power to skyrocket. 53, 54, 55, 60. A quasi-soul emperor. No wonder those dark soul masters were so fanatical. The intoxicating rush of power gained through devouring was truly mesmerizing. With a casual flick of his wrist, a fierce gust of energy erupted from his palm, swirling into a miniature cyclone. Fire. At his will, dark brown flames ignited in his other hand, distorting the surrounding air with their searing heat. Water. A spiraling vortex of water materialized, encircling him in a liquid embrace. Earth. A towering mound of earth rose before him, advancing with formidable might. Witnessing the spectacle, Luoya's grin widened. His strength had surged exponentially in recent times, and now he was certain, even in a one-on-one battle against Zhu or Gue, he stood confident in his victory. Burp. This is the finest feast I've had since taking residence within you, Gryza remarked with a satisfied tone, as though savoring the aftertaste of a grand meal. Lad, I've more good news for you. My void form has recovered 70%. Even those celestial beings above cannot harm you now without the proper weapons. Truly. Luoya was ecstatic. Gryza's words implied that even if the 5 god kings descended upon him, Without weapons like the Rainbow Blade, they would be powerless against him. In other words, within the Douluo universe, he had become invincible. My strength is gradually returning. Not much, but sufficient. Once you obtain your 7th soul ring, our life and death duel shall not be far off. Hehehe. You are, by far, the most satisfactory vessel I've ever possessed. Griza's sudden, chilling remark snapped Luoya back to reality. Swallowing hard, he severed their mental link. Humph. I swear upon the dignity of humanity and those I hold dear, I will not lose to you. Luoya's mind was resolute as he unconsciously clenched his fists. Upon returning to reality, he noticed the Silver Dragon King standing right before him, gazing intently with an exquisite smile. Your Excellency the Silver Dragon King. How is your recovery progressing? Luoya inquired as he rose to his feet. It is going quite well, and I must express my gratitude to you. The Silver Dragon King replied, a gentle smile gracing his face. The restorative effects of the void-breaking elixir are astonishing. It has enabled Luoyu to recover from injuries that would have otherwise taken at least 20,000 years to heal, although she has not yet reached her peak condition. She is remarkably close. Oh, that's wonderful, Luoya smiled, seamlessly shifting the topic. Our collaboration has been established. May I inquire about the Silver Dragon King's next plans? Do you possess your own faction in the human realm? The Silver Dragon King pondered for a moment before responding. No. But I am currently a disciple of the Pope of the continent's foremost faction, the Martial Soul Hall, which allows me to compete effectively. I see. The Silver Dragon King mused, slightly furrowing his brow. I suggest you establish your own private faction. This would greatly facilitate the accumulation of belief power. However, my mentor would never permit me to divert resources from the Martial Soul Hall to create my own faction. Fear not, for I can offer you my support, replied the Silver Dragon King with a gentle smile, gesturing dismissively. You may choose one of the 6 fierce beasts from the Douluo Forest to accompany you to the human world, except for Emperor Tian. And you should have also reached level 60 by now, correct? Just let me know if you wish to take that monkey or the loach. Really? Thank you. Luoya exclaimed, filled with delight. I have one small request I hope you can fulfill. What request? The reason I have come to the Douluo Forest today is that my girlfriend seeks to obtain her 6th spirit ring. Could you possibly find another light-type spirit beast aged 80,000 years? The Silver Dragon King paused for a moment, a contemplative expression crossing his face. An 80,000-year light-type spirit beast? That can be arranged. Thank you, Silver Dragon King, Luoya said, his joy palpable. Now, have you decided which of my 5 fierce beasts you would like to take with you? The Silver Dragon King nodded slightly and inquired further. Then I shall choose Bear Lord, Luoya contemplated. Bear Lord the Silver Dragon King nodded, his gaze assessing the young man before him. Raising his opinion of Luoya slightly. This lad has made a wise choice, selecting the strongest, albeit less astute, creature. It seems I must remind that foolish bear not to be sold out by this boy while naively counting his earnings. Very well. You will take Bear Lord back to the human realm. However, be mindful, this bear has a rather volatile temper, so do not let him cause any trouble. The Silver Dragon King instructed. Lastly, have you thought of a name for your faction? How about the Demon God Hall? Luoya replied. Excellent. However, I have an additional condition, the Silver Dragon King stated. What additional condition? The faction you establish must include a high-ranking position for my Spirit Beast clan. And the emblem must feature a Spirit Beast. Upon hearing this, Luoya hesitated briefly before responding. The high-ranking position is acceptable, but the emblem what? After all the support I have provided, you still cannot concede to give me even a faction emblem because of your elusive deity? The Silver Dragon King pouted, somewhat displeased. Having been compromised by Gliz's Darkstorm energy, he felt as though he had already sacrificed half of himself and naturally sought to extract as much advantage from Luoya as possible. Very well, Luoya conceded. Somewhat exasperated. Initially, he had envisioned an emblem representing both his and Shui-Er's martial souls, symbolizing the close relationship between the Martial Soul Hall and the Demon God Hall. However, the Silver Dragon King's demands seemed unreasonable. Previously, that cup of water allowed me to glimpse some of your memories. You possess the ability to transform into a spirit beast, do you not? The Silver Dragon King mused, resting his chin on his hand. Let us use the form of a 100,000-year iron-beak bird, the black-feathered emperor. Luoya looked at the Silver Dragon King with resignation, silently critiquing the aesthetic sensibilities of spirit beasts, yet he nodded in agreement. Very well, the Silver Dragon King affirmed. Preparing to escort Luoya outside when suddenly the celestial power in his hand ceased to coalesce. What is amiss? Ah, it appears your little girlfriend is rather anxious. Accompanied by 8 tidal Douluo, and even a limit Douluo, hastening to rescue you, the Silver Dragon King remarked, shaking his head slightly. What? Upon hearing this, Luoya was taken aback. Shui-Er, I specifically told you not to worry. Why did you go back to gather people? Have you even brought the Grand Elder along? Are you planning to uproot the Douluo Forest? Enough, I will let Bear Lord accompany you. Hurry along now, that monkey and Loach are in dire straits. The Silver Dragon King patted his shoulder, opening a portal of space to send him forth. At that moment, in the Star Lake, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python lay battered and bruised on the ground, their once pristine waters stained crimson. With a broken horn from the Sky Blue Bull Python floating upon the surface. Where's Luoya? In the air, 8 tidal Douluo, led by Qian Daolu. hovered above the star lake, coldly surveying the two spirit beasts below, their murderous intent palpable. Humans are, as ever, despicably unfair, employing numbers to overpower the few. The Titan giant ape struggled to lift its head, coldly regarding the 8 figures before it. Humph. You dare speak such words after abducting young Luo first. Qianrenxue stood firm on the ground, her deep blue eyes frosted with intensity. Little girl, do not be so arrogant. The sky blue bull python roared, unleashing a blade of azure light from its mouth, hurtling towards Qianrenxue. Impudent! Bibi Dong shouted, swiftly moving to shield her daughter. The soul-devouring spider Emperor Martial Soul activated, and 8 spider legs sliced through the air, unleashing a violet blade of light. 6th spirit skill, eternal creation. Whoosh! The sky blue bull python was sent reeling once more, crashing into the star lake and creating a tumult of splashing water, its body severely injured and blood gushing forth. Thank you, mother. Bibi Dong's timely protection warmed Qianrenxue's heart. Child, it is nothing, Bibi Dong replied, stroking her daughter's hair, her smile somewhat strained, yet to Qianrenxue. This was more than sufficient. In the air, Qian Dalu coldly regarded the two beasts, the oppressive aura of the limit Douluo surging forth. If you do not surrender my grandson-in-law, do not blame me for wasting these 200,000-year spirit rings. The other 6 title Douluo descended slowly, their soul skills primed and ready. Chapter 96, the 6th ring of the sky blue bull python master. Grand Elder, Shuer. Just as the title Douluo were poised to strike down the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, Luoya rushed in, swiftly transforming into the human form of Bear Lord, who followed closely behind him. Luoya. The group erupted in joy, secretly relieved that he had not encountered misfortunes. His survival was the best outcome. Little Luo. Seeing Luoya return unscathed, Qianrenxue, disregarding the gravity of the situation, immediately activated her martial soul and soared towards him. The golden silhouette leaped into his embrace, and Luoya was enveloped by a gentle fragrance as he caught the approaching figure, holding her tightly, warmth flooding his heart. The title Douluo, witnessing this, rushed forward, while the porcupine and snake spear kept a watchful eye on the two spirit beasts. Luoya, are you unhurt? Qian Dalu anxiously assessed him. Rest assured, Grand Elder. I am perfectly fine. Luoya held Qianrenxue close, a smile gracing his lips as his gaze swept over the assembled title Douluos, feeling a surge of emotion. He was profoundly touched to realize that Qianrenxue had summoned so many formidable experts from the Spirit Hall to rescue him. Even the Hall of Offerings had willingly intervened, with both the Titan Douluo and the demon subduing Douluo present. Teacher, you have come as well, Luoya remarked, turning his eyes toward Bibi Dong. How could I, as your mentor, remain indifferent when my disciple is in peril? Bibi Dong replied, her tone tinged with exasperation. The eyes of Gui Mei and Yu Guan shifted to the imposing figure of Xiang Jun behind Luoya, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. The robust physique of this man exuded an aura of intimidation, his countenance somewhat fierce, and though he did not emanate any distinct energy, he radiated a powerful sense of pressure. Little Luoya, who is this? Yu Guan inquired, recognizing that despite Xiang Jun's lack of overt energy, he was no ordinary individual. A palpable danger seemed to surround him. This is not the place for idle chatter, Luoya replied hesitantly. Well then, how shall we deal with these two beasts? Gui Mei asked, glancing at the severely weakened Tianqing Niumang and Titan Great Ape. Allow me to speak with them, Xiang Jun interjected, his voice deep and resonant. Steady as a mountain. He stepped forward, approaching the two beasts. Great Titan Great Ape, he addressed, speaking in the tongue of spirit beasts. There is no need for further discussion. The master has already forged an alliance with that human boy. It is time for one of you to offer your sacrifice. Discuss amongst yourselves. Xiang Jun's tone left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing the mention of master, both beasts hesitated momentarily, but soon. Tianqing Niumang lifted its head and spoke in a gravelly voice. I shall do it. Excellent. Little monkey, you may depart. Master. The Titan Great Ape expressed reluctance. I said go. Did you not hear me clearly? Yes. The Titan Great Ape, disheartened, bowed its head and stepped aside, tears flowing freely. Do not fret, my brother. We cannot defy the master's command. Tianqing Niumang consoled the Titan Great Ape before turning respectfully to Xiang Jun. My lord, let us proceed. Very well. Xiang Jun nodded and turned back toward Luoya, with Tianqing Niumang dragging its grievously injured body slowly behind him, while the Titan Great Ape, though unwilling, limped back into the depths of the forest. My lord, did you just see Bibi Dong glance at Xiang Jun? Let that boy prepare for the absorption of the spirit ring. I shall return shortly, Xiang Jun replied in a booming voice, thrusting Tianqing Niumang at Luoya's feet before swiftly vanishing into the forest shadows. Human, Luoya toyed with the azure bull python bone in his left hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he returned it to the spatial bracelet. He refrained from absorbing it, suddenly struck by an amusing thought. Little rabbit. I wonder what your reaction would be upon seeing your brother's soul bone among the championship prizes? Well, Xiaoel, since the soul ring absorption has concluded, let us return to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong remarked, casting a lingering glance at Luoya and Xiang Jun. Indeed. With that, the group soared into the air, hastening towards the entrance of the forest. Along the way, the title Douluos discreetly scrutinized Xiang Jun, who followed closely behind Luoya. Who was he? And how did he command the 1,000-year-old blaze-white tiger to obey him so effortlessly? This individual was certainly extraordinary. After an hour and a half, they finally returned to Wuhuan City. Xianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo headed straight to the offering hall, while Shilong and Sishui returned to Tiando City. Wary of potential upheavals from the Tiando royal family, in the conference hall of the Papal Palace, Loya recounted his experiences in the Stardow Forest and his conversation with the Silver Dragon King. Naturally, he embellished the part where Glyza had forcibly controlled the Silver Dragon King with the Dark Lightning Storm energy, framing it instead as a mere act of deceiving the Silver Dragon King. As the assembly absorbed his tale, their gazes upon Loya grew increasingly complex. Loya unexpectedly forged an alliance with the Silver Dragon King and simultaneously garnered the support of the Soul Beast clan, which is truly astonishing. Xiaoluo, I find myself unable to see through you, said Bibi Dong, gazing at Loya with a scrutinizing and inquisitive expression. Are you concealing something? Teacher, there is truly nothing left. Loya replied, shaking his head. I have disclosed all circumstances to you. Lord Xiong can attest to that. Qiandaolu nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts about Loya's words. He speaks the truth. Lord Xiong is the best proof. Very well, Bibi Dong remarked, observing that Qiandaolu showed no reaction and chose not to elaborate further. When do you plan to unveil the Demon God Hall? The sooner, the better, as per the Master's instructions. Xiong Jun interjected. Then, esteemed Lord Xiong, please proceed. The Wuhuan Hall shall not interfere, Bibi Dong replied with a calm smile. Then, teacher, may I return to my quarters to rest? Loya inquired. Go ahead. Bibi Dong waved his hand dismissively. Wait, Xiaoluo, I will accompany you, Qianrengshi said, grasping Loya's arm as he turned to depart. All right, Schwer, Loya conceded. Noticing the curiosity and affection in Qianrengshi's eyes, after the trio left, Bibi Dong and Qiandaolu exchanged glances, reaching a tacit understanding for the first time. All elders and worshippers, gather at the Papal Hall. There is an important announcement, Bibi Dong declared in a deep voice, her words resonating throughout the Wuhuan Hall. Chapter 97, The Supreme Assembly. The legend of the Dragon God. Moments later, the 6 worshippers and 9 elders convened, awaiting the proclamations from Bibi Dong and Qiandaolu. Bibi Dong cleared her throat and addressed the assembly. Esteemed elders and worshippers, I have summoned you today to announce 3 significant matters. Please proceed, Your Holiness, Genie Douluo spoke solemnly. The first matter is that a new force will emerge on the continent, known as the Demon God Hall. They will be our allies, and we must extend our support to them. And who is the master of this Demon God Hall? My disciple, Loya. What? Almost all the elders and worshippers widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Bibi Dong. That rascal intends to establish his own faction. Why does Your Holiness not intervene but instead support him? Questioned San Gongfu coldly. Third, Qiandaolu calmly interjected. Withdraw. Yes, Grand Worshipper, San Gongfu complied, surprised at the Grand Worshipper's unexpected support for Bibi Dong. While San Gongfu's words hold merit, it is precisely because of the second matter that I have agreed to allow this child to cultivate his own power, Bibi Dong continued. Loya has secured the backing of the Soul Beast clan and has formed a collaboration with them. Furthermore, the upper echelons of the Demon God Hall will include 2 Soul Beasts over 100,000 years old. The individual Loya previously brought back is one of them. The support of the Soul Beasts? The elders and worshippers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening further. Yueguan, Gui Mei, you both have encountered that individual. I believe you have some inkling of what transpired in the Stardow Forest? Qiandaolu inquired again. Yueguan and Gui Mei nodded in acknowledgement. Grand Worshipper, what course of action should we take? Asked the 7th Worshipper, Jiang Douluo. The Soul Beast clan must be approached with caution. Who knows their true intentions? Qiandaolu shook his head. The Pope and I have conferred and decided that 2 Super Douluo of level 96 should serve as honorary elders of the Demon God Hall, closely monitoring the movements of those 200,000-year Soul Beasts to prevent any covert schemes. Who is willing to take on this task? Bibi Dong inquired. Yueguan and Gui Mei exchanged glances and stepped forward simultaneously. We volunteer. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Elders, you have not yet surpassed level 96 for half a year. This may not be appropriate. Your Holiness, please trust us. Gui Mei urged hastily. We have watched Loya grow. We know him best. And old Gui and I possess a martial soul fusion technique. Should conflict arise, we are not without the capacity to fight. Yueguan asserted resolutely. After a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong nodded. Very well, I consent. Thank you, Your Holiness. The 2 bowed respectfully and returned to their positions. Your Holiness, what is the third matter? A female titled Douluo inquired. It is quite simple. The position of Holy Son of the Wuhuan Hall is to be conferred upon Loya, Bibi Dong declared with unwavering conviction. This revelation left the assembly momentarily stunned. At merely 17 years of age, Xiaoluo has already reached the 60th level as a Soul Emperor and possesses a divine martial soul. He is entirely qualified for this position. Qiandaolu affirmed. I have already given my consent. We have no objections. The 15 titled Douluo echoed in unison. Please, do not rush to depart. Gui Mei, summon Loya. The ceremony for the conferral of the Holy Son cannot be overlooked. Bibi Dong instructed with a satisfied smile. Understood. Guei Mei replied respectfully, transforming into a wisp of black mist as he vanished from the hall. In a side chamber, Qian Rangsha pulled Luoya into a room, while Xiang Jun stood guard outside. Xiao Luo, tell me, who is the powerful figure accompanying you? How can they command 10,000-year soul beasts? Qian Rangshu asked, her expression earnest. Xiang Jun's identity was of great significance, and she needed clarity to feel at ease. She was apprehensive, for since Luoya's return, an enigmatic aura enveloped him, stirring her concern. Having finally experienced the warmth of love, she was reluctant to lose it, hence her desire to keep Luoya close. Therefore, she was deeply invested in everything related to Luoya, just as he was concerned for her. It was love that made them regard each other with such importance. Shui, this involves too much. Are you certain you wish to hear everything? Luoya replied, his expression turning serious. Everything. Qian Rangshu insisted emphatically, her gaze fixed on him, brimming with anticipation. Luoya nodded slightly, casting a glance at the doorway, and softly remarked, Shui, this pertains to the legends of deities in the divine realm. In the ancient era of Douluo Continent, before humanity graced the world, it was the soul beast that reigned supreme, with the dragon clan standing as the most formidable among them, holding the highest status and unmatched power. One fateful day, a dragon, endowed with exceptional gifts, successfully ascended to divinity, proclaiming itself the dragon god. Under the aegis of this divine being, the soul beast clan flourished further, giving rise to more divine beasts. The dragon god led them into the cosmos, establishing a realm for the beast clan, historically known as the divine dragon domain. Thousands of years later, humanity emerged, beginning to cultivate its own civilization. Shui, you should be aware that the pace at which humans cultivate surpasses that of soul beasts by over 1,000-fold. Ultimately, several 100,000 years ago, a human managed to attain divinity and declared itself the Azura god. Under the guidance of the Azura god, human deities rose to prominence. And within a mere millennium, 7 first-tier gods and hundreds of second- and third-tier gods were born. This swift advancement incited trepidation among the divine beasts ruling the divine dragon domain, prompting them to urge the dragon god to impose restrictions on human ascension, lest it threaten the beast clan's supremacy. Initially, the dragon god heeded their counsel. However, during its own divine ascension, it had mastered 4 distinct divine powers. Over the years, the constant conflict among these powers began to show signs of backlash against the dragon god. As time passed, it became evident that even the king of gods could not simultaneously wield 4 divine powers. Moreover, the rapid growth of human deities continued unabated, until one fateful day. The dragon god Luoya responded softly, humanity is indeed a nuisance. Gryza, with a semblance of a smile, continued. What purpose do your notions of bonds and guardianship serve in the face of absolute power? Allow me to demonstrate. Chapter 98. The position of the Holy Sun severing ties with a certain unfeeling creature. Luoya gazed at the angelic figure of Qian Rushiwei in his embrace, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes as he lowered his head slightly. With a gentle sigh, their lips met. Luoya held the delicate angel tightly, savoring the sensation of her softness. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Qian Rushiwei's cheeks were tinged with a hint of crimson, her hands encircling Luoya's neck as they stood in close proximity to one another. Luoya gently caressed Qian Rushiwei's delicate face, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. This girl was the one he had resolved to protect for a lifetime, and there would be no other. Qian Rushiwei scrutinized Luoya's slightly alluring visage, momentarily entranced. You little rascal, you truly are quite handsome. Slowly, Luoya leaned in, yearning to steal another kiss from Qian Rushiwei. Just then, a voice called from outside. Little Luoya, hasten to the Pope's chamber. His Eminence requires your presence for the anointing ceremony. As the door swung open, Guei Mei halted mid-sentence, utterly taken aback by the scene before him. You two carry on. I shall return shortly. Guei Mei hastily retreated, discreetly closing the door behind him, silently musing. This relationship is progressing rather swiftly, isn't it? Qian Rushiwei's face flushed crimson as she forcefully pushed Luoya away, rising from the bench to adjust her attire, her expression a mix of playful reproach and embarrassment. Ahem, Uncle Guei Mei, don't overthink it. If there is something to discuss, please proceed. Outside the door, Guei Mei snapped back to reality upon hearing her voice. His Eminence wishes for you to come to the Pope's chamber immediately for your anointing as the Holy Sun. Anointing as the Holy Sun? Luoya exclaimed with uncontainable joy, swiftly turning to Qian Rushiwei. Snow, I must go now. Qian Rushiwei nodded in affirmation. Luoya hurriedly dashed outside, while Qian Rushiwei gazed at his receding figure, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. That little rascal from years past has actually become a saint's son. Indeed, he is truly deserving of being called my man. Luoya followed the wraith to the hall of the Pope. At a glance, he was astonished to find that nearly all the titled douluos of the Spirit Hall were present. Bibiong sat upon the papal throne, a smile gracing her face as she beckoned him over. Come here, little Luoya, she said. With a smile, Luoya approached and took his place in the center of the grand hall. Bibidong's voice, authoritative and unmistakable, resonated through the chamber. My disciple Luoya, endowed with extraordinary talent, stands as the representative of the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Today, I hereby confer upon him the title of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, the first heir to the papacy. Soon, 2 maidens approached, bearing a tray that held a golden token engraved with the character for holy and an exquisite set of platinum ropes. Holy Sun, do see if it fits well, chimed Dauluo, standing beside Bibidong with a cheerful demeanor. Loya nodded, donning the emblem of the Holy Sun in a platinum robe, instantly elevating his demeanor. He stood tall, exuding an extraordinary grace. A palpable aura of invincible confidence radiating from him. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed elders, the clergy, and the Pope for their recognition. Loya said with a slight bow. Bibidong smiled with satisfaction, her eyes filled with pride for her disciple. From this day forth, Loya, you shall be the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. With a flick of her wrist, Bibidong produced a golden crown and earnestly placed it upon Loya's head. Adjusting his silver hair. Little Loya, henceforth, you must dedicate yourself diligently to your training, lest you disappoint the expectations of both myself and the Pope, Dauluo advised earnestly. Now, showcase your prowess. Certainly, Loya replied, a confident smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the surrounding tidal Douluos, his heart swelling with pride. Glyza's martial spirit was unleashed, revealing its third form, a formidable display of 6 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red, demonstrating astonishing strength. Simultaneously, the Void Zero domain manifested. A 6-ring soul emperor? 10,000-year soul rings. An elder exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. In a domain. The 3 offerings were equally taken aback. The assembly was unanimous in their admiration. Such talent and strength left no room for doubt regarding the position of Holy Sun. All hail the Holy Sun, someone exclaimed, promptly bowing to Loya. All hail the Holy Sun, echoed the chorus of tidal Douluos in unison. Esteemed elders, please rise, Loya said with a slight smile, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. Very well. The conferral ceremony is officially concluded. You may all depart. Bibidong gestured, and the tidal Douluos took their leave. Little Loya, how are preparations for your demon god hall progressing? Bibidong inquired with concern. Master, I only require a few personnel and some construction resources, Loya replied. That is reassuring. Remember, when the time comes, Uncle Yu and Uncle Gue will be present. You must grant them honorary elder positions, or I shall be uneasy. Bibidong cautioned with a serious expression. Rest assured, the headquarters will be situated not far from the Spirit City, and I will make the necessary arrangements, Loya assured her. Good. Go forth and manage your demon god hall well, as it will lay the groundwork for your eventual succession to the papacy. Bibidong nodded slightly. Your disciple understands. Loya said with a slight bow before summoning Xiangjun with his mental power, and the two departed from the spirit hall. Loya did not proceed directly to the designated location. Instead, he brought Xiangjun to a picturesque waterfall in the southern region of the Tiando Empire. Hiki, Tang San. I now declare that I shall claim both your mother and her soul bone. A chilling smile graced Loya's lips. Kid, why have you brought me here? Xiangjun inquired, glancing around in confusion. Come, let me introduce you to someone, or rather, a piece of grass. Loya waved his hand and soared to the front of the waterfall, only to be abruptly confronted by a colorless barrier. Is this the prohibition of the Tang clan? Loya scoffed disdainfully, raising his right hand. The 6th blood-red spirit ring illuminated, and 5 glowing whips sprang forth from the void before him, striking forward with ferocity. Shatter. With a resounding crash, the colorless barrier disintegrated, and Loya swiftly entered the waterfall, closely followed by Xiangjun. Behind the waterfall lay a cave, and at its deepest recess, a blue-silver grass lay quietly, its stems and leaves shimmering with a faint golden hue, reflecting the water mist with a dazzling glow. Is this the blue-silver emperor? Xiangjun exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Do you perceive any consciousness within her? Loya's eyes glimmered with a dark light, fixated on the blue-silver emperor, as he licked his lips. Xiangjun concentrated and nodded. There is still awareness, albeit feeble. Can you communicate with her? Loya inquired. Yes. Xiangjun affirmed, swiftly darting before the blue-silver emperor, releasing the aura of his spirit beast. A dominating presence emanated from him, pressing down upon the blue-silver emperor, causing her to involuntarily shrink back. Fear not. Blue-silver emperor, I am the dark gold Terraclaw bear, Xiangjun reassured with a gentle smile, retracting his overwhelming aura. Esteemed elder, greetings, I am Ayin. A respectful voice resonated in Xiangjun's mind. How did you come to be in this state, blue-silver emperor? Xiangjun directly questioned. Ayin hesitated, fearful of revealing her romance with Tang Hao, for it was a taboo not only in the spirit master realm but also amongst spirit beasts, regarded as a betrayal of one's kin. Because of a sacrifice, correct? Loya stepped forward, conversing in the language of spirit beasts. Human, you understand our tongue? Ayin gazed at him in astonishment, then turned to Xiangjun. He is a guest of our spirit beast clan, currently in a cooperative relationship with our leader. Xiangjun succinctly introduced, then continued. He mentioned that you became this way due to a sacrifice. For whom did you make this sacrifice, blue-silver emperor? For my husband. Ayin finally confessed after much deliberation. Your husband. Hearing this, Xiangjun was momentarily taken aback. Who is your husband? He is a tidal Douluo. Loya interjected. To save their father and son, you became Tang Hao's 9th spirit ring. Did you not? Who are you to know such details? Ayin's expression changed. Are you from the spirit hall? Indeed, I am affiliated with the spirit hall, Loya admitted without hesitation. No, that cannot be. How could the spirit hall collaborate with spirit beasts? A Yin's face was filled with shock. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Loya assessed a Yin's true form, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Xiangjun, I wish to devour her. You will not impede me, will you? Blue Silver Emperor, you dare to love a human? I regret to inform you that I will not assist you. Our leader detests traitors. Xiangjun replied coldly. As a prominent member of the Spirit Beast clan, second only to the dragon race, and the leader of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear lineage, he held the Yin's narrative in disdain. Why? I had already cultivated to over level 60, a true human. Why does the Spirit Hall still seek to tear me from my beloved? He and I even have a child. Why can't you let us be? I hate this. Yin cried out in anguish, her voice filled with resentment. As long as you continue to produce spirit rings, you are not human. Loya retorted coldly. The former pope merely desired your spirit ring and soul bone. I am no different. Innocent men suffer for their virtue. You are not at fault. Tang Hao acted to protect you, but if you wish to blame someone, blame your love for him. With that, Loya raised his hand. A powerful force abruptly drawing Yin into his grasp. I have no words left, Spirit Hall. I know you will not spare Hao. I implore you to allow my child and I to live. Yin pleaded as Loya held her in his palm. Loya did not respond to Yin's words. His lips parted, and he swallowed her true form into his body. After a moment of digestion, a faint golden light radiated from Loya's exterior, and his palm opened to reveal a strand of blue-silver grass adorned with golden patterns. A Soul Emperor of level 64. Tang-san. I wonder how you will feel when I wield your mother's power against you or your father. No. Yin. At that moment, a piercing roar resonated as a figure broke through the waterfall, wielding a colossal hammer surrounded by 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red soul rings. Along with a hint of blood-red killing intent. A title Douluo? A flicker of disdain crossed Xiangjun's eyes as he raised his right arm, transforming it into a bear claw aimed at the incoming man. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as Xiangjun remained grounded, while the man was sent flying, crashing against the edge of the waterfall before coming to a halt, blood spilling from his mouth. The Haotian hammer? So, it is Tang Hao. Loya's eyes gleamed with a frigid light. Who are you? Return Yin to me. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with madness as he swung the Haotian hammer once more towards Xiangjun. Humph. Xiangjun scoffed, raising his hand, sending Tang Hao flying again, crashing heavily into the rocks, blood gushing from his mouth. It seems you are the title Douluo sacrificed by the Blue Silver Emperor. How pitiful. I wonder what the Blue Silver Emperor saw in you. Xiangjun sensed the aura of the 100,000-year spirit ring, his eyes reflecting contempt. Blue Silver Emperor? Tang Hao paused, then widened his eyes in horror. You are a spirit beast. At least you possess some discernment. I am the king of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bears, Xiangjun. The Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, Tang Hao muttered, his expression shifting. However, upon seeing Loya beyond Xiangjun, his demeanor contorted into one of fury. You killed Yin. And what of it? A cold smirk crossed Loya's face. To you, she may hold significance, but to me, she is merely a walking delicacy. Despicable. I shall slay you. Tang Hao roared, rage filling his eyes. Human title Douluo, do you believe you are my equal? You lack the qualification to engage me. How will you know unless you try? Tang Hao bellowed, gripping the Haotian hammer as he charged at Xiangjun once more. Seeking death? Xiangjun roared, revealing his true form, a colossal figure towering 15 meters high, cloaked in a dense, dark golden fur, with arms exceeding 10 meters, hanging at his sides. His shoulders bulged with muscle, resembling small hills. This is the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, with razor-sharp claws extending from its massive paws. The bear spirit beast swiped mercilessly towards Tang Hao. A devastating strike. Tang Hao raised his formidable clear sky hammer, smashing it against the bear's paw with tremendous force, producing a thunderous collision. The sheer recoil sent him flying backward, embedding his entire body into the rocky cliff, leaving only half of his head exposed. Cough. Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest visibly caved in, several ribs shattered from the impact. Overestimating yourself, the bear sovereign sneered, reverting to his humanoid form, his gaze icy and disdainful. My cultivation spans 460,000 years, equivalent to a human's 98th rank title Douluo. Did you truly believe you could oppose me? He hadn't even deemed it necessary to unleash his ultimate technique, the sky-rending claws, against Tang Hao. Bear sovereign, he possesses the Blue Silver Emperor's spirit bone. Kill him and seize it, Luoya interjected coldly. Oh, very well. The bear sovereign licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. It's been far too long since I've tasted the flesh of a human title Douluo. Today, you shall be my feast. In your dreams. Tang Hao snarled through gritted teeth, gripping his clear sky hammer tightly as his aura surged violently. But the bear sovereign gave him no chance. Another devastating swipe sent Tang Hao hurtling like a cannonball through the waterfall, vanishing from sight. TCH. He escaped. The bear sovereign muttered in disappointment, though his gaze lingered on the Blue Silver Emperor spirit bone lying on the ground. He picked it up with a grunt. Sigh. This enforcer is strong, but his intellect leaves much to be desired. Luoya rubbed his temples, internally criticizing the bear sovereign's lack of foresight. Tang Hao had clearly used the bear sovereign's own force, combined with the explosive power of his shattered spirit rings, to make his escape. Had the bear sovereign pursued immediately, Tang Hao would never have gotten away. Still, Tang Hao had paid a heavy price. His injuries would render him incapable of wielding his martial soul for months. Any further strain could prove fatal, even against weaker opponents like the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. Human boy, what do you intend to do with this blue-silver Emperor Spirit Bone? The Bear Sovereign asked, turning to Luoya. Hand it to me. I have my own plans. Luoya replied indifferently. The Bear Sovereign nodded and tossed the Spirit Bone to him. Let's go. It's time to return and establish the Demon God Temple. Chapter 100. The founding of the Demon God Temple. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Only 2 months remained before the Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. The establishment of the Temple of the Demon God has finally come to fruition. In terms of personnel, the Spirit Hall has graciously provided 500 disciples, many of whom were captivated by Luoya during his time as the chief disciple of the Spirit Hall Academy and the son of the Spirit Hall. Choosing to follow him, the poisoned Douluo, Douluo, naturally assumed the role of elder within the temple, while Xiangjun was appointed as one of the 3 revered offerings. Under Luoya's carefully crafted blueprint, the Temple of the Demon God is destined to possess at least 6 titled Douluo, although currently only 2 are present. He himself embodies the power of a titled Douluo, though in due course, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo will return to serve as honorary elders. It will be far from sufficient to subdue Xiangjun, who is capable of inflicting harm on the Emperor Tian. Thus, it is imperative that he establishes his authority. Although the Silver Dragon King has Luoya's lips twitched slightly as he opened his palm to examine the elemental energy spheres within, offering a wry smile. Uncle Ju, Uncle Gue, I must impose upon you for the time being. With that, he took up his pen to compose a letter to Bibi Dong. 3 days passed swiftly, and today, the Douluo continent buzzed with excitement. A formidable new power was born today, one that boasted 3 titled Douluo and even compelled the Spirit Hall to concede, granting 2 of its titled Douluo the honorary title of Elder. This new faction quickly became renowned, known as the Hall of Demons. From this day forth, the position of the foremost among the 3 sects was claimed by the Hall of Demons, leaving the Haotian sect to languish in obscurity. The rationale of the Spirit Hall was straightforward. With 3 titled Douluo visibly backing the Hall of Demons, they were well deserving of the top position, while the Haotian sect, having retreated for so many years, could forget about holding on to it. In conjunction with Bibi Dong and Luoya's discussions, a new papal decree was issued, erasing the Haotian hammer's significance and replacing it with the emblem of Glyze's first form. This news spread like wildfire across the ears of every elite faction on the Douluo continent. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School also received the new papal decree from the Spirit Hall, instilling in them a profound sense of apprehension, particularly for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. On the very day of the Hall of Demons establishment, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan dispatched their second-in-command, Uluamian, while the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School sent their sword Douluo, Jian Daoqinshin, to offer their congratulations. Subsequently, the 2 titled Douluo, Ju and Gue, arrived under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, though it was evident to all that their true intent was to provoke. Ju Douluo, Gue Douluo, considering your status as elders of the Spirit Hall, I shall accord you a measure of respect. Luoya, donning a black feathered mask and adopting Glyze's voice, coldly regarded the 2 elders, subtly signaling with his eyes. The Lord of the Hall of Demons has spoken. I ask that you show him due respect. With narrowed eyes, the 2 elders felt their soul power circulating ominously. Respect? I might extend that to the Pope's presence, but to you? Absolutely not. Elder Poison, see our guests out. Douluo slightly cupped his hands before gesturing for Ju and Gue to exit. You are still young, though I am uncertain how you persuaded the old Poison Master to serve you, but the Spirit Hall is not to be trifled with. With a swift motion, Gue conjured a dark hand that lunged towards Douluo bang. The shadowy grasp did not reach Douluo but was halted by an invisible barrier. Indeed, they say the Spirit Hall conducts its affairs with a heavy hand. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. Luoya waved his hand, causing the space before Gue to warp, the immense force propelling both titled Douluo back several dozen meters. You are also a Super Douluo at level 96. Gue exclaimed, astonishment flooding his senses. Yet a flicker of joy ignited within him. As Gue's words echoed, representatives from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School gasped in disbelief. How remarkable! This young master of the Hall of Demons possessed such formidable strength. No wonder he commanded the allegiance of 2 titled Douluo. Return and inform Bibi Dong that if she wishes to annex the Hall of Demons, she might as well indulge in a fanciful dream. Luoya's pupils instantly transformed into slits as he raised a hand to the heavens. From his palm surged forth a colossal ice-fire dual dragon, each dragon striking down the 2 men with a single blow. Wait for it, Lord of the Demon God Temple. The 2 men, now disheveled, helped each other to their feet and fled in haste. Jian Daoqinshin was left utterly astounded. To be able to knock away 2 Super Douluo with a single strike at the same cultivation level was something he deemed impossible. This left only 2 possibilities, either an absolute suppression from the martial soul or that the Temple Lord had concealed his true strength. My apologies, dear uncles. I shall compensate each of you with a 50,000-year soul bone in the future, Luoya silently vowed. Ah, let us extract it from you, Yuanjin, Qinshin, and Gu Rong. He then turned to the 2 representatives of the upper 3 sects and smiled. Why is everyone in a daze? Let the music play and resume your feasting. The evildoers have already departed. Oh. Uluamian finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly complied, though turmoil raged within him. Henceforth, the titles of the two great titled Douluo of the Demon God Temple and the Temple Lord's renown spread throughout the Soul Master world. The Demon God Temple's Lord, known as the Void Demon God, single-handedly battled two Super Douluo of the Martial Soul Temple and annihilated them. According to estimations by certain esteemed figures in the Soul Master realm, the strength of the Demon God Temple's Lord was at least that of a 96th level Super Douluo. The second offering of the Demon God Temple was titled the Fearsome Claw, while the Elder Douluo bore the title of the Poisonous One, with 3 titled Douluo. Despite its recent establishment and limited numbers, the Demon God Temple was poised to ascend into the ranks of the upper 4 sections. The upper 3 sects are known as the mightiest in the Soul Master world precisely because they are bolstered by titled Douluo. In the current continent, a titled Douluo serves as the stabilizing force of a faction, not to mention that Loya's reputation had already spread far and wide. All established powers dared not underestimate the Demon God Temple. It was undoubtedly a looming giant with 3 titled Douluo as its foundation, making it exceedingly easy to attract smaller families and sects to its side. A titled Douluo is the greatest emblem, a symbol capable of drawing in forces. At the headquarters of the Demon God Temple, the dark red temple doors were adorned with 3 grand, golden characters. Loya stood beneath the gates, surveying the plaque featuring a soaring black-feathered imperial eagle, a faint smile playing on his lips. I truly did not expect that Xiong-jun would enlist the help of Earth Element Soul Beasts for construction, but I must admit it turned out quite aesthetically pleasing. Although Loya initially had no intention of using the image of the 100,000-year Iron Beak Bird, the Black Feather Emperor, as the emblem of the Demon God Temple, he could not deny that the craftsmanship was indeed exquisite. The statue of the Black Feather Emperor exuded an aura of majesty, crafted from the finest black and silver metals, with its eagle eyes gleaming with a blood-red light that instilled a sense of awe in all who beheld it. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong sat regally upon the Pope's throne, intently examining a letter in her hand. As she set the letter down, a smile blossomed on her cold visage, illuminating her face like a garden in full bloom. Little Loya is indeed quite capable. In just over a month, he has established the Demon God Temple with such grandeur, directly forcing his way into the upper 4 sects, and most importantly, he managed to eliminate the 2 of you. Bibi Dong laid down the letter and cast a knowing glance at the still flustered Yueguan Guemei. Pope Yueguan's expression resembled one more tragic than tears. Guemei remained silent, though his lips twitched slightly. Hiki, enough. Little Loya wrote that he truly has put you both at a disadvantage this time. Bibi Dong waved her hand. He assures me that he will compensate you in the future. Furthermore, no one yet knows that the Lord of the Demon God Temple is our saint's son. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Yes. By the way, Yueguan, a few days ago, little Loya sent me these 2 items, requesting that I include them as rewards for the upcoming Soul Master Academy competition. Bibi Dong produced a small box and presented it to Yueguan. This contains the 100,000-year soul bones of the Blue Silver Emperor and the Sky Blue Bull Python. As Yueguan opened the small box, his eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens! Is little Loya mad to offer such rewards? Wouldn't it have been simpler to absorb them when the Sky Blue Bull Python was sacrificed? Also, where did this Blue Silver Emperor's soul bone come from? I recall it being in Tang House possession. Indeed, this matter is entrusted to you. Bibi Dong nodded. But, Your Holiness, what if we lose? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that an extreme Douluo might appear in this Soul Master Elite competition? Yes, I understand. I shall approach the competition organizing committee. Yueguan bowed respectfully and exited. After Yueguan departed, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before turning her gaze to Guemei, commanding, Guemei, I now assign you another task. Your Holiness, please proceed. Take 2 30,000-year soul bones, 200,000 gold soul coins, and 100 spirit herbs, and accompany me to apologize to the Lord of the Demon God Temple. Guemei hesitated momentarily, but quickly grasped Bibi Dong's intent. Understood. Chapter 101. Is Hulaina's fate drawing nigh? Within the grand hall of the Demon God Temple, Loya surveyed the 3 items laid before him, 3 elixirs and a necklace, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Come forth. Soon, a disciple entered the hall, kneeling respectfully with his head bowed. Lord, deliver these to an academy called Shrek in Tiendo City, and simply mention my name. Remember, it must reach Dean Flinder personally. Loya tossed the 3 elixirs and the necklace to him, instructing. Understood. The disciple rose, ready to depart, but Loya called out to him once more. Wait. There is also a letter. Yes. The disciple accepted it and exited the hall. Loya's eyelids fluttered slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he contemplated. Though the celestial herb is lost, the necklace is indeed a token from the Silver Dragon King, imperceptible even to the ultimate Douluo. The item has been dispatched. Little rabbit, I fear you may not willingly fall into the trap. At that moment, a flash of green light illuminated the hall, heralding the arrival of Douluo Elder Douluo. What brings you here? Loya inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Douluo's. As one of the earliest members of the Elder Council, Douluo possessed the privilege of free access to this grand hall. Young Loya, I bear a letter from your master, Douluo replied, levitating the letter in his hand with soul power towards Loya. Oh, a letter from my master? At the mention, Loya's expression shifted momentarily before he composed himself, reaching out to accept the letter and unfolding it for perusal. After absorbing the contents, he smiled faintly and remarked, "My master is indeed astute and calculating. You seem to be plotting something again, young Loya," Douluo observed, noticing the unusual mirth upon Loya's countenance. Hee. Due to my actions this morning, there has been quite a stir among the major powers. My master has informed me that the leaders of the 7 treasures in the Blue Lightning clans will soon arrive, Loya elucidated. At that time, my master will also bring Ghost Uncle along, and we shall merely perform a little play together. I sense that a prerequisite for entering your spirit hall is possessing exceptional acting skills, Douluo quipped, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Loya donned the black feathered mask once more, altering his voice as he awaited in silence. An hour later, 6 brilliant figures simultaneously descended before the grand entrance of the demon god temple. Among them were Ning Fingji, the esteemed leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and Gu Douluo, the venerable protector of the sect. Also present were Yu Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and his second son, Yu Tianxin. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and the Elder of the Law, Gu Mei, stood silently by. "Oh, you all seem quite well informed," Ning Fingji remarked with a subtle change in his expression, accompanied by a refined smile. Yu Yuanjin cast a wary glance at Bibi Dong before responding. "My brother conveyed some intriguing messages from your esteemed temple, naturally piquing my interest." Bibi Dong and Gu Mei remained silent, patiently awaiting developments. As distinguished guests arrived, Loya, now transformed by the flicker of purple light, materialized alongside Douluo. "Please, come in," he gestured graciously, snapping his fingers to open the internal doors of the demon god temple. The representatives of the 3 factions entered in succession, taking their designated seats. "Good morning. I believe you sent representatives earlier today. May I inquire about the purpose of your return? Please speak plainly. I have little patience for circumlocution." Loya stated with a smile that belied his true feelings. "What is the esteemed name of the master of this temple?" Bibi Dong inquired first. "I am surnamed Kong." Loya replied. "Master Kong, I come on behalf of the Spirit Hall to extend an apology," Bibi Dong declared, rising to instruct Gu Mei to present the gift of apology. "What?" Both Ning Fingji and Yu Yuanjin were taken aback. Bibi Dong, the youngest pope in the history of the Spirit Hall and a formidable peak Douluo of level 98, was extending an apology to a junior? What a preposterous notion. "Wait a moment," Ning Fingji whispered. "According to what Sword Uncle said, Gu Mei was recently defeated and propelled away by this young Master Kong. It seems Bibi Dong has come for this very matter. To have the current pope of the Spirit Hall condescend to apologize to me, I am somewhat taken aback." Loya admitted, momentarily stunned, before discreetly exchanging glances with Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong chuckled softly and unveiled the gifts in Gu Mei's hands. "It is my fault for not supervising them properly. My original instruction was for them to visit your temple without imposing their authority, as I did not wish for Master Kong to form a negative impression of the Spirit Hall. This is my temple's apology. I hope Master Kong will accept it." The 2 from the Yu family were astonished. 3 pieces. Ning Fingji could not help but feel envious. The value of this gift was indeed considerable. Did the Spirit Hall truly hold my temple in such high regard? Loya's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "May I inquire your age, Master Kong?" Bibi Dong asked with a smile. I am 29, Loya fabricated a reasonably plausible age. "Given that you are a 29-year-old titled Douluo, do you believe the Spirit Hall would dare to look down upon you?" Bibi Dong waved her hand, and the 3 soul bones soared into Loya's presence. "The Spirit Hall has always cherished talent. Master Kong's remarkable achievements at such a young age bring me joy for the future of the Soul Master community. Thus, I have no intention of becoming adversaries with you." "Haha." Loya chuckled lightly, waving his hand to stow the 3 soul bones into a spatial bracelet. "Since your holiness displays such sincerity, let us consider the morning's events as if they never occurred." "Indeed." Bibi Dong resumed her seat, savoring a glass of red wine. "The Spirit Hall has clarified its intentions. I wonder what the 2 sect leaders think," Loya remarked, glancing toward Ning Fingji and Yu Yuanjin. "Oh, I nearly forgot due to my advanced age." Yu Yuanjin coughed lightly and instructed his nephew, Yu Tianxin, to present their offering. 3 dragon bones imbued with thunderous energy. "These are true dragon bones?" Loya expressed mild astonishment. "Indeed," Yu Yuanjin affirmed with a smile. "These bones were harvested from a 100,000-year-old true dragon soul beast, slain by the first patriarch of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The energy contained within the bloodline of a true dragon far surpasses that of ordinary soul beasts. Our ancestors decreed that only the 3 most outstanding disciples of each generation may absorb the energy from a single dragon bone. I have heard from my younger brother that Master Kong possesses the ability to summon a dragon. Thus, I humbly present these dragon bones, hoping that you will not decline." Beside them, Gu Rong's eyes glimmered with desire as his bone dragon martial soul stirred restlessly, secretly contemplating how much effort this old dragon was willing to invest to win over Master Kong. Loya did not accept directly, merely responding, "I understand." He then turned his gaze towards Ning Fingji. "Master, it is our turn," Gu Rong softly reminded. Ning Fingji gave a slight nod, a refined smile gracing his face as he nonchalantly produced 5 golden cards, each valued at 3 million. "At the inception of your esteemed palace, I imagine financial concerns must have been quite burdensome. I, Ning, would be willing to invest on behalf of the empty palace, master. What say you, master? Master. The terms are quite enticing. How shall we decide? Douluo whispered into Loya's ear. Well, Loya pondered, seemingly awaiting something. Hold on. Bibi Dong raised her hand. What else does your holiness require? Loya inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Bibi Dong smiled broadly. Her gaze towards Loya shifting abruptly. The previous apologies were made on behalf of the spirit hall. Now, I speak solely for myself. My eldest disciple, Hulaina, is not only exceptionally intelligent but also possesses stunning beauty. This year, she is already cultivated to the realm of a quasi-spirit king. Alas, Bibi Dong shook her head. Her time is regrettably short. Luoyu was utterly bewildered, and Du Gubo was equally taken aback. Ning Fingji and Yu Yuanjin were puzzled as to what kind of potion Bibi Dong had procured. One day, Nana returned from her cultivation, brimming with excitement as she informed His Majesty that she had fortuitously acquired a celestial herb at an auction house in Spirit City, one that could enhance her cultivation. His Majesty, having verified the safety of the herb multiple times, permitted her to absorb it. However, to His Majesty's astonishment, Bibi Dong shook her head and continued. That herb is known as the Blood Dragon Ascension Herb, which can only be absorbed by soul masters possessing a dragon martial spirit. For all other soul masters, it is a lethal poison. Loya suppressed the urge to laugh and inquired, So, Your Holiness, upon discovering my ability to summon dragons, you have deduced that my martial soul is connected to dragons and wish to request my assistance in saving your disciple? Bibi Dong nodded slightly, of course. I would not ask the esteemed master of the empty hall to act without compensation. Pray tell, what remuneration does Your Holiness intend to offer? Luoyu found himself utterly confounded by Bibi Dong's unexpected maneuvers, which deviated significantly from his initial expectations. Nevertheless, it seems he must allow his senior sister to feign illness for a while longer. Chapter 102, Negotiation. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong slowly articulated. Let us proceed thus. I shall make an exception, permitting the disciples of your demon god hall to enter my martial soul academy free of charge for their training. All accommodation and training expenses will be reimbursed, save for a nominal handling fee. As she spoke, she glanced back at Ning Fingji, adding, I trust that Master Ning has encountered the items utilized by my disciple on that fateful day? Ning Fingji instinctively nodded, but soon realized Bibi Dong's underlying intentions, causing his expression to darken. As one of the continent's most astute strategists, it would be inconceivable for him not to grasp her meaning. Bibi Dong, noting his reaction, smiled knowingly, retracting her gaze as she continued, Those weapons are known as silver wings, devised by my martial soul hall's holy son. Should the Lord of the Empty Hall be able to heal my eldest disciple, I would be inclined to bestow upon you 5 of these remarkable items. 5. Ning Fingji gasped, his eyes widening with envy. He had witnessed the formidable prowess of the silver wings, even in the hands of a soul king. They could effortlessly vanquish hundreds of royal knights. If he were to acquire even one for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, would not the former glory of the Haotian school as the pinnacle of the realm be rendered obsolete? Very well. Luoya assented with alacrity. Bibi Dong's lips curved into a slight smile as she produced a portrait, saying, Behold my disciple, Hulaina. What does the Lord of the Empty Hall think? In the portrait, Hulaina beamed with joy, her visage adorned with a pair of fluffy fox ears, exuding a playful and charming aura, enhanced by her martial soul manifestation. Loya's gaze momentarily turned peculiar, but he quickly regained his composure. Very well. Your daughter is indeed a beauty. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and inquired. Since the master of the Empty Hall has made a decision, shall we proceed to the Spirit Hall? Certainly. Loya nodded and then turned to the leaders of the Blue Lightning and 7 treasure sects. Ahem, esteemed leaders, lives are at stake. We shall carefully consider your proposals. Ah. Master of the Empty Hall, please do as you wish. Ning Fingji forced a smile, inwardly cursing Bibi Dong for employing such feminine wiles. How had he not anticipated this? Despite his formidable strength, this master of the Empty Hall was merely a vigorous 29-year-old. Naturally, a man with achievements would be swayed by beauty. Bibi Dong, you sly one. Both Ning Fingji and Yu Yuanjin silently lamented. Elder Poison, during my absence, I entrust you and the second elder with matters here. Rest assured, I shall return before sunset. Loya instructed Dugubo understood. Dugubo nodded. Subsequently, he followed Bibi Dong as they departed. Now that the master has left, you may return. Sighing. Ning Fingji and Yu Yuanjin could only leave with lingering resentment. On the other side, as Loya stepped through the doors of the Pope's Hall, he could no longer contain himself. Teacher, this is not what we agreed upon. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly and replied, Is it not? At least the outcome is favorable. But what about my senior sister? This is precisely what Nana entrusted to me, Bibi Dong interjected. What? Loya was taken aback, quickly realizing. Could it be that my senior sister? Yes, she has feelings for you, Bibi Dong stated plainly. When did this happen? Loya managed to stammer after a prolonged pause. Nana mentioned it during the time you were crafting the silver wings with her. Loya silently cursed himself for being so careless. He had been so focused on impressing Hulina that he had completely overlooked this matter. However, teacher, you must understand, the one I cherish is Schwer. And only Schwer. Loya's expression grew serious. Having already pledged himself to Qian Rinchue, he could not entertain feelings for another, if he dared to agree. He would likely find himself beset by countless holy swords that very night. He was not like that fickle dog, Shuangbyo, who flirted and fled. It was better to end the pain swiftly. He ought to seek out Hulina and sever any lingering hope she harbored. Bibi Dong shook her head, exasperated. This continent does not dictate that one can only love a single person. Moreover, Nana is a wonderful girl, worthy of your sincere affection. Loya remained unmoved. I have sworn an oath to swear. Very well. Bibi Dong sighed. I shall inform Nana, but this performance must continue. I will publicly announce that the demonic god hall is willing to cooperate with the spirit hall. By the way, master, where is Uncle Gio? Loya recalled that Yueguan was unexpectedly absent from Bibidong's side. Oh, I sent him to negotiate with the organizing committee of the tournament. Not without reason pertaining to your cunning idea. Bibidong shot him a sidelong glance. Loya lowered his head in contemplation, soon revealing a peculiar smile. Bibidong was slightly moved by his expression. She understood her disciple well. Once he wore that countenance, it invariably signified impending trouble for someone. In Tindo City, Yueguan stated, "This is the will of His Holiness the Pope. I am merely a messenger." He sipped his chrysanthemum tea, speaking in a calm tone. The staff responsible for the elite tournament across the continent gazed at the two pieces of 100,000-year soul bones before them, their mouths dry with astonishment. Yes, Your Excellency. We comprehend, they stammered. Yueguan nodded, preparing to depart. Suddenly, he paused, rooted to the spot. Is there something else, Your Excellency? The staff inquired cautiously. After a brief silence, Yueguan turned back, gazing at the staff member, and slowly said, Just now, His Holiness the Pope transmitted a message, stating that the Spirit Hall wishes to apply for a second entry for this elite tournament, to participate in the preliminary rounds. Ah? The staff member stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Is that a difficult matter? Yueguan frowned. And no, not at all. The staff member hastily shook his head. It's just that our sovereign has already dispatched someone to negotiate with the Douluo Empire. Yueguan interrupted him and swiftly produced a piece of paper and a pen. Writing rapidly. The speed of a tidal Douluo was remarkable. Within a minute, he had completed the list. Yes, it will be arranged. The staff member nodded, accepting the list. Then, with a flash of golden light, Yueguan vanished from sight. The staff member exhaled in relief. Even when standing, the imposing presence of a tidal Douluo was suffocating. Was that person just now an elder from the Spirit Hall? A gentle voice inquired from behind him. Turning around, he saw the Crown Prince Xueqinghe Qin Renxue. Greetings. Your Highness. The staff member promptly bowed respectfully, then replied, The individual earlier was His Excellency, the Chrysanthemum Douluo from the Spirit Hall, who mentioned they wish to add 200,000-year soul bones to the championship prize. 100,000 years. Xueqinghe's expression changed dramatically, feeling a sense of disbelief regarding his own mother. To offer a 100,000-year soul bone as a prize. Could it be that the participating students from the Spirit Hall include a title Douluo? Even that little rascal should only be at the level of a high-ranking soul Douluo. And what else? Xueqinghe forced himself to remain calm, continuing to inquire. Additionally, they wish to apply for a second entry in this tournament, to participate in the preliminary rounds. Oh? Xueqinghe paused, then asked, Where's the list of participants? Here. The staff member presented the list with both hands. Xueqinghe glanced over it, his eyes flashing with shock, then returned it, stating, Very well, I shall report this matter to my father truthfully. You need only focus on your duties. Understood, Your Highness. The staff member respectfully acknowledged, continuing with his tasks. Returning to the Crown Prince's palace, Xueqinghe felt increasingly uneasy, doubting his own perceptions, ultimately calling out a name. Uncle Shi. Young Master. Shilong, the Serpent Spear Douluo, appeared instantly. You must return to the Spirit Hall and ascertain the true intentions of that female pope. Understood. Shilong affirmed, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, on the other side of Tindo City, in the office of Shrek Academy's principal, Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang watched a figure clad in black depart. Then turned their attention to the 3 pills and a necklace presented to them, sinking into deep contemplation. Chapter 103, Inept Fury, Tang Da Wang. Flanders examined the items on the table, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yu Xiaojiang stood beside him, picking up one of the pills and sniffing it. Frowning as he said, Is this fellow truly capable of such kindness? Flanders, it's impossible. Flanders shook his head. Little Luo is not that kind of person. That he still remembers me as the principal and is willing to send gifts back is already quite remarkable, especially considering the preciousness of what he sent this time. Impossible. This pill exceeds the theories I have studied. How can one pill raise soul power? Yu Xiaojiang retorted, dissatisfied. Xiaojiang, the Douluo Continent is full of wonders. Did you not hear the recent rumor that the Spirit Hall has developed an extraordinarily miraculous weapon? Flanders shifted the topic instead of continuing the argument. It's said to be usable in battle even by support-type soul masters. What are your thoughts? Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. Then scoffed. Merely a trick of the Spirit Hall. Such things cannot possibly exist. Even the technology for creating storage soul tools has been lost. How can the Spirit Hall manufacture something even stronger than soul tools? It's all just rubbish. You need not worry too much, Flanders. Flanders shook his head. No. I have a feeling it is not so simple. At the very least, if we do not trust the Spirit Hall, we should trust little Luo's character. He would never do anything detrimental to the academy. No, I disagree. We cannot allow Xiaosan and the others to consume it. Yu Xiaojiang insisted. Sighing, Flanders looked at Yu Xiaojiang and said, Xiaojiang, have you not always wanted Shrek to gain fame and recognition? You should know how formidable the opponents are in this tournament. The current strength of our little monsters may not suffice for victory. Moreover, do not forget what the rewards of this tournament entail, 3 soul bones in total, including one that is 60,000 years old. Yu Xiaojiang fell silent. He understood all too well that this tournament represented not only an opportunity for Shrek to gain renown, but also a chance for Tang San and for himself to achieve greatness. However, very well, if that Loya harbors ill intentions and harms Xiaosan, I shall spare no effort to obliterate the spirit hall. Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, Flanders chose not to say more, instead summoning the Shrek 7 monsters to the office, presenting them with the items sent by Loya. Is it really that miraculous? Chaojiji Mahangjin asked in astonishment as he took the pill. This is something little Luo sent back. Claiming it can aid in your strength enhancement, children. I never expected that fellow would still remember to send gifts after graduation. I suppose he has some conscience. Daimubai remarked, picking up another pill to examine. But how do we divide just 2 pills? And this necklace is... This necklace. Little Luo said he stumbled upon it in the Spirit Hall's warehouse. It can conceal one's presence. Even a titled Douluo would be unable to detect it. I believe it would be most suitable for agility-type attackers, Flanders explained. Oh, then Shu Qing, this is for you. What? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she exclaimed, I want it. Xiaowu. As Daimubai prepared to adorn Zhu Qing. He looked at Xiaowu with confusion and inquired, Xiaowu, but you are not an agility-type soul master. What use would it serve you? Indeed, Xiaowu. You are a melee soul master and have no need for it, chimed in the clumsy Mahangjun. Xiaowu hesitated. Tang San, noticing the yearning and uncertainty reflected in Xiaowu's eyes, suggested, why not let Xiaowu have it? Her third soul skill, instant teleportation, could be utilized for ambushes. Daimubai found Tang San's reasoning rather tenuous. Tang San, but Shu Qing is indeed an agility-type soul master. Are you certain? Xiaowu fixated on the pink and white necklace, gently tugging at Tang San's sleeve and softly saying, Brother, I want it. Her voice was sweet and endearing, resonating deeply within. Tang San, feeling a ripple of emotion as Xiaowu clung to him, was momentarily swayed, for she often employed this tactic to charm him. At that moment, a heavy knock echoed from outside the door. Who is it? Flander inquired. It's me, Flander. The voice was coarse, laced with restrained fury. Startled, Flander hastily rose to open the door. Upon the arrival of the visitor, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, staggering forward with tearful eyes. Father, is it really you? Your Majesty, the Haotian. Daimubai appeared equally astonished at the unexpected arrival of Tang Hao. Gripping the shoulders of the newcomer, Tang San exclaimed, Father, where have you been all these years? Tang Hao replied with a smile, Silly child, it is indeed I. After so many years apart, you have endured much hardship. I have not fulfilled my duties as a father. Father, you have finally returned. You cannot fathom how much I have missed you. Tang San's eyes glistened with moisture. His father had at last come back. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Daimubai approached eagerly. Tang Hao did not respond, but instead pulled Tang San and the rogue rabbit outside, seizing the necklace from Daimubai's hand, leaving only the assertion. This item must be given to her. The remaining individuals were left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances. In the secluded mountains behind Shrek Academy, ensuring no one was present aside from Tang San and Xiaowu, Tang Ritian let out a low, furious roar. The spirit hall is utterly intolerable. With a resounding crash, Tang Hao summoned the Haotian hammer, wielding it to strike at several large rocks, sending debris flying in all directions. For the betrayal of my wife. For the grievous injuries inflicted, one day, I shall crush you all with this Haotian hammer. Father, please do not be angry. What has transpired? Tang San approached Tang Hao, gently resting his hand on his father's arm. Tang Hao looked up at his son, his expression slightly softening, yet anger still lingered. He inhaled deeply and stated, Tang San, you must win the championship in the Soul Master competition. Why? Tang San queried, puzzled. After a brief silence, Tang Hao explained, just now. The Spirit Hall announced an additional reward of 200,000 year soul bones for the championship. Moreover, they have sent a second team to compete, emulating the 2 great empires. What? Tang San gasped in disbelief. A second team? And 200,000 year soul bones? Indeed, Tang Hao confirmed, a glimmer of hatred flashing in his eyes. One of the bones is the right leg bone of the 100,000 year blue silver emperor. It is a relic of your mother. Mother's relic? Tang San's mind reeled, struggling to comprehend the implications of his mother's possession of such a treasure. The other is the right arm bone of the 100,000 year sky blue bull python. Tang Hao continued. That is essential for enhancing your strength. However, before he could finish, Xiaowu's complexion turned pale, her eyes bloodshot, radiating fury. Xiaowu, what is wrong? Tang San inquired, alarmed by her sudden change. Sky blue bull python's right arm bone. We must win the championship. Xiaowu clenched her fists, her teeth gritted. Witnessing her unexpected turmoil, Tang San felt a pang of anguish, confused about her intense anger. With determination, Xiaowu turned to Tang San and confessed, Tang San, There is something I have concealed from you. I am not human, but a transformation of the 100,000-year soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit. The revelation struck Tang San like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Xiao Wu, what did you say? Please repeat that. His voice trembled as he glanced at his father, yearning for confirmation that Xiao Wu is not a soul beast. Alas, the only response was Tang Hao's calm, unwavering gaze. I am sorry for hiding this from you for so long. Xiao Wu's tears brimmed but did not fall. Tang San leaned in close to her glistening earlobe and whispered, Silly girl, what does it matter if you are human or a soul beast? All I know is that you are my sister, and I love you. Xiao Wu felt as though something within her mind had exploded, and tears cascaded uncontrollably as she embraced Tang San tightly. They held each other closely. And Tang Hao observed them with a satisfied nod, murmuring, Indeed, he is my son. His tastes mirror my own. After a prolonged moment, they reluctantly parted as Tang Hao cleared his throat, interrupting their tender exchange. Did your elders not inform you? A soul beast of less than 100,000 years must never casually step into the human realm. Had the first title Douluo you encountered not been me, you would have already become someone else's soul ring and soul bone. Tang Hao's words carried profound significance. Because my mother was killed by the spirit hall shortly after my transformation, I ventured into the human world to cultivate anew, seeking to escape the shackles of being a soul beast, hoping for the chance of revenge. However, I never anticipated that Daming would also meet with misfortune. The vile spirit hall. At this moment, Xiao Wu's delicate face was etched with icy resolve, and deep-seated resentment erupted from her chilling gaze. Could it be that the right arm bone of the 100,000-year sky blue bull python is the Daming you mentioned? Tang Hao's expression turned to one of shock, disbelief evident in his tone. Yes, Xiao Wu's eyes reflected profound sorrow as she continued. Even your kin and friends. The spirit hall is truly a malignant tumor on this continent. Tang Hao's furious roar nearly shook the mountains, echoing with rage. Chapter 104. A daughter follows in her father's footsteps? Xiao Wu, are you saying that the right arm bone of the 100,000-year sky blue bull python belongs to your companion? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, that accursed spirit hall. Tang San, you must help me, for that is my brother's relic. Xiao Wu's tear-streaked, pitiful visage shattered Tang San's defenses, leaving his heart in tatters. Spirit hall, you are truly despicable executioners. Tang San cursed inwardly as he comforted Xiao Wu. Fear not. Xiao Wu, I shall retrieve your soul bone and ensure it finds peace in the earth. Sanjia, thank you. If we truly reclaim these soul bones, you shall absorb the soul bones of the Ming dynasty. Xiao Wu wiped away her tears, transforming her sorrow into a smile. Xiao Wu, I am your brother. Your younger brother is also my brother. How could I absorb my brother's soul bones? This matter should not be raised again. Tang San's expression was grave, exuding a sense of righteousness. Sanjia, the spirit hall is far too powerful. If you absorb it, we will have the hope of vengeance. Xiao Wu began to persuade her elder brother. Very well then, Tang San hesitated for a moment before finally acquiescing to Xiao Wu's request. Thus, the two resumed their affectionate banter, brother and sister. However, Tang San internally began to express gratitude for his brother-in-law's gift. Brother-in-law. And to that late mother-in-law whom I have never met. May your spirits in heaven bless me to successfully claim the championship of the Elite Soul Master competition across the continent. With my brother-in-law's soul bones, I can better protect Xiao Wu and perhaps one day reclaim my mother-in-law's soul bones as well, right? As the two basked in their affection, Tang Ritian coughed a few times and said, Xiao San, you should go find Flanders and the others. Remember, strive to secure one of those 3 pills. Xiao Wu and I have matters to discuss. Tang San instinctively replied, I understand, but father, please do not harm Xiao Wu. Tang Ritian chuckled, haha. I have already deemed her as my Tang family's daughter-in-law, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, both Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces flushed, and they exchanged a lingering gaze for several seconds before Tang San reluctantly departed. Tang Ritian turned back to Xiao Wu and inquired, do you know why I agreed to your relationship with Xiao San? I do not know. From a soul master's perspective, I should have kept you confined. And WH as the ethereal energy swirled beneath his feet, Luoya prepared to awaken his martial spirit. Halt, Qianren Xue declared, crossing her arms with a sharp tone. Is it not so? Schwer, please elucidate what transpired. Observing her demeanor, Luoya retracted his soul power, placing his hands gently upon Qianren Xue's shoulders, gazing intently into her golden eyes. Humph. Qianren Xue turned her head away, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Pray tell, what exactly did you engage in upon your return to the spirit hall? Upon hearing this, Luoya's lips twitched slightly. So that was the reason. Teacher, oh teacher, you nearly got me into serious trouble. It's fortunate I didn't agree to take Hulaina as well, otherwise the consequences would have been. Schwer, are you doubting me? Luoya asked tentatively. In truth, he was already certain. Qianren Xue must be feeling jealous. It's not doubt. Qianren Xue turned her head slightly, lifting her gaze to meet Luoya's. Her expression suddenly softened with a hint of grievance. I was afraid that if you had agreed to mother's request, it would mean I'd have to share you with that woman. 20 years. It took me 20 years to finally feel love and care beyond what grandfather gave me. Must I now divide it in half with the very woman who stole mother's affection from me? Her voice trembled with emotion, growing increasingly unsteady. You must love only me. No one else is allowed even a fraction. Loya felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Yet he secretly rejoiced for not acquiescing to Bibidon's proposal. With a gentle sweep of his arm, he pulled Qian Ringshu into his embrace, softly murmuring, "Silly Schwerer. Just a few months ago, I swore with my martial soul to love only you in this lifetime. Have you truly forgotten?" Despite the man's words, which could easily deceive, Qian Ringshu remained obstinate, yet she no longer resisted Loya's embrace. "How can I trust you?" Loya sighed in resignation. Then, Qian Ringshu's cheeks suddenly flushed as she grappled with her inner turmoil for quite some time, ultimately deciding to take the plunge. "Tonight, you will listen to me." With that, she closed her eyes and subtly accentuated her alluring figure. Loya was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Xue intends to? As this thought crossed his mind, his breath quickened, and he inhaled deeply, suppressing the surging desires within him, while simultaneously cursing Qiang Sunji. "Ah, Qiang Sunji, my dearly departed father-in-law. You could have passed on only the genes of beauty to Xue, yet you had to bestow this entire legacy upon her as well? A daughter inheriting her father's profession. A family heirloom, is it?" After quelling the flames of passion within, Loya endeavored to regain his composure and softly stated, "Xue, your mission in the Tiando Empire is far from over." He genuinely worried whether Qian Ringshu would inherit Qiang Sunji's singular devotion. "I'm fine," Qian Ringshu replied. A hint of despondency in her tone, yet she clung to Loya, unwilling to let go. "But you must not leave tonight. Stay with me. At your service." "My little angel," Loya responded, gently kissing her crimson lips, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Soon after, the voice of Gleezer echoed in his mind. "You and that little girl have once again managed to stir my emotions." Chapter 105. Pre-match. The following day, at 8 in the morning, Loya slightly opened his eyes, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful face just inches away from him. A smile graced his lips as he tenderly kissed her forehead. "Xue, I must take my leave now. Please rest well." After covering Qian Ringshu with a blanket, he turned to exit. Xiao Loya, a pair of delicate arms wrapped around his waist from behind, her exquisite face resting against his back. "Are you leaving so early? Stay with me a little longer. Xue, the Soul Master Elite competition opens the day after tomorrow, and as the Holy Sun, I must attend." "Very well." Qian Ringshu reluctantly released her grip, a hint of disappointment lingering in her voice. Loya turned her head slightly, gently caressing her golden tresses. "If you truly miss me, come to the competition venue. I will serve as a judge on the high platform representing our team. Now, rise and freshen up." With that, she lightly kissed her lips, and, as she turned, the space shimmered and she vanished without a trace. Qian Ringshu gazed at Loya's retreating figure, a blush blossoming on her cheeks, and a glimmer of happiness flickering in her eyes. She then stood up and made her way into the bathroom to prepare herself. In the spirit hall of Heavendoe City, the Platinum Bishop Salus was troubled as he examined the list in his hands. He could not fathom why His Holiness the Pope had decided to allow the original seed team of the Spirit Hall to participate in the preliminary rounds. Could it be that the newly formed team is even stronger than the Golden Generation? Yet, he dared not defy the order and resolved to comply. Just as his mind was consumed by these concerns, a cold, clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Who?" Salus immediately set the list aside, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Loya emerged slowly from the shadows, his expression serene, betraying no hint of emotion. "Your Holiness, the Prince of Saints? How could you possibly be here?" he inquired, a touch of uncertainty lacing his words. Loya's keen gaze swept across the entire room, and after confirming that there was no one else around, he spoke. "Are you troubled by the reason behind the Spirit Hall dispatching a second team for the preliminary competition?" "Indeed. I am at a loss as to the underlying intent of His Holiness's arrangement," Sarath inquired, bewildered. "This was my request to the teacher," Loya replied succinctly. "That is why I sought the teacher's endorsement to attend this competition in the Tiando Empire." Upon hearing this, Sarath's heart jolted. He had never anticipated that this matter was proposed by the Holy Sun, and moreover, that His Holiness had acquiesced. What might be the prince's intention? He tentatively asked. "Well, it's a matter of mixed interests," Loya responded, his eyes occasionally reflecting an icy chill, at times tinged with a sense of exasperation. Sarath, still in a haze of confusion, dared not press further and bowed respectfully, saying, "Understood, Your Highness." Loya nodded slightly, a smirk gracing her lips as she approached the esteemed Archbishop, gently patting his shoulder. "Relax, Archbishop Sa. Surely, you are curious to know who the new captain of the Spirit Hall is after the recent changes?" As her words faded, Loya summoned her spirit, and the heart-pounding spectacle of her soul rings, one yellow, two purple, two black, and one red, materialized before them. The ethereal figure of Glyzes soared up to the ceiling, an imposing 40 meters high, exuding a bizarre and mysterious aura that pressed down with palpable intensity. Sarash trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though his own prowess as a Soul Douluo was stripped away in Loya's presence, rendering him utterly incapable of resisting her intimidation, or even moving an inch. Such a sensation was only experienced when confronting Bibidong directly. "How do you find it?" Loya inquired with a faint smile. "With Your Highness in the Spirit Hall, we are truly blessed by the divine protection of the angel goddess." Saras reverently knelt, willingly submitting to the might of the formidable. Loya smiled with satisfaction, retracting his martial soul, and said coolly, "Focus on your own responsibilities." Understood. In a flash of silver light, Loya vanished from sight, leaving Sarath to take a deep breath. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the ceiling, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. The two great empires and the top three sects could expect to tremble beneath the feet of the Holy Prince for at least a century. His eyes sparkled with fervor, his spirits soaring. 2 days later, the opening ceremony of the preliminary rounds in the Heavendo Empire's competition was set to take place at the Grand Soul Arena in Heavendo City. Loya accompanied Salus as they ascended to the highest tier of the viewing platform. Within a mere 5 minutes, they observed numerous spectators hastily making their way to the square, eager to partake in the excitement of the grand event that occurs once every 5 years. The two traversed a designated pathway with remarkable swiftness. Upon their arrival, the guardians of the Spirit Hall and the soldiers of the Tiendo Empire greeted them with fervent exclamations. "We welcome your highness, the Holy Sun, and the esteemed Archbishop." The judges of the Spirit Hall have arrived. Loya waved to the knights and followed Salus into the highest judging seat. On the elevated platform, 3 chairs had been arranged. The Emperor of the Heavendo Empire, Shui, sat in the center, with the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, to his left. And the vacant seat on the right was naturally reserved for Loya. To think he is the new generation of the Holy Sun from the Spirit Hall? Emperor Shui's gaze remained fixed on the young man occupying the empty chair to his right, scrutinizing him for a moment before furrowing his brow. "Oh, your majesty Shui, I trust you have been well." Loya turned to the emperor, greeting him with a smile. "Indeed, it has only been half a year. Yet the Holy Sun's rate of cultivation is truly remarkable," Emperor Shui remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. "It is merely luck," Loya replied with a faint smile, his gaze shifting past Shui to Ning Fengji. "Ah, Master Ning, you too." Ning Fengji chuckled lightly, though a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Behind him, Douluo Gu Rong had not relaxed his vigilance since first laying eyes on Loya. Ning Fengji, noticing Gu Rong's gaze, turned slightly to exchange a knowing glance. Gu Rong understood and withdrew his gaze, simultaneously conveying through soul power, "I can no longer see through this young man. If I recall correctly, Your Highness the Holy Sun is around 17 this year? When I first met you a year ago, you were already at the Soul Zone level. I wonder if you have just entered the Soul King realm or achieved a higher level." Ning Fengji suppressed his astonishment and inquired with a smile. However, it was evident to discerning eyes that Ning Fengji sought to gauge Loya's true depth. A higher Soul King? Certainly not, Loya chuckled lightly, shaking his head with an air of nonchalance. "Ah, it seems I have misjudged," Ning Fengji replied with a smile, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Given Loya's age, his participation in this tournament was more than sufficient. If he had truly cultivated to the high-level Soul King, then the chances of the team Ning Fengji favored winning the championship would be considerably dimmed. The Spirit Hall's second team already boasted 3 Soul King level contestants. Adding Loya to that mix left Ning Fengji pondering how Shrek could possibly triumph over such a formidable seed team. Standing behind Loya, Salus, having overheard the exchange between Loya and Ning Fengji, was struggling to suppress his urge to laugh. "Ning Fengji, oh Ning Fengji, how will you feel in the finals when you discover the true extent of the Holy Sun's capabilities?" With this thought, a sly smile crept across Salus's lips as he eagerly watched the competition stage. At that moment, the host was introducing the competing teams from the Heavendo region, while the audience below erupted in cheers, rallying support for their favorite academy teams. Loya's gaze swept over the teams entering the arena below, ultimately lingering on the squads from the Academy of Blazing Fire and the Academy of Divine Wind, murmuring, "It seems they have grown stronger." Your Highness, what did you say?" asked Salus, standing beside him, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Nothing, merely spotting a couple of old acquaintances," Loya replied. Upon hearing this, Salus refrained from further inquiries. The private matters of the Holy Sun were beyond his purview. Meanwhile, the host continued with the introductions, now approaching the penultimate team. Now, presenting the Shrek Academy's competing team. Originally named the Blue Tyrant Academy, it was rebranded as Shrek a year ago. Observe how striking their peculiar attire is. There are a total of 11 participants. Their registration motto is Champions Without Rivals. A rather imaginative slogan. One hopes they will deliver an outstanding performance. As the host's words resonated, the audience in the stands erupted into laughter, with cheers and jeers echoing throughout. Amidst the commotion, Tang San from the Shrek team paid no heed to the surrounding uproar. Instead, he meticulously observed his environment. When his gaze fell upon the VIP section, he was taken aback to see several familiar faces. At that moment, Ning Fengji seemed to sense Tang San's scrutiny, his eyes meeting Tang San's, offering a gentle smile and a slight nod. However, as his gaze shifted slightly to the right, he encountered another, even more familiar figure. Loya. Tang San's pupils constricted in an instant. He had not anticipated that Loya would be seated in the VIP area. Beside him stood an elderly man clad in a red robe, and from the 5-pointed platinum crown atop his head, Tang San deduced that he was the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. The fact that even the Platinum Bishop stood respectfully beside Loya spoke volumes about Loya's esteemed status within the Spirit Hall. As Loya heard the host's introduction, her gaze shifted downward, colliding with Tang San's eyes. In that instant, Tang San felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. However, Loya merely raised her right hand, smilingly waving at Tang San in a gesture of greeting, devoid of any aggressive intent. Observing this, Tang San exhaled slightly in relief. Yet he could unmistakably sense an overwhelming aura of oppression. Had Loya truly grown to such an extent in just a year? At that moment, the host's voice resonated once more. Next, we welcome the grand finale, the second team from the Spirit Hall. This year, with the approval of the emperors of the two great empires and the legendary Pope, the Spirit Hall has been granted the opportunity to send a second team to participate. Upon hearing the host's words and sensing the palpable tension emanating from the various academies below, Loya's lips curled into a slight smirk as she looked down at Shrek, her amethyst eyes shimmering with a dangerous glint. Tang San, your true nightmare is only just beginning. Chapter 106. The audience in the stands erupted into a chorus of gasps, some welcoming, some confused, but most filled with awe towards the Spirit Hall. A total of 7 individuals strode forth from the entrance, the leading trio adorned with purple medals. Although they did not unleash their spirit, everyone present could feel their extraordinary presence and confidence, rendering them unable to meet their gaze. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yen led the second team from the Spirit Hall forward, maintaining an unwavering silence, not even deigning to glance at their opponents. On the stands, Douluo Gu Rong infused a sliver of soul power into his eyes, scanning the 7 individuals, his white brows furrowing deeper. How is this possible? Douluo muttered, his expression growing increasingly grim. Uncle? Ning Fengji called softly. Gu Rong merely raised his fingers, indicating the numbers 3, 5, and 6. Ning Fengji was momentarily so shocked that he nearly lost his grip on his cane, becoming completely frozen in place. Are you certain? Ning Fengji asked, his voice trembling with gravity. Gu Rong nodded, his gaze shifting towards Loya. At this revelation, Ning Fengji was utterly stunned. 3 Soul Kings of level 56 were only assigned to the second team, and Loya's name was absent from the roster, implying Soul Emperor. For most, such a title might seem commonplace, yet Loya was merely 17 years old this year. Ning Fengji sighed, realizing he could only pray for Shrek now. Why the sigh? Secmaster Ning? Loya asked with a smirk. Do you perhaps feel that this generation's competitors are exceptionally remarkable, evoking feelings of nostalgia? You rascal! Ning Fengji gritted his teeth, responding with a nonchalant, it's nothing. Standing beside Loya, Salas chuckled maliciously at the sight of the 7 treasure glazed tile sex master being rendered speechless by Loya's retort. Indeed, your highness speaks true. The caliber of competitors in this tournament far exceeds previous years, leaving one in awe. Listening to the two banter back and forth, Ning Fengji seethed with frustration. Seated centrally, the Snow Knight Emperor wore a solemn expression, though she was unaware of the second team's strength. The reactions around her indicated they were far from ordinary. At this moment, the host's voice rang out. Next, we invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire to announce the opening of this tournament. Amidst thunderous applause, the Snow Knight Emperor gradually rose, raising her right hand to wave at the audience and the participating soul masters below, the applause swiftly subsiding into silence. I, Snow Knight, Emperor of the Tiando Empire, representing both the Tiando Empire and the organizers of this tournament, hereby declare the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Applause erupted once more, cheers echoing throughout the venue. Yet, Tang San sensed that the smile on the Emperor's face seemed somewhat strained, as if she were not genuinely excited about the tournament. Once the applause faded, the Snow Knight Emperor continued, I hope all the young soul masters participating in this tournament can fully unleash their prowess and achieve commendable results. You are the pride of the Tiando Empire. For the glory of the Empire, showcase your brilliance. After taking her seat, the host's voice resounded again. Now we invite Mr. Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, to deliver a speech for this tournament. Ning Fengji stood slowly, offering a gentle smile, his hands gesturing gracefully as he proclaimed, It is my pleasure to be invited as a guest at the opening of this tournament. As the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, I have witnessed the growth of countless soul masters. The participants in this soul master competition are undoubtedly the elite of the younger generation, just as His Majesty mentioned. I hope you will bring glory to the Empire and to your respective academies. The Empire needs talents like you. Thank you. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's address, a genuine smile finally graced the Snow Knight Emperor's face. The host then inquired, Master Ning, as the most powerful auxiliary soul master, on behalf of the audience present, may I ask which team you favor? Ning Fengji's expression shifted slightly as he replied, I do have my eyes set on a particular team. They might have a chance of bringing the championship home for the Empire. Oh, the host exclaimed in surprise. Which team has won your favor, Master Ning? With a mysterious smile, Ning Fengji replied, I'm afraid I must keep that a secret, but I believe every team present possesses boundless potential. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's speech, Luo Ye and Salas exchanged knowing smirks in their hearts. If even the elder of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the elder of the ghost Douluo are no match for me, how could these mere children possibly compete? Such arrogance. Below the stage, the host forced a smile and addressed the audience, regrettably. We did not glean from Sect Master Ning which teams he favors. He continued, now, let us invite the new generation of the Spirit Hall's holy son, His Highness Luo Ya, to deliver his address for this grand competition, as well as to oversee the draw for the first round of the Heaven Do regional qualifiers. As the host's voice faded, Luo Ya rose from the VIP section, his voice resonating clearly through the amplification soul tool, reaching every ear in the audience. It is an honor to serve as the adjudicator for this competition. I understand that contests are inherently competitive, and everyone strives for victory. However, I must emphasize some important considerations. Friendship comes first, competition second. Furthermore, it is best not to carry personal grudges into such a grand and solemn event, lest one commit acts that could lead to severe injury or even death. Should such unfortunate events occur, not only will you bear the consequences, but your academy's instructors will also find themselves implicated. Upon finishing his statement, Luo Ya exuded a formidable aura that imposed pressure on the 28 battle teams, leaving a profound impression on all present. How powerful! What heights has his cultivation reached? Among the crowd, Tang San clenched his fist in silence. The members of each team felt their hearts racing as they directly sensed Luo Ya's overwhelming presence. Even the instructors, who were not yet at the Soul Sage level, experienced a sense of trepidation. Luo Ya is indeed the son of the Spirit Hall. After a year's absence, he has grown so strong. Within Shrek Academy, Daimubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar wore grave expressions. The might of a single individual had subdued so many foreign competitors and Soul Emperor level instructors. I believe that he must be participating in this year's tournament as well. Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent, calmly remarked, this is troublesome. If only Xiao Luo had graduated a year later, he might have represented Shrek, sighed Flander, somewhat regretful. Flander, are you afraid of losing? Daishi turned to Flander, snorting. The potions have already boosted Xiao San, Rong Rong, and Xiao Ao's cultivation to the Soul Master level. They will undoubtedly claim victory. What is there to fear? With this, Daishi adopted a posture of indifference, hands behind his back, and I dare say, Luo Ya must have employed some method that deteriorates his potential or lifespan to elevate his cultivation. Just a year ago, he was merely a Soul Master, and now, in a single shout, he has subdued so many Soul Masters. This is utterly impossible. Xiao Gang, do you truly believe that if Xiao Luo had done such a thing, the Spirit Hall would still recognize him as the son? Flander gazed at Daishi, somewhat speechless. Humph, the Spirit Hall? Daishi replied coldly, merely a group of blind fools. They failed to recognize my most illustrious theory of the top 10 core principles of martial spirits back in the day, and they remain blind even now. No matter how high his talent, it is inconceivable for him to achieve such heights in just 1 year. The only plausible explanation is that he has practiced some malevolent technique, and those blind individuals in the Spirit Hall not only overlooked it, but turned a blind eye. Such a person is unworthy of being the heir to the continent's foremost power. It is simply absurd. The teacher is right. I too believe this to be unrealistic. It is impossible to leap from Soul Master to Soul Sage within a year, crossing 3 major realms. Tang San nodded in agreement. Xiao San, it is good that you understand. Remember, do not follow Luo Ya's example and ruin your own future. Do you comprehend? Daishi gazed at Tang San seriously. I understand. I will never lose myself for the sake of power like Luo Ya. Upon hearing this, Daishi nodded in satisfaction. Truly, as my esteemed disciple, one destined to make a name for himself across the continent. As for Luo Ya, had he not practiced malevolent techniques, he might have stood on equal footing with Tang San. However, having chosen that path, he is now nothing but a waste. Alas, the Spirit Hall truly leads its disciples astray. Daishi looked at Luo Ya with a heavy heart, lamenting. If only you could become a disciple of my esteemed master, I would impart all my knowledge to you, allowing you to ascend to greatness in an instant. What a pity indeed. Meanwhile, Luo Ya paid little attention to the various reactions from Shrek's side, as he still had to draw lots for the first round of the preliminary competition. Chapter 107. Within a minute, I shall treat. Luo Ya gently raised his right hand, enveloping the black cardboard box with spatial undulations in his palm. With a light flick, the emblems of 28 academies were scattered and sent flying. The first round of the preliminary matches, Songhui Academy versus Zixing Academy, Oakland Academy versus Flame Radiance Academy, the second team of Spirit Hall versus Shrek Academy. Upon drawing this lot, Luo Ya's expression flickered with surprise before melting into a knowing smile. He truly had selected at random, but as for Shrek, well, they had it coming. As for the second team of Heaven Do Royal Academy, bye-bye. The other academy matchups barely registered with the Shrek team. The moment they heard they would be facing the second team of Spirit Hall, their expressions darkened with tension. Oscar murmured, Brother Luo. Couldn't have done this on purpose, right? Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged uneasy glances. Not only were they pitted against Spirit Hall on the very first day, but their current attire was less than dignified. That damn brat, he absolutely did this deliberately. The esteemed instructor's face twisted with fury. Meanwhile, the spectators erupted in jeers, many shouting accusations of foul play. To them, it seemed Spirit Hall's second team had deliberately picked an easy opponent. In Shrek Academy? They looked less like a team of spirit masters and more like a troop of clowns. As the draw concluded, Luo swept his gaze across the arena and declared coolly, "This Holy Sun selection was conducted with absolute integrity. I swear upon this very position." Then, with measured authority, he announced, "Furthermore, I hereby proclaim that any participating student from the academies present who earns my favor shall be granted an exception, recommended for admission into either the Spirit Hall or the Demon God Temple." His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? Spirit Hall and the Demon God Temple? By the heavens! To become a disciple of Spirit Hall, the foremost of the upper four clans, would be a meteoric rise. Excitement surged among the students. Some already lost in fantasies of joining one of the two supreme factions. At the Holy Sun's proclamation, Emperor Shui's expression darkened visibly, while Ning Fengji beside him stiffened slightly. Spirit Hall was formidable enough, but the Demon God Temple stood at the pinnacle of power. Its enigmatic temple master, a peak-level title Douluo at rank 97, commanding such reverence that even the Heaven Do Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan dared not slight them. Luo disregarded the crowd and turned back to the VIP section, establishing a mental link with the members of the Soul Palace's second team, succinctly transmitting 7 words. "I will treat you within a minute." Hulaina gazed at her junior brother above, her expression complex, and after a sigh, she let out a soft huff. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, their lips curling slightly. The remaining 4 naturally paid their respects to Luo with a nod of acknowledgement. After speaking, Luo closed his eyes to recuperate. The outcome of the match was already evident, and he had no interest in watching further. He merely left a message for Salas, instructing him to inform him once Shinfeng and Chiho had completed their match. Salas, somewhat surprised, nodded in understanding. However, before Luo's eyes had been closed for long, Ning Fengji's voice emerged nearby. "Your Highness the Saint's son, I apologize for interrupting your rest, but I have a question I wish to pose." Reluctantly, Luo opened his eyes. "Please, speak freely, Sect Master Ning." Maintaining his smile, Ning Fengji continued. "If I recall correctly, the poisoned Douluo, Senior Dugu, had agreed to become an honorary elder of the Soul Palace. Why then has he chosen to join the Demon God Hall as a proper elder?" "Ah, Sect Master Ning is overthinking," Luo replied, instantly understanding that this was yet another test regarding his relationship with the Demon God Hall. Senior Dugu merely consented